Chapter 1 Upon crossing, within the imperial palace. In the Wu dynasty, the 18th era of Tian Shunara, in the capital city. It was deep into thin night, within the imperial city. In the Scarlet Smoke Palace. Soft veil sand warmed dinge enveloped in a misty haze. A woman, erbada glistening with fragrant sweat, emerged in abathrobe, swaying where alluring waist. A maid, concealed in theshadows, hurried forward to assist your highness, the concubine exine. You have endured much these past 3 days. In the dim light, the maid appeared to be around 30, possessing a striking beauty, with a fierce expression etched between her brows. The concubine exine, supported Bithamade, with her crimson lip, her flush-shed cheeks betraying a mix of humiliation and indignation. 3 days. Doyo havian idea how we have spent his 3 days? I hope it won't be in vain. The concubine Zin spoke wistfully, her legs trembling slightly. Your highness need not worry the elixir procured for him is from the hand-soft hair-renowned healer Zhang from Korea. It is widely acclaimed for its efficacy. Moreover, considering that the man has not yet released his essence, he certainly robust. In an 13 days or so, we can find dapper texto summon the imperial physician for a pulse diagnosis, and this matter will be settled. As for the young man, the maid comforteth concubine exine, her gaze is shifting to a young boy lying naked on the bed, her eyes revealing a frigid malice. Let us dispose of him. After all, his moral yavagrant noon you will believe his words. Given the Titus the dead of winter, you will I cly freeze a todiath before long. Yeth concubines in spoke with a cold attachment. The maid furrowed her brow slight lie butina dead in acquiescence understood. Before long, to eunuch stealthily emerged from the concubine chamber, carrying a bulging seconder the cover of darkness. Thessa qua stuffedful, and neither of Tim notice said that the occupant would hinyed like, ugh. My back hurts. My whole body aches, and I feel so weak. Lizaya's first reaction upon awakening was the overwhelming sensation of weakness enveloping him. Especially his back, which felt as if it might snap into. Where am I? Why do it seem like I've been stuffed into sack? Feeling the jostling beneath him and the frantic breath surrounding him, Lizaya Shart sank into anxiety. It is simple to understand that the cisna to modern society where personal rights are inviolable, butra feudal dynasty. He had crossed over from his former life Fimerith and Thago. And tragically, he had transmigrated in Tathabadiavadesta to Tavagrant, a mere 69-year-old boy flaying famine to the capital. Vagrant Sarathos Suho Havebinu pruded from Theromes in foreign lands, Theria Kintagosts, unable to accomplish anything. Every day, hundreds saw vagrants perish from starvation. He had survived for half a month so libizy ising the porridge dispensed by the government. 3 days spreer, while on his way to the porridge stand, Lizayu had stumbled upon a new porgestal nestled with an honorally, seemingly established by a kind-hearted noble family. Heffelte twinge of suspicion but, overwhelmed by hunger, did not dwell in it. After consuming the porridge, he had immediately felt Drosian subsequent liffen in the street. Damn it! Realizing this, Lizai was struck with fear. He cautiously reacted out to felicities. Fortunately, his waist was still intact. But what had transpired over the past 3 days? Lizayo felt a head of Kamingan. Thean limemoria she could grasp wuria, Ziria saw vivid, shocking images. Alas! How shameful! Having been sold off by it still dreaming. Thean impression that lingered was so faint exquisitely alluring profile. Fuman was breathtakingly beautiful, appearing nolder than 20, yet exuding an irresistible charm as he cast a glance aside. A single glistening droplinger at the cornero fair uncertain if it weighs a tiro rabbi doff sweat. That sister was quitted an eros earlier, offering 50 taels soft silver a tauntant for swindle for several days. Indeed, in allure years within the palace, it's the fierce time you've encountered, liberal lady in waiting. Suddenly, that women beneath him began to speak, their breath heavy with excitement. Their voices were unmistakably effeminate, a distinctive trait. Lizayu was momentarily taken aback. This is the Imperial Palace. Chapter 2 A Tragedy, sold for a whim. The Imperial Palace. Lizaya Eastwood and dash peered through the gap synthesac. Bath a din moonlight, indeed beheld the crimson walls, grand palaces, and an air of solemnity. Thepalas ground swarry forbidden zone, heavily guarded, inaccessible to ordinary folk. Ugh! How terrifying! Attance, Li Ziyu felt no desire to contemplate how Hayden did up here. Nor did Uishtok know who had brought time in and for what purpose. It wash bestow avoid prying in Topalas matters. All higher ned for no wasto escape. After all, mean were not permitted obiprint in Topalas. Unless they were Remanof nominal status. Fortunately, upon hearing the ensuing conversation between Tetwomen, Li Ziyu began to settle. Thetwa young eunuch should receive 50 tael soft silver, with the task of escorting Haimu Toft Hepalas. Thought Hepalas washiva li fortified, their warial waste foles, and no wall was impenetrable. Including Thules off the imperial palace. Finally, wear clothes. Onswatasam out, shall wine Dolgina drink? Let's go. Thetwonix, carrying the sack, Wuriel ready envisioning Therivelry forth a night. Navigating through Hepalas felt like a traversing labyrinth, having turned countless corners, untiled length, a half-man high holy appeared in the city wall. As the approach at the hole, a door sudden lice go pin side, revealing Eunuch Cladin ceremony algerb from the imperial ritual office. Upon seeing the noble patrons adorning theater's attire, Thetwa immediate le halted respectfully, swiftly producing 5 teal soft silver toe handover. Along with ingratiating smiles, they inquired, "Are you on to tie today?" Theotherna deaded coldly, accepting the silverba forgesturen for them to proceed. Thetwa young eunuchs dared no tutor no word and continued onward with their burden. Insidethisak, Li Xiu, peering through the gaps, exhaled in relief. Freedom was near. Gazing gathily in Thewol, it was clear they tight Servadae's secret back door of Tepalas. Beyond Thule Alish garden, wonderfully concealed. Just as fate willed Havid, Tumari eunuch saperched briskly, yawning gas went. Li Ziyu felt a twinge of tension within the sack. But then he reminded himself that they real so sneaking through Hesmal apeening, engaging in activity is of questionable nature. Everyo knew as minding thy own business sure litheruus nakas for alarm. Wait, what are out woodoing? As that woe partius brushed posti chother, Onofti prochinjunux suddenly spoke up. His gaze fixate on the bulging sack. Drawing from my ear soft smuggling experience, Hesser my said that there must be a person inside. Is there a problem? Theunuk carrying the sack frown slight lion dreturted. From their attire, it was evident that the newcomer was fequel rank the ruus norius and to feel intimidated. Nothing to worry about, just a casual inquiry. Is there a pulsine there? Thea Therunik pointy day the sack. Li Ziyu felt a hand brushing against his rear. Still warm. Isotamail? Amel with appendage. How fortuitous. Listening to the exchange, Li Ziyu plummeted. Gentlemen, it's Rotherley tween oath and high movertus? Well offer you 10 tail soft silver race a gesture 40-hour drinks. Ash spoke, the sound off clinking silver son sickoed. Isn't that a bite inappropriate? That sister specifically instructed Dusto take Heim outside. Not a worry. It's just a fuse, teps away considerity out wo scourting Heim out, and well claim back. In merriments, that woe party is reached an agreement. Li Xiu? Chapter 3. The reckless leap, unmercifully exposed. Li Xiu suffered a tremendous blow. He pressed his mouth tightly shut, struggling to suppress his tears. What an unfortunate fate. This was truly beyond the pale. To transmigrate into a refugee was already a misfortune. And after merely sipping a bowl of porridge, he was drugged and taken into the imperial palace. Just when he thought he could escape, he was sold again. Oh, the wickedness of this old society. Before long, he found himself being carried deeper into the palace by 2 other eunuchs, twisting and turning. They had wrapped up their day's work, and yet here they were, stumbling upon such a windfall. Those 2 were quite foolish, only demanding 10 taels of silver, unaware that he could easily sell them for a full 30 taels at the cleansing chamber. Thus, he would pocket a profit of 20 taels. It is fortunate that Brotherly has the foresight. This time, you take the lion's share, and I shall be content with a mere sip of soup. Those who see shall share, and I shall ensure you do not suffer loss. As they journeyed, the 2 had already plotted how to divide their spoils. Meanwhile, within the sack, the unconscious Li Xiu was utterly befuddled. What? The cleansing chamber? Is it not the notorious slaughterhouse where eunuchs are made? Those who enter as chickens never emerge whole. This thought sent a chill through his heart. Yet, with the pain in his lower back, he found himself at a loss for any means of resistance. However, remaining silent might lead to a fate worse than death. Where am I? Release me at once. Who are you? Li Xiu feigned a struggle and shouted fiercely. The two eunuchs frowned, and one of them barked back. Silence! You insolent brat! Be careful lest I toss you into the latrine this very moment. Hiss! How fierce he is! Li Xiu stifled his fear and retorted defiantly. How dare you? I am the son of a high-ranking minister. Release me at once, or I shall ensure your heads roll. Upon hearing this, the two eunuchs finally halted their steps. Soon, the sack was unfastened, allowing Li Xiu's head to emerge. Before him, the two eunuchs scrutinized him cautiously, squinting as they inquired, impersonating a noble is a capital offense. Speak, who is your father? The other eunuch added sternly, if you can't answer, we'll just kill you. Li Xiu's heart raced rapidly. Yet, at this moment, he could only continue with his charade. My father is the esteemed Deputy Minister of Revenue, Lu Shilang. This was the only official he had heard of since arriving in the capital. Known for his efforts in opening granaries and aiding disaster victims. Curse it, if they kill me, Lu Shilang has no heirs. Do they think I am a fool? Hiss, wait. I am the illegitimate son of Lu Shilang. Raised away from home, because his legitimate wife could not bear children, he had to resort to this. Alas, my mother is a mere maid of lowly status, and thus we have been fostered away. It is no surprise that outsiders are unaware. This matter must not be publicized. If you quietly release me, I shall overlook this incident and reward you handsomely afterward. This tale is neatly crafted. Though I cannot prove its truth, neither can they disprove it. Li Xiu could clearly see the glimmers of doubt in the eyes of the two before him. Fear not, my friends. I must keep my identity concealed until I achieve fame and fortune. If you release me today, await your reward. One of the eunuchs visibly wavered, cautiously asking, Are you truly the son of Deputy Minister Lu Rue? Indeed, I am Lu Xiu, without a doubt, Li Xiu replied confidently. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the blunder. Curse it, the Deputy Minister is not named Lu Rue. Do you not even know your own father's name? Chapter 4. In the Cleansing Chamber. Time is of the essence. The eunuchs turned hostile in an instant, delivering a kick to Li Xiu's chest. I was almost fooled by you. If we don't teach you a lesson. Do you think little Li is a pushover? With swift and merciless motions, they shoved Li Xiu back into the sack. They then proceeded to rain down blows on him, their words laced with venom. It hurt so much. Li Xiu desperately shielded his handsome face and his lower back. These wretched eunuchs were indeed not so easily deceived. They were too cunning. Little Li, you say? Once I become a eunuch myself, I shall make sure to deal with you. Hiss. No, how could I even entertain the thought of becoming a eunuch? What a sin! After enduring a beating, Li Xiu was ultimately sent to the cleansing chamber. It was night, and naturally, there was no way to undergo the cleansing process, so he was taken to a temporary room. The place was foul and filthy, with a large communal bed already filled with people, snoring resoundingly. Here, one must not act foolishly, or else they would be awaiting a beating to death. Little Li coldly warned as he departed to collect his reward. Although it was a year of calamity, the power of the eunuchs in the Wu dynasty was immense. They had established the Ministry of Internal Affairs and the East and West factories, wielding influence over the court in their quest for expansion. They were continually recruiting more eunuchs. Once inside the dimly lit room, Li Xiu found a less crowded spot, lying down on the bed and wrapping himself in the quilt. During the cold winter months outside, he had only been able to sleep in the stables of some inn, using straw to shield himself from the wind and chill. He had to admit, this place was much more comfortable. At least he didn't have to worry about starving to death. What a disgrace it is to be a transmigrator. Li Xiu lay on the bed, unable to suppress his desire to weep. Yet, he did not cry. A man's tears are not shed lightly. Just moments ago, that eunuch, Little Li, and his accomplices had struck him mercilessly. His back and rear ached painfully. The only solace was that his handsome visage had remained unscathed. Now, the pressing concern was how to avoid becoming a eunuch. Li Xiu fretted. If he were to become one, he might as well end his life. Yet, given the current circumstances, what could he possibly do? As he turned slightly, he felt a stinging pain throughout his body. Deep in thought about how to cope, he eventually succumbed to a heavy slumber. In his dreams, the scene of being secretly harmed and sold into the palace replayed repeatedly. Clang at the break of dawn, the door was suddenly kicked open. It was the cold of winter, and a gust of frigid wind swept in, awakening the would-be eunuchs who had yet to undergo the cleansing. Shortly after, a middle-aged chief eunuch entered, adorned with a red tassel cap and wielding a feather duster, flanked by rows of junior eunuchs standing at attention, exuding an air of authority. My name is Su Dafu. Rise, little ones. Today marks your day of cleansing. After the procedure, you shall officially become eunuchs, and a life of wealth and honor awaits you. The chief eunuch grinned widely, painting an enticing picture. The would-be eunuchs, all mere youths in their teens, sparkled with excitement. How wonderful! Soon we shall be eunuchs in the palace. We be feasting on delicacies every day. If the emperor favors us, we might even become high-ranking officials. The junior eunuchs trailing behind Su Dafu wore mocking smiles. Observing the scene before him, Li Xiu could only feel a sense of utter disbelief. Hell with wealth and honor. I merely wish to remain a whole person. I still desire to find a woman in the future. Chapter 5. Entering the dark room, facing the knife in a brief moment, all the would-be eunuchs had washed up and prepared themselves. They lined up, entering a dark chamber one by one to face the knife. Li Xiu lagged at the end of the line. From within the dark room, chilling screams occasionally pierced the air, causing goosebumps to rise on his skin. After the cleansing, the unfortunate youths would be carried out on stretchers, sent to a temporary residence to recuperate. It was not as simple as being cut. Many would not survive the ordeal. Medical technology was not advanced, and nearly 30 to 40% would succumb to infections or other complications, facing a grim fate. Those who have undergone the procedure must toughen up. No one is born to wealth. Whether you can alter your destiny depends on yourselves. Su Dafu continued to rally the spirits of those who had been cut, much like a manager pushing for performance. Brother, you don't look so well. Are you nervous? A 15 or 16-year-old boy with dark skin asked, turning back to Li Xiu. The lad was thin but had a handsome face, and his bright eyes sparkled with intelligence. Li Xiu nodded slightly, unsure of what else to say. Don't be anxious. Although the knife may bring death, one must take risks in life. Though I come from humble beginnings, I have always aspired to rise above my station. This time, I shall succeed and become the greatest eunuch, the boy declared excitedly, his ambitions laid bare. Good luck, Li Xiu encouraged. Aspiring to become a eunuch? This lad truly is something else. Rest assured, when I become the head of the Ministry of Internal Affairs, I will look out for you. The youth unceremoniously patted Li Xiu on the shoulder. At this moment, Li Xiu, consumed by his desires, paid him little heed. Here within the imperial palace, the atmosphere was laden with vigilance. Leaving no avenue for escape, Li Xiu surveyed his surroundings, but despair quickly enveloped him. The area was teeming with groups of eunuchs and armed guards stationed at every corner. The notion of fleeing? Utterly fanciful. It's your turn. Step inside. As noon approached, Li Xiu's moment finally arrived. Under the urging of Su Dafu, he reluctantly entered the ominous chamber. A few young eunuchs swiftly placed him upon a peculiar bed. Securing his limbs with chains, now, bite down. Immediately, one of the eunuchs presented a wooden stick to Li Xiu. At this moment, his gaze fixated on an elderly physician before him, who was meticulously sterilizing a specialized blade. While his legs trembled uncontrollably, is this real? Am I truly about to lose my manhood? As these thoughts raced through his mind, tears streamed down his cheeks uncontrollably. Why cry? It won't hurt too much. The elderly physician approached with a nonchalant demeanor, a benevolent smile gracing his face. Yet that very smile sent a chill through Li Xiu's loins. A devil. He wanted to scream, but as he opened his mouth, a wooden stick was thrust inside. Simultaneously, someone below began to lower his trousers. Li Xiu squeezed his eyes shut, unable to bear the impending scene. Huh? What is this? At that moment, a chorus of bewildered voices echoed around him. Chapter 6. Huh? It's gone? What on earth? The young man exclaimed. Young lad, you've already been cleansed. Why are you still so tense? The master frowned, a look of regret crossing his features. He then leaned in with curiosity, exclaiming, Goodness, how clean and precise. Such craftsmanship is truly remarkable. There are indeed masters among the common folk. Upon hearing this, Li Xiu opened his eyes in confusion. He immediately looked down, and indeed, no blade had been employed. However, it was truly gone. What? Vanished without a trace. Put your trousers back on, and take him to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to report, the elderly physician commanded. Soon, someone helped Li Xiu don his trousers. Alas, his legs were weak, rendering him unable to walk. Let us find a couple of people to assist him. He is too weak, and the Fian Palace. Consort Exine awoke languidly, having slept until the sun was high. Attended to by a throng of maidservants. Sitting before the mirror, though unadorned, her complexion radiated a vibrant glow, akin to a flower nourished by dew, resplendent and alluring. Your Highness, you are growing ever more beautiful. A young maid sincerely praised, this. Consort Exine chuckled softly, glancing at her reflection, her spirits lifting slightly. Where is Sister Qingwan? She inquired. The matron is reprimanding the newly arrived maidens. We still have a shortage of hands in Fian Palace. And at times, we struggle to manage all the tasks, the young maid replied cautiously. In a couple of days, let us send the matron to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to recruit a few more young eunuchs. Consort Exine said, stretching lazily while thoughtfully caressing her abdomen. Outside, the lady-in-waiting Qingwan concluded her lesson with the young maidens and returned to her quarters, locking the door securely. She retrieved a brazier and took out 2 prescriptions from beneath her pillow. One was named Red Flower in Nourishing Powder, intended for women to nourish and replenish the kidneys, enhancing fertility with no significant side effects. The other was 9 Turns Dragon Yang Pill, for men to invigorate yang and replenish energy, ensuring vigor for 3 days post-consumption, capable of satisfying 100 women. However, excessive use could lead to kidney depletion, potentially causing severe symptoms. With these 2 prescriptions, the consort would surely conceive a dragon's son and rise to the status of imperial concubine, Qingwan assured herself. She confirmed the prescriptions and then cast them into the brazier, reducing them to ashes. Before long, Li Xiu was brought to his new residence. It was designated for those who had undergone the castration procedure. The conditions were significantly improved. It was a unified courtyard, featuring individual rooms, with provisions for meals and drinks. Where on earth has it gone? Li Xiu managed to sit up on the bed. Already weakened from the previous beatings and the fright he had just endured, his physical state was genuinely poor. Most importantly, however, he confirmed that there was no one outside the door, and Li Xiu immediately began to inspect himself, only to be drenched in cold sweat, nearly fainting. It's truly gone. No, I must remain calm. He could affirm that he had not been cut today. Couldn't he have vanished into thin air? Could it? Was it possible that, due to the fright, it had retracted? Li Xiu found himself perplexed, his mood growing increasingly heavy. The ensuing days proved to be exceedingly arduous, for after undergoing the eunuch procedure, one was forbidden to drink water for 3 days. Although Li Xiu had not been operated on, he was still subjected to the same treatment, with meals aplenty but no water to be had. Those parched were even tempted to drink their own urine, yet with no moisture within, it was impossible. Chapter 7. 3 days later, Li Xiu emerged slowly from the latrine. The worries that had accumulated over the past 3 days washed away. At this moment, his complexion was normal, betraying no joy or anger. Yet inwardly he felt quite elated. This morning, someone had brought him water, and he gulped down half a jug, having nearly perished from thirst over the last 3 days. Once he felt relief, the urge to urinate soon followed, prompting him to return to the latrine. Moments later, he strode out with his head held high. Li Xiu was so moved he could have cried. Finally at ease, he reaffirmed his masculinity, regardless of what transpired. At least he was not truly disabled. Such an extraordinary experience was beyond comprehension for Li Xiu, yet his current situation was something he could accept. At the very least, his life was safe for now. As for that vague dream, the inner palace was filled with women connected to the emperor. Whoever was behind this matter, should it be revealed, would surely unleash a storm of bloodshed. The fate awaiting Li Xiu was all too predictable. Thus, while he had his suspicions, this matter must remain buried within. Nonetheless, upon reflection, this incident could be seen as a blessing in disguise. Li Xiu couldn't he help but exclaim, had he truly been cut? That would have rendered life unbearable. Furthermore, he had now entered the imperial palace. Though as a eunuch, it was still better than being a beggar. It was now the 12th month, with biting cold and harsh conditions. Outside, one could scarcely find enough to eat or wear, and every frigid night could claim his life. He could only hope for safety within the palace. Li Xiu mused, a bitter smile creeping upon his lips. While others traversed realms with various advantages, beauties vying for their affection, effortlessly ascending to the pinnacle of life, he found himself with a singular goal: survival. Overthinking was futile. One step at a time would suffice. Li Xiu shook his head and sat down on the steps before his room, basking in the sunlight. Today, several newly castrated apprentice eunuchs had begun to move about, some staggering to the latrine. Yet all were unsteady, limping painfully. Recovery from such injuries took considerable time, especially following such a procedure. During the past 3 days, there had been reports of individuals suffering high fevers, carried away with uncertain fates. Just yesterday, one person had silently passed away in their room, discovered with a body nearly cold. Such grim circumstances initially frightened Li Xiu, but as he witnessed more of it, he grew accustomed to it. In the waning days of the feudal dynasty, with corpses strewn across the land and suffering in abundance, human life was as insignificant as grass. The scenes beyond the palace walls were even more harrowing. Of course, none of this was within Li Xiu's control. "Have you seen Su Gonggong?" Suddenly, voices of the young eunuchs rang out from outside the courtyard. Li Xiu looked up just in time to see Su Dafu, the head eunuch who had previously escorted them to the cleansing chamber. "All right, everyone rise," Su Dafu announced in a commanding yet unyielding tone. He then entered the small courtyard accompanied by 2 attendants. Immediately spotting Li Xiu seated on the steps. "How bold! Upon seeing Su Gonggong, you fail to rise and pay your respects." One of the attendants shouted at Li Xiu. Li Xiu hesitated, about to stand. But Su Dafu waved his hand dismissively. "No need, remain seated. You are the one who was already castrated before entering the palace." "Yes, that's me," Li Xiu nodded earnestly. "Good, you're an honest lad." "I have high hopes for you," Su Dafu replied, nodding approvingly before making an elegant gesture towards Li Xiu. Chapter 8 Children, this Gonggong has come to see you, Su Dafu exclaimed loudly. "Those who have endured these 3 days are all commendable. You will all be fine eunuchs under my command. Today, I have come to grant you a precious elixir, a healing and nourishing golden pill, crafted by the Taoist masters of Longhu Mountain. After consuming it tonight, you shall be rejuvenated by morning, bouncing back to your former selves. Those who could not endure the procedure can only blame their fates. They are unworthy of such treasures. A precious elixir." Having spoken, Su Dafu flicked his whisk, and the attendants immediately began distributing elixirs. Starting from both sides, they entered the room one by one, each placing a precious pill, including Li Xiu, who was no exception. Holding the radiant, spirit-infused elixir in his hand, Li Xiu was somewhat taken aback, finding it evidently valuable. Such splendid benefits for eunuchs? Just as he pondered, the door to the adjacent room was suddenly flung open, revealing a dark-skinned youth who stumbled out. Collapsing to his knees before Su Dafu in the courtyard, fervently bowing his head. "Thank you, Master Su, for granting me the elixir." This boy, Li Xiu recalled vaguely, was the one who aspired to become the eunuch king. Little Heisey, the lad certainly displayed remarkable determination. "This K. Now that is what I call gratitude. I foresee great prospects for this child." Su Dafu lauded the youth's actions and then remarked, "Child, return to rest. Your health is paramount." With that, he departed the small courtyard, accompanied by his attendants. "Can he still get up?" Li Xiu looked at the boy in disbelief, who had nearly knocked himself out with that bow. "I am all right," the dark-skinned youth replied with a grin, gritting his teeth as he managed to rise to tea that moment. He was drenched in cold sweat yet flushed with emotion, evidently moved by Su Dafu's words. "Is it you?" The youth recognized Li Xiu then, saying, "My name is Wang Xiaohu. What is yours?" "Li Xiu," he responded. "Li Xiu. My father once said, at home, one relies on parents. When venturing out, one relies on friends. Henceforth, we must look out for each other in this palace." Wang Xiaohu said this with a hint of shyness. "All right, let us look out for each other," Li Xiu replied with a smile, though internally he was skeptical. While he had a decent impression of the boy, Wang Xiaohu's ambition was too strong. He hardly seemed the sociable type. Wang Xiaohu's eyes brightened as he exclaimed, "I shall return to take the elixir now. This Longhu golden pill is indeed a treasure, worth 10 taels of silver outside. For a healthy person, consuming it offers a chance to step into the martial realm. As for us, it merely aids in quicker recovery." After saying this, he cupped his fists in salute to Li Xiu and turned to head back to his room. Step into the martial realm? Li Xiu contemplated as he looked at the elixir in his hand. Longhu Mountain, the Taoist ancestral ground where the current Martial Dynasty Emperor conducts his sacrifices, holds great influence and is renowned for its elixir refinement. Having been here for 3 months, Li Xiu had gained a foundational understanding of this world. The martial realm truly exists, with legends claiming those who enter can walk on walls, shatter stones, and withstand 100 foes single-handedly. However, just how powerful one could become remained a mystery to him. If he could indeed step into the martial realm, it would add another means of self-preservation. Li Xiu thought, turning back to his room, and promptly consumed the Longhu golden pill. Upon entering his mouth, the elixir transformed into a surge of warmth that flowed into his body. Lacking any martial arts foundation, he could only lie on his bed, quietly experiencing the effects of the elixir. The warmth first gathered in his lower abdomen, restless and constantly shifting. Soon, the warmth became intensely hot, rapidly spreading throughout his body, coursing through his veins and limbs. Before long, Li Xiu was drenched in sweat, his body feeling weak and numb. "Isn't this supposed to be a restorative? Why does it feel like I'm growing weaker?" Li Xiu found it puzzling. He lay quietly, and before he realized it, he fell into a deep slumber. It wasn't until midnight that he awoke, discovering the feeling of weakness had dissipated. Has the effect worn off? Li Xiu rose and closed his eyes to sense carefully. It seemed there was no true energy or anything of the sort within him. Consuming the Longhu golden pill apparently did not guarantee a significant opportunity to enter the martial realm. Li Xiu couldn't help but pout in disappointment. Feeling a bit thirsty, he poured himself a cup of water. However, as he casually lifted the teacup, a sharp crack echoed in the room. "Huh?" Li Xiu set the teacup down. Watching as the white porcelain shattered into pieces, he examined his hand, and with a thought, placed his hand on the table and pressed down forcefully. Crack! With barely 30% of his strength, a fissure appeared on the wooden table. "Oh!" Li Xiu's eyes lit up. This elixir seems to have some effect after all. He quietly slipped out into the small courtyard. At this late hour, the courtyard was eerily silent, the gates locked, and the guarding eunuchs nowhere to be seen. Approaching a stone table in the courtyard, Li Xiu rolled up his sleeves, eager to test his newfound strength. This stone table wasn't large, yet it must weigh around 400 to 500 pounds. The table had a rough shape, with a thick stone slab on top supported by a hexagonal stone pillar beneath. Li Xiu gripped the cold stone slab, adjusted his stance, and began to exert force. Whoosh! Under the moonlight, Li Xiu astonishingly lifted the stone slab over his head. It felt even easier than he had anticipated. He had only used about 80% of his strength. Does this mean my strength has exceeded 500 pounds? A mix of astonishment and joy surged within Li Xiu as he cautiously placed the stone slab back in its original position. This Longhu golden pill is indeed effective. Hey, if I encounter that little Li again, I'll stuff him in a sack and give him a good beating. Li Xiu clenched his fists, recalling the eunuch who had sold him to the castration house. Little Li. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Su Dafu returned to the small courtyard to gather all the apprentice eunuchs. The Longhu golden pill truly lived up to its name, for after consuming the elixir, All the apprentice eunuchs had regained their vitality. This Longhu golden pill is indeed a miraculous elixir. I no longer feel any headache and feel completely rejuvenated. Ha ha ha. Now we are truly eunuchs, and soon we shall enjoy a life of ease. If we could be assigned to serve beside the emperor, that would be like leaping over the dragon's gate. The apprentice eunuchs could hardly contain their excitement, dreaming of their future lives as eunuchs. Li Xiu, however, stood quietly among the crowd, not particularly optimistic about his upcoming life as a eunuch. Within the Internal Affairs Court, the Martial Supervision Pavilion, Li Xiu began to understand the sentiments of the apprentice eunuchs. In the Martial dynasty, eunuchs wield significant power, with the court establishing the East and West factories, both holding immense authority, directly serving the emperor. Thus, for an ordinary person seeking to alter their fate and rise to prominence, aside from pursuing scholarly achievements, becoming a eunuch was another route to take. However, within the palace, the rules were exceedingly strict. Eunuchs occupied the lowest tier, akin to servants or dogs raised by the royal family. A slight misstep could cost one their life. Silence. Su Dafu's stern voice broke the chatter, starkly contrasting his earlier amiable demeanor. Instantly, the small courtyard fell silent. I can see that you all have grand aspirations. However, if you wish to showcase your ambitions within this palace, you still have a long way to go. That path begins with learning the rules. With that, the apprentice eunuchs fell into line, obediently following behind. Refraining from further speech, before long, they arrived at a grand complex, facing a gate adorned with 3 large characters. Internal Affairs Court. Li Xiu vaguely recognized the words. Before becoming a refugee, he had attended a village school for a few years. Though not well educated, he could recognize a few characters, and the script of the Martial dynasty resembled the traditional characters he remembered, allowing him to make educated guesses. Passing through the gate, they approached 3 large palaces. The central one was the General Affairs Court, likely where the high-ranking eunuchs conducted their business. The right was the Inner Learning Pavilion, and to the left was the Martial Supervision Pavilion. From what Su Dafu mentioned, these 2 buildings served to educate the apprentice eunuchs. The Inner Learning Pavilion focused on teaching etiquette and literacy, while the Martial Supervision Pavilion was dedicated to martial arts. Housing numerous martial arts manuals collected from various places by the East and West factories. Upon entering the Internal Affairs Court, the group of apprentice eunuchs registered, received waist tokens, and donned a set of gray eunuch garments before collectively changing into their new attire. From today onward, we shall begin teaching you the rules. The first lesson is the hierarchy of respect and the distinction between the upper and lower ranks. Just by looking at our clothing, one can discern our status as eunuchs. You gray-clad ones are the lowest rank, earning 1 tael of silver a month and performing the most arduous and laborious tasks. Once you are noticed by those in the various palaces and assigned duties, you can become blue-clad, earning 3 taels of silver a month, merely needing to serve your master well. Above the blue-clad eunuchs are those like me, serving in the Internal Affairs Court as red-clad eunuchs. Throughout the morning, Li Xiu followed the other apprentice eunuchs as they learned etiquette and rules under Su Dafu's guidance. After lunch, they had free elective time, allowing them to either remain in the Inner Learning Pavilion to study or head to the Martial Supervision Pavilion to learn martial arts. Li Xiu, do you wish to go to the Martial Supervision Pavilion? After the meal, Wang Xiaohu noticed Li Xiu's gaze fixated on the plaque of the Wujin Pavilion and, filled with curiosity, inquired. Li Xiu nodded in response. Wang Xiaohu immediately cautioned, "You mustn't." Before I entered the palace, I inquired about this. Once one becomes a eunuch with inherent deficiencies, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve greatness in martial arts, and no matter how hard you strive, you will remain mediocre. Moreover, the cultivation of martial arts requires the aid of the Longhu golden pill in the early stages. Don't waste your time. Is that so? Li Xiu replied nonchalantly, though he remained unconvinced. The establishment of the Wujin Pavilion by the Internal Affairs Court surely held its reasoning. If one truly were inherently inadequate and incapable of training, such an institution would not exist. Furthermore, even if eunuchs were indeed inherently limited, what did that have to do with Li Xiu? He had no passion for reading or writing, finding it a source of headache. Li Xiu bid farewell to Wang Xiaohu and turned to enter the Wujin Pavilion. Well, it's up to you, the latter sighed and wandered off to the Inner Study Pavilion. Upon entering the Wujin Pavilion, Li Xiu was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of voices. Upon closer inspection, he saw a large training ground where several eunuchs were huddled together, deeply engrossed in their activities. Betting? Big, big, big. Damn it. Why is it small again? Are you trying to cheat me? If you can't play fair, then don't play at all. Hurry up. The seasoned eunuchs, clearly well-versed in the art of gambling, were animatedly clutching their silver, reveling in the excitement. None seemed to notice Li Xiu's entrance. So this is the Wujin Pavilion? Chapter 11. Conflict. Li Xiu surveyed the lively scene before him. It could easily be mistaken for a gambling den. After a moment's hesitation, he stepped further inside. The absence of a lookout at the entrance indicated that such activities were commonplace in the Internal Affairs Court, with no one overseeing them. The Wujin Pavilion was merely a faade. The training ground was filled with gamblers, and Li Xiu's attention was soon drawn to the second floor. There, he saw bookshelves adorned with numerous tomes. Martial arts manuals? Li Xiu's eyes sparkled with interest. Observing that no one was watching, he stealthily ascended to the second floor. In that moment, he felt akin to a solitary student amidst a raucous classroom, where everyone else was reveling in merriment while he sought knowledge. Setting him apart, stop right there. Just as he reached the staircase, a shrill voice pierced through the AI art. Li Xiu turned around, his brows furrowing in annoyance. What a twist of fate! He had encountered an acquaintance. Although the light was dim that fateful night, he still remembered the person's features. Shaoli, a rather tall eunuch clad in blue, stood before Li Xiu, momentarily taken aback before a smirk crept across his face. I didn't expect to see you here, little brat. Thanks to my little Li Gonggong, you've also become a eunuch. He squinted and chuckled. Ever since I became a eunuch, I've taken pleasure in seeing other men become eunuchs too. Isn't that just plain perverse? A chill ran down Li Xiu's spine as he observed the man before him. Who allowed you to wander around, disturbing our enjoyment? Kneel and pay your respects to each of the esteemed gentlemen present. Then scram. Little Li, what are you still waiting for? Go search him. He might be hiding some silver. The other gambling eunuchs, upon noticing Li Xiu's presence, found amusement in the situation and began to taunt him. Shaoli, with a derisive smirk, approached Li Xiu, reaching out to tug at his clothing. This is the Internal Affairs Court. What do you think you're doing? Li Xiu stepped back, coldly questioning. Oh? And what tone is that? Everyone here is your elder. Don't you understand the hierarchy? Upon hearing this, Xiao Li's expression darkened, and he raised his foot to kick at Li Xiu. To him, Li Xiu, a mere gray-clad eunuch of the lowest rank, was nothing more than a stray dog. How dare he question him? That was a slap in the face. Li Xiu's fists clenched. At that moment, others had already engaged, leaving him no choice but to disregard the consequences. He unleashed a powerful punch, striking Xiao Li's leg with a loud crack. Xiao Li's arrogant visage turned pale, followed by a shriek as he collapsed to the ground. My leg? Oh, my leg. This newcomer dares to defy authority. Xiao Li howled, clutching his leg and wailing, his delicate fingers pointing accusingly at Li Xiu. Defying authority? You're just a blue-clad eunuch, and you're acting superior? Li Xiu had no intention of letting this slide. He stepped forward and landed a kick squarely on Xiao Li's jaw. In an instant, blood sprayed forth, and several bloody teeth flew from Xiao Li's mouth. The pain left him trembling, unable to utter another word. Li Xiu was aware that once he resorted to violence, punishment would inevitably follow. If that were the case, he might as well be ruthless, ensuring these individuals understood he was not to be trifled with. Rebellion. This brat is inciting a revolt. Everyone, join in and kill him. Chapter 12. The disturbance reaches Su Dafu Rebellion. This brat is inciting a revolt. Everyone, join in and kill him. A plump eunuch clad in blue shouted, causing the entire training ground to turn their attention to the unfolding chaos. Without a moment's hesitation, they rushed in to join the fray. What was there to discuss? With numbers on their side, they felt emboldened. Moreover, he was merely a novice eunuch. In an instant, the Wujin Pavilion transformed from a gambling den into a battlefield. The blue-clad eunuchs squawked like ducks, encircling Li Xiu in a flurry of bodies. Amidst the clamoring, anguished cries persisted in ringing out. Not good. There's trouble in the Wujin Pavilion. A newly minted eunuch is wreaking havoc. daring to strike others. Soon, a blue-clad eunuch rushed to Su Dafu's side, eager to report the incident. However, his account leaned heavily in favor of the older eunuchs, a newly minted eunuch. Su Dafu's eyes swept across the scene, and he immediately deduced who it was, apart from Li Xiu. The other young eunuchs were all engaged in studies at the inner study pavilion. So you've forgotten the rules learned this morning by this afternoon. Su Dafu chuckled coldly, relishing the sight of fear etched on the faces of the younger eunuchs. Su Gonggong, you must take a look, the informant urged anxiously. Why the hurry? Su Dafu frowned slightly, then flicked his whisk to signal, let us go. Everyone follow me. Let these little rascals understand the severity of the situation. Wang Xiaohu, pretending to be in a rush, led the way, knowing full well that Li Xiu had encountered trouble. Concern for the first friend he had made upon entering the palace stirred within him. Before long, the group arrived at the Wujian pavilion. Yet, the scene that greeted them left them all astonished. In the expansive training ground, numerous blue-clad eunuchs lay sprawled across the floor, moaning in agony. Many bore bruised faces and bloodied mouths. While some had suffered broken limbs, at the center of the chaos sat a figure clad in gray, panting heavily amidst the pile of bodies. His fists were unmistakably stained with blood. How could so many not overpower one? They wondered he must have trained in martial arts. This is astonishing. The small eunuchs who had accompanied Su Dafu were wide-eyed with shock, their gazes toward Li Xiu now tinged with a hint of reverence. Li Xiu himself was taken aback by the sheer incompetence of the blue-clad eunuchs. Logically, these individuals had also consumed the Longhu golden pill and had been in the palace for quite some time. They were seasoned eunuchs. Surprisingly, none possessed even a shred of martial prowess, nor did they match Li Xiu's strength. Initially, Li Xiu had felt somewhat apprehensive. Despite their lack of skill, their numbers posed a challenge. Yet, he had overestimated their capabilities. After Li Xiu downed the first dozen, the remaining ones were utterly terrified. The first half of the encounter was a brawl. The latter half was simply a one-sided thrashing. Li Xiu? Su Dafu's gaze fell upon Li Xiu. His heart racing, he steadied himself and, raising his voice, demanded, "Speak up. Explain yourselves. How dare you brawl in the Internal Affairs Court? Do you value your lives so little?" Chapter 13. The White-Clad Leader, Nye Yunting Godfather. At that moment, the broken-legged Shaoli crawled over to Su Dafu, pitifully wailing, "My godfather, you must stand up for me. This little brat is utterly disrespectful. We tried to teach him the rules. Yet he not only rebuffed our kindness but also insulted me. If I am a bastard, what does that make you?" We attempted to reason with him, and this brat simply lashed out, "Li Xiu." Su Dafu frowned, his voice cold. "Have you already forgotten the rules we established this morning?" Li Xiu sat amidst the throng, gazing at the blood staining his hands, yet he remained silent. For what would words accomplish? Su Dafu's reaction had already made his stance abundantly clear. After all, punishing an individual carries far less weight than chastising a multitude. Furthermore, Li Xiu was but a novice in the palace, hardly a match for those seasoned eunuchs who had navigated the court for years. It appeared he had unwittingly sealed his own fate today. "Foster father, please issue your command. If this troublemaker is not dealt with, chaos will surely ensue." Young Li Zi continued to whisper with an ingratiating demeanor. However, in the next moment, he beheld Su Dafu, drenched in blood, his eyes betraying sheer terror. Blood? Where did this blood come from? As he raised a hand to touch his neck, he discovered an unexpected wound. A gaping hole that had appeared unbeknownst to him. The other eunuchs present wore expressions of horror, frozen in place, unable to move. Thud. Young Li Zi collapsed to the ground, pierced through the throat by a half-foot-long bamboo shard, which was now embedded in the stone floor, a mouth full of lies and slander. He truly deserved this fate. At that moment, a soft, chilling voice echoed from the second floor. "Is anyone still here?" Li Xiu hastily turned towards the sound, only to see a strikingly handsome man leaning against the railing, a book cradled in his hands, his gaze filled with disdain. This man, adorned in eunuch attire with clouds and water patterns embroidered on his chest, was clad in simple white, a white-clad eunuch? Leader Nye, Su Dafu, upon catching sight of the man on the second floor, immediately knelt, trembling with fear. Please forgive me, Leader Nye. I had no knowledge of your visit to the Wu Jian Pavilion today. I failed to restrain my subordinates and have disturbed your scholarly pursuits. I am truly deserving of death. You indeed deserve to die, Leader Nye replied coldly, offering no leniency to Su Dafu. This scene left the young eunuchs in stunned silence. The most powerful eunuch they had encountered since entering the palace was Su Dafu, and now he was reduced to kneeling before another eunuch. You are Li Xiu? Leader Nye ignored Su Dafu and turned his attention to Li Xiu. Have you recently consumed the Longhu golden pill? Yes, Li Xiu replied truthfully. He understood that this Leader Nye was the one truly not to be trifled with, possessing the power to dictate life and death. With merely a half-foot-long bamboo shard, he could extinguish a life from 100 paces away. This is the essence of martial arts. I noticed your techniques were disordered. It seems you have not had prior exposure to martial arts. To possess such strength after consuming your first Longhu golden pill is quite impressive, and my name is Nye Yunting, and I serve in the Western Depot. Once you have attained a level in martial arts, do seek me out. Leader Nye did not disguise his admiration for Li Xiu. With that, the white-clad eunuch closed the book in his hands and casually placed it on the shelf. Chapter 14. The twist when Nye Yunting exited the Wu Jian Pavilion. The eunuchs present finally exhaled in relief. They then cast envious glances at Li Xiu. You truly are fortunate. Su Dafu wiped the blood from his face. What are you standing there for, a few of you? Drag this unfortunate fellow away and dispose of him in the mass grave to feed the dogs. After dealing with young Li Zi's corpse, Su Dafu quickly approached Li Xiu. Li Xiu, do you understand who Leader Nye Yunting is? Li Xiu shook his head. He certainly did not know. He smiled and said, Please enlighten me, Master Su. Regardless of who Nye Yunting was, he was still just a gray-clad eunuch, while Su Dafu was his superior. Thus, Li Xiu knew better than to offend him. As I have mentioned, eunuchs in the palace are divided into gray, blue, and red. Achieving the status of a red-clad eunuch is the pinnacle for someone like me. In the eastern and western depots, there are 6 leaders who command thousands of martial monitors and hold considerable power. Leader Nye Yunting is one of the 3 white-clad leaders of the western depot. He wields significant influence, such that even a third-rank official must treat him with respect. A white-clad leader. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly enlightened. The western and eastern depots answer directly to the emperor, tasked with overseeing all officials. Although a white-clad leader does not wield explicit power, their influence is sufficient to compel third-rank officials to bow their heads. Upon hearing this, the surrounding young eunuchs looked at Li Xiu with increasing envy. What incredible luck he has! Just having arrived at the Internal Affairs Office, he had already caught the attention of a white-clad leader. Surely, Li Xiu was destined to soar to great heights. Wang Xiaohu regarded Li Xiu, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Li Xiu, I hope you will look out for us in the future. Brotherly, we were indeed short-sighted earlier, and we deserved the beating. Please do not hold it against us. At that moment, a number of blue-clad eunuchs also gathered around Li Xiu. Many of them had recently been on the receiving end of his fists and still bore bruises, yet they now wore broad smiles and discreetly slipped silver into his hands. This was the reality of life in the palace. Merely due to Leader Nye Yunting's words, they dared not bear animosity towards Li Xiu. Li Xiu raised an eyebrow, then glanced at Su Dafu, who merely winked at him with a grin. How utterly distasteful. Li Xiu was at a loss for words, but recognized that the silver was worth accepting. He welcomed all. Outside the palace, after leaving the Internal Affairs Office, Nye Yunting made his way out of the palace. Waiting for him outside were young eunuchs ready with horse-drawn carriages. Just as I suspected, the foundation of the frenzied fist lies within the Arhat fist of Shaolin Temple. This visit to the palace has yielded considerable rewards. Nye Yunting's soft voice indicated he was in quite a good mood. Congratulations, sir. That young madman was indeed a renegade disciple of the Shaolin Temple. It is entirely reasonable that his famous technique is related to Shaolin martial arts. You are indeed astute, having figured it out so quickly, the eunuch driving the carriage praised. He then added with a hint of envy, For us eunuchs to cultivate martial arts to your level is indeed a rare achievement. It is merely the result of diligent practice, Nye Yunting replied with a light smile. What nonsense about innate deficiencies. That is merely an excuse for laziness, in my view. Having excised that part only allows one to devote themselves wholeheartedly to martial studies. By the way, I encountered a young eunuch today who has only consumed one Longhu golden pill. His strength is likely already around 5 or 600 jin. If he diligently practices, his martial achievements will surely rival my own. Chapter 15. Danger. Visitors from the Fian Palace in the Wu Jian Pavilion. The crowd had dispersed. Li Xiao, having fulfilled his desire, ascended to the second floor. The shelves were filled with various martial arts manuals. However, none of them seemed particularly profound, thus allowing for free browsing. It was said that the third floor housed the esoteric and secretive advanced martial arts. The book that Nye Yunting had been perusing seemed to be this one. Li Xiao quickly located a tome still warm to the touch. The title on the front page read, Shaolin 72 Ultimate Techniques, Arhat Fist. After a brief exploration, Li Xiao gained a fundamental understanding of the martial art. The Arhat Fist, as the name suggested, encompassed not only fist techniques but also leg techniques and body movements. It constituted a foundational martial art. The level of martial arts available on the second floor appeared to be roughly equivalent to this manual. Although Li Xiao was entirely unfamiliar with martial arts, he surmised that the manual Nye Yunting had examined could not be of inferior quality. Thus, he immediately began studying the Arhat Fist manual, quickly becoming engrossed. After spending approximately 2 hours, he had memorized the several thousand characters contained within the manual. The various stances depicted in the illustrations were firmly etched in his mind. When he exited the Wu Jian Pavilion, the sky had darkened considerably, and the heavens were awash with twinkling stars. Gurgle. Li Xiao's stomach betrayed him with a growl. Perfect timing. It was time for a meal. Just a few steps later, he spotted Su Dafu leading a group of gray-clad young eunuchs into the courtyard, standing neatly in a formation. Li Xiao, you arrived just in time. Quickly, join the ranks, Su Dafu exclaimed upon seeing Li Xiao. Confused, Li Xiao hurriedly complied and took his place. What is happening? Li Xiao furrowed his brow and quietly inquired of those beside him. I heard a female official is coming to select eunuchs. Those chosen will be directly promoted to blue-clad and will serve in other palaces, someone nearby explained. Li Xiao nodded in comprehension. However, at this moment, he was not particularly keen on being selected. Having learned of the existence of the martial monitors, his primary aspiration was to pursue martial arts training to secure a position in the Western Depot. That way, he could escape the palace. Remaining here was not a viable long-term solution. Just then, the female official arrived. She was a woman of approximately 30 years, tall and possessing a cool demeanor, her gaze sharp. Sister Qingwan, all the young eunuchs are gathered here. Please feel free to select. Su Dafu flattered the female official. Thank you, Master Su. Qingwan nodded slightly, then began to walk among a group of young eunuchs, initiating the selection process. Choosing eunuchs is an art in itself. One must select those who are clever and capable. After all, bringing them into one's palace means acquiring a mouth to feed, which incurs expenses. Regardless of the palace, no one desires the presence of lazy and cunning incompetents. This one, and this one. In no time, the lady official named Qingwan had chosen 3 seemingly astute young eunuchs. The others wore expressions of anticipation and anxiety, yearning to be selected. After all, once one has a master, they become a blue-clad eunuch, and their monthly pay triples instantly. That should suffice. Qingwan had already selected enough individuals, but just then, her gaze fell upon a familiar face. Is it him? Shouldn't he have left the palace by now? Why is he still here, and even become a eunuch? Qingwan maintained her composure, yet a trace of unease flickered in her eyes. Chapter 16. Beneath a man's knee lies gold. What is your name? Qingwan approached Li Xiao and asked coolly, Am I really this unfortunate? Li Xiao inwardly frowned and replied, Li Xiao. He did not recognize Qingwan's face and did not dwell on it further to him. Qingwan nodded. You shall also serve in the Fian Palace. Come with me. Thus, under the envious gazes of many, Li Xiao astonishingly followed Qingwan alongside the other 3 young eunuchs, leaving the Internal Affairs Bureau. Being in the Imperial Palace, one is not their own master, Li Xiao inwardly lamented. He had barely spent a day in the dormitory of the Internal Affairs Bureau before he had to move elsewhere to serve. His stomach growled again. He had yet to eat. Have you learned the court etiquette? Qingwan suddenly inquired as they traversed the depths of the palace. I have learned a little, one young eunuch eagerly responded. Then you have not learned it all, but that is fine. You can take your time to learn those things. I am the lady official of Fian Palace, Qingwan, and you shall address me as Auntie. There are not many rules in Fian Palace. You just need to do your own duties well every day. The rest of the time, apart from those on duty, you may return to the Internal Affairs Bureau to continue your studies. Qingwan casually instructed. Yes, the three young eunuchs promptly responded, with Li Xiu blending in among them. After walking for a good quarter of an hour, they finally arrived at Fian Palace. From the geographical location, it was evident that the inhabitants of this palace were not particularly favored. It was rather secluded, and there were few palace maids inside. However, upon entering the courtyard of Fian Palace, Li Xiu's mood lifted somewhat. Having mingled with those eunuchs for days had left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. At least in Fian Palace, there were more normal people and a host of young palace maids. Auntie Qingwan, you're back. You've brought back so many young eunuchs. At last, someone can take care of those dirty and laborious tasks. The palace maids greeted Qingwan with cheerful smiles upon seeing her return with 4 eunuchs. Stop crowding around and go to your own tasks. Qingwan commanded. You 4, follow me to meet Consort Xian, your master. With that, Qingwan led the 4 young eunuchs into the palace. Upon entering, several young eunuchs felt a wave of nervousness wash over them. As for Li Xiu, he thought, why does this place feel somewhat familiar? Perhaps I've watched too many palace drama series. These quarters where emperors and their consorts reside all seem quite similar. The daily duties of eunuchs involve attending to the daily lives of the royal family. And there should not be any taboos. Before long, the 4 arrived at the chamber where Consort Xian was resting. The atmosphere was warm and fragrant. Behind the light gauze curtains, a stunningly beautiful figure lay gracefully. Being served by palace maids as she enjoyed a plate of freshly cut fruits, Li Xiu furrowed his brow, lightly inhaling the scent in the air. This fragrance, it's becoming even more familiar, almost instinctively. His heart raced a little. What an incredible coincidence. Or could it be? Li Xiu's expression darkened slightly as he discreetly glanced back at the lady official named Qingwan. The latter appeared indifferent, showing no signs of unusual behavior. Quickly pay your respects to your master, Consort Xian, Qingwan said coolly. The 3 young eunuchs immediately knelt and bowed, exclaiming, we pay our respects to Consort Xian. Li Xiu, however, remained oblivious, standing stiffly. Beneath a man's knee lies gold. Li Xiu, why are you not paying your respects? Qingwan's gaze turned icy as she placed a hand firmly on Li Xiu's shoulder. Chapter 17. Back into the fire pit? Hissed in the next moment. Li Xiu felt a bone-crushing pain. She is a martial artist? Li Xiu quickly assessed in his mind, recognizing that her strength was undoubtedly far superior to his. He immediately softened his knees and knelt on the ground. Cough. I'm sorry, Auntie Qingwan. It's my first time entering a lady's chamber, and I got nervous. Li Xiu turned to reveal an honest smile. Those who know their place are wise. Understanding your mistake is good. Qingwan replied coolly before continuing, Consort, I have brought the new young eunuchs to you. Thank you, dear Qingwan. Allow me to take a look, a languid voice responded, and the gauze curtains were drawn aside. On the bed, Consort Xian lay gracefully, her figure alluringly curved, her clothing slightly disheveled, revealing her fair and smooth skin, with a deep cleavage that was captivating. Her features were stunningly beautiful, exuding an extreme allure, her crimson lips glistening, making her breathtakingly enchanting. However, at that moment, upon seeing Li Xiu, a flicker of unmistakable panic crossed Consort Xian's eyes. This momentary alarm was quickly concealed but was still captured by Li Xiu, who had already sensed something amiss. Moreover, Consort Xian's visage perfectly matched the enchanting profile he had seen in his dreams. Originally, having established his position through martial prowess at the Wuji Pavilion, Li Xiu's situation had significantly improved. Yet now, he had directly fallen back into the fire pit point. One cannot help but say that his luck was indeed enigmatic. He feigned nonchalance and lowered his head, but his back was drenched in cold sweat. They all seem quite suitable. Let Sister Qingwan arrange for them, Consort Xian spoke. Yes, Qingwan replied, then commanded, "Everyone, rise. Li Xiu, remain. The other three may leave. Arrangements will be made for your accommodations. You must rise before dawn tomorrow." "Yes," the young eunuchs responded, then exited. Li Xiu silently stood up, his gaze fleetingly glancing at Consort Exine in front of him, then casting a sidelong glance at Qingwan before ultimately choosing to remain silent. Feigning innocence. The other party had already discovered he had not left the palace, yet they had not realized that he was aware of the previous events. Therefore, pretending to be oblivious was the best course of action. "Li Xiu, do you know why I have kept you here?" Qingwan inquired, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Li Xiu's eyes. Li Xiu shook his head. "I do not know. This woman, where would I know that from?" "Seeing that you're in good health, go assist Consort Exine with her bath," Qingwan instructed. "First, go bring back the wooden tub from outside, then fetch hot water from the kitchen. Previously, the palace maids did this. You should have more strength than they do." "Understood," Li Xiu nodded, filled with vigilance as he exited the inner chamber. "What are you two dawdling for? Why aren't you helping?" Qingwan shot a cold glance at the two palace maids beside Consort Exine. The two quickly got up and hurried out. Once everyone had left, Consort Exine could no longer hold her composure. Her delicate face turned pale. Wasn't he sent out of the palace? How could he be here? "If this matter is exposed, we will all face dire consequences. I do not know for now." Qingwan shook her head helplessly, then comforted her. "But you need not worry, Consort. At that time, he was under the influence of a drug. He may not recognize us. But what if he does?" Consort Exine remained uneasy, her eyes dazed. "If this matter comes to light, our fates will be truly tragic. Horribly tragic. It's my fault. I should have killed him back then." Even if there were uncertainties, he was now in Fian Palace. Qingwan remained calm. "Killing a young eunuch, no one would investigate the reason behind it. I initially thought to test him. If there were any abnormalities, I would eliminate him. Since the consort is capable of such resolve, I will handle the rest. Within 3 days, I will ensure he can no longer speak." As she spoke, Qingwan's eyes revealed a glimmer of icy murderous intent. Chapter 18. Serving Consort Exine with her bath to kill him outright? Consort Exine's brows furrowed slightly, hesitating. "Perhaps we should test the waters first? He may truly not remember us, and then it would be fine." As expected, when it came to the prospect of actual killing, her master hesitated. Qingwan found herself speechless. After a brief contemplation, she couldn't help but smile wryly. "Consort, with your indecisive nature, you will inevitably be harmed by others. This is the Imperial Palace, a place where one devours others without leaving a bone behind." Consort Exine sat helplessly at the edge of the bed, mist rising in her eyes, tears welling up. "However, this time, killing may not be necessary." Qingwan, feeling a pang of compassion, continued, "Because if Li Xiu has any semblance of intelligence, he would not dare to speak recklessly. After all, if this matter truly comes to light, the one facing the direst consequences will be him." Zinf I was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes gradually brightening. This statement held truth. Should the Emperor become aware of this matter, her demise would be inevitable. However, Li Xiu, the wretched man who had sullied the honor of the concubine, would certainly meet a gruesome end as well. Regardless of the circumstances, it would be prudent to test him first. If he were aware of the situation, he could be cultivated as our trusted confidant, serving the Empress. Qingwan then spoke. "Very well." Zinfei nodded in agreement. At that moment, Li Xiu entered with a wooden tub for bathing. He promptly went to fetch water. And soon enough, the large tub was filled with steaming hot water. Two Palace made swiftly scattered flower petals into the bath, preparing a fragrant bathing solution. "That will be enough. You two may withdraw," Qingwan instructed, dismissing the two maids. Just as Li Xiu was about to leave, he was called back. "Where do you think you're going?" "Stay and serve the Empress during her bath." "Ah?" Li Xiu was momentarily stunned but quickly replied in the affirmative. He nearly forgot that his current identity was that of a eunuch, no longer regarded as a man. He stepped forward to Zinfei, the familiar scent enveloping him, lingering at his nostrils. "Look at you. So clumsy. Why are you standing there in a daze? First, assist the Empress in shedding her garments," Qingwan instructed from the side. With no choice but to comply, Li Xiu took a deep breath and began to help Xinfei remove her clothing. Xinfei was accustomed to being attended to, gently closing her eyes and fully enjoying the moment as she raised her arms and gracefully turned her body. "What are you doing? Do you expect the Empress to bathe in her undergarments?" Qingwan urged with a frown. "All right, I'm still inexperienced," Li Xiu admitted, continuing his task. Before long, a pink bodice and a pair of white underpants were hung on a nearby rack. "It's winter, and the air is chilly. Quickly carry the Empress to the tub," Qingwan directed, testing the water temperature with her hand. "Must I carry her?" Li Xiu sighed inwardly, yet he acted without hesitation, carefully lifting the unclad beauty and gently placing her into the tub. "Ah, it's a bit hot. Just hold me for a moment while I acclimate to the temperature," Xinfei suddenly exclaimed, prompting Li Xiu to halt his actions. "All right, you may lower me now." After a considerable struggle lasting over half an hour, Li Xiu finally completed the task of assisting Xinfei with her bath. Subsequently, accompanied by the lady-in-waiting Qingwan, he exited the chamber and was led to his quarters. "You are a clever one. Do your best to serve here," Qingwan admonished as she departed. "Yes, Aunt Qingwan," Li Xiu responded obsequiously, mimicking the voice of a eunuch. Chapter 19. Qingwan's test. Li Xiu now felt that Xinfei posed no threat. Rather, it was the lady-in-waiting Qingwan who occasionally revealed a hint of menace. "Remember to rise promptly after the 5th watch tomorrow," she casually remarked before turning to leave. That was a close call. Li Xiu thought as he lay in bed, feeling a twinge of apprehension. In the early hours, before dawn, Li Xiu awoke, stirred by hunger. He had eaten nothing the previous evening and had exerted himself considerably. During the frigid winter, the Fian Palace was devoid of attendants, so he searched around until he stumbled upon the kitchen. The palace was vast, comprising 3 palaces, 6 halls, and 72 courts. Naturally, the imperial kitchen could not cater to everyone. Places like the Fian Palace were expected to fend for themselves. Li Xiu soon found something to satiate his hunger. After eating his fill, he did not return to his room but, instead, quietly sought out an unoccupied space. He began practicing Lua Hanquin. He firmly believed that, regardless of the circumstances, one's personal strength was crucial. The moves of Lua Hanquin were quite fundamental and not difficult to master. Although he had no instructor, Li Xiu progressed rapidly, and before long, he was capable of executing the entire set of Lua Hanquin techniques. However, he was still unrefined, likely unable to apply it in a real combat scenario. "Li Xiu?" A voice suddenly called from behind. Li Xiu was startled and turned to find Qingwan standing there. "Aunt Qingwan," he greeted, explaining, "I couldn't sleep and decided to exercise." "Was that Lua Hanquin you were practicing?" Qingwan inquired, her eyes brightening with interest. "Yes, I found it in the Wujin Pavilion," Li Xiu replied candidly. "You seem to have some foundation. Care to spar with me?" Qingwan suggested, rolling her shoulders and preparing for action. "Years of foundation? Please, Aunt, do not mock me. I only obtained the manual last night and have practiced for less than an hour." Li Xiu waved his hands in refusal. "Humph," Qingwan scoffed. "You are quite the smooth talker. Prepare yourself, less than an hour of practice? How can you say such a thing?" Lua Hanquin was renowned in the martial world, widely circulated, and the Shaolin Temple did not keep this skill a secret. Qingwan had observed Li Xiu's movements clearly. They were fluid and natural, exuding an inexplicable charm. It was impossible to achieve such proficiency without years of training. Before Li Xiu could respond, Qingwan launched her attack. With no choice, he relied on instinct to defend himself. He could only employ half of Lua Hanquin's techniques and was no match for Qingwan. Soon, he endured several punches and kicks, not sustaining injury but certainly feeling the sting of the blows. "This woman is going too far. Last night, she deliberately made things difficult for me, forcing me to assist with the bath. Today, she suddenly concocts an excuse to strike me." Li Xiu felt a surge of anger, fully aware of his disadvantage. Yet he summoned all his strength and unleashed Lua Hanquin against the domineering Lady waiting. Though no avail, he was swiftly subdued, his hands captured. Child pays homage to Buddha. In a moment of instinctive reaction, Li Xiu executed a move from Lua Hanquin, suddenly bending low and launching a formidable rocket fist towards Qingwan's chest. She quickly released him, snapping her fingers against the back of his head. The pain was sharp. Heavenly Master Kick. Li Xiu, now somewhat irrational, performed a forward roll, closing the distance, and kicked out with both legs. This time, he managed to pin Qingwan's shoulder. Though it lacked true force, it was undeniably effective. Withered tree root. Utilizing the momentum, Li Xiu launched another strike. Intertwining his legs around Qingwan's neck, his body swaying like a pendulum. Qingwan was momentarily taken aback by the consecutive onslaught, her balance faltering. Before she could adjust, Li Xiu clung to her waist like a monkey on a tree. Chapter 20. A True Martial Genius? With a thud, Li Xiu pulled Qingwan down to the ground. The position was quite awkward. His feet locked around her neck, while his hands grasped her ankles, firmly pinning the stern lady-in-waiting beneath him. Qingwan, being a practitioner of martial arts, possessed a remarkably fit physique. With legs that were exceedingly resilient, of course, the supple softness of her rounded form was undeniable. Li Xiu, will you not get up? Qingwan commanded sharply. Though her tone bore an unusual undertone, Li Xiu felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he carefully stood. Meanwhile, Qingwan, still on the ground, had a faint blush on her cheeks, her expression betraying a hint of confusion. Aunt Qingwan, are you all right? Li Xiu inquired respectfully, though internally he felt indignant. This woman was peculiar, constantly opposing him. She had clearly instigated the earlier confrontation now. She lay on the ground feigning innocence. After a long pause, Qingwan rose, her expression neutral as she cast a peculiar glance at Li Xiu. Continue your training, though not forget. You are to appear before the hall after the 5th watch. With that, she strode away. The Fian Palace is indeed a perilous place for me. In this deep palace, one is not free to act as one wishes. I can only take each step as it comes. Li Xiu felt an inexplicable sense of unease, but chose to disregard it and continued his practice. That boy has virtually no combat experience. He is like a novice. Qingwan had not ventured far and was observing Li Xiu's training from a distance. From their earlier encounter, she had discerned his true capabilities. He was merely an unremarkable martial artist. She had been caught off guard, allowing him to trip her, yet in reality, she had not even utilized 30% of her strength. Should it come to a life-or-death struggle, Qingwan could confidently conclude that she could sever Li Xiu's neck within 3 moves. However, when Li Xiu had ensnared her waist, she experienced an unusual sensation. Her mind involuntarily drifted back to a few days prior when she witnessed Li Xiu and Xinfei in a compromising position on the bed. At just over 20 years of age, she too was not immune to feelings of desire, and thus, her legs had momentarily weakened, allowing Li Xiu to pin her down. What am I thinking? That man is already a eunuch. Realizing this, Qingwan's cheeks flushed, and it took her some time to regain her composure. On the other side, Li Xiu was diligently practicing his moves, the routines visibly advancing at an astonishing rate. This progress is exceedingly rapid. If he had not practiced martial arts before, then his innate talent is truly exceptional. Qingwan couldn't help but sigh. She had witnessed martial arts prodigies before. Those who could memorize martial manuals and sword techniques at a glance and master them after just a few practices. As if they were born for the martial way. Was Li Xiu such a genius? It seemed improbable. Doubts lingered in Qingwan's mind, yet she dared not confirm. Today, I shall visit the Internal Affairs Court to ascertain why Li Xiu has remained in the palace and become a eunuch. I must also determine if he truly possesses talent for martial arts. Qingwan understood the temperament of the beloved consort Exine well. She was inherently kind-hearted, soft, and genuine, reluctant to take a life unless absolutely necessary. To spare Li Xiu's life, it was crucial to clarify his identity. This was of utmost urgency for Qingwan. Chapter 21. The palace maids and eunuchs. As dawn broke, the palace maids and eunuchs of Fian Palace had already assembled. I'm so tired. Aunt Qingwan is too strict. Only our Fian Palace rises this early. Don't say that. At least Consort Exine treats us well, unlike other consorts who often beat and scold the maids and eunuchs, even sending them to the Palace of Internal Affairs for punishment. The Palace of Internal Affairs, while similar to the Internal Affairs Court, wielded less power and solely managed the maids. By the way, 4 new eunuchs arrived yesterday. Does that mean we won't have to do the dirty and tiring work anymore? The palace maids expressed heightened interest in the 4 newly arrived eunuchs. However, knowing they were merely eunuchs, they would not regard them as men. Correspondingly, The young eunuchs held no special feelings for the maids, having entered a state of desirelessness, except for Li Xiao. After finishing his morning exercises, he felt refreshed. Beads of sweat glistening on his skin, he took the initiative to stand near the maids, casting glances at them. In a short while, the 12 young ladies had ranked themselves according to their appearance and stature. The most beautiful among them was a girl named Qing Er, with an oval face, snow-white skin, delicate features, and a charmingly rosy cherry blossom mouth. It must be said that the environment in Fian Palace was indeed much more comfortable than mingling with a group of eunuchs. Aunt Qingwan is here. Quick, silence. With Qingwan's arrival, both the maids and the 4 young eunuchs promptly closed their mouths. Once Qingwan approached, they bowed their heads in greeting and softly said, "We greet Aunt Qingwan." Qingwan nodded. "Proceed with your tasks as usual. Under Qing Er's arrangement, I will inspect in half an hour. Remember to keep the noise down. Consort Xian is still asleep." After saying this, she left, adopting the demeanor of a hands-off manager. The maid named Qing Er quickly and skillfully assigned tasks to the other maids. She then walked over to the 4 young eunuchs and said, "You 4, come with me to fetch water." "All right," the 3 eunuchs replied, clearly reluctant. Eunuchs tended to be snobbish. They dared not act up in front of a female official like Qingwan. However, they were less inclined to show respect towards an ordinary maid like Qing Er. Li Xiao, on the other hand, seemed unfazed and smiled at the young lady. Qing Er furrowed her brow slightly, noticing that the new eunuch was not intimidated by her. With a quick glance, she spotted Li Xiao's smiling face and reproached him in a lowered voice. "What are you laughing at? Be serious and do your job with that." She placed her hands on her hips, pointing at the nearby shoulder pole and water buckets. "Hurry up and grab the tools. Follow me." After saying this, she strode out of Fian Palace with purpose. Li Xiao shook his head in bemusement. "Really? I greet you with a smile and end up being treated like an easy target?" He sighed and proceeded to pick up the shoulder pole and water buckets. "Hey, I say, Li Go, can you really endure this? That little girl is on the same level as us. There's no need to fear her." "Exactly. She's just wielding a chicken feather as an order. Before long, once we're familiar with Aunt Qingwan, we can properly deal with these little maids. At that time, Li Gu, we 3 will recognize you as our leader." The 3 eunuchs had evidently concocted a power grab plan the previous night. Yet, in front of Li Xiao, they remained polite, as his reputation had grown significantly following the incident in the Martial Supervision Pavilion. "Heh," Li Xiao chuckled and shook his head. He held no interest in such trivial power plays. "Move quickly, don't let the first day be a waste. Otherwise, we'll be punished," Li Xiao casually remarked, picking up the shoulder pole and water buckets to hasten after Qing Er. At that moment, the young girl slowed her pace, walking alongside Li Xiao, her delicate hand brushing against his. Chapter 22. The arrogant and domineering Jinxi Palace as Li Xiao carried the shoulder pole. He felt a warmth in his palm, revealing a small square object wrapped in paper. "Little Li Zi, this is the exquisite candy gifted by the Grand Steward when the Emperor favored Consort Xian last time. It's crystal clear like jade, sweet and delectable and quite precious." Qing Er leaned closer to Li Xiao, whispering. Li Xiao couldn't help but smile. "Are you trying to bribe me?" "Humph." Qing Er huffed playfully. "Indeed, I am bribing you. Stick with me, and you shall not lack good things. However, if you team up with those 3 to cause trouble for me, don't blame me for being rude." Li Xiao unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. It was soft, delicate, and sweet, with a hint of floral fragrance, a product of the palace. It was certainly a top-tier confection. Indeed, it was a delightful treat, far superior to many hard candies in later times. Yet, what struck Li Xiao more was the harsh reality of survival within the palace. Even a mere maid knew how to win hearts. If the 4 eunuchs united, she would undoubtedly face challenges. But if one could be divided, it would become much easier to manage. "I have high hopes for you. Work diligently in our Fian Palace." Qing Er beamed with joy as she saw Li Xiao enjoying the candy. However, as soon as the other 3 eunuchs caught up, her expression immediately turned serious again. They walked for more than a stick of incense's worth of time until they reached a small courtyard with a well, the designated place for fetching water for several nearby palaces. Given that Fian Palace started early, there were not many people in line. "I told you to move faster." Yet, Qing Er remained dissatisfied. "Usually when we come, There aren't many people. Li Xiu remained silent. The other three eunuchs felt disgruntled but had no choice but to comply. There were only 3 or 4 groups ahead, and they soon reached their turn at the well. Just as they were about to draw water, an arrogant voice called from behind, "Make way! Make way! Don't block the path of Jinxi Palace." To their astonishment, the crowd indeed parted to create a path. Leading the way was a maid clad in a pink dress, her appearance decent, yet her demeanor was haughty and disdainful. "Hurry up! It's the people from Jinxi Palace." Qing Er's brows furrowed at the sight. Urging them to quicken their pace, Li Xiu frowned, hastening his movements, just as a group from Jingxiu Palace approached. "Xiao Jia, we'll be done shortly." Qing Er immediately put on a smiling face, welcoming them. Smack! The next moment, a slap landed on her face. "You ignorant wretch!" The maid from Jinxi Palace sneered. "Didn't you hear me say to step aside? You little wretch from Fian Palace, how could you expect us from Jinxi Palace to wait for you?" As she spoke, she raised her hand again, preparing to strike Qing Er. Qing Er felt a sharp sting on her cheek, her teeth clenched in pain, yet she dared not evade. At a critical moment, she felt a tight grip around her waist as someone pulled her back, avoiding the impending slap. Turning to see who had saved her, she recognized it was Li Xiu. "How foolish! Can't you even dodge?" Li Xiu held the water bucket in one hand, shielding the young maid with the other, stepping directly in front of her. Qing Er was taken aback, her nose tingling, tears welling in her eyes. Chapter 23. Causing trouble still dare to hide? Seeing that Qing Er had been protected, Zhang Xiaohe's eyes gleamed with anger. "You insolent eunuch, do you think you can shield her? Then take her place and receive the punishment." With that, she turned her gaze to Li Xiu, advancing forward with a fierce demeanor. Raising her hand to strike, in an instant, Li Xiu caught her wrist. "Shrew! You dare insult me?" Zhang Xiaohe's expression changed dramatically. Attempting to retaliate against Li Xiu, only to find her wrist gripped as tightly as if in a vice, unable to pull away. "What are you still standing there for? Beat him to death." Zhang Xiaohe called for help from the eunuchs of Jinxi Palace. Unlike Fian Palace, the eunuchs of Jinxi Palace numbered in the dozens. At Zhang Xiaohe's command, several stepped forward, rolling up their sleeves to encircle them. "You blind fools! Dare to oppose Jinxi Palace? Come, let's show this brat what we're made of. And those 3, don't let them off either." As the conversation unfolded, the eunuchs of the Brocade Palace surged forward in a tumultuous wave. Even the 3 junior eunuchs accompanying Li Shulai could not escape their wrath, a band of brazen ruffians. Li Shulai could not help but sneer coldly. With a firm grip, he thrust forward, causing Zhang Xiaohe to stumble and plummet unceremoniously to the ground. The woman instantly grimaced in pain, tears streaming down her cheeks as she cried out, "You've inflicted unbearable pain upon me. Break their legs." Several haughty maidens from the Brocade Palace emerged, unperturbed, and urged, "Strike them." The scene erupted into chaos. Chinger and the other 3 junior eunuchs were engulfed in panic. The adversaries outnumbered them several times over, and should a confrontation ensue, they would likely suffer severe injuries or worse. The only one maintaining composure was Li Shulai. In his eyes, any eunuch lacking martial prowess was merely fodder, regardless of their numbers. Over the past few days, he had observed that the palace harbored very few eunuchs proficient in martial arts. After all, with armed guards present, the need for martial training was largely rendered moot. Most eunuchs were lazy, indulging in gluttony and vice, lacking the diligence required for martial practice. Moments later, the courtyard was filled with lamentations. All the eunuchs from the Brocade Palace lay sprawled on the ground, having suffered considerable beatings. You daring scoundrels of the Brocade Palace!" Zhang Xiaohe exclaimed in horror, yet she gritted her teeth and threatened, "I shall inform consort you of your misdeeds, and she will have your heads." Just then, Qinger, who had been hiding behind Li Shulai, stepped forward and delivered a resounding slap across Zhang Xiaohe's face. Instantly, one side of Zhang Xiaohe's face swelled, rendering her speechless. Li Shulai observed this with surprise. This girl was no fool and bore a grudge. Not assume we of the Brocade Palace are easy to bully. You were the ones who struck first. Even if you lodge a complaint, the moral high ground rests with us," Qinger declared, hands firmly planted on her slender waist. The eunuchs of the Brocade Palace recognized the shift in circumstances, realizing that remaining there would only bring further humiliation, and thus they helped one another to depart. "We must hasten to finish our task and leave," Qing'er urged. "Be wary of them returning with reinforcements." Li Shilai nodded in agreement, promptly filling all the water buckets, and their group swiftly exited the small courtyard. Just in time, they returned to the fiery smoke palace before the eunuchs of the Brocade Palace could catch up. "We're in trouble now," Qing'er lamented, her little face reflecting despair. "I must go inform my aunt." Chapter 24. Li Shilai's thoughts. "Oh no. The Brocade Palace is not something we can contend with." Initially, it had seemed a stroke of good fortune to be chosen, but now it appeared that the fiery smoke palace. As Qing'er hurried away, the three junior eunuchs displayed expressions of dismay. Their gazes, tinged with resentment, turned toward Li Shilai. In their minds, it was one thing for Qing'er to endure a beating. But had Li Shilai not intervened, the conflict with the Brocade Palace would not have escalated to this extent. Of course, they dared not voice these thoughts aloud. Just 2 short days, Li Shilai had already been embroiled in 2 conflicts. First, as a gray-clad junior eunuch in the martial supervision pavilion, he had clashed with a group of blue-clad eunuchs, and now, in a fit of fury, he had directly assaulted the evidently formidable eunuchs of the Brocade Palace. To all appearances, Li Shilai seemed indifferent to life and death, ready to fight at a moment's notice. We truly cannot afford to provoke them. Before long, Qing'er returned alongside Qing Wan to inquire briefly about the earlier incident. "The Lady Yu of the Brocade Palace is not to be trifled with," Qing Wan said, her brows furrowed as she regarded Li Shilai. "However, we hold the upper hand in this matter, so we need not fear their retaliatory fury in the fiery smoke palace. Just be cautious at all times." With that, she turned and departed. "My aunt is still willing to protect us, but for the next few days, let's avoid venturing outside and remain in the fiery smoke palace," Qing'er suggested, covering her face as she left, the imprint of a hand still visible on her cheek. Li Shilai and the others first poured the water into the courtyard and the kitchen's water tank before engaging in some wood-chopping duties. The fiery smoke palace was already sparsely populated, and the area was not extensive, resulting in fewer tasks. Other chores, such as cleaning and attending to consort Xion's needs, were left to the palace maids. Breakfast was reasonably satisfactory. While it lacked extravagant dishes, it provided ample steamed buns and endless meat porridge. After having lived as a vagrant for a month, where meals were scarce, Li Shilai found this quite fulfilling. "Here," Qing'er whispered as she stealthily approached him, slipping 2 warm eggs into his pocket. Li Shilai smiled. This little girl was quite endearing. After satisfying their hunger, Li Shilai stretched and headed out of the fiery smoke palace. "Where are you going, Li Shilai?" Qing'er quickly intercepted him. "To the Internal Affairs Office, to learn a few things," he replied candidly, smiling. "You need not worry about me. Ordinary eunuchs are no match for me. Who is worried about you?" Qing'er's cheeks flushed slightly as she denied it, her rosy lips curling into a charming smile. "But do not be overconfident. The Brocade Palace not only has a greater number of people but also possesses martial supervisors. That is of no concern. Even if I cannot defeat them, I can still escape." Li Shilai took note of Qing'er's warning but remained resolute in his intentions. He had no desire to linger indefinitely in the fiery smoke palace. The facade of being a eunuch was a ticking time bomb. The most viable means of escape he could conceive was through martial cultivation, according to the promise made by the white-clad eunuch Nyayunting. Upon reaching the level of martial arts entry, he could seek him out at the Western Depot. Although it was possible that Nyayunting had merely spoken casually, Li Shilai was convinced that once he reached that level, an additional avenue for escape would surely present itself. Chapter 25. Spending money at the Internal Affairs Office, Li Shilai quickly located Su Dafu. This steward of the Internal Affairs Office was one of the more significant figures Li Shilai had come to know within the palace. "Li Shilai, what brings you here? Are you finding it uncomfortable in the fiery smoke palace?" Su Dafu expressed concern upon seeing Li Shilai. "Uncomfortable? I merely returned to take a look," Li Shilai responded with a smile. He was well aware that Su Dafu's concern was insincere, merely stemming from the fact that he had garnered the favor of Nyayunting. "How thoughtful of you," Su Dafu grinned, narrowing his eyes. "Nyayunting holds you in high regard. If you ever manage to reach martial arts entry and gain entry to the Western Depot, it would truly be a soaring success for you." However, to cultivate martial arts, mere diligence and hard work will not suffice. Yu Dafu's eyes gleamed as he revealed a small jade vial from his sleeve. I have here a Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, which offers considerable assistance to those yet to enter the martial realm. This cunning old fox, Li Shulai, could not help but admire him. Although Su Dafu was a hypocritical and opportunistic individual, his insight was remarkably sharp, having instantly discerned the purpose of Li Shulai's visit. Should I ever achieve great success, I shall certainly not forget Su Gonggong, Li Shulai replied with a smile, his gaze unabashedly fixed on the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill. Alas, this pill does not come cheap in the outside world. It fetches a price of 10 taels of silver at any martial market. Within the palace, it is even more exorbitant. I must clarify that the pills distributed to the new eunuchs come from the eastern and western depots, while mine is procured from outside the palace. Su Dafu explained. Li Shulai pondered briefly and found his reasoning sound. The Internal Affairs Office managed the palace eunuchs, whose daily responsibilities involved serving the consorts and the emperor, rendering martial training unnecessary. In fact, the absence of martial supervisors would enhance their safety. Only organizations like the eastern and western depots would require martial practitioners. I have 30 taels of silver here, Li Shulai stated, pulling out a hefty cloth pouch. This is all from the blue-clad eunuchs who bestowed it upon me yesterday. Su Dafu discreetly accepted the silver, then produced 2 jade vials from his sleeve, handing them over to Li Shulai. Brotherly, do not think I am taking advantage of you. This is already quite a concession. The palace is strict, and it is not easy for items from the outside to enter. Others who request it from me pay 50 taels of silver each. I am merely charging you the cost price. That is only fitting, Li Shulai replied readily. Within the palace, it was nearly impossible to spend money through proper channels. Securing 2 Dragon Tiger pills for 30 taels of silver left him quite satisfied. In his estimation, acquiring even one would have been a stroke of luck. Brotherly, I must also caution you. The palace maintains strict oversight over martial practitioners. All intra-level martial artists must be recorded, or they will face severe penalties, Su Dafu advised. Understood. Li Shulai nodded with a smile. I shall be on my way to the Martial Supervision Pavilion now. With that, he made his way directly to the Martial Supervision Pavilion. He spent the entire morning engrossed in the second floor's library. This time, instead of learning new martial techniques, he read extensively, gaining a preliminary understanding of martial arts. It was only during lunch that Li Shulai returned to the Fiery Smoke Palace. Li Shulai, come with me. Upon entering the courtyard, Qingwan swiftly approached. Chapter 26. Serving the noble consort at mealtime. Aunt Qingwan, what brings you here? Li Shou promptly donned a cheerful smile. How humble indeed, yet one must bow their head beneath the eaves. You are to serve Her Highness during lunch. Qingwan's expression remained unchanged. Her demeanor as frosty as ever. Me? Serve Her Highness at meals? Li Shou mused inwardly, though outwardly he could only respond, yes. First, go to the kitchen and assist Qing'er in bringing the dishes. With that, Qingwan turned and departed. Li Shou had no choice but to make his way to the kitchen, where Qing'er had already prepared the noble consort's lunch. It was not extravagant, merely 4 dishes, hardly lavish or ostentatious. Hurry up. Qing'er rolled her eyes at Li Shou, exclaiming, I really don't understand why Auntie would choose you to serve Her Highness. I have no idea either. Li Shou silently collected the meal, and together they proceeded to deliver it to the noble consort. In the dining hall, 2 individuals occupied a table, the female official Qingwan and the noble consort. Today, the noble consort donned a pale pink palace gown, lined with cotton, yet remarkably fitted, accentuating her alluring curves. Her posture was languid, and her gaze shimmered like spring waters, exuding an innate charm. This woman was nothing short of a vixen. The emperor truly was fortunate, Li Shou mused, casting a sidelong glance at Qingwan. Though she was merely a female official serving the noble consort, the fact that they dined together suggested a relationship that was anything but ordinary. Li Shou, come feed me. The noble consort's voice was exceptionally delicate as she adjusted her posture. Showing no inclination to lift her chopsticks herself, Qing'er was momentarily taken aback, her eyes reflecting a hint of disappointment. It used to be me who fed her. Has she lost favor? Yes, Li Shou replied helplessly, steeling himself to step forward. The palace had stringent rules, Yet it was not insurmountable, especially since the noble consort was not one to intentionally create difficulties. She was merely a bit spoiled. Undertaking these tasks was not arduous. Fish? It has bones. Fried meatballs, it's so hot. Blow on it for me. The noble consort was thoroughly engrossed in her meal, continuously making demands. Naturally, Li Xiu complied, attending to her with utmost diligence. After approximately half an hour, the noble consort finally finished her meal, contentedly patting her flat abdomen. You may leave now. After Li Xiu and Qing'er exited, Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle wryly. Your Highness, weren't we supposed to test Li Xiu? Why were you so engrossed in your meal? Ah, the noble consort's enchanting eyes revealed a hint of shyness, her cheeks tinged with an enticing blush. The food was delicious, with my favorite fish and fried meatballs. I momentarily forgot. Qingwan shook her head. No matter. I shall conduct the test myself. I in the kitchen. You truly have a hearty appetite. Qing'er watched in astonishment as Li Xiu devoured 5 large bowls of rice. Hee. Li Xiu's face flushed with embarrassment, and he could only respond with an awkward smile. Here, since you seem unsatisfied, I'll give you my chicken leg. Qing'er rolled her eyes and used her chopsticks to transfer a chicken leg from her bowl to Li Xiu's. Suddenly, her fair face turned slightly crimson. If you find me unappealing, feel free to throw it away. Before she finished speaking, Li Xiu had already taken a hearty bite of the chicken leg. Qing'er's beautiful eyes sparkled, her lips involuntarily curling into a smile. Chapter 27. An increase in payment. Li Xiu, come here. Just after lunch, Qingwan appeared once more before Li Xiu. Yes, Aunt Qingwan, he responded like an eager servant. Remarkably, a smile graced Qingwan's usually stern visage. I am not here to assign you tasks. Come with me to the back courtyard. The two swiftly arrived at the backyard, which was also the location where Li Xiu practiced in the morning. I can tell you have only recently begun training in martial arts. You likely haven't even taken on a master, have you? Qingwan inquired. No. Li Xiu shook his head. I am merely a 7th grade practitioner, lacking the qualifications to teach others. However, I can guide you in your initial steps. Qingwan stated plainly. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback, his brow furrowing in disbelief. Are you serious? If not, then it's fine. Qingwan feigned as though she would leave. Li Xiu quickly donned a smile. How could I refuse? It would be a rare opportunity to receive guidance from Aunt Qingwan, 7th grade practitioner. After a morning of reading, Li Xiu had gained a preliminary understanding of martial arts. In the postnatal realms, they were classified into 9 grades. The 9th grade was entry, the 8th grade refined essence, and the 7th grade practiced qi. Beyond those realms, Li Xiu had no knowledge. It seemed that ordinary manuals did not contain relevant records. Qingwan halted, her sharp gaze returning. Your attitude is commendable. However, since I am to teach you martial arts, I must know you thoroughly. Li Xiu's expression remained steady, though his heart tightened, and he replied, Of course, I would not dare to conceal anything from you. After a moment of contemplation, he began to explain. I hail from Yangzhou in the south, a refugee who fled to the capital. After arriving, all my relatives perished, leaving me utterly alone, without skills to sustain myself. And I was on the brink of freezing to death in the snow. One day, while having porridge at a stall, I must have inhaled something that caused me to pass out. In hindsight, I realize I was sold into the palace as a eunuch, yet I consider it a blessing in disguise. Ultimately, living is the most important thing. Li Xiu was careful not to reveal any hint of his acquaintance with the noble consort, fully aware that Qingwan was probing him. After a long pause, the usually cold-faced female official smiled faintly. This answer is satisfactory. You are a clever one. It's best to keep whatever you know to yourself. Li Xiu was taken aback. Aunt Qingwan, do you imply something deeper? Qingwan's smile faded, and after a brief silence, she shifted the topic. Let me teach you the basics of martial arts. Jinqiu Palace, significantly larger than Fian Palace, exuded grandeur. Zhang Xiaohua, with a swollen face, was currently massaging the legs of a blue-clad eunuch, sweetly saying, Brother Lin Yu, you must help us take revenge against those wretches from Fian Palace. That Li Xiu has not only struck us but has also slapped your face. Brother Lin Yu, surrounding Lin Yu were numerous eunuchs who, although of the same rank, acted like sycophants. All right, Sister Xiaohua, you needn't provoke me. We are all from Jinqiu Palace, and I certainly cannot stand idly by while you are bullied. However, I know that Li Xiu is favored by Eunuch Martial. I could also take the lead in this matter. But, Chapter 28. The second dose of medicine, night fell. After assisting the noble consort with her bath, Li Xiu once again made his way to the back courtyard of Fian Palace. Aunt Qingwan, Li Xiu greeted respectfully. Qingwan had just finished her bath as well, adorned in thin, pure white garments. Despite the harsh winter chill of the 12th lunar month, she seemed impervious to the cold. Such is the nature of one who has attained the martial arts path, vital essence surging within, blood and energy vigorous, unaffected by the elements. First, perform a round of Luohan fist. Qingwan, without any adornments, let her long hair cascade down her back, bound by a red ribbon, reaching her waist. She appeared less cold and stern than usual, radiating a more vibrant aura. All right, Li Xiu assumed the stance and promptly executed all 18 forms of Luohan fist. Each punch and kick vigorous and forceful. During the day, after testing him, Qingwan had shown some compassion and did not leave immediately. Instead, she corrected some of his flaws in the technique. Upon learning that he possessed the Longhu Golden Pill, she voluntarily offered to watch over him while he took the medicine that night. Not bad. Qingwan's eyes sparkled as she nodded slightly. Li Xiu's rapid progress in martial arts was indeed astonishing. If what he claimed was true, that today was merely his first exposure to Luohan fist, yet he could execute it fluidly within half an hour, he was indeed a prodigy, however, as he was self-taught without a mentor. There remained many areas for improvement. Qingwan casually pointed out the flaws, yet Li Xiu comprehended quickly, correcting the form to near perfection, which was truly incredible. Luohan fist originated from the renowned Shaolin Temple, ranking among the 72 skills of Bodhidharma. However, this martial art was not a closely guarded secret but rather widely disseminated, with countless practitioners venerating it as a prestigious yellow-grade martial art. Before reaching the 7th grade Qi practice realm, one need only specialize in this discipline. Qingwan spoke with grace. Li Xiu nodded in agreement. In the realm of martial arts, skills are categorized into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow, each of which is further divided into 4 levels: inferior, medium, superior, and extraordinary. However, in reality, the creation of any martial art is a formidable challenge, and every martial skill that reaches a tier is worthy of study. The superior yellow tier martial arts are not considered inferior for beginners, as the secrets of mysterious tier martial arts are predominantly held by esteemed martial arts sects and renowned masters. The earth and heaven tier martial arts, on the other hand, are exceedingly rare, akin to the proverbial phoenix feather and unicorn horn. Each martial art, when practiced by different individuals, exhibits distinct styles, and the Luohan fist is no exception. Comprising 18 techniques, one can select a particular move that resonates with them, honing it repeatedly to develop a unique and unexpected killing technique. At this juncture, Qingwan paused for contemplation and remarked, "I have observed that the Lan Yu Chue technique, in your hands, possesses a special charm. Your execution is fluid, and your strength appears innate. Perhaps you could specialize in this move." Lan Yu Chue? Upon hearing this, Li Xiu's eyes brightened, and a look of joy spread across his face. "Thank you, Aunt Qingwan, and no need for formalities." Qingwan raised her hand. "Now, you shall sit cross-legged here, cultivate your mind, and take the Longhu Golden Pill." Understood, Li Xiu complied. After closing his eyes, he felt a tinge of unease. Having experienced the effects of the Longhu Golden Pill previously, he knew that it would cause a surge of vitality within him, rendering his body somewhat uncontrollable and numbed. In such a state, should Qingwan choose to act against him, he could only harbor a degree of distrust towards the woman before him. After a brief hesitation, he nonetheless placed the Longhu Golden Pill in his mouth. Chapter 29. Truly a genius. Li Xiu held the Longhu Golden Pill in his mouth, but did not swallow it. Instead, he remained vigilant, secretly wary of Qingwan's reaction. His entire body tensed as he channeled his vital energy, causing beads of sweat to quickly form, resembling the aftermath of having consumed the medicine. He focused his mind, actively seeking to guide the medicinal energy of the Longhu Golden Pill. This single golden pill was worth 10 taels of silver, and in the palace, its value would multiply several times. The Longhu Mountain Golden Pill is a pathway to enlightenment. Consuming thousands of these pills can enable even the most mediocre talent to reach enlightenment. However, this requires a staggering sum of 100,000 taels of silver, an exorbitant price. With your innate talent, you naturally do not require so many, yet you must cherish the efficacy of each golden pill. Qingwan seemed oblivious to any abnormalities, continuing to guide Li Xiu from the side. Observing this, Li Xiu felt some of his suspicions dissipate and swallowed the pill. To his surprise, upon the golden pill entering his body, the effects did not produce the previous sensation of numbness and weakness, but rather invigorated him like a stimulant, making his body feel extraordinarily energized. His vitality surged like a mighty river, and his body radiated an intense heat, as if latent potential was being continuously unearthed. Was this truly his second time consuming the Longhu golden pill? Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at Li Xiu. At this moment, his exposed skin flushed and burned, resembling a cooked shrimp, his flesh radiating astonishing warmth. His complexion was crimson, and droplets of sweat cascaded down his chin. Crystal clear and pure. Incredible, Qingwan could not help but exclaim. The Longhu Mountain Golden Pill is the most commonly used method of enlightenment in martial arts today. Nearly everyone utilizes this method to reach enlightenment. Ordinary individuals, upon initially consuming the Longhu Golden Pill, would expel impurities through their pores, purifying their bodies. The more pills consumed, the purer the body becomes. Simultaneously, latent potential is revealed, continuously strengthening one's vital energy, ultimately causing the chest to resonate audibly. Yet, for Li Xiu, his sweat was remarkably pure, as if his body was inherently untainted. In a wonder, after consuming his first Longhu Golden Pill, he felt imbued with divine strength. Remarkably courageous, and his speed of martial training was exceedingly swift. Such a talent is indeed rare. At this moment, Qingwan fully recognized Li Xiu's innate talent in martial arts. It seemed that within 10 golden pills, he would achieve resonance of his vital energy. At most, within 100 golden pills, you will officially step into the realm of martial arts, Qingwan predicted. Aunt Qingwan, my chest feels tight, as if it might explode. Suddenly, Li Xiu spoke nervously. At this moment, he felt a sensation of suffocation. The Longhu Golden Pill had activated his latent potential, causing an overwhelming surge of vital energy, as if his body could not bear it. Although he had maintained a degree of caution towards Qingwan, he could only seek her assistance now. Qingwan's beautiful eyes widened, her mouth agape in shock. Her gaze fell upon Li Xiu, observing his bulging veins and swollen blood vessels. Particularly in his chest, it was rising high, producing audible cracking sounds as his bones rubbed against one another. I did not anticipate your progress to be so rapid. Do not panic. Listen closely, I will teach you a breathing technique. Simply follow my instructions, refining essence through 100 trials. The spirit remains untainted, balancing yin and yang, unifying all energies. Qingwan enunciated the mantra clearly. Simultaneously, she swiftly positioned herself behind Li Xiu, sitting cross-legged, placing her palms on his back and channeling her internal energy. This was a sign that he was on the brink of entering the 9th tier of enlightenment. The human body's vital energy must continuously strengthen to its peak, guiding the essence within to open the body's acupoints, allowing the robust vital energy to travel along a specific pathway, achieving balance within. This is the path to enlightenment. This fellow is not merely a genius. He is a prodigy. Chapter 30. True Martial Seal. Divine martial body. Li Xiu sensed a cool breeze emanating from behind him. It was Qingwan's internal force, entering his body in a gentle manner. At this moment, the vital energy unleashed by the Longhu Golden Pill surged uncontrollably within him, causing his vision to darken and leaving him in a state of confusion. Yet, Qingwan's thread of internal force served as a guiding light, allowing the chaotic vital energy to find its direction and circulate within his meridians in an orderly manner. Only at this moment did Li Xiu completely lower his guard against Qingwan, for he understood that in this state, she could easily harm him and then blame it on his own recklessness in practicing martial arts. Yet, in this critical moment, the usually cold and stern woman was wholeheartedly assisting him. Very well. You are on the verge of enlightenment. Qingwan's voice resonated in his ear. Do you have any Longhu golden pills left? I do, Li Xiu replied, if you trust me, you may consume one now, and I will help you take a step into enlightenment. Okay, Li Xiu complied without hesitation, immediately consuming the third Longhu golden pill. Boom, boom, boom. As the pill was ingested, a deep, thunderous sound resonated from within Li Xiu's chest, akin to the roar of tigers and leopards, or the long cry of a divine dragon, seemingly harboring immense power. Li Xiu's breathing grew heavy and low, and from above, heat emanated, as the vital energy coursed through his meridians, ultimately forming a closed circuit. In an instant, all discomfort vanished completely. Li Xiu abruptly opened his eyes, his gaze radiant with vitality, feeling an inexhaustible reservoir of strength within him. Huh? A faint sigh escaped his lips. Li Xiu quickly turned around, only to find Qingwan's complexion slightly pale, her smooth forehead glistening with beads of sweat. Aunt Qingwan! He hastily reached out to support her. Any previous wariness towards her dissipated in that moment, replaced by a sense of gratitude. You, true martial seal? You possess a divine martial body. Qingwan, however, was momentarily stunned. Her face filled with astonishment. Li Xiu, bewildered, inquired, Aunt Qingwan, what do you mean by that? Taking a deep breath, Qingwan instructed, close your eyes. Li Xiu complied, and darkness enveloped him, only to discover that amidst the blackness, a swirling mark glowed with an intermittent light. What is this? He opened his eyes, touching his forehead, feeling even more perplexed. Qingwan gazed at the vanishing mark on his forehead, her envy evident. No wonder you were able to achieve enlightenment and become a 9th-tier martial artist after consuming merely 3 Longhu golden pills. The so-called true martial seal is the hallmark of the divine martial body, a unique physique that is naturally suited for martial cultivation, rarity among thousands. There are scarcely a handful in the entire world. Scarcely a handful in the entire world. Li Xiu was taken aback, suddenly grasping the immense value of this unique physique. No wonder, despite being a transmigrator without a system or any grandfatherly guidance. I possess such terrifying talent. You are now a 9th-tier martial artist, Qingwan continued. Ordinary martial artists can exert around 1,000 pounds of strength. You may test your current power. Chapter 31. Luo Qingwan. Li Xiu approached the rockery in the backyard. His gaze fixated on a massive boulder. The boulder stood several feet high, weighing approximately 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. Shall I give it a try? Taking a deep breath, Li Xiu placed a single arm against the boulder. With a powerful lift, he astonishingly raised the boulder effortlessly. Moreover, he had exerted no more than 50% of his strength. Your strength should be around 4,000 to 5,000 pounds. It far exceeded the ordinary threshold of cultivation. And in terms of sheer power, it could rival the 8th rank of the refinement realm. Truly, it is deserving of the title of Divine Warrior's Physique, Qingwan remarked with a sense of admiration. Let me attempt a technique. At this moment, Li Xiu felt a surge of excitement and immediately assumed a stance. He raised his arms, palms together, rotating his hands in an upward and downward motion, tracing the shape of a full moon. The energy and blood within him surged, and his entire being was infused with strength, concentrating between his arms. 18th style of the Arhat fist, moon embrace punch. Li Xiu propelled the imagined moon forward, his palms gracefully landing on the massive stone. In an instant, an explosive force erupted. The crisp sound of cracking followed, as fissures rapidly spread across the stone, with countless fragments tumbling down. If this struck a person, their internal organs would likely be shattered. Qingwan's beautiful eyes gleamed with appraisal. However, her expression soon dimmed slightly. What a pity. Why do you say that? Aunt Qingwan? Li Xiu inquired with confusion. Qingwan's expression was complex. It is a pity that you have become a eunuch. Otherwise, with the potential of a divine warrior's physique, masters throughout the land would vie to take you as their disciple. She could hardly conceal the guilt that swelled within her. After all, the incident that led to Li Xiu's fate was orchestrated by her in secret. Although she had contemplated letting him go, his entry into the eunuch quarters ultimately stemmed from her actions. Soon, she adjusted her emotions, though her gaze flickered, avoiding Li Xiu's eyes. Li Xiu's eyes shifted, catching the subtle change in Qingwan's expression, and he fell into silence. To speak candidly, his experiences within the palace had been nothing short of tragic. Were it not for a twist of fate, he would now be a eunuch, a fate that felt akin to living a hellish existence. And the architect of all this, of course, was the woman before him. Yet, he also understood that she had merely used his value, intending to send him out of the palace afterward. Coupled with the fact that he had narrowly escaped that blade, his animosity toward Qingwan had lessened considerably, until just now, when she had earnestly protected him and aided him in his cultivation. His perception of her had undergone a complete transformation. "It is getting late. You should return and rest," Qingwan advised. "After entering the cultivation path, your energy will increase, and you only need 2 or 3 hours of sleep. Remember to rise early to practice." With that, she turned to leave. Li Xiu hesitated for a moment but then spoke. "Aunt Qingwan, the grace you have shown me shall forever be etched in my heart." With a teasing tone, Qingwan glanced back at him and said, "My surname is Luo. My full name is Luo Qingwan." Having said this, the woman clad in simple attire, with hair cascading down her back, vanished beneath the moonlight. Luo Qingwan. Li Xiu noted the name with a smile. At this moment, he felt a sense of liberation in his heart. The misunderstandings with Luo Qingwan had dissipated, and it seemed that he might find safety within this scarlet smoke palace. Putting aside his thoughts, he resolved to return and sleep soundly. Chapter 32. Optimizing the Arhat Fist in the Scarlet Smoke Palace, the moonlight fell like frost in the tranquil courtyard. A charming young girl donned in a pink cotton coat stomped her feet and rubbed her small hands. Braving the chill of the winter night, Chinger. As Li Xiu made his way back to his room, he caught sight of the clever girl standing before his door. "You've finally returned." Upon seeing Li Xiu, Chinger wrinkled her nose in mild reproach, lightly punching his chest with her small fist. "Have you been waiting for me?" Li Xiu, in good spirits, couldn't help but teased. Chinger's face instantly flushed a bright red, and it was unclear whether it was due to the cold or something else. Observing this, Li Xiu could not resist reaching out to pinch the girl's cool, smooth cheek. "You are too much," Chinger exclaimed, hopping in place, her head lowered as she hurried away. Li Xiu chuckled, only to discover a bamboo basket placed before the door. Upon picking it up, he found it contained a warm clay pot wrapped in cloth. The little girl is quite understanding of gratitude, he thought, contentedly carrying the basket back to his room. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the enticing aroma of hot chicken soup. Clearly, her pleasant demeanor was a result of his chivalrous act earlier in the day. After savoring the soup, Li Xiu retired to bed and soon drifted into slumber. In a fleeting moment, within the depths of darkness, the true martial seal reappeared before him. Just as he pondered this, the seal transformed into a swirling vortex, drawing him in. Where is this place? My spiritual world? Or perhaps, the inner realm as described in Taoist teachings? Li Xiu looked down, distinctly seeing his own form. However, he found himself in a hazy, chaotic space. Just as confusion clouded his mind, a book floated out from the chaos before him, inscribed with 3 characters, Arhat Fist. Could this be a unique capability bestowed by the true martial seal? He mused. It seems I can continue refining my martial arts within this spiritual space. Li Xiu began to grasp the function of the true martial seal. The Arhat Fist before him gradually opened, revealing familiar diagrams and phrases. After a moment's contemplation, he began to practice in accordance with the martial arts manual before him. Then came the second round, the third, the fourth. With each session of practice, the manual underwent subtle modifications, rendering the Arhat Fist's techniques increasingly coherent and the method of channeling energy more ingenious. Li Xiu swiftly discerned the marvel within this spiritual space. He was continuously optimizing the Arhat Fist. This optimization felt like an instinctual action, a talent inherent to him. After optimizing it over 100 times, Li Xiu gained newfound insights into the entire Arhat Fist, leading to a drastic transformation from its initial version. Particularly with the final technique, the Moon Embrace Punch, his palms moved as if cradling the essence of Tai Chi, harmonizing yin and yang, blending hardness and softness. Utilizing the same energy, its power surged tenfold. Just as Li Xiu reveled in his excitement, he noticed a glimmer of light before him. "Awake? I've awakened." Li Xiu arose from his bed, feeling invigorated and refreshed. With the activation of the true martial seal, I can optimize and hone my martial arts even while sleeping. He felt a surge of joy within. This meant he possessed double the training time compared to ordinary individuals. Moreover, the ability to optimize martial arts was even more astonishing. If this were to be revealed, it would surely astonish the world. Chapter 33. Directly elevating the rank? In the realm of martial arts, those capable of creating new techniques were invariably renowned masters. Although Li Xiu did not pioneer his own style, being able to optimize and refine a martial art over 100 times was an extraordinary feat. As dawn broke, Li Xiu stepped out of his room and practiced his punches in the backyard. Luo Qingwan was also practicing nearby, her form flexible and agile, effortlessly channeling her strength, her martial prowess evidently superior to Li Xiu's. Your arhat fist? Luo Qingwan, upon witnessing Li Xiu's technique, keenly detected the alterations. Li Xiu had intentionally restrained himself, yet he was surprised to be recognized, explaining, since awakening the true martial seal, I found new insights into martial arts, so I attempted to make some improvements to the arhat fist. At this revelation, Luo Qingwan stood momentarily stunned. The notion of improving martial arts was an endeavor only those at the master level would dare to entertain. Yet here was Li Xiu, who had only just begun his journey into the martial world, already embarking on such a path. Use the arhat fist to strike me, she said, her interest piqued as she faced Li Xiu, beckoning him to come forth. All right, Li Xiu hesitated briefly before assuming his stance. He too was eager to discover just how far his optimized martial art could reach. Without delay, he launched into an attack using the arhat fist against Luo Qingwan. Merely a day had passed. Yet their second encounter revealed Li Xiu's strength had multiplied several times. However, at this moment, Luo Qingwan also unleashed a portion of her strength, effortlessly countering Li Xiu's moves. Nevertheless, within her heart, she could not help but feel astonished. So this is the divine warrior's physique. His modifications to the techniques were not superficial but rendered them profoundly powerful. If it were any other martial art, it might not be surprising. The arhat fist was widely circulated, having been refined by many masters, and was already a thoroughly perfected foundational martial art. Yet he had transformed it so significantly. At this moment, Luo Qingwan couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy toward Li Xiu's innate talent in martial arts. The rank and completeness of a martial art are not directly correlated. Some high-rank techniques may lack completeness and possess great room for improvement. However, the arhat fist was different. It was a martial art that had reached perfection. Its greatest strength lay in its low barrier to entry. Even beginners who had yet to embark on the path could practice it. Among the yellow-tier martial arts, it was a powerful contender, often diligently refined even by many practitioners of the 7th rank. Yet now, the arhat fist in Li Xiu's hands had already attained a level of strength nearly one tier above its original form. Use the moon embrace punch against me? Luo Qingwan's voice, icy and cold, rang out sharply. Li Xiu understood her intent and stepped forward, extending his arms wide, palms facing each other, resembling a posture of cradling the moon. His hand movements, though seemingly similar to the previous night, had already diverged significantly. One hand was yin, the other yang, embodying a harmonious blend of hardness and softness. Moon cradle strike. In the next moment, Li Xiu's palms crossed, launching an attack toward Luo Qingwan. Boom! Luo Qingwan raised her hand to block, her expression shifting dramatically as she felt an overwhelming force, akin to a tidal wave, surging forth from Li Xiu's palms, its depth and intensity unfathomable and ceaseless. Luo Qingwan, taken aback, hastily retreated a step, a chill emanating from her palm, neutralizing Li Xiu's moon cradle strike. Who? Cousin Qingwan, is this what they call true qi? Li Xiu withdrew his hands, intrigued, noticing a thin layer of frost lingering in his palms. Indeed, Luo Qingwan nodded, finally unable to restrain herself. Li Xiu, you are undoubtedly a martial arts prodigy. The Luohan fist has reached a new level under your refinement? Elevated to a new level? Li Xiu's face displayed confusion. He comprehended the meaning of an elevation in level, yet found it surprising. To him, his Luohan fist was exponentially more potent than before, but he had no concept of its classification. The modified Luohan fist you've cultivated has reached the pinnacle of the yellow-tier martial arts. Luo Qingwan remarked with a sigh. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as she continued, "This is indeed a fortuitous event for you." "Why do you say that?" Li Xiu asked, puzzled. "Although you have entered the realm of martial arts, you are still merely at the 9th grade. After entering this realm, consuming the Longhu Golden Pill will no longer benefit you. You will require more rare medicinal herbs and potent tonics to continue your cultivation. Of course, one can still practice martial arts without external aid, but the progress would be significantly slower, and achieving success in 10 years would be uncertain. External resources are essential, and the expenses involved are not negligible." Li Xiu nodded in understanding. He was well aware of the principle of being poor in literature, but rich in martial arts, in the outside world. The price of the Longhu Golden Pill was above 10 taels of silver, nearly equivalent to 2 months' expenses for an average family. Moreover, for ordinary individuals to rely on Longhu Golden Pills to enter the martial realm, they would need hundreds, if not thousands, of pills. This amounted to at least several thousand taels of silver. For an ordinary household, the conditions for cultivating martial arts were virtually non-existent. Li Xiu could easily imagine that as a 9th-grade martial artist, the financial requirements would undoubtedly be even greater. "If you trust me, I can take you to find an official from the royal armory. This martial art is worth at least 100,000 taels of silver, and you will have a means to cover your future cultivation expenses." Luo Qingwan proposed. "I naturally trust my cousin," Li Xiu replied with a smile. 100,000 taels of silver. Excitement bubbled within him. However, seeking out officials from the royal armory was clearly beyond the reach of a mere lowly eunuch like himself. This matter could only rely on Luo Qingwan. Such a beautiful woman surely would not swindle her own money, right? "This matter cannot be resolved immediately. You will have to wait a few days." Luo Qingwan said, "I will first help you file the report, and once I have made arrangements with the other party, you can transcribe the secret manual." "All right, I will leave it to my cousin's discretion." Li Xiu agreed with a smile. "Yes," Luo Qingwan mused briefly before adding, "now that you are also a martial arts supervisor, you need to report to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, and you could also receive an additional monthly stipend. Additionally, regarding yesterday's conflict with the Jinxiu Palace, you did well and need not fear them." Due to Qing'er's favoritism, Li Xiu had become the #1 slacker in Fian Palace by the 2nd day of his arrival, having nothing to do from the morning onward and entering a state of rest. Others did not comment much, for last night, Consort Xian had already decreed that the responsibilities of serving her during baths and lunch would fall to Li Xiu henceforth. In terms of tasks, he was not lagging behind others. "Hurry up! We can't go back there. If we go to fetch water again, we'll surely be retaliated against by the Jinxiu Palace folks. Indeed, without Li Gu here, we are no match for those people. Now that it's still early, there should be no one there. If we don't go now, we might be cornered." Suddenly, in the courtyard, Qing'er was in a heated argument with 3 little eunuchs. Seeing this, Li Xiu understood the situation and immediately stood up, saying, "Let us go. I'll accompany you." Chapter 35. Why bother with words? Humph! What a coward! Qing'er was extremely displeased with the 3 little eunuchs' attitudes. She then glanced at Li Xiu, who had approached them, and said, "It seems we have no choice. Li Xiu, come with us. With Li Gu here, we have nothing to fear." Yes. Li Gu was so impressive yesterday. I believe those from Jinxiu Palace wouldn't dare provoke us. With Li Xiu's presence, the 3 little eunuchs changed their demeanor, surrounding him with flattering smiles. Before long, they arrived at the courtyard where they had fetched water the previous day. As expected, since they arrived half an hour earlier than yesterday, the courtyard was empty, devoid of anyone. "Li Gu, you rest. We will handle it." The 3 little eunuchs were quite enthusiastic, and without needing Li Xiu's assistance, they took turns filling the 6 buckets with water. Just as they were preparing to leave, a cacophony of sounds emerged from outside the courtyard. "They're finally here." Li Xiu's eyes brightened. Upon his arrival, he had spotted a shadowy figure lurking nearby, glancing at them from a distance before swiftly retreating. As expected, before long, a group of eunuchs blocked the courtyard entrance. Leading them was a burly man with an effeminate appearance, dressed in the blue eunuch attire. Beside him stood a palace maid, none other than the Zhang Xiaohua he had encountered yesterday. "People from Jinxiu Palace, what should we do? What are you panicking for?" "Li Gu is here." The 3 eunuchs huddled behind Li Xiu, exuding a false bravado. In contrast, Qing'er, the head maid of Fian Palace, stood her ground, unafraid, and declared, "Zhang Xiaohua, yesterday's incident was indeed on our side. Step aside, and we shall remain at peace." Humph. Zhang Xiaohua crossed her arms defiantly, her demeanor arrogant. "You mere servants of Fian Palace dare to reason with us from Jinxiu Palace?" As she spoke, she flashed a flattering smile at the burly eunuch beside her. "Today, we have our brother Lin Yu here. His martial prowess has reached the pinnacle of the 9th grade. If you know what's good for you, kneel down and kowtow a few hundred times, or I will ensure you crawl back today." A martial arts expert. Upon hearing this, Qing'er furrowed her brows, worry evident in her eyes. She had heard of Lin Yu. The relationships among the concubines in the inner palace were already fraught, and conflicts among the servants were not uncommon. Maidens bickering and eunuchs fighting were everyday occurrences. Lin Yu, however, was a rare martial arts supervisor, skilled in combat and notoriously ruthless. His every strike aimed to incapacitate. Though Li Gu might possess strength, he was not a martial arts expert. "We're doomed." The three little eunuchs trembled, retreating several paces behind Li Xiu. "Enough, silence yourself," Lin Yu suddenly interjected, interrupting Zhang Xiaohua with irritation. He clenched his fists and stepped forward, his gaze sharp as he focused on Li Xiu. "You are Li Xiu, correct? I have heard that Chief Nia of the Western Depot praised you, but as I understand it, that was merely a casual remark. It does not constitute a solid backing. Moreover, you injured someone from our Jinxiu Palace. It is only reasonable for me to take action against you. Why don't you be quiet?" Li Xiu frowned, directly interrupting him. "If you wish to fight, then fight. You are nothing but a brutish fool who disregards right and wrong. What more is there to discuss?" Chapter 36. Thunderous Fist Seeking Death. Upon hearing Li Xiu's words, Lin Yu's expression changed dramatically, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. It was only after entering the palace that he had discovered his exceptional martial arts talent. Evolving from a bullied little eunuch to a 9th grade peak martial arts supervisor, he had long since determined that in this palace, power was the only truth. "Since I became a warrior, you are the first to dare speak to me in such a manner." As Lin Yu spoke, he had already spread his arms wide, his feet stomping forcefully on the ground, propelling himself toward Li Xiu like a bolt from a crossbow. The might of a warrior was not something an ordinary person could intervene in. A tempest of blood and energy surged around Lin Yu, overwhelming the onlookers from Jinxiu Palace. "Humph! To oppose us from Jinxiu Palace, this is your fate," Zhang Xiaohua declared triumphantly. Yesterday, it was due to Li Xiu's presence that she had been slapped by a certain maid from Fian Palace. Losing faced, this moment, she was already plotting how to humiliate him in return. "Be careful." Upon witnessing the scene, Qing'er could not help but voice her concerns. Yet, the events that unfolded in the next moment left all present in utter astonishment. Li Xiu stood resolute before Lin Yu, a peak 9th grade martial artist, displaying no fear and opting to confront him head-on. The two clashed briefly, resulting in a thunderous impact, with Lin Yu being forcefully repelled, staggering back 8 or 9 steps before he could regain his balance. "You are also a martial artist? No wonder you dare to challenge me." Lin Yu's gaze darkened, his heart filled with shock. Not only had he been pushed back by Li Xiu, but his palms and arms now felt somewhat numb from the force of the impact in the 9th grade realm. Martial artists do not possess extraordinary abilities. The contest lies solely in the strength and explosive power of each combatant. From their earlier exchange, it was evident that Li Xiu's strength was not inferior to his own, and Lin Yu felt the pressure weighing upon him. "What? That Li Xiu is also a martial artist? Impossible. He has only just entered the palace recently, right? I wonder how his realm compares to that of brother Lin Yu." "Nonsense. Naturally, brother Lin Yu is formidable. He is a peak 9th grade. Yet, it seemed that Lin Yu had indeed been the one repelled." The onlookers within the Jinxiagong began to murmur amongst themselves, feeling a sense of unease. Though they were ignorant of martial arts, their superficial observations suggested that Li Xiu appeared to be the stronger of the two. Such remarks left Lin Yu feeling utterly humiliated, and his expression grew increasingly grim. "Li Xiu, since you are also a martial artist, this contest today seems rather hasty." Lin Yu's eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. "I propose we set a time to determine the victor in the martial arts arena at the Wujian Pavilion. What say you?" Is that necessary? If I unleash one more move, you shall be down on the ground, Li Xiu retorted, unwilling to grant Lin Yu any semblance of dignity, as a practitioner of martial arts. Striking out against an ordinary person out of sheer arrogance is the behavior of a scoundrel, and of course, Li Xiu was not a paragon of virtue himself and had no intention of meddling in affairs that did not concern him. However, if someone provoked him, he would not show mercy. Utterly arrogant. You refuse to accept my kindness. Do not blame me then. Upon hearing Li Xiu's words, Lin Yu's anger flared, and he took 3 swift steps forward. Closing the distance between them, he then spun around abruptly, his fist clenched tightly, and struck fiercely towards Li Xiu's chest. Thunderous fist of the yellow tier. In a flash, Lin Yu unleashed an even more ferocious aura, launching a relentless assault on Li Xiu's vital points. With each step he took, a thunderous sound echoed, heightening the intensity of his presence. After 3 steps, his power surged by more than 50%. The overwhelming energy radiating from him was palpable to all present. If an ordinary person were to endure such a blow, they would surely be slain on the spot. Is this the extent of Lin Yu's power? No wonder he reigns supreme among the lower ranks of the palace. Qing'er, frightened, turned pale, her concern for Li Xiu intensifying. Thunderous fist? Li Xiu's gaze sharpened as he fixated on the advancing Lin Yu. As a martial artist, he discerned the nuances of Lin Yu's fist technique. The thunderous sound accompanying each step did not emanate from his feet, but rather from his chest. Lin Yu was forcibly stimulating his vital energy, causing a resonance within his chest cavity. Li Xiu had also encountered the thunderous fist at the Wu Jian Pavilion. It was a powerful technique of the yellow tier, known for its explosive force. The principle behind it involved employing a special method to incite the internal energy, rendering it particularly volatile. With each step taken, the force of the punch would increase, reaching its zenith after 3 steps. Capable of shattering stone, however, each use also inflicted damage upon the user's body. Consequently, Li Xiu had chosen the more defensive Luohan fist at that moment. Yet, it was evident now that this technique was indeed formidable. Die? Lin Yu's face contorted with rage as he employed the 3-step thunderous fist, confident that he could shatter even rock, let alone flesh. In the face of Lin Yu's fierce assault, Li Xiu remained composed. He raised both palms, intertwining them in a harmonious balance of yin and yang, and began to gather his energy. What is happening? In that instant, Lin Yu felt as though his thunderous fist had been struck into a quagmire. Rendering him utterly powerless, Li Xiu's optimized Luohan fist had reached the pinnacle of the yellow tier, effectively countering the thunderous fist. As Li Xiu's palms moved, it was as if he cradled the moon, instantly dissipating the force of Lin Yu's punch and converting it into his own strength. Moon cradle strike, Li Xiu silently commanded within himself, then thrust his palms outward, landing precisely on Lin Yu's shoulder. The force erupted forth, and Lin Yu's complexion changed dramatically as he was sent hurtling through the air, crashing heavily to the ground. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, his shoulders' bones shattered, and the excruciating pain rendered him unconscious. Lin Yu has been defeated? How is this possible? The onlookers of the Jingxiagong stared in disbelief, particularly Zhang Xiaohua, whose face turned ashen as she stumbled back in fear. Gazing at Li Xiu, previously, whenever conflicts arose in the Jingxiagong, Lin Yu's intervention had always resolved matters swiftly. Yet this time, it was a complete rout, achieved in a mere 2 moves. Li Xiu, do not go too far. If this escalates, you will not escape punishment from the Internal Affairs Bureau. As Zhang Xiaohua retreated, she tripped and fell, landing squarely on the ground. This matter ends here. Carry him back to tend to his injuries, Li Xiu stated coldly, before departing with Qing'er and the 3 young eunuchs of the Fian Palace. Li Gu, you are truly remarkable. I never expected you to have become a martial artist. Indeed, it's astonishing that you've reached this level. By the way, Chief Nie Yunting mentioned that once you attain the entry level in martial arts, you can go to the Xichang to seek him out. Li Gu, you are on the verge of great success. On the way back, the 3 young eunuchs showered Li Xiu with flattery. Chief Nie Yunting? Who is that? Qing'er suddenly inquired, puzzled. Sister Qing'er, you don't know Chief Nie? Let me tell you, he is one of the 3 white-robed leaders of the Xichang. One of the young eunuchs promptly began to extol Nie Yunting's status. In truth, It was not mere boasting. The white-robed leaders of the Xichang oversee the officials, wielding significant power despite their seemingly low rank. They also conveyed Nie Yunting's appreciation for Li Xiaotso. Now that you have entered the martial arts realm, you will soon leave the Fian Palace, Qing'er said, her beautiful eyes glimmering with a hint of sadness as she looked at Li Xiao. Of course, remaining in the palace means only serving others. Once I go to the Xichang, I can hold an official position. Now that is true authority. Walking down the street, everyone must give way. That is true prestige. The three young eunuchs chimed in eagerly, as if it were they who were being sought after by Nie Yunting. Li Xiao turned back, smiling at Qing'er, and said, "It is not so easy to enter the Xichang." Nie Yunting may have merely spoken casually and might not have meant it seriously. Even if I truly attain entry-level martial arts, I would still be unable to leave this palace, let alone find him. Upon hearing this, the three young eunuchs fell silent, realizing the truth of his words, and expressed their regrets. Yet, Qing'er's eyes suddenly brightened, and she furrowed her brows slightly. "Oh dear, what a pity. But staying in our Fian Palace is also quite good. Once you reach the entry-level martial arts, your monthly stipend will increase, and concubine Xian will surely value you more." While she lamented the situation, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. "By the way, since I injured Lin Yu, will there be any trouble?" Li Xiao inquired. "There will indeed be some trouble, but it's not a cause for concern," Qing'er replied. "In this palace, with 3 palaces, 6 courtyards, and 72 concubines, the emperor has well over 100 women. Except for the vacant position of empress, the noble consorts of the east and west palaces, along with the 6 courtyards concubines, hold significant power. The remaining concubines essentially wield comparable authority. Of course, there are distinctions between those favored and those not. At this point, Qing'er lowered her voice and continued, "The Yufei of the Jingxiagong has only been in the palace for half a year and is indeed quite favored. The emperor visits her nearly every month. In contrast, concubine Xian has been in the palace for 3 years, and the emperor has only visited her twice. Previously, we could not afford to offend the Jingxiagong. But recently, things have changed. Not long ago, concubine Xian was skating in the imperial garden and caught the emperor's eye. He immediately favored her and mentioned that he would visit her again in a few days. Therefore, while Yufei may have been favored more than concubine Xian before, the situation is not necessarily the same now." Qing'er spoke candidly. Upon hearing her, Li Xiao slightly nodded. "Speaking of which, consort Xian has indeed been unfortunate. After entering the palace, she was coldly neglected by the emperor for 3 years, only recently receiving his favor for the second time. In summary, at present, consort Xian can still be considered a significant ally. And as a humble servant of the Fian Palace, he has a backing." Upon returning to Fian Palace, Li Xiao took the opportunity to practice his skills in the backyard. Perhaps due to his extraordinary talent, every session of cultivation allowed Li Xiao to feel a marked improvement in his realm, which further motivated him, making the process far from tedious. Before long, it was time for lunch, and Li Xiao proceeded to the sleeping quarters of consort Xian to attend to her meal. Chapter 39. The intoxicated consort Xian. "Today, Sister Qingwan is absent. Bring me my plum wine," consort Xian called out sweetly while seated on a stool. The maidservants nearby showed reluctance but did not dare to resist. Hastily fetching the wine, Li Xiao remained beside her, attending to her needs. Although he had only been in Fian Palace for 3 days, he had already formed a preliminary understanding of this consort Xian. Despite her alluring natural beauty and captivating gaze, she possessed an exceedingly naive disposition. Indolent and lacking in opinions, it was Lu Qingwan who truly managed the affairs of Fian Palace. Even her drinking was contingent upon Lu Qingwan's absence before she dared to indulge. "It's dull to drink alone. Li Xiao, come accompany me." After consuming a couple of cups of plum wine, consort Xian's spirits lifted, and she gestured for Li Xiao to sit down. Li Xiao's expression darkened. Rendered speechless by consort Xian's request, this was a blatant disregard for the rules. The Internal Affairs Office had strict regulations forbidding eunuchs from dining at the same table as their masters. If discovered, the consequences could range from a beating to losing one's head. However, Li Xiao understood that consort Xian did not truly wish him harm. "Don't be afraid. Just close the door," she urged, blinking innocently. her demeanor inviting mischief. After a moment's hesitation, Li Xiu turned and shut the door. He then sat down, picked up his chopsticks, and began to eat, while he typically presented himself as a servile attendant. Deep down, Li Xiu harbored no ingrained servility like other eunuchs. Upon noticing this, Consort Xian appeared somewhat taken aback. Perhaps due to their previous intimate encounter, she instinctively felt a sense of closeness to Li Xiu, thus entrusting him with her meals and bathing, unable to regard him merely as a servant. However, she chastised him. "You should eat less and drink more," tapping the table in frustration, her eyes half closed, mouth agape. Li Xiu had no choice but to switch chopsticks and feed the enchanting woman before him. It must be noted that the exquisite dishes on Consort Xian's table were significantly superior to the fare served in the palace dining hall. The plum wine was also delightfully sweet and tangy. Before long, the table was cleared, and Consort Xian's cheeks were flushed, her demeanor delightfully tipsy. "Your Highness, may I take my leave?" Li Xiu inquired after finishing his meal. In the next moment, he noticed Consort Xian's eyes becoming hazy as she murmured, "My body feels a bit sore. Could you massage my shoulders?" With that, she swayed slightly and collapsed onto the bed. As the effects of the plum wine intensified, she tugged at her clothing, exposing herself like an innocent lamb, unwittingly alluring to the famished wolf. With a sigh, Li Xiu felt no inebriation but was nonetheless stirred by the scene before him. "Massage? I can't do that." Yet, he could not refuse Consort Xian's request. "Stop dawdling. Come here." Her voice, already soft, was now even more so in her drunken state, resembling a sweet plea. The night breeze rustled, palace lanterns flickered. The outside world was cold, yet inside was warm and gentle. Chapter 40. Such matters Consort Xian, having spent years in the depths of the palace, had not enjoyed favor for long stretches. A living being confined within palace walls is akin to a caged canary. Over time, her heart naturally grew despondent and lonely. She was not alone in this. Most of the concubines in the harem shared a similar plight. Thus, although she knew Li Xiu was a eunuch, her past intimacy with him rendered her feelings distinct. In her inebriated state, her awareness became somewhat hazy. Taking a deep breath, Li Xiu steeled himself to serve Consort Xian. After formally entering the realm of martial arts the previous night, his body had nearly returned to normal at this moment. He was both indulging and enduring. "I might as well just give it a go." Unfortunately, Li Xiu was not the unflappable Lu Xiaowei, and in her drunkenness, Consort Xian had forgotten the strictures of palace decorum. Outside, clouds drifted ominously, and snow began to fall. The delicate snowflakes danced down, adorning the world in a silvery cloak, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Knock, knock, knocked as evening approached. Someone rapped at the door. "Has it already grown dark?" Consort Xian stirred from her stupor, recognizing Qing'er's voice outside. "Your Highness, it's snowing outside. Do you wish for me to add more charcoal to the fire?" "Snowing?" Consort Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. Being a native of Jiangnan, she had never witnessed snow in her childhood. After 3 years in the north, she had only seen it a handful of times. And the thought of snow outside made her want to take a look. "It's snowing. No wonder it feels a bit chilly," she said, snuggling deeper into her blankets. Suddenly, she froze, a series of memories flooding her mind. Turning abruptly, she found Li Xiu lying beside her, peacefully asleep. "Ah!" A sharp scream echoed through the room. "Your Highness, what is it?" Qing'er called out anxiously from outside the door. "I'm fine. Don't come in." Consort Xian stammered, her gaze fixed on Li Xiu, who had just awakened and was stretching comfortably. She nearly suffocated from disbelief. You weren't already." Consort Xian's beautiful face was etched with shock as she leaned closer, her voice low. After a brief moment of astonishment, she realized. "But how is this possible?" "It's a long story, better left untold," Li Xiu replied. After all, what had transpired was irreversible. Let us just enjoy it, given the circumstances. Consort Xian could not possibly make a scene. She dared not let the emperor find out. "Oh no. If Sister Qingwan finds out, I'll be done for." Consort Xian muttered anxiously. Li Xiu chuckled wryly. "Are you only worried about Qingwan?" If this reaches the Emperor's ears, it could spell disaster for us all. Disaster. The gravity of those words drained the color from Consort Xine's face. What should we do? Tears welled in her beautiful eyes, resembling a frightened little rabbit, utterly flustered. Simple. Just don't let anyone find out, Li Xiu suggested, though the weight of imperial power weighed heavily on his heart. Yet, in front of Consort Xine, he maintained a facade of calmness, swiftly changing the subject. Besides, this isn't your first time doing such things, is it? Chapter 41. The conflicted Consort Xine was momentarily taken aback. She looked up in fear. You know? After previous attempts at probing, Li Xiu had shown no signs of weakness. She had thought that her and Qingwan's scheme to use Li Xiu for their own ends had remained concealed. Now, it seemed, Li Xiu had been aware of everything all along. What do you think? Li Xiu responded playfully. This situation arose because of me, but now we're in this together. No, we're in the same bed. Li Xiu corrected with a serious expression. You're insufferable, deliberately trying to provoke me. Consort Xine was momentarily stunned. Then her cheeks flushed, and she playfully bit his shoulder. Li Xiu felt a sudden sharpness in his shoulder. Yet, Consort Xine's nature was gentle, and she did not dare to apply real pressure. Her actions only served to intensify the situation. About half an hour later, Li Xiu dressed and slipped out of Consort Xine's quarters through the window. He walked lightly in the courtyard, stretching his limbs. Truly, she was the Emperor's woman, a stunning beauty selected from across the land. Calling her a natural seductress would not be an exaggeration. Li Xiu. What are you doing here? Qing'er appeared, carrying a basin of hot coals, intending to deliver them to Consort Xine's chamber. I haven't seen you since lunch. Where did you run off to? The spirited maid feigned anger, puffing out her cheeks. I was at the martial arts pavilion, revisiting some techniques I had practiced before, Li Xiu replied nonchalantly, scratching his nose. By the way, has Qingwan returned yet? Qing'er remarked. She must have gone out of the palace to attend to some matters. She may return later. The palace was a formidable place, and for the Emperor's consorts, leaving the palace was not something that could be done lightly. In contrast, the eunuchs and palace maids enjoyed a relatively more lenient freedom. As they often needed to go out for various tasks, I see. Then allow me to take care of it. Li Xiu nodded, promptly accepting the basin of charcoal. Qing'er was pleased to be relieved of her burden. After exchanging a few more words with him, she urged him to add charcoal for concubine Xine. While she herself went to fetch dinner, Li Xiu returned to the quarters, holding the charcoal basin. Concubine Xine had just finished dressing and was sitting on the bed, lost in thought and appearing somewhat distressed. Upon seeing someone enter, she was startled, but her expression turned to one of annoyance upon recognizing Li Xiu. What could possibly be the cause of her ire? Just moments ago, she had been as obedient as a little kitten, her voice melodious and sweet. If you continue to react this way, Aunt Qingwan will certainly notice something amiss. Li Xiu casually admonished as he placed the charcoal into the stove. Is it that obvious? Concubine Xine's anxiety deepened, her head lowered, her long, delicate legs swinging at the edge of the bed. Just take your time to adjust. Let me serve you dinner first. Li Xiu stepped forward and effortlessly lifted concubine Xine into his arms. She appeared even more flustered, her heart pounding audibly. Nevertheless, her hands instinctively wrapped around his neck, her lovely face flushing a deep crimson. Unable to resist, Li Xiu leaned down and lightly pecked her, then carried her to the dining table, gently placing her on a wooden stool. Be at ease. Aunt Qingwan is not omniscient, and this affair is known to no one else. Li Xiu moved behind concubine Xine, offering gentle reminders while massaging her shoulders. Concubine Xine surrendered to his ministrations, momentarily relaxing. Chapter 42. Luo Qingwan returns beneath the night sky. Hours of snow had accumulated, draping the entire palace in a silvery sheen. The sound of hooves echoed as a carriage came to a halt at the palace gates. The driver courteously raised the curtain, and a woman clad in a simple dress nimbly emerged, landing gracefully on the ground. It was none other than Luo Qingwan, who had stepped out of the palace to attend to her affairs. She gazed up at the swirling snowflakes above, her beautiful eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Miss, the fair, the driver reminded cautiously. Luo Qingwan regained her composure. retrieving a handful of coins from her sleeve and placing them into the driver's hand. Thank you, the driver expressed his gratitude as he departed with the carriage. Those within the palace were either wealthy or noble, and it was not uncommon for some to neglect paying for their ride. A commoner like him could only endure such indignities. As Luo Qingwan trudged through the thin layer of snow, she passed through the checkpoint with her waist token, returning to the palace. After all these years, I have indeed grown accustomed to this place, she mused, her cool voice tinged with a hint of nostalgia, the warmth of her breath forming a white mist in the chilly air, shaking her head to dispel her thoughts. She hastened her steps towards the Fian Palace. The hour was late, and the palace servants had already retired for the night, save for the lights still burning in concubine Xian's quarters. Luo Qingwan knocked on the door. Your Highness, I have returned. Qingwan, please come in quickly. It's cold outside, came concubine Xian's signature languid and soft voice, exuding an innate charm. Upon entering the room, Luo Qingwan found concubine Xian already nestled in bed. Propped against the headboard, tightly wrapped in her blankets, her eyelids drooping heavily, I told you not to wait for me. You should have gone to bed at the proper hour, Luo Qingwan said with a gentle smile upon seeing concubine Xian's sleepy demeanor. No, ever since I entered the palace, I have nearly every night fallen asleep with you watching over me, concubine Xian replied, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of a younger sister, entirely shedding the airs of a mistress before her servant. Once Luo Qingwan settled beside the window, concubine Xian instinctively took her icy hand and pulled it into the warmth of her covers. I went to the Guanyin temple to draw an oracle for you. There were quite a number of people, which is why I returned late, as Luo Qingwan explained. She found herself entangled in concubine Xian's curiosity, recounting the day's events in the capital. Being a consort of the emperor could sound appealing. Living in the palace adorned in fine garments and feasting on delicacies. Yet, in truth, they were akin to caged canaries, yearning for the world outside. You seem particularly fatigued today, Luo Qingwan observed, her brows slightly furrowing as she placed a hand on concubine Xian's waist. Concubine Xian's cheeks flushed. Yes, I went out for a stroll today, and I am a bit weary. Did you go out for a walk? Luo Qingwan casually inquired. Who accompanied you? Was it Li Xiu? Yes, concubine Xian nodded. It was just the two of us. We snuck out to play in the snow for a while. The other maidens would surely try to stop me, fearing I might catch a chill. You and he seem to get along well, Luo Qingwan remarked, not detecting any unusual undertones in her words, her smile growing as she mentioned Li Xiu. After a brief exchange, Luo Qingwan fell into contemplation and said, Your Highness, I fear I may no longer be able to care for you in the future. Concubine Xian was taken aback, gripping Luo Qingwan's hand tightly as she inquired, Why? I have reached the age to leave the palace. Luo Qingwan replied, I am no longer young. My younger brother is already married. It would be best to leave the palace now and find a suitable match. I discussed it with my parents last year. Chapter 43. The drawbacks of going to the Western Depot. The age for palace maids to leave is 25. Unless favored by the emperor or selected to serve as an official maid, they must be sent away. Every year, younger women are chosen to take their place. As an official maid of the Palace of Imperial Affairs, Luo Qingwan could indeed remain if she desired. However, she had been quite clear about her intentions. Concubine Xian was unable to retain her, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Sister Qingwan, ever since I entered the palace, you have been the one to take care of me. Without you, I might not have survived this long. As she spoke, concubine Xian could no longer hold back her emotions, tightly embracing Luo Qingwan as tears streamed down her cheeks. Life in the Deep Palace could often be a profoundly despairing experience, rife with intrigue and rivalry. Without a trustworthy confidant, one would inevitably suffer. Fear not, Li Xiu should not be leaving anytime soon. He will look after you. Luo Qingwan reassured her, I will stay for another month, and then I must depart. Though Li Xiu had only just arrived at Fian Palace, Luo Qingwan could discern that concubine Xian was quite fond of him. Otherwise, she wouldn't insist on his presence at every meal or bath. It was evident that they shared a natural rapport. Furthermore, with Li Xiu's exceptional martial prowess, Luo Qingwan felt at ease knowing he would be by concubine Xian's side. The following day, just as dawn broke, Li Xiu was practicing in the courtyard as usual. Last night, he had once again entered the realm of his mind, aiming to refine his Luohan fist, only to discover that the technique had seemingly reached perfection, or at least the pinnacle of what he could optimize. After several attempts with minimal progress, he concluded he had hit a limit. Today, I need to visit the Martial Supervision Pavilion to register my martial arts rank and seek out another technique. Li Xiu had already mapped out his plans for the day. Qingwan, after finishing a series of punches, he looked up to see Luo Qingwan standing quietly behind him, clad in a white cotton cloak. I have recently been investigating certain matters regarding you, she stated directly. I have heard that Nie Yunting has taken an interest in you, and has promised that once you achieve a certain level in martial arts, he would recommend you to the Western Depot. That is indeed the case, Li Xiu confirmed with a nod, then added with a wry smile, but he is the leader of the White Robes. He may not truly keep me in mind. It might have just been a casual remark. Luo Qingwan shook her head. Nie Yunting, the Iron Fist in White, is fervently dedicated to martial arts. He is a man of his word. If he has vowed to assist you, then he has certainly remembered it. If you wish, you can directly have Su Dafu convey your message. Li Xiu's eyes brightened at this. Going to the Western Depot sounds infinitely better than serving in the palace. In the imperial court, even within the Martial Supervision Pavilion, there were few opportunities to showcase one's skills, and the duties were strictly monitored by the Internal Affairs Court. However, working at the Western Depot would be a different story. The West truly is an enticing prospect. As long as one possesses capability, one can ascend swiftly, Luo Qingwan elaborated, then shifted her tone. However, this path is not without its dangers in this day and age. Martial arts flourish and numerous sects abound in the martial world. The Eastern and Western depots, aside from overseeing officials, also bear the responsibility of suppressing external forces. Each year, many lose their lives in the line of duty. As she spoke, a hint of mischief flickered in Luo Qingwan's gaze as she regarded Li Xiu. Dying in the line of duty? Is working at the Western Depot truly that perilous? Li Xiu was taken aback, for his prior understanding of the West was rather limited. Moreover, the danger seemed minimal. Each year, the number of casualties was merely 2 or 3%. Chapter 44. The Expensive Foundation Elixir. Hearing this figure, Li Xiu instinctively felt a strong aversion. Luo Qingwan would not deceive him regarding such matters. Thus, it appeared that the idea of seeking a position at the Western factory had been somewhat hasty. With your talent, your path in martial arts will surely be smooth sailing. If you were to join the Western factory, it wouldn't be a bad choice, as long as your strength is formidable enough. The likelihood of dying in the line of duty should be minimal. In a few years, you might ascend to great heights and perhaps even become the leader of the White Robes. Luo Qingwan remarked, since I have spent these days in the Scarlet Smoke Palace, I have grown accustomed to it. I still prefer working alongside my aunt, Li Xiu replied, shaking his head. There are always stronger individuals among the strong. Once you enter an institution, your superiors will certainly assign tasks based on your abilities. The stronger you are, the more challenging the assignments will be. He had just reached an understanding with Empress Xinfei yesterday, acknowledging that remaining in the Scarlet Smoke Palace was quite safe, far superior to any opportunity at the Western factory. Heh? Luo Qingwan chuckled lightly, then shifted the topic to discuss Li Xiu's upcoming martial arts training. The 9th rank entry into the Dao realm is aimed at further honing oneself. Although the power of vitality and blood is formidable, it ultimately has its limits. Through continuous tempering, this power will undergo a qualitative change, giving birth to a more potent essence. Completing this step leads to the 8th rank refinement of Essence Realm, where the essence circulates within, significantly enhancing one's physical strength. Compared to ordinary individuals, resistance to various toxins, recovery speed, and self-healing abilities will also improve. Once you reach the entry into the Dao realm, taking the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill becomes ineffective. What you need instead is a different elixir, the Foundation Elixir. The Foundation Elixir? Li Xiu nodded in realization, then inquired. I presume its price is not inexpensive. Indeed, Luo Qingwan replied candidly. The cost of the medicinal ingredients alone is 145 taels of silver. And when combined with the preparation method, a single foundation elixir can fetch as much as 300 taels on the market, sufficient to support 3 days of training. However, considering your aptitude, you might consume the effects of one within 2 days. 300 taels? Li Xiu's face darkened. That's exorbitant. After purchasing the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill last time, I found myself completely broke. It was no wonder that the palace eunuchs were reluctant to practice martial arts. Who could bear to squander silver as if it were water? Reflecting upon it, Lin Yu's achievement of reaching the 9th rank pinnacle was indeed commendable. If you were to join the Western factory, completing tasks with life-threatening risks would likely earn you a reward of the Foundation Elixir, Luo Qingwan mentioned again. Li Xiu's expression turned grim. Aunt Qingwan, please do not jest. Speaking of which, about that incident with the optimized version of the Arhat Fist. As she brought this up, Luo Qingwan's light smile faded, and she said, yesterday, I left the palace to attend to Empress Xinfei's matters. Today, I am free and can take you to meet the officials of the armory. Then I shall trouble you, Aunt. After breakfast, Li Xiu left with Luo Qingwan. Aunt Qingwan, lady official, is that not lordly? Numerous eunuchs and palace maids greeted them as they walked through the palace, stopping to pay their respects. Luo Qingwan's status was well established as a lady official appointed by the imperial palace, commanding respect, while Li Xiu, too, found that everyone who greeted Luo Qingwan seemed to recognize him as well. Chapter 45. The Royal Armory. Within the palace, one's status cannot solely be gauged by their position. Some may be mere eunuchs, yet if favored by their masters, they carry themselves with great pride. There exists another group that everyone is wary of, the martial supervisors. Aside from the sword-wielding guards close to the emperor and the imperial guards guarding the palace, there are no other martial forces in the harem, highlighting the significance of the martial supervisors. You have only entered the palace for a few days, yet your reputation has grown quite considerable, Luo Qingwan remarked, casting a sidelong glance at Li Xiu with a hint of teasing in her tone. It's merely infamy, Li Xiu replied with an awkward smile. His notoriety stemmed from 3 altercations. The first was in the Martial Supervisor Pavilion, where he had just consumed the Dragon Tiger Pill and had used his immense strength to overpower dozens of eunuchs. The second was a conflict with individuals from the Brocade Palace, where he had trampled upon a small but influential group. The third was his battle with Lin Yu, where he had swiftly subdued a long-reputed 9th rank pinnacle martial supervisor, thus leveraging his fame. Are you feeling proud of yourself? Luo Qingwan's expression suddenly turned serious, her brows furrowing as she flicked Li Xiu's forehead lightly. Ouch! Li Xiu winced, unable to suppress a grimace. Aunt, what was that for? I warned you not to be short-sighted, Luo Qingwan chided, her gaze fixed ahead. Once you truly step into the realm of martial arts, you will realize that these skirmishes are akin to children's play, utterly inconsequential. Your talent in martial arts is exceedingly rare. Do not squander it, I understand, Li Xiu replied with resignation. Yes, you are handsome, and you possess a fine physique. Everything you say is correct. Both of them shared a foundation in martial arts, allowing them to move swiftly, and soon they arrived at the Department of Internal Affairs. Thanks to Luo Qingwan's influence, the process went smoothly, and Li Xiu quickly registered his identity as a 9th rank entry into the Dao Realm martial artist. To his surprise, he was also awarded a Foundation Elixir. The Department of Internal Affairs proved to be quite generous with its 300 taels of silver. Li Xiu gazed at the elixir contained within the jade vial, reflecting on the fact that 300 taels of silver was more than what most common families in the capital could earn in a year. This has nothing to do with the Department of Internal Affairs. It is also funded by the Western factory, Luo Qingwan clarified. After a brief pause, her beautiful eyes sparkled as she suggested once more, you have already benefited greatly from the Western factory. Why not simply join them? Li Xiu regarded Luo Qingwan with a complex expression. Aunt Qingwan, do you consider yourself quite humorous? With a laugh, Luo Qingwan covered her mouth and playfully patted his shoulder. Mind your manners. Do not speak to your aunt in such a manner. Li Xiu shook his head with a sigh, choosing not to dwell on it. Once they exited the Department of Internal Affairs, they proceeded directly to the armory. The Royal Armory was unlike the Martial Supervisor Pavilion. It was a significant location within the palace. The armory housed renowned weapons and various secret martial arts texts. Only the most favored royal offspring, or those who had rendered significant contributions, would have the opportunity to enter. As they walked, Luo Qingwan casually introduced the armory. Chapter 46. Under scrutiny? The royal armory was naturally not situated within the inner quarters where the harem resided, but rather beside the martial temple. Upon exiting the inner quarters, Luo Qingwan became more taciturn, and Li Xiu understood that while they could be somewhat informal within the inner quarters, the current situation was different. At this hour, the emperor had likely just concluded his court session. They could encounter high-ranking officials beyond their means to offend. Approaching the vicinity of the martial temple, they entered an open square flanked by armored imperial guards, each a formidable martial artist exuding a palpable aura of menace that was both awe-inspiring and intimidating. The martial temple is a place for honoring the royal ancestors, thus it is heavily guarded. "Let us quicken our pace," Luo Qingwan advised, prompting Li Xiu to speed up as they soon reached the back of the martial temple. There, they found a solitary 9-story tower. "We have now entered the armory's domain." That tower was erected by the Taizong of the Martial Dynasty, originally housing 81 unique martial texts. Over the past 3 centuries, as the Martial Dynasty flourished, successive emperors continually collected martial arts, and the current number of extraordinary martial texts housed within the tower must be even greater. Luo Qingwan gazed at the towering structure, her lovely eyes gleaming with longing. "The Heavenly Stair Tower," Li Xiu observed, squinting to read the inscription on the golden plaque at the tower's base, frowning as he asked, "Does this mean that all the texts contained within are of the heavenly rank?" Luo Qingwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. Where would so many heavenly rank texts come from? There are only about 30 renowned heavenly rank martial arts in existence today. However, it is likely that all of them reside within this tower. But this is of little concern to you. Should you become the first martial supervisor of the Martial Dynasty, you might earn the privilege to enter the Heavenly Stair Tower. Having said this, Luo Qingwan led Li Xiu to a palace beside the Heavenly Stair Tower for business affairs. Both presented their respective tokens, and an elderly man examined them before inquiring, "Are you here to sell martial arts?" Luo Qingwan nodded, "Yes, an optimized martial art of the yellow rank." "The yellow rank?" The elder's white brows knitted together. "The Royal Armory does not accept yellow rank martial arts, even if they are of the highest quality. From the first level of the Tianjie Tower, the collection consists of earth-level martial arts. Behind this palace, the martial arts cataloged are all of the profound level." Upon hearing this, Li Xiu furrowed his brows, a sense of unease tightening in his chest. If these martial arts cannot be sold, he would have no means to fund his training. At that moment, however, Luo Qingwan spoke with confidence. "What we have brought is the Luohan Fist." Luohan Fist? As soon as the words left her lips, the elder's brows shot up in surprise. "Is that true?" He revealed a skeptical expression. "The armory is a crucial area of the palace. It is not a place for frivolous claims. The Luohan Fist originated from the Shaolin Temple, having been perfected by numerous masters over the years." The elder's initial excitement quickly dissipated. As someone who worked in the armory, his knowledge was extensive. In his eyes, how could a mere female official and a young eunuch possibly optimize the Luohan Fist? It was nothing short of a daydream. Noticing his reaction, Luo Qingwan frowned. "The Luohan Fist is originally a high-grade yellow-level martial art, and it has indeed been refined to the peak of the yellow level." The elder chuckled, shaking his head. "You mean it has crossed an entire grade? Such audacity from 2 mere children." He continued, "If you admit your mistake now and leave quietly, I won't hold you accountable." Chapter 47. Public demonstration. Seeing the elder's impatience, Li Xiu felt a surge of frustration. "It's just a Luohan Fist. What is so hard to believe?" He smiled lightly and said, "If you don't believe me, I can demonstrate it right away." Upon hearing this, Luo Qingwan turned to him with a complex expression. "Arrogant!" The elder, enraged, slammed his hand on the table, trembling as he pointed a finger at Li Xiu. "You little brat! I've lived for over half a century and have never encountered such arrogance." Li Xiu feigned innocence. "Is it really that audacious to optimize a Luohan Fist? I learned it in a day, and optimizing it took me just as long. I see no difficulty in it." Luo Qingwan observed the elder, whose beard quivered with rage, and couldn't he help but smile inwardly. She understood Li Xiu's attitude. After all, he was just beginning his journey into martial arts and had no idea how challenging it truly was to optimize a martial art. "Li Xiu, do not be disrespectful," Luo Qingwan, considering the elder's feelings, quickly interjected. "The last person to optimize the Luohan Fist was Master Jiwe from the Buddhist sect, a a third-tier master who spent a full decade refining it to the current version. At this point, she couldn't help but look at Li Xiu again, still astonished. She wondered if Li Xiu had stumbled upon this by accident, or if he truly possessed such extraordinary talent to refine the Luohan fist further. Humph! At least you speak with some sense, girl. The elder stood up. Since you wish to demonstrate, I shall grant you the opportunity. However, I must warn you beforehand. If you cannot produce genuine results later, do not blame me for being impolite. With that, the elder led Li Xiu and Luo Qingwan through the main hall. The back hall housed the true treasures. First, they entered a spacious practice arena, followed by rows of neatly arranged bookshelves, each containing various martial arts tomes, securely locked in wooden boxes, inaccessible without proper authorization. There were few people in the back hall, only a handful of eunuchs tidying up. Old Master Yin. The eunuchs halted their actions and bowed upon seeing the elder. Lin Peng, come here. The elder's voice was stern, and a blue-clad eunuch hurried over, bowing respectfully. Old Master Yin, how may I serve you? The elder cast a casual glance at Li Xiu and instructed, this young eunuch claims to have optimized the Luohan fist. You should test the authenticity of his claim. Luohan fist? Lin Peng's face displayed confusion before he couldn't help but chuckle. Is that the one from the Shaolin Temple? The back hall was notably quiet, and their exchange triggered laughter among the onlookers. Is this kid out of his mind? He says he optimized the Luohan fist? This is hilarious. He is either insane or a fool. Perhaps his brain got squeezed by a door. He must be trying to swindle money, making some random modifications, and now he is in for a rude awakening. The crowd cast scornful glances at Li Xiu, mockingly suggesting, Kid, you should confess now, admit your mistake, and clean the armory for half a month. Then we'll let this matter go. The elder frowned at Li Xiu. No need for that. Please proceed with the demonstration as you wish, Old Master Yan. Li Xiu ignored the suggestion. Already rolling up his sleeves, Chapter 48. Luohan subdues the tigers since you are so insistent. Then go a few rounds with Lin Peng, the elder declared, stepping back with his hands clasped behind him, watching the practice arena. Be cautious. He is an 8th-tier refinement realm warrior, Luo Qingwan whispered to Li Xiu. Li Xiu nodded. Luo Qingwan had mentioned her own 7th-tier Qi refinement realm status, so it was no surprise she could discern Lin Peng's level. The martial arts hierarchy had been established since the founding of the Martial Dynasty, where the emperor divided martial arts into 9 realms, each with significant disparities between them. The odds of a 9th tier fighting an 8th tier were nearly non-existent. Li Xiu stepped onto the practice arena, with Lin Peng following closely behind. Soon, they stood 10 paces apart, assuming their stances. Come, Lin Peng glanced at Li Xiu, unable to gauge his level, but seeing his youth, he assumed Li Xiu's martial arts training couldn't be profound and dismissed him. Then I shall take my leave. Li Xiu understood Lin Peng's higher level and, without hesitation, stepped into the basic plum blossom step of the Luohan fist, swiftly closing the distance and unleashing a barrage of punches like raindrops towards Lin Peng. Boom! The two struck each other, the sound echoing, and both instantly recognized each other's levels. Lin Peng smirked disdainfully. So you're merely at the 9th tier. You've asked for it. With that, he exerted force with his arms, stepping forward into Li Xiu's embrace, pivoting to slam his elbow into Li Xiu's chest. Watching this move, Luo Qingwan's brows knitted together. This attack was merciless. If Li Xiu failed to evade, he would undoubtedly sustain serious injuries. And not only would he be unable to demonstrate the optimized Luohan fist, but he might also find himself bedridden for days. Nearby, Old Master Yin frowned slightly. He had intended to teach Li Xiu a lesson for his arrogance. But he hadn't anticipated Lin Peng's brutality. Celestial guidance. Li Xiu's expression hardened, realizing he could not evade the strike. He swiftly rotated his wrist, pointing a finger at Lin Peng's rib. Lin Peng's face shifted instantly, feeling immense pain as the overwhelming force of his elbow strike dissipated significantly. Li Xiu's palm cushioned the impact, easily neutralizing it. Your strikes are quite fierce. Li Xiu gripped Lin Peng's elbow tightly, his internal energy surging as he summoned all his strength, thousands of pounds of force bursting forth. His complexion reddened, veins bulging on his forehead, revealing a fierce expression. Yet, alas, He wielded raw power without technique, akin to children brawling in the streets. "You're quite boastful," Lin Peng, incensed by the mockery of being lower in tier, was about to strike again when he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his arm, followed by a deep, resonant roar emanating from Li Xiu's chest, akin to a tiger roaring in the mountains, shaking his very soul. Behold, this move is called Luohan subdues the tiger. In a moment of desperation, Lin Peng instinctively resisted. Due to the disparity in their realms, Li Xiu immediately felt a tremendous force pushing back against him. However, instead of retreating, he pressed forward, locking one of Lin Peng's arms as if subduing a wild beast, forcing it downward. Simultaneously, his other hand unleashed a flurry of strikes targeting Lin Peng's acupoints and joints, dispersing his strength and leaving him unable to retaliate. The practice arena fell silent, the spectators who had gathered to witness the spectacle now rendered speechless. Chapter 49. What other moves await? Moon's return to the ring. Luo Qingwan observed the unfolding scene, a hint of amusement flickering in her beautiful eyes. Initially, she had harbored some concerns for Li Xiu, but it now seemed entirely unwarranted. He was completely overpowering Lin Peng, an 8th-tier refinement realm warrior. Old Master Yin gasped in astonishment. Then, he realized something even more terrifying. Li Xiu not only dominated his opponent despite the realm difference, but he was also intentionally showcasing the optimized techniques of the Luohan fist. What incredible speed in celestial guidance! He can strike 2 acupoints simultaneously. Is this a novice paying homage to the Buddha? Such an unusual posture, double punch, triple strike, double cloud summit. Each move is distinct. Old Master Yin murmured to himself, watching the unique variations of the Luohan fist in Li Xiu's hands, his heart surging with tumultuous waves. In the realm of martial arts, there are no fixed forms or routines, yet each style possesses its own unique principles of power. Li Xiu's adaptations of the Luohan fist demonstrated a newfound strength, suggesting that his understanding of energy manipulation was indeed remarkable. Could it be that he truly optimized the Luohan fist? Mr. Yin, with a slight tremor in his hands, stroked his beard, his chest heaving with excitement. It was evident that due to the disparity in their realms, Li Xiu was at a disadvantage against Lin Peng in direct confrontation. However, thanks to the optimized version of the Luohan fist, he managed to deflect force at every turn, continuously interrupting Lin Peng's flow of energy and leaving him in a state of utter disarray. This battle alone was sufficient to showcase Li Xiu's martial arts prowess. "May I inquire your esteemed name?" Mr. Yin cast a sidelong glance at Luo Qingwan, who stood beside him. She inclined slightly and replied, "I am but a humble servant named Qingwan." Mr. Yin nodded in acknowledgement. Unable to suppress a sigh, "It appears I was blind to your worth." "You flatter me, sir," Luo Qingwan responded, extending due respect. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted in the arena, followed by another deafening clap of thunder. Luo Qingwan's expression shifted slightly as she witnessed Lin Peng, who had been under pressure, suddenly erupt with fury, unleashing 3 rapid punches in a frantic attempt to force Li Xiu back. The thunderous fist could indeed inflict harm upon its user. Yet the power released was undeniably fierce. Mr. Yin frowned, voicing his concern. To him, this was merely a contest, and Lin Peng's use of such a technique was wholly unwarranted. Boom, boom, boom. In the blink of an eye, 3 more thunderous sounds erupted. In the instant Lin Peng forced Li Xiu back, he stepped forward 3 times, delivering a powerful punch. Before his fist even reached its target, he felt a backlash, causing blood to seep from the corner of his mouth. Yet, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. This punch was infused with all his strength, and he was confident it would either incapacitate or severely injure Li Xiu. The 18th style of Luohan fist. Li Xiu's expression grew solemn as he gathered energy in his arms, crossing them in a protective gesture reminiscent of cradling the moon. Yin and Yang embraced, blending hardness and softness, as the force between his arms acted like a grinding wheel, dissipating the power of Lin Peng's thunderous fist. Too slow. Lin Peng suddenly stepped forth with renewed vigor. Although the force behind his punch had not increased, it carried a more formidable presence. Li Xiu immediately furrowed his brow, realizing he had no time to dissipate the incoming force. Gritting his teeth, He planted his feet and thrust his palms forward. Boom! The clash of pure force favored Lin Peng, who had the upper hand due to his superior realm. Li Xiu's palms were immediately pushed aside, and Lin Peng's fist, imbued with lethal intent, struck his chest. At that moment, Li Xiu's body tilted backward, his arms extended to the sides, leaving his vital points exposed to the enemy. Lin Peng, seizing the opportunity, unleashed the accumulated power of his thunderous fist, intent on shattering Li Xiu's internal organs. In this perilous moment, Li Xiu was acutely aware of the danger he faced, yet he remained composed. A flash of insight illuminated his mind, and as he was forced back, his hands flipped over, tracing two unusual arcs in the air before striking Lin Peng's arm. Chapter 50. Shattering the arm crack. The crisp sound of bone fracturing echoed as, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Lin Peng's sleeve burst open, revealing a pale arm beneath. Accompanied by a piercing scream, his arm was instantly torn open, blood oozing from deep gashes. Lin Peng collapsed to the ground, incredulously staring at his arm, only to discover that it had been fractured in multiple places. What had once been a sound limb was now reduced to splinters. What on earth just happened? Is this martial arts? This is clearly sorcery. Oh no, Lin Peng's arm is ruined. Who exactly is this boy? Whispers of confusion rippled through the spectators. Li Xiu took 3 steps back, dissipating the residual energy that clung to him, and steadied himself. He then frowned as he looked down at Lin Peng, who was writhing in agony. You are Lin Peng, correct? Who is Lin Yu to you? Both share the surname Lin and practice the thunderous fist. Coupled with Lin Peng's earlier aggressive stance, Li Xiu was convinced there must be a connection between the two. Lin Peng's expression shifted slightly, but he gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Just then, Luo Qingwan and Mr. Yin rushed over. What are you waiting for? Quickly take him to the Imperial Medical Hall, Mr. Yin commanded coldly, and immediately, 2 blue-clad eunuchs stepped forward to assist Lin Peng. His arm hung limply, blood dripping to the ground, flesh mangled, with exposed bone in places that made it difficult to behold. Mr. Yin, you saw it. Lin Peng was the one who initiated the attack, and Li Xiu was merely defending himself. Luo Qingwan interjected, immediately coming to Li Xiu's defense. There's no need for further explanation. Mr. Yin waved his hand dismissively. I will not hold him accountable. The elder then donned a smile, looking at Li Xiu with admiration. Young friend, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. May I ask your name? You are too kind, sir, and I am called Li Xiu, he replied, nodding respectfully, embodying the demeanor of a eunuch. Observing this, Mr. Yin's expression reflected a hint of regret. After all, eunuchs were often regarded with a certain disdain. I'm Yin Shulu. I witnessed your demonstration of the optimized Luohan fist, and it is clear that you have elevated it to a new level. Mr. Yin continued, then inquired politely, however, that final move you employed, which was able to neutralize the power of the thunderous fist, is quite terrifying and does not resemble any technique within the Luohan fist. That? Li Xiu sat down in contemplation, responding, it was merely a spontaneous move I created in a moment of crisis, a follow-up to the 18th style, which I could name Moon Reversal. The reason it countered the thunderous fist was that it utilized the principle of borrowing strength to overcome strength. Upon hearing this, Mr. Yin was left utterly speechless, standing frozen in place. Luo Qingwan's expression became exceedingly complex, her beautiful eyes sparkling with intrigue as she gazed at Li Xiu. So, you are saying this is the 19th move? Finally, Mr. Yin posed the question. Sort of, Li Xiu replied uncertainly. Quick, write down the techniques. Mr. Yin grasped Li Xiu's sleeve, fearfully urging him not to change his mind. What do you mean, sort of? Not only have you optimized the Luohan fist, but you have also derived a new move from it. If this were to spread, it would surely astonish countless masters across the world. Chapter 51. Securing 150,000 taels of silver soon. Li Xiu and Luo Qingwan were invited by Mr. Yin into a quiet room. As the overseer of the martial library, I can directly assign a value to martial arts. Ordinary yellow-tier techniques are not charged, but the Luohan fist is special. Its value, having been optimized from upper grade to top grade, is incalculable. How does 150,000 taels of silver sound? Mr. Yin stated directly. 150,000? Li Xiu was taken aback. This price exceeded Luo Qingwan's estimate by 50,000. He immediately glanced at her, and she subtly nodded, indicating he could agree. Very well, Li Xiu affirmed. Excellent. Mr. Yin appeared somewhat exhilarated. There is paper and ink on the table. Please write the techniques down word for word. I shall wait outside. With that, he turned and exited the room. Luo Qingwan prepared to leave as well, but Li Xiu stopped her. What are you doing? She furrowed her brows in confusion. Aunt Qingwan, I am not skilled in calligraphy. Could you assist me in writing? Li Xiu chuckled awkwardly, admitting his lack of literary talent. Fine, but I won't pay for any martial arts. Luo Qingwan rolled her eyes, teasing him. Li Xiu chuckled as he took her delicate hand, guiding her to the writing desk. Aunt, you are being too modest. Rest assured, should I acquire heavenly tier martial arts in the future, I will gladly offer them to you without charge. Flattery will get you nowhere, Luo Qingwan teased as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair wrist, and dipped the brush in ink. Li Xiu then began to dictate the techniques of the Luohan fist. And wherever he struggled to articulate, Luo Qingwan promptly helped him phrase it, ensuring the final product was a comprehensible manual. Approximately half an hour later, once the manual was completed, Luo Qingwan presented it to Li Xiu. After he reviewed it and confirmed its accuracy, she opened the door to let Mr. Yin back in. Without glancing away, he instructed, seal the manuscript and place it in the envelope beneath the desk. Although I am the overseer of the library, I do not have the authority to peruse its contents. However, it is indeed satisfying to add the most optimized Luohan fist to our collection. Li Xiu complied, swiftly sealing the manuscript. Mr. Yin accepted it with utmost reverence, holding it delicately. The Luohan fist, who would have thought that in my lifetime I would come to possess such martial arts? It is truly a stroke of fortune. Sir, what about the payment? Li Xiu prompted. Follow me. Mr. Yin smiled and led him to another area, where he secured the manuscript in a special bookcase and documented the day's events. Afterward, he promptly handed over a stack of silver notes. Each note was a standard 1,000 taels, totaling an impressive 150 notes. Li Xiu accepted the silver note with a delicate touch. Much like Yin Shulu would handle a martial arts manual, carefully tucking the note into his bosom. You are truly generous, sir. Should there be any other martial arts in the future, I shall bring them to the arsenal. Li Xiu declared promptly. Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid. Yin Shulu laughed heartily, expressing his approval with two affirmations. However, he did not take Li Xiu's words to heart. Even for a grandmaster, optimizing or creating martial arts is a matter steeped in fortune and opportunity. One cannot simply conjure them at will. After concluding his business, Li Xiu left with a sense of satisfaction alongside Luo Qingwan. Upon exiting the arsenal, he voiced a lingering query. Aunt Qingwan, there is still one matter I do not comprehend. Although Luohan Fist is not of a high grade, it seems to hold a rather unique status. What might be the reason for this? Chapter 52. The crippled Luo Qingwan was not surprised by Li Xiu's inquiry and promptly provided an explanation. Although Luohan Fist is considered a rudimentary martial art, it bears an exceptionally unique distinction. It is the foundation of all martial arts in the world. This technique serves as the bedrock for all formidable martial arts. In other words, once one masters Luohan Fist, one can seamlessly learn any advanced martial art without encountering any issues. Now I see, Li Xiu nodded in understanding, resonating with this perspective. After all, he had discovered that Luohan Fist encompassed a plethora of techniques. Fist techniques, palm techniques, acupoint striking, and footwork, truly an encyclopedia of martial arts. Before long, Li Xiu and Luo Qingwan returned to the Fian Palace. He promptly retrieved a silver note of 1,000 taels and presented it before Luo Qingwan. What does this mean? Luo Qingwan furrowed her delicate brows. Aunt Qingwan, while I now possess silver, I am at a loss as to where to procure the foundation pill. Li Xiu replied candidly. I kindly ask for your assistance. Consider this 1,000 taels as compensation for your efforts in preparing the medicine. Luo Qingwan was momentarily taken aback, accepting the silver note and casually tucking it into her sleeve. I will take this 1,000 taels to assist you in procuring the medicine. As one delves deeper into martial cultivation, expenses only escalate. Do not be lavish with your funds. Moreover, while the foundation pill is indispensable, Your own cultivation remains paramount. Do not neglect it. Understood, Li Xiu replied, gazing at the composed woman before him. Feeling a stirring within his heart, when he first entered Fian Palace, he perceived Luo Qingwan as an exceedingly difficult individual, cold and seemingly impervious. Yet merely a few days later, after spending time together, he realized her demeanor was one of exterior chill masking an inner warmth. Once she set aside her suspicions about Li Xiu, she began to consider his needs in every regard. During his idle moments, Li Xiu had subtly inquired about Luo Qingwan's character from Qing'er. The young girl held Aunt Qingwan in very high regard. After receiving the silver, Luo Qingwan turned and exited Fian Palace to attend to her tasks. Meanwhile, Li Xiu retrieved the foundation pill he had obtained from the Internal Affairs Office, preparing to test its effects. The Imperial Hospital. Doctor, will my arm be salvageable? Lin Peng asked, his face ashen, beads of cold sweat dotting his brow as he gazed at his arm. Wrapped in bandages, it can be salvaged, but it certainly will not be as sound as before. With rehabilitation, it may suffice for daily activities, but as for martial training, that is out of the question. The physician of the Imperial Hospital replied honestly. Lin Peng clenched his teeth, despair washing over him as he lay back on the sickbed. Brother, how are you faring? A hurried voice called out, and a burly figure clad in blue entered the room. Bearing injuries, it was Lin Yu. Lin Peng and Lin Yu were brothers, both having entered the palace together. However, Lin Peng possessed far superior talent, having advanced to the 8th rank while working in the royal arsenal. My arm is ruined, Lin Peng gritted his teeth, pain etched in his eyes, then forced a bitter smile. Li Xiu, indeed, this person is somewhat fearsome. Li Xiu? Lin Yu exclaimed, brother, is your injury related to Li Xiu? I shall seek revenge at once. Halt! Lin Peng barked. What do you intend to do? Do you wish to be crippled as well? Chapter 53. Lin Peng's awakening. Lin Yu felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He gradually calmed down upon hearing his brother's words. What transpired? Did that treacherous villain employ some despicable trick? Lin Yu inquired, furrowing his brow. He could not fathom how, despite Li Xiu's superiority, Lin Peng, at the 8th rank of refining essence, could be so decisively defeated. I cannot say for certain. Lin Peng pondered briefly, then spoke with a hint of despair. He proceeded to recount the encounter with Li Xiu. Lin Yu listened, utterly astonished. There were no schemes or tricks, just a straightforward confrontation, and a resounding defeat. After a lengthy silence, Lin Peng spoke, brother, if you heed my advice, let go of this grudge. Do not seek trouble with that individual in the future. What? Lin Yu clenched his jaw. How can I swallow this humiliation? What humiliation is there to swallow? This is the Imperial Palace. It is a matter of victory and defeat. The strong preying upon the weak. Lin Peng lowered his voice, admonishing his younger brother, if you continue to oppose him, your losses will only worsen. You mentioned that Li Xiu only began cultivating upon entering the palace, yet within mere days, he reached the threshold of the Tao and could directly defeat you. Who was at the pinnacle of the 9th rank? What does this signify? It signifies he possesses ample martial talent. I can tell you frankly that I exerted my utmost effort, even employing the thunderstrike fist that harms both the enemy and myself. Yet I was still defeated by him in a direct confrontation. We are simply not on the same level. The golden-scaled fish is not a creature of the pond. Li Xiu will inevitably rise to prominence, while you and I remain mere palace servants. Trust me, let this go. Do not strike a stone with an EGGI in the end. Lin Yu exited the Imperial Hospital with his head bowed. His brother Lin Peng's words lingered in his mind. Yet they filled him with profound anguish. I refuse to believe it. If I cannot surpass him in martial prowess, I shall find another way. Fian Palace. Li Xiu sat within a wooden tub filled with a verdant medicinal liquid. Bare and cross-legged, he inhaled deeply as the medicinal potency of the foundation pill permeated his body through his pores. This process was excruciating, akin to being pricked by needles. Li Xiu merely furrowed his brow, enduring the torment, for amidst the pain, he could distinctly sense that the vigor within him was indeed surging. Having entered the 9th rank and attained the Tao, my strength has reached approximately 3,000 jin. According to Aunt Qingwan, The typical limit of strength for a martial artist at the 9th rank is about 3,000 jin. Yet, this is merely my starting point, a testament to the formidable advantage of the divine body of martial arts. I wonder how much strength this foundation pill will bestow upon me. Li Xiu closed his eyes in deep concentration. At present, deprived of any internal cultivation methods, he could only instinctively absorb the medicinal energy. And the pace was not swift. He remained seated until nightfall. The sky had darkened significantly by the time he emerged from the wooden tub. The water had long since turned cold and transparent. That was exhilarating. Li Xiu dried himself, donning his garments. The surge of strength lifted his spirits immensely. It is already this late. I must attend to that esteemed lady, or I shall have to placate her. He quickly thought of Xian Fei and hurriedly pushed the door open. To his surprise, he found a graceful silhouette waiting outside, seemingly having been there for quite some time. Chapter 54. 5,000 jin of strength. Standing before the door was Luo Qingwan. Clad in a simple palace gown, her tall and graceful figure exuded an air of serene elegance, her features marked by a subtle chill. "Why have you taken so long?" Luo Qingwan inquired upon seeing Li Xiu emerge. "I recall informing you that an ordinary person can utilize a single dose of foundation pill for 3 days of cultivation. Given your talent, it may only suffice for 2 days, as using the foundation pill is inherently a painful process. There is no need to overexert yourself. Let me see how much of the medicinal liquid you have consumed." Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback by the barrage of questions, merely nodding in response. Luo Qingwan bypassed him, entering his chamber to inspect the wooden tub. The next moment, she froze, her brows knitting together. "You consumed an entire dose of foundation pill?" "Indeed," Li Xiu admitted. "The process was indeed somewhat painful. But I managed to endure it. My strength should have seen a significant increase." "Come out." Luo Qingwan inhaled deeply, uttering 2 words before turning to step outside into the courtyard. Li Xiu complied, following closely behind her. Standing in the center of the courtyard, Luo Qingwan instructed, "With all your might, strike me with a punch." As she spoke, she raised her palm, and waves of ethereal blue chill emanated forth, coalescing into a layer of frost that hung suspended in midair before her. Such a display of vital energy techniques utterly transformed Li Xiu's understanding of martial arts. Excellent. Immediately, he felt a surge of eagerness, assuming a stance and channeling all his strength into his right fist. With a swift advance, he unleashed a punch. Boom. His fist, weighing several thousand pounds, came crashing down onto that thin layer of frost. Yet, instead of shattering the frost, he felt as though he had struck an impenetrable wall of profound ice. Incredibly solid, he twisted his fist, expelling his energy forcefully. Crack, at last, the icy layer developed fissures, which rapidly splintered apart within the span of 2 or 3 breaths. Luo Qingwan turned her wrist, dissipating the energy from Li Xiu's fist, then grasped it in her palm. "Your strength has now reached 5,000 pounds, she remarked, a hint of awe in her voice as she revealed the results of her assessment. This was merely the effect of a foundational elixir. And Li Xiu's strength had increased by approximately 2,000 pounds. The augmentation of human physical power typically occurs only at the 9th grade of the entry-level realm. The limit for an ordinary person is 3,000 pounds, while those with exceptional talents may reach 5,000 or 6,000 pounds. Now, with 5,000 pounds of strength, Li Xiu stood at the early stage of the 9th grade. Truly remarkable for a divine physique. Your potential surpasses that of others by a considerable margin, Luo Qingwan concluded. Then, should I use the foundational elixir more sparingly? Li Xiu inquired, understanding that haste does not yield success. Many things are not necessarily better when pursued too quickly. Not at all. This is your innate talent. However, if that is the case, the financial expenditure will be more rapid, Luo Qingwan replied, producing 5 delicate jade vials from her sleeve. These are 5 doses of the foundational elixir. Take them for now and give me 5,000 taels of silver in a few days. I will prepare more for you once I leave the palace. Very well, thank you, Aunt, Li Xiu said as he accepted the foundational elixir and handed over the 5,000 taels of silver. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and he asked in confusion, by the way, isn't the cost of the foundational elixir, including the herbs and formula, 300 taels per dose? 1,500 taels for 5 doses doesn't add up. That is because this is my private formula, Luo Qingwan explained. The potency of my formula is approximately double that of the ordinary foundational elixir, and the herbs required are correspondingly more expensive. Around 200 taels, however, your aunt will not charge you for the cost of the herbs, my dear nephew. Chapter 55. How's the service, my dear nephew? Hearing this term of endearment, Li Xiu couldn't help but cover his face in exasperation. He never expected the typically aloof Luo Qingwan to tease him so. Their ages were not vastly different, and the term aunt was merely due to her status as a palace official. But that doesn't mean I am actually your nephew. This directly places me in a subordinate position, he chuckled. Seeing Li Xiu's expression, Luo Qingwan couldn't help but chuckle softly, her momentary smile causing Li Xiu to momentarily lose his composure. Aunt Qingwan, you should smile more often. Your smile is as beautiful as that of Consort Xin, Li Xiu praised sincerely. Such flattery. Luo Qingwan blushed slightly, turning away. Stop your playful banter. Consort Xin is waiting for you to serve her dinner. Understood, Li Xiu replied, promptly heading to Consort Xin's quarters. He had been busy since early morning and had yet to pay her respects. This was their first meeting of the day. Upon seeing him, Consort Xin's beautiful eyes brightened momentarily, but her expression quickly soured, and she ignored him in front of Luo Qingwan. Li Xiu refrained from any other actions, merely picking up chopsticks to serve this esteemed lady her meal. Consort Xin, too, dared not act overly aloof, sampling the dishes and occasionally commenting on their taste. Before long, dinner concluded. Sister Qingwan, you've worked hard these past few days. Why don't you rest early? Let Li Xiu assist me with my bath. Consort Xin said, maintaining her usual demeanor. Luo Qingwan hesitated for a moment, then smiled. Very well, thank you for your understanding, Your Highness. She left the palace shortly thereafter. The other attendants had already prepared the bathing supplies. Little Li, you didn't come to pay your respects this morning. Have you grown wings? Once the others were dismissed, Consort Xin immediately raised her brows, feigning anger. Yet, her luscious red lips curled ever so slightly, revealing a craving for affection. Have I become too bold, Your Highness? You ought to know by now, Li Xiu replied, feeling relaxed now that they were alone, jesting casually. You are so crass. You truly are incorrigible. Consort Xin, a refined lady before entering the palace, was well versed in propriety and manners, and found herself at a loss against Li Xiu's teasing remarks, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Fine, I concede. From now on, even if I have matters to attend to, I will make sure to inform you first. Noticing Consort Xin's lowered head and her silence, Li Xiu took the initiative to step forward. Gently massaging her delicate shoulders, Consort Xin shivered slightly at his touch, yet her lips refused to yield. Who allowed you to touch me? You truly do not regard me highly at all. Then what would you have me do? Li Xiu paused his actions. First, assist me with my bath. Make sure I am comfortable, and then I may spare you. As soon as Consort Xin's words fell, she felt a tightening around her waist. And before she knew it, Li Xiu had lifted her and placed her into the bathing tub with a splash. My clothes are still on, Consort Xin protested, but her lips were soon captured by his. As his hands deftly began to remove her damp garments one by one. Your Highness, are you satisfied with this service? It's quite acceptable. Chapter 56. The Wrathful Golden King. As night fell, Consort Xin had essentially accepted Li Xiu as her own. For in the depths of the palace, they had mutually secured each other's secrets, binding their fates together. Li Xiu, having exerted himself throughout the day, quickly fell into a deep slumber. Almost instinctively, the true martial imprint flickered, and his consciousness once again entered that mysterious mental space. Has the Arhat fist undergone a transformation? Is it due to the 19th move I comprehended? A tome of the Arhat fist hovered before Li Xiu, its pages turning, revealing techniques he had optimized countless times. The moves materialized before him. The boy worships the Buddha, the gnarled roots of the withered tree, the inverted hammer of the Arhat subduing the tiger. The moon embrace and the moon's returned as he flipped through all 19 moves. The Arhat fist, now formed from concentrated light, seemed to attain a state of perfection. exuding a faint golden radiance. Then, this tome transformed into a beam of light. Merging into Li Xiu's consciousness, boom! In an instant, a wrathful golden king appeared in his mind. Resembling a towering Buddha statue within a temple, it radiated a resplendent golden glow, its eyes wide with fury. Glaring in all directions, imbued with an inexplicable divine power, Li Xiu suddenly woke from his bed, only to find the sky shrouded in a gray haze, with the first light of dawn just beginning to rise in the eastern horizon. Has so much time passed? Li Xiu was taken aback. Previously, he could practice the Arhat fist countless times throughout the night. Yet this night had flown by. He closed his eyes, focusing his mind, and once again envisioned the golden, wrathful king. The manifestation had solidified, etched into his mind, visible whenever he entered a meditative state. But what exactly was the purpose of this phenomenon? Li Xiu pondered in confusion. Deciding against further speculation, he turned and exited to the backyard. Just then, Luo Qingwan had also just finished her washing and emerged to practice her martial arts. She practiced a stillness technique. Aside from performing a basic set of movements, she spent the remainder of her time seated in a corner of the courtyard. Meditating and refining her vital energy, Li Xiu continued to practice the Arhat fist undisturbed. However, today, his movements felt entirely different from before. He no longer needed to actively summon his internal energy, and there were no fixed techniques in his gestures. The essence of the entire Arhat fist seemed to have been inscribed into his muscles. For the first time, Li Xiu experienced such a sensation. It was exhilarating. He dashed around the courtyard, throwing punches and kicking. His energy contained, not revealing even a trace, flowing effortlessly. Caught up in the moment, Li Xiu let out a natural roar, his voice booming like thunder, his powerful frame trembling. He stood upright in the courtyard like a steadfast pine tree. Yet his bones cracked and popped, as if undergoing a transformation. So soon. Such a commotion naturally drew Luo Qingwan's attention. She rose, revealing a look of astonishment. Have you already reached the mid-stage of the 9th grade? You have only used 1 dose of the foundational elixir. How could you advance so quickly? Aunt Qingwan, Li Xiu greeted, explaining, I don't know. I just feel that today the Arhat fist flows exceptionally well. Every move feels natural. As if I am in a state of transcendence. Chapter 57. Transcendence and Transformation. As Li Xiu continued speaking, he found himself at a loss for words, instinctively touching the tip of his nose. However, Luo Qingwan, upon hearing his description, displayed a complex expression, pausing thoughtfully before tentatively inquiring, after you have settled your mind, are you able to perceive peculiar sights? Indeed. Li Xiu promptly nodded. This morning, I discovered that during my meditation, I could visualize the form of an enraged Vajra, which seemed remarkably extraordinary. I was just about to consult my aunt about it. Luo Qingwan's eyes revealed a hint of envy as she remarked, It is the first time I've witnessed such insight in you. You have successfully cultivated your Luohan fist to the level of transformation, thus condensing the possesses boundless utility, and not everyone can manifest it. Firstly, one must master a sufficiently profound martial art, and secondly, one must elevate their practice to the level of transformation. She proceeded to elucidate, explaining that even with the same martial arts in similar realms, the combat effectiveness exhibited by 2 individuals could differ vastly, depending on their understanding of martial arts. Typically, the stages of martial cultivation are categorized as initial insight, moderate achievement, consummate mastery, entering the threshold, reaching the pinnacle, and finally, transcending into the realm of the divine. Ordinary practitioners often mimic without understanding, struggling to reach consummate mastery, let alone advancing beyond it. Only about 1 in 10 possesses the insight to grasp the various principles within martial arts, allowing them to reach the threshold and ultimately attain the pinnacle. As for the transcendent level, it requires a certain spiritual essence. Much like calligraphy and painting, the greatest works demand not only refined skill but also that fleeting moment of enlightenment experienced by the creator. Such a state is desirable yet elusive in the current landscape of martial practitioners, among 100 or even 1,000. It is rare to find someone who can cultivate a martial art to the level of transformation and condense. However, you possess the physique of a martial deity, granting you the innate ability to achieve such feats. Luo Qingwan could no longer conceal the envy in her heart, her beautiful eyes fixated on Li Xiu. In that moment, she acutely felt the world's inequity. Countless individuals endure grueling training, laboring for a decade, yet fail to elevate their martial arts to the threshold, while Li Xiu, having only practiced for less than half a month, has already achieved a martial art cultivated to the level of transformation. "Aunt, you flatter me. I merely had a stroke of luck," Li Xiu humbly replied, though internally, he felt a wave of realization. He then inquired, "So, what exactly is the use of this?" "He is endowed with extraordinary utility, primarily in two aspects," Luo Qingwan explained. Firstly, by visualizing the during practice, one can refine the internal energy, resulting in a qualitative transformation. For instance, some individuals manifest a of ice, imbuing their energy with frost, while others may condense a of flame, causing their energy to scorch their adversaries' meridians. In simple terms, the unique energy honed through the surpasses ordinary energy. As for the second aspect, it is particularly significant for you at present. When absorbing the potency of foundational elixirs, visualizing can double your absorption rate. Those endowed with experience a cultivation speed several times greater than that of ordinary practitioners before reaching the 7th rank of qi refinement. Li Xiu pondered briefly, nodding as he absorbed the information. "The I have condensed from the Luohan fist is an enraged Vajra. I wonder what changes it will bring to my energy." Chapter 58. Vajra Strength Currently. Li Xiu's relationship with Luo Qingwan was profoundly solidified, and with the attentive care of the young girl Qing'er, he had become quite the idol figure in the Fian Palace. Aside from attending to the meals and bathing of the beloved consort Xian, he had the liberty to allocate his time as he wished. Li Xiu was exceedingly content with his current lifestyle, spending his leisure hours in his chamber, utilizing foundational elixirs to cultivate his martial arts. Progressing remarkably swiftly, each time he sat in the medicinal bath, meditating on the enraged Vajra, he could absorb the elixir's effects at double the speed. His consumption rate of foundational elixirs reached 2 doses a day, far surpassing the 3 doses every 3 days typical for ordinary practitioners. An astonishing 6-fold increase. During his cultivation breaks, he would visit the chambers of consort Xian, engaging in tender moments with the beauties kept in the imperial harem. Having never married before his transmigration and being a 16-year-old youth brimming with vigor, he found himself quite enamored with consort Xian. The nature of desire is indeed a common sentiment among men. Time flew, and 3 days passed swiftly. Li Xiu's martial realm successfully elevated to the late 9th rank, with his physical strength reaching an impressive 7,000 pounds. At this moment, he felt akin to a humanoid beast, nay, one could even say a mythical creature. Upon returning to the courtyard of the Fian Palace, he grasped a solid rock in his hand and, with a fierce grip, reduced it to mere powder. As he exerted his strength, a faint golden glow danced upon his palm. This extraordinary phenomenon was a result of the condensed enraged Vajra. Following Luo Qingwan's advice, he visualized the enraged Vajra with every practice session to refine his strength. After 3 days of such practice, he finally began to see results. His refined strength was now more robust and powerful, striking with the resonance of thunder and exhibiting remarkable penetrating force. For the time being, he decided to name this newfound strength Vajra Strength. Li Xiu was immensely satisfied with the qualitative transformation of his energy, clearly sensing that the destructive capability of Vajra Strength was at least double that of his previous energy. However, he had only managed to refine a mere thread of it, circulating through his body's energy channels, and could only employ it thrice in a short period before it was depleted. Once he fully mastered Vajra Strength, his prowess would surely ascend to new heights. Li Xiu mused, however, "I have exhausted the foundational elixirs. I must wait for Aunt Qingwan to prepare a new batch before I can continue my cultivation." During these 3 days, he had already consumed the 5 doses of elixirs that Luo Qingwan had previously prepared. They were indeed her personal concoction, exhibiting remarkable efficacy, at least 50% stronger than the free foundational elixirs provided by the palace. It was precisely for this reason that 5 doses barely sustained Li Xiu's cultivation for 3 days. As for why he could only rely on elixirs for cultivation, the reason was simple. Under normal circumstances, progress through traditional practice was exceedingly slow. The components of foundational elixirs were all derived from the spiritual herbs and medicines nurtured by the heavens and earth, condensing the essence of the sun and moon, beneficial to the body and without harm. This was the result of centuries of martial practice in the martial dynasty, now promoted throughout the realm as the most orthodox method of martial cultivation. Li Xiu. Suddenly, a bright voice called from nearby. Turning to the sound, he beheld a girl clad in a pink cotton coat, her rosy cheeks glowing as she waved at him from a distance. "Qing'er, do you need something? Consort Xian is looking for you. In the main hall, hurry." Qing'er's expression bore a hint of urgency. Li Xiu furrowed his brow slightly and hastened towards the main hall. Chapter 59. The Splendid Palace. Consort Yu. The main hall served as the receiving area for guests. Sister Xian, this is a splendid opportunity to befriend a princess. You must know that the 9th princess is the Emperor's most cherished daughter. If we can cultivate a good relationship with her, it would serve as a protective talisman for us sisters in the palace. He overheard a delicate voice as he approached the entrance. Raising his gaze, he noticed a woman of exquisite beauty and petite stature engaging in pleasantries with Consort Xian. Dressed in opulent attire, yet provocatively so, she wore only a thin cotton cloak despite the frigid winter, revealing a scant 2 layers beneath that barely clothed her delicate frame. Although described as petite, she possessed ample curves, prominently displaying her alabaster skin, with a deep décolletage that drew the eye. Her slender waist and rounded hips rendered her undeniably alluring, yet her face radiated an innocent charm that evoked affection. In contrast to Consort Xian's natural allure, she exuded an entirely different style. It was evident that a woman of such beauty in the palace must be one of the Emperor's favorites. She was none other than Consort Yu of the Splendid Palace. Qing'er, following closely behind Li Xiu, whispered that Consort Yu. Li Xiu understood now, glancing over to spot a sullen-faced eunuch in blue robes lurking in the corner. Lin Yu, the very same who had previously crossed paths with them. From what he gathered from Qing'er, the relationship between the Splendid Palace and the Fian Palace was less than cordial. However, since there had been no prior conflict between Consort Xian and Consort Yu, it seemed unlikely that her sudden arrival was instigated by Lin Yu. Ultimately, good tidings were a rarity in the harem, where the relationships among concubines were often characterized by rivalry and competition for favor. "Li Xiu, you've arrived. Come in." Consort Xian's gaze brightened upon seeing him at the entrance, and she beckoned him forth. Li Xiu complied and entered the main hall, bowing respectfully to Consort Xian. "Greetings, Your Highness." "No need for such formality," Consort Xian said, raising her hand to indicate he should stand beside her. "It has snowed several times in the past few days, and the lake in the Imperial Garden has frozen over. The 9th princess wishes to host an ice gathering, a gathering for everyone to enjoy together. Today, Sister Qingwan is not present, so you shall accompany me." "Understood." Li Xiu nodded in agreement, unable to refuse. The charming little eunuch caught the eye of the beautiful Lady Yu Fei, who smiled as she spoke, her sparkling eyes captivating. She was indeed examining the young man before her with great interest. His complexion was fair, his gaze profound, and there was a sense of determination in his features. His stature was tall and well-proportioned, neither too thin nor overly robust, but perfectly balanced. Upon hearing Lady Yu's praise, Xian Fei felt a pang of apprehension and immediately interjected, "A mere little eunuch? What is so charming about him? He is clumsy and only knows how to cause me trouble." Li Xiu suppressed a chuckle. Such disparagement seemed to stem from a fear of him being taken away. But that simply would not do. Perhaps it would be better if Sister Xian Fei entrusted him to me, allowing me to improve the conditions before delivering him back. Lady Yu Fei, with her delicate features adorned by a radiant smile, blinked her beautiful eyes with keen interest as she regarded Li Xiu. "There is no need for that. I shall train him myself." Xian Fei's expression shifted slightly, her emotions visibly fluctuating as she lightly kicked Li Xiu on the calf. "Oh, I understand now. So, Sister was speaking in jest. This must surely be someone of Sister's pride, and I, the foolish younger sister, have overstepped." Lady Yu Fei's countenance turned apologetic. "Sister, you may take your leave for now. Do hurry and change. It would be unfortunate if you were late for the 9th princess's ice gathering." Chapter 60. The perilous 9th princess. As Lady Yu Fei exited, Xian Fei delivered another light kick to Li Xiu's calf. Imph! How could Lady Yu Fei be so beautiful? You were practically mesmerized by her. She crossed her arms, her tone laced with a hint of jealousy. Not at all, Li Xiu quickly retorted, absent-mindedly touching his nose. Observing Xian Fei's furrowed brows and displeased expression, he stepped forward to console her. If you do not wish to attend the 9th Princess's ice gathering, then simply do not go. He had noticed earlier that Xian Fei possessed a gentle and yielding nature. Easily manipulated by Lady Yu Fei, unlike the latter, who seemed to command her emotions effortlessly. It is all because of you. Xian Fei exclaimed in indignation, her beautiful eyes glaring at Li Xiu. This. Li Xiu was momentarily perplexed, failing to grasp the implication of her words. Although both he and Lady Yu Fei were aligned with Yang Guifei, genuine sisterly bonds were scarce within the harem. She had merely opportunistically aligned herself with Mei Fei and subsequently engaged with the 9th princess. How could she possibly have the goodwill to elevate his status? Xian Fei wore a sullen expression. In the palace, cultivating a friendship with the 9th princess would indeed serve as a potent safeguard. Even if one were to fall from grace, the 9th princess's patronage would suffice to ensure one's safety from harm. Upon entering the palace, Lady Yu Fei mentioned you. She is aware of the conflict you had with Lin Yu, knowing you are a martial supervisor and quite skilled. This revelation, Li Xiu furrowed his brow. Is it due to my identity as a martial supervisor? I have already registered with the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Even if she knows, it should not pose a problem. Let me finish. Xian Fei grasped Li Xiu's hand, stamping her foot in frustration, leaving him uncertain whether she was genuinely angry or merely playful. The 9th princess also practices martial arts and is reputed to possess remarkable skills. However, as she is not yet married, she remains secluded within the palace. As for her character, Xian Fei paused, hesitant to express her thoughts, ultimately stating, in short, she enjoys challenging martial supervisors to duels, and many have met their end at her hands. Deadly, indeed, but whether it was by accident remains uncertain. Hearing this, Li Xiu felt a weight of seriousness settle in. The situation was evidently more complicated than it appeared. I assume you have deduced that there are few martial supervisors in the palace, and even fewer with genuine skill. Lady Yu Fei's primary purpose in visiting Fian Palace today was not to invite me, but to escort you to the ice gathering. A shadow crossed Xian Fei's beautiful eyes. I suppose I must go, lest you be harmed. As Li Xiu gazed at the tender woman before him, his heartstrings were tugged. In truth, I could venture alone. I am merely a little eunuch and should not attract much attention. Still deeply immersed in your role, Xian Fei pouted adorably, casting her gaze downward, sweeping over Li Xiu's form before shaking her head vigorously. Enough of that. Assist me in changing my attire. We are already in this together. I cannot allow you to face danger alone. Seeing her resolve, Li Xiu refrained from further persuasion. He was woefully ignorant of the palace's power struggles, likely even less informed than Xian Fei. Soon, Xian Fei donned a new outfit she had never worn before. A light purple cotton coat, and summoned Qing'er to help her adorn herself with an intricately carved jade hairpin. Touching up her makeup. This was the first time Li Xiu had seen her so beautifully attired, and it took his breath away, causing his heart to race. Chapter 61. The miserable plight of Xian Fei after her grooming. Li Xiu followed closely behind Xian Fei as they exited, accompanied by the maid Qing'er. Outside, Lady Yu Fei had been waiting for some time. Shortly thereafter, they met another concubine, Mei Fei, who was on amicable terms with Lady Yu Fei. Li Xiu had heard snippets about the relationships among the harem concubines. It was commonly known that the palace was divided into two factions, the opposing Yang Guifei and Jiang Guifei, with many concubines aligning themselves with one or the other. In essence, the harem was a battleground of power struggles. Every new concubine entering the palace was compelled to choose a side. Failing to do so could lead to dire consequences. Those who pledged allegiance were expected to rally for their respective leaders at various gatherings, serving their purpose in the hierarchy. Xian Fei was not particularly favored. After the emperor's first visit, she had not been summoned for 3 years until recently. Thus her alignment with Yang Guifei rendered her a marginal presence in the faction. Sister Xian Fei, it has been ages. I trust you are well. After such a lengthy silence, It appears your fortunes may have turned. Mei Fei greeted with a hint of mockery. By the way, how many times has the emperor graced your palace in the past few days? Upon meeting, Mei Fei engaged in pleasantries, her beauty undeniable but her tongue incessantly chattering. I in the palace. One could not simply rely on sisterly titles to gauge status. Lady Yu Fei and Mei Fei addressed Exine Fei as sister merely due to her longer tenure in the palace. Throughout the journey, Exine Fei lagged a couple of steps behind, forcing a smile as she conversed with the two. Internally, she was quite displeased, as Mei Fei's words were laced with sarcasm. Everyone was well aware of which concubine the emperor chose to spend his nights with, and her intentional inquiries only served to highlight Exine Fei's awkwardness. After all, since that night, the emperor had not returned to her. Yet, Exine Fei now felt indifferent, as she was surrounded by company, well-fed, and comfortably attended to. Typically, those who were genuinely favored by the emperor would receive multiple consecutive visits, perhaps 3 to 5 days, before switching to another. They would occasionally be recalled to mind. For someone like Exine Fei, she could indeed be considered neglected. So this is the warfare among women. Li Xiu mused as he followed behind, bemused by their veiled exchanges, which left his head spinning. After walking for a while longer, they finally arrived at the lakeside of the imperial garden. The so-called ice gathering was merely a leisurely assembly organized by the 9th princess to alleviate her boredom. A considerable number of concubines were present, over 20, each accompanied by 3 or 4 eunuchs and maidservants, making Exine Fei, with only 2 attendants, a rarity. The 9th princess has yet to arrive. Let's find a spot to rest. I am exhausted. Exine Fei scanned the area and settled into a secluded corner. Stretching her legs, Li Xiu, come help me massage my feet. I am utterly spent. Chinger, feed me some fruit. Li Xiu, at a loss for words, knelt down to assist his mistress with her foot massage, while Chinger offered her fruits. Meanwhile, Lady Yu Fei and Mei Fei went about greeting the other concubines present. Chapter 62. The Empress Dowager's arrival. Caught in a snare, Li Xiu found himself in agreement with Exine Fei's character. The relationships among the concubines were inherently superficial, yet they feigned deep sisterly bonds, a facade of hypocrisy. That feels wonderful. No more foot massage, please, Exine Fei declared, her satisfaction evident. You both must try these. They are crystal grapes from the western regions. Delightfully sweet. Exine Fei savored the fruit with great enjoyment, beckoning her companions to partake. That might not be appropriate. Chinger's expression shifted, understanding the gravity of such actions in the strictly hierarchical palace. Such behavior could be deemed lacking in decorum and protocol, leading to disparagement if observed. When Luo Qingwan was present, Exine Fei adhered to proper etiquette, but in the absence of supervision, she had somewhat let herself go. It is of no matter. No one is watching us here. As long as we remain discreet, we shall be fine. Zinf I subtly shifted her body, deliberately obstructing the line of sight between the two. Chinger cast a glance at the crystal grapes, which appeared remarkably tempting with their translucent sheen. Swiftly, she plucked one and placed it into Li Xiu's mouth, followed by one for herself. Indeed delightful. Chinger, do bring me a few more. The crystal grapes were refreshingly cool, bursting with juice upon a bite, sweet and delectable, prompting Li Xiu to urge Chinger to continue. That moment, Zinf's brows furrowed slightly. Why are you instructing Chinger? What about your own hands? Li Xiu maintained an impassive expression, his gaze calmly directed at her feet. Zinf was momentarily taken aback, only to soon realize that he might be disdainful of her recently massaged feet. Instantly, a hint of resentment flickered in her beautiful eyes as she raised a hand to coax Li Xiu closer, her tone playfully reproachful. Do you dare to look down upon me? Feeling the sweet warmth of her breath near his ear, Li Xiu's face involuntarily flushed. I wouldn't dare. The 9th princess has arrived. The Empress Dowager has arrived. At that moment, a long, distinctive voice of the elder eunuch rang out. The crowd by the lake fell silent, with numerous eunuchs and palace maids immediately prostrating themselves in a grand salute. The more than 20 concubines also bowed in respect. Not only the 9th princess, but the Empress Dowager had come. The mother of the current emperor, Li Xiu, once again bowed his head to life, obediently kneeling among the crowd. All rise. It was only upon hearing the aged yet gentle voice that he followed the others in standing. Li Xiu lifted his gaze to see two women, one old and one young, descending from a grand sedan chair. The elder was, of course, the Empress Dowager, with kind eyes and silver hair, dressed in a deep blue cotton gown. Though her form showed signs of stooping, her eyes sparkled with vitality. Beside her was a girl of about 15 or 16, clad in light clothing, evidently a fearless warrior against the cold. Her appearance was charming and adorable, her beauty rivaling that of the palace concubines, possessing a graceful figure, especially her long, straight legs, which outshone those of the other consorts. Oh no, the Empress Dowager has always held a disfavor towards me. I am utterly doomed this time due to those scheming concubines, Xinfei whispered to Li Xiu, her chest slightly hunched and her head lowered. Disfavor towards you? Why? Li Xiu questioned softly. Ever since I first entered the palace and met her. She remarked that I have a face akin to that of a fox spirit, too alluring and bewitching. A woman like that could easily corrupt the emperor's health, Xinfei explained in a hushed tone. At that moment, the Empress Dowager and the princess were surrounded by the other concubines, thus no one paid attention to them. Then you can rest assured, Li Xiu comforted. You have proven with facts that your allure to the emperor is indeed quite limited. Twice in 3 years hardly poses a threat to his health. Xinfei? Chapter 63. The authority of the Empress Dowager. Li Xiu's words left Xinfei wide-eyed. Clearly, she was concerned for Li Xiu and had come to partake in this ice festival. Yet this fellow continuously provoked her from the side, which was utterly excessive. When we return, I shall have my revenge on you, Xinfei threatened softly, baring her neat silver teeth. You all stay here. I must go greet the Empress Dowager, Xinfei stated, adjusting her attire, taking 2 deep breaths to adopt a demeanor of gentle grace, and approached the crowd. Once the other concubines had finished their pleasantries with the dowager, she respectfully stepped forward to pay her respects. As a lady of noble birth, she naturally knew how to engage in polite conversation, and her greetings were quite appropriate. Perhaps due to the reasons Li Xiu mentioned. This time the Empress Dowager did not exhibit any signs of displeasure upon seeing her, merely nodding lightly. Xinfei appears in good spirits, and you are indeed quite lovely. Oh, I hadn't noticed until the Empress Dowager mentioned it. Xinfei truly does look radiant. Standing together, we are overshadowed, Mifei chimed in approvingly. Indeed, Sister Xinfei has always been beautiful. Her pair of eyes could entice even the most charming of fox spirits from the land of seduction. Even I, a woman, feel captivated, Yufei immediately responded, albeit with a tone that carried a hint of implication. Everyone present was aware of the Empress Dowager's disfavor towards Xinfei. However, given the Dowager's poor memory, she likely forgot and needed reminding. Fox spirit? Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager squinted her eyes, smiling as she scrutinized Yufei. I dare say you resemble a fox spirit far more than Xinfei does, dressed so scantily in this frigid weather. Your ability to flaunt your charms is truly remarkable. At this remark, the previously cheerful atmosphere instantly turned tense. Yufei's delicate face turned pale, and with a thud, she fell to her knees. I know I was wrong. I should not have dressed thus. It is unbecoming. The princess, who was peeling crystal grapes to feed the dowager, interjected nonchalantly. You shouldn't say such things. You ought to be more careful. Yufei, hearing this, became even more flustered, hesitating before stammering. I should not have incited discord. I beg the Empress Dowager and the princess for forgiveness. You girls have remarkable memories. However, my memory is not lacking either. Do not mistake me for a forgetful old woman, the Empress Dowager stated calmly, her authority palpable. With a mere glance, she could instill fear in all the concubines present. As the emperor's mother, every word she spoke was well remembered, for her utterances were always deeply considered and purposeful. In truth, the previous criticism of Xinfei was meant as a reminder. A woman born with the allure of a siren, should she choose to seduce the emperor, could indeed become a source of calamity. At the same time, it served as a caution to the emperor not to indulge excessively in female charms. In fact, the emperor was not enamored with Xinfei, and this encounter would no longer target her. The matter was as simple as that. However, Yufei intentionally alluded to the Empress Dowager's past remarks on Xinfei. A fact well understood by all, therefore, the Empress Dowager reciprocated with her own admonition. Hee, the Empress Dowager has the best memory. She can recite poetry and verses from memory, far surpassing me. The ninth princess smiled brightly, causing the Empress Dowager to beam with delight. This incident was thus laid to rest. The numerous concubines took their seats by the lake, enjoying the ice and appreciating the snow, and soon the atmosphere became warm and cheerful once again. Just then, snowflakes began to drift down from the sky, resembling feathers in their elegant descent, creating a breathtaking scene. What beautiful snow! I wonder how many more times I can witness this, the Empress Dowager mused as she reached out to catch the snowflakes. Unable to suppress her admiration, Chapter 64. Composing poetry, the Empress Dowager's words were merely a gentle sigh of sentiment. Aside from the ninth princess beside her, no one else had caught this melancholic utterance. Empress Dowager! The ninth princess exclaimed anxiously, tightly grasping the dowager's arm. Do not speak in such a manner. You are only 80 years old, in good health, and with the longevity elixir refined by the immortals of Wudong Mountain. You shall surely live to a ripe old age. Very well, the dowager replied, her bony hand tenderly stroking her granddaughter's head, laughing repeatedly, the wrinkles on her face softening a little, by the lakeside. The dowager sat at the head seat, with the ninth princess by her side, while the other concubines settled down as well. Following the earlier reprimand of Yufei, everyone was now more cautious, not daring to display any cleverness in front of the dowager. This ancestral figure usually kept to herself, only appearing during ancestral rites or significant festivals, making it difficult for others to gauge her temperament. How could this be? Why am I labeled a fox spirit? Yufei sulked in a corner, feeling deeply aggrieved. The remarks she had cited were originally made by the dowager herself. She merely sought to curry favor, yet ended up being scolded, which was utterly frustrating. Meanwhile, Mifei, who had previously conspired with her, had now distanced herself, avoiding Yufei entirely. Achoo! Yufei, feeling pitifully cold in her thin garments and with the snow falling, found herself unwell. Your Highness, shall I assist you back to the palace? Her maid, Zhang Zhao, cautiously inquired. Fool! Yufei glared at her fiercely. What do you think my status is, to leave early? Moreover, what would the dowager and the ninth princess think if I were to depart now? Am I to sulk over the reprimand? Zhang Zhao was taken aback and quickly lowered her head in contrition. Humph! Watching her misfortune is quite satisfying. On the other side, Xinfei discreetly glanced at Yufei. Her expression gleeful. Yufei had entered the palace a year after Xinfei yet had enjoyed greater favor. She dared not provoke other concubines, but at every gathering, she relished in outshining Xinfei. Over time, Xinfei naturally felt a twinge of displeasure. Yet, as you have said, this time the Empress Dowager did not scold me, but rather praised me, Xinfei thought, casting a glance at Li Xiu. Genuinely surprised that he had accurately predicted this outcome, Li Xiu stood nearby, composed. This matter was indeed not difficult to deduce. The Empress Dowager, being the Emperor's mother, naturally held an air of authority and would not focus on trivial matters. If she were to scold concubines based solely on her whims, it would simply indicate a lack of sound judgment. The so-called Ice Festival was merely an occasion for individuals of status to engage in light conversation, sipping tea and enjoying fruits and snacks, while the eunuchs and palace maids attended to them. On the already frozen lake, 2 martial guards were practicing their skills, engrossed in their sparring. Their levels were not particularly high, merely at the 8th rank. This was indeed favorable, as there had been concerns about potential difficulties or dangers arising. It now appears that it was merely a false alarm. The gathering can be concluded, and one can return home. Li Xiu felt a sense of relief. The Empress Dowager has issued a decree. All concubines are to compose a poem on the theme of snow. As the gathering progressed into its latter half, the head eunuch suddenly raised his voice. The concubines present instantly wore expressions of distress. Composing poetry again? Xinfei's previously cheerful countenance abruptly stiffened. She nearly forgot this aspect. The Empress Dowager, during gatherings, delights in having others recite poetry. Chapter 65. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight. Alas, esteemed ancestors, you truly put us in a predicament. Given our capabilities, we can recite poetry, but writing it is beyond us. In this vast world, how many women possess the skill to compose verses? Yet, I have heard that in her youth, the Empress Dowager was renowned throughout the capital as a talented woman. Many concubines lamented, but more importantly, they began to flatter the Empress Dowager in her youth. She was indeed both beautiful and talented, widely acknowledged in the capital. It is said that even the current prime minister was captivated by the young Empress Dowager, though such tales are mere rumors. Whether they hold any truth is beyond our knowledge. Reciting poetry is merely a means to cultivate one's temperament. It is not meant to be a burden upon you. Upon her utterance, the atmosphere fell silent. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard as all listened attentively. The accompanying eunuch swiftly procured writing materials and distributed them among the numerous concubines. These women, who had just moments ago been vying for attention, now shared the same expression, their fingers delicately gripping their brushes, brows furrowed in contemplation. After a considerable time, not a single character emerged. Although the Empress Dowager had stated that enjoyment was paramount, none dared to abstain from writing. You too, think of something. Hurry, hurry. Zinfi incessantly gestured towards Li Xiu and Qing'er, her own anxiety causing her to gnaw on the brush's tip. I haven't even learned all the characters. Qing'er awkwardly waved her hand, indicating her inability. Your Highness hails from a scholarly family. How can you not compose poetry? Li Xiu teased intentionally. I can write, just not well. Zinfi playfully pouted, then fixed her gaze on Li Xiu. You must write for me, or else I shall face punishment upon our return. Li Xiu felt a wave of helplessness. Had he known, he would have refrained from teasing and pretended to be illiterate like Qing'er. All those present, chosen to be the emperor's concubines, were undoubtedly from scholarly backgrounds, many of whom could wield the pen effectively. Soon, some managed to compose verses and presented them to the Empress Dowager, as long as the quality was not too poor. She graciously offered her praises. Yet, it was a pity for those utterly inept with words. The original gathering had seemingly transformed into an examination. In the end, they had to muster something, and more individuals concentrated on jotting down 4 lines of poetry. Too embarrassed to approach directly, instead opting to entrust their works to the eunuch beside the Empress Dowager. Tea is finished. It seems they have all completed their verses. Zinfi, in a flurry, grew increasingly anxious, rendering her unable to think of anything. Ultimately, she resolved to give up, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment as she fixed her gaze on Li Xiu. Li Xiu felt utterly at a loss. What might have been a jest had now become a necessity. If he did not say something, he feared genuine punishment upon their return. What I say may not be good, Li Xiu began. Zinfi's eyes brightened. Do share. 1 piece, 2 pieces, 3 or 4 pieces, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 pieces. Li Xiu rummaged through his memories from a past life for verses. Though he could not compose poetry, he was aware of poems from another world. Any random selection should suffice, as they would undoubtedly be unfamiliar and thus avoid exposure. Yet, Li Xiu, being an ordinary person in his previous life, could only recall a few lines from textbooks or a handful of well-known verses. His knowledge limited. Are you reciting nursery rhymes? Can you not be more serious? Zinfi pouted in frustration, playfully pinching Li Xiu's waist. Ouch, this indeed is a rather famous poem. Li Xiu, feeling helpless, had to switch to another. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight, 1,000 trees and 10,000 trees burst into bloom. Upon hearing those lines, Zinfi's eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 66. Just 2 lines. Scholars and poets who compose verses and create exquisite lines do so for a reason. Those timeless phrases, seemingly simple, strike directly at the heart. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight, 1,000 trees and 10,000 trees burst into bloom. Zinfi savored the lines, finding them remarkably profound. It was clearly winter. Yet the poem spoke of spring breezes. It was undeniably ice and snow, yet it compared them to plum blossoms. Everything melded so harmoniously, seamlessly, beyond articulation, and then, As a woman of scholarly lineage, Zinfi quickly began to write. Her strokes elegant as she pinned 2 lines of her own. She then inquired of Li Xiu for the continuation. Poetry, after all, cannot consist of merely 2 lines, can it? Let me think. Li Xiu pondered briefly before shaking his head. That is all there is. That is all? Zinfi was taken aback. What do you mean, that's all? At the very least, it should consist of 4 lines to be meaningful. That's it. Merely 2 lines, Li Xiu insisted. The truth is, he could only remember those 2 lines. The rest eluded him. With that said, he exhaled, adopting a leisurely demeanor. Seeing this, Zinfi furrowed her brow, wishing to concoct another 2 lines herself. However, after much contemplation, she could not bring herself to engage in such a clumsy continuation. Very well, Eunuch Wu, please present this to the Empress Dowager. Zinfi steeled herself and handed the incomplete couplet to the eunuch. The eunuch graciously accepted the sheet of rice paper and proceeded to present it to the Empress Dowager. Placing it among the works of the other concubines, "Grandmother, may I see?" The 9th princess, at that moment, was leaning against the Empress Dowager, acting adorably. As the initiator, the Empress Dowager had composed a poem herself. But it lay upon the table. Since it was the 9th princess who wished to see, she merely smiled and shook her head. She then began to peruse the works of the concubines, examining each in turn. Occasionally, she would smile softly or appear contemplative. She did not expect these concubines to produce masterpieces. It was merely a diversion for her amusement. Oh, only half a poem. The Empress Dowager picked up a sheet of rice paper, glanced at it, and her expression suddenly froze. She slowly brought the paper closer, her eyes sparkling with a unique brilliance. The previously dull gaze now brightened. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight, 1,000 trees and 10,000 trees burst into bloom. The Empress Dowager unconsciously recited, her tone gentle, softly enunciating the lines. Her fingers trembled slightly as they brushed over the characters, and the corners of her wrinkled mouth turned upward, radiating genuine joy. Beautifully written. Who composed this? After a few breaths, the Empress Dowager regained her composure and inquired of the eunuch beside her. The surrounding concubines had long since held their breath, scanning their surroundings to identify the fortunate soul favored by the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Wu discerned the handwriting and replied, "It is from Zinfi of the Fian Palace." Zinfi? How remarkable that Zinfi possesses such hidden talent, crafting such exquisite poetry. What was it that I did not hear clearly? Whatever it may be, it must be remarkable if it has caught the Empress Dowager's eye. The Empress Dowager's voice was already faint, and many present had not heard the content of the poem. Yet they began to shower praise mindlessly. "Zinfi, come forth!" The 9th princess called out in a bright voice. Upon hearing the summons, Zinfi felt a surge of nervousness, her expression becoming quite complex. She hurriedly rose, gracefully moving towards the Empress Dowager, and then she directly knelt before her. "Your Majesty, the characters are mine, but the poem is not of my own making." Chapter 67. Can one enter the Confucian path? As Zinfi spoke, her complexion had already turned pale, and a cold sweat began to bead on her back. Why literary talent is exceedingly poor. I am truly unversed in poetry. I struggled to piece together a few lines, only to hear the nearby eunuch recite these words. They struck me as novel, so I thought to present them to the Empress Dowager, hoping to elicit a smile and hoping that the Empress Dowager would not take offense. Upon finishing, she lowered her head, adopting a posture of awaiting judgment. Hee. The next moment, however, she heard the Empress Dowager's gentle laughter, followed by a warm hand linking with her arm, assisting her to her feet. This scene caused the other concubines to widen their eyes in jealousy. For it was indeed the Empress Dowager who had helped Zinfi rise. "If you dare to claim it as your own, I shall hold you accountable," the Empress Dowager said, stroking Zinfi's palm. "Having met you today, I find myself increasingly fond of you." Upon hearing this, Zinfi felt a wave of relief, her surprise mingled with delight. The Empress Dowager seldom praised concubines, let alone express her fondness so openly. With this single statement, Zinfi's standing among the other concubines would undoubtedly rise several notches. "Your Majesty is too gracious. Please, do sit," Zinfi said, her heart racing. assisting the Empress Dowager back to her seat while she stood obediently beside her, hand in hand. Suddenly, as if a spring breeze arrived overnight, 1,000 trees and 10,000 trees burst into bloom. It has been many years since I have encountered such a spirited poem, the Empress Dowager exclaimed, her joy palpable as she recited the lines aloud. Where is that eunuch who wrote the poem? Come forth! The 9th princess furrowed her brows and exclaimed loudly that moment, Li Xiu, hidden amidst the crowd, wore an expression of utter bewilderment. He had not anticipated that the gentle consort Exine would thrust the task of composing poetry upon him. Such a gamble was perilous. Should the Empress Dowager take offense and question her about this act of treason, it would not be a trivial matter. Li Xiu, filled with confusion, had no time to ponder further. He stepped forward with steady gait, bowing respectfully. This servant pays his respects to the 9th princess and to the Empress Dowager. From now on, do not refer to yourself as a servant. Nor shall anyone else, including the emperor, call you a servant, the Empress Dowager asserted. Those who possess great talents should have an indomitable pride, even in times of adversity, like a dragon stranded on a shallow bank. There will eventually come a day of return to the sea. The Empress Dowager cast a brief glance at Li Xiu before speaking sternly to the gathered crowd. Let it be known. We shall heed the Empress Dowager's decree. All the consorts present quickly bowed in agreement, though their hearts were filled with astonishment, questioning why the Empress Dowager held this young eunuch in such high regard. Was it truly due to a couplet of poetry? Rise, the Empress Dowager softened her tone, allowing Li Xiu to stand. Upon seeing his handsome visage, a hint of satisfaction mingled with regret flickered across her features. Had someone recognized your talent earlier, you would not have found yourself in such a position. Such a gifted individual reduced to a eunuch. I do not compose poetry. It is merely a couple of lines that came to mind. I thank the Empress Dowager for the recognition, Li Xiu humbly replied, his mind alert, fearful of uttering any misstep. Literature is a natural gift, and the ability to express it is your talent. Others cannot envy what they cannot possess. I can assure you, the couplet you just recited, if published in full, would surely elevate you to prominence, allowing you to step into the realm of Confucianism. Even in its incomplete form, it will serve as a foundation for your future achievements. And entering the path of Confucianism is but a matter of time, the Empress Dowager stated, looking at Li Xiu with conviction. Confucianism? Upon hearing this term, Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback, observing the confusion on his face. The Empress Dowager smiled kindly and explained, since the establishment of our Wu dynasty, we have always upheld a balance of civil and military pursuits. In this world, it is not warriors who prevail, but scholars, those who diligently study the classics, comprehend the principles of the universe, and possess a heart filled with loyalty to their sovereign and country. Yet, among scholars, only a rare few with exceptional intellect can truly cultivate their talents and embody the noble spirit. Stepping into the realm of Confucianism, those who enter this path wield poetic prowess that can vanquish foes, their righteous aura serving as armor. Even the frailest body can stand undaunted against martial warriors and malevolent forces, rendering them invincible among men. The Empress Dowager's eyes sparkled with a hint of longing as she spoke. I see now. I appreciate the Empress Dowager's clarification, Li Xiu responded, realizing that the so-called Confucianism was not merely the pursuit of a powerless scholar, but a path of cultivation that could rival martial prowess. However, Empress Dowager, I have only attended a private school for a few days in my youth, barely learning to read. The concept of Confucianism remains elusive for me. He humbly acknowledged, aware that the Empress Dowager had misunderstood his capabilities. Although his mind harbored a wealth of renowned verses, they were not his own creations. Merely memorizing them served little purpose at that moment. Li Xiu understood why consort Exine dared not lie, insisting on revealing the truth. She recognized that with the Empress Dowager's discerning intellect, this matter could not be concealed. A gentleman is humble, gentle, and courteous. Possessing talent without arrogance, achieving success without pride, and remaining unassuming despite his accomplishments. This is the essence of a true gentleman. The Empress Dowager regarded Li Xiu with increasing admiration, then inquired, "Do you wish to accompany the princess?" Consort Exine felt a stir in her heart, but dared not speak further. Li Xiu fell silent, utterly taken aback by the Empress Dowager's unexpected proposal. "You appear to be in a quandary?" The Empress Dowager noted. "Very well. Starting tomorrow, you shall accompany the princess to study at Fengyang Pavilion each morning." "Understood." Li Xiu exhaled in relief, nodding vigorously. Upon reflection, he realized he was reluctant to leave the Fian Palace, primarily due to Consort Xian's presence. Furthermore, although Luo Qingwan had not formally accepted him as a disciple, they shared a bond akin to that of teacher and student. With this sense of gratitude, Li Xiu was disinclined to depart. Moreover, despite the ninth princess appearing gentle and amiable, her reputation in the palace was far from favorable. She was known for her arrogance and cruelty, treating lives as expendable. Having killed numerous individuals in her martial training with the military overseers, he could only hope that she would exercise restraint out of respect for the Empress Dowager and not intentionally make things difficult for him. "Well, I am weary for today and have had my fill of excitement. I shall return to the palace first." With that, the Empress Dowager departed amidst the respectful farewells of the crowd. Once the Empress Dowager had moved away, the consorts began to chatter excitedly around Li Xiu and Consort Xian. One truly cannot judge by appearances. Young Eunuch possesses such talent and has garnered the Empress Dowager's favor. What nonsense is this? Young Eunuch is undeniably handsome. Consort Xian is indeed fortunate. Even a small eunuch can lead to such a treasure. From now on, young Eunuch will be the ninth princess's companion in studies. I foresee a bright future ahead. In the harem, where interests reign supreme, the consorts, seeing Li Xiu rise in status, momentarily disregarded their noble identities, approaching the lowly eunuch with friendliness. Silence. At that moment, the ninth princess's face turned cold, and she shouted angrily. The ninth princess suddenly erupted in fury, leaving the gathered consorts astonished. How could she go from calm to enraged in an instant? However, some astute observers discerned the underlying tension. "Step aside," she commanded. "That a mere eunuch would presume to associate with this princess is a blessing from a past life. To dare oppose my royal grandmother's wishes is tantamount to courting death." The ninth princess advanced with formidable presence toward Li Xiu, prompting the consorts to hastily retreat, fearful of inciting her wrath. Approaching within 5 steps of Li Xiu, she leapt forward, aiming a kick directly at his face. Li Xiu furrowed his brows, stepping forward to shield Consort Xian, aware that against the ninth princess, he could not act recklessly. He could only cross his arms in a defensive posture. Bang! Their energies collided. The ninth princess's form graceful as a fluttering butterfly, landing steadily on the ground. In contrast, Li Xiu's arms went numb as he was forced back 5 steps, barely diffusing the overwhelming force of her attack. 7th rank? Li Xiu regarded the young woman before him, his expression grave, his heart sinking. He sensed a similar aura to Luo Qingwan emanating from the ninth princess. Genuine qi. Humans are but flesh and blood. No matter how formidable one's vitality, there is a limit. Li Xiu, at the peak of the 9th rank with 7,000 gene of strength, was already considered extraordinarily powerful, a rarity among martial artists. Yet, in the presence of a 7th rank practitioner, he felt utterly insignificant. When vital force meets true qi, it is akin to a mouse encountering a cat, utterly suppressed. Moreover, the 9th princess was indeed as fierce as rumored. Had the attack landed on an ordinary 9th rank warrior, their head would likely have exploded and they would have perished instantly. Li Xiu, is it? The 9th princess remarked, recalling that just days prior, someone had mentioned him in her earshot, saying he, at the 9th rank, had defeated an 8th rank warrior, even incapacitating one of their arms. You truly possess some skill. The 9th princess's eyes sparkled with excitement as she observed Li Xiu's calmness in the face of her attack. You flatter me, princess. I merely had a stroke of luck. You, at such a young age, have already attained the 7th rank. I seem like a mere glow compared to your radiant moon, Li Xiu replied with a warm smile. Offering compliments. Enough with the flattery. I intended to spar with you today. For the sake of my royal grandmother, I shall spare your life, allowing you to be carried to Fengyang Pavilion tomorrow to study with me. The 9th princess's fury persisted. Princess, please, he is merely a 9th rank. How could he possibly be your opponent? I implore you to show mercy. Consort Exine interjected urgently. I will take him back to the palace and ensure he is well disciplined. Ha! Whoever pleads for him shall not escape my wrath. The ninth princess shot a cold glare at Consort Exine, revealing a sharp little fang, resembling a mischievous little demon. However, you have reminded me of something. I am already at the 7th rank. It is indeed beneath my dignity to attack a mere 9th rank novice. Very well, let us make it 10 exchanges. If you can endure within those 10 exchanges, I shall let you go. 10 exchanges? With the disparity in our ranks, even a single strike could be fatal. Xinfei, along with the concubines present, though not martial artists by nature, possessed a modicum of common sense. It seemed that the 9th princess was unwilling to relent in her pursuit of the young eunuch. Chapter 70. Fiery Hand versus Diamond Strength. The 9th princess, with her brows furrowed in anger, advanced forward, her gown billowing elegantly as she raised her long, slender jade leg high, her hair dancing wildly behind her, exuding an imposing aura. With a thunderous clap, she brought down her leg, and Li Xiu, deftly employing the plum blossom step, narrowly evaded her strike. The tip of her foot grazed his chest, instantly tearing his thin garment and leaving a crimson mark upon his exposed skin. The floor, fashioned from stone, cracked beneath the force of their clash, and the tables on either side were overturned. Was this merely the first move? Li Xiu's expression remained indifferent as he calmly regarded the girl before him. He casually discarded his torn clothing, casting it aside. This was the second strike. The 9th princess, clad in a vibrant red gown, launched her next attack. Once again utilizing her leg techniques, she spun gracefully, her skirts swirling like an umbrella, revealing her tightly wrapped figure beneath the white attire, her waist both slender and powerful, driving her straight jade leg towards Li Xiu's midsection. Li Xiu sensed the overwhelming force of her approach and realized the vast disparity in their abilities. Even her casual attack required all his effort to counter. In such a scenario, evasion was the wisest course of action. He leaped into the air, grasping the beam of the pavilion above to evade a sweeping strike, then swung his body like a pendulum, launching himself onto the frozen lake below. In the open expanse, evasion became considerably easier. As his feet touched the icy surface, a wave of scorching energy surged behind him. Li Xiu turned abruptly to see the 9th princess soaring toward him, her true energy swirling around her, locking onto him with unwavering intensity. The snowflakes in the air melted instantaneously in her presence. In that moment, Li Xiu realized that her martial arts were far from ordinary. This time, there would be no escaping. Coupled with that previous kick before their wager, Li Xiu had successfully dodged thrice, which only fueled the pent-up frustration within the 9th princess. Thus, for her third strike, she held nothing back, channeling her inner energy, a vivid crimson flame igniting in her palm, illuminating her face twisted with malice. This was the manifestation of her cultivated true energy. It was akin to the icy barrier of cold energy that had once been in Luo Qingwan's hand. Lunar Embrace. Li Xiu, now locked in her energy, had no choice but to confront her. His palms formed a stance of cradling the moon, harmonizing the yin and yang, blending hardness with softness, before thrusting his palms forward with great force. Simultaneously, an image of a wrathful diamond figure materialized in his mind, and a faint golden light enveloped his palms. Boom! The 9th princess's attack followed suit, and as Li Xiu met her strike, it felt akin to making contact with a compressed inferno, intense and all-consuming, threatening to invade his very being. Fortunately, Li Xiu had not overestimated his capabilities and immediately employed his trump card, the diamond strength. Though the golden light on his palms was feeble, it successfully warded off the searing flames. Otherwise, his hands would have been scorched to a crisp. Yet, even so, under the might of the 9th princess's palm strike, Li Xiu was propelled backward, sliding across the ice for several dozen paces. A remarkable force? You have manifested a Dharma form at the 9th tier? The 9th princess's expression betrayed her astonishment for the first time as she faced Li Xiu. Chapter 71. The 10th strike. Snowflakes swirled, blanketing the frozen lake. 2 figures stood 100 paces apart. One, bare-chested and brimming with vitality, and the other, a vision in fiery red, her form captivating. This young eunuch possesses considerable skill, capable of exchanging so many blows with the ninth princess. Indeed, he is a rare talent, gifted not only in poetry but also in martial prowess. Xinfei truly has struck gold, yet it seems her precious gem may not survive this day. Provoking the ninth princess can only lead to ruin. The concubines murmured among themselves, their eyes glued to the unfolding drama. Xinfei clenched her fists, her lips pressed tightly together, nearly shedding tears in her anxiety. However, she dared not reveal her distress, fearing it might arouse suspicion. Qing'er, standing beside Xinfei, was equally pale with fright. Is he truly at the ninth tier? How could he withstand a strike from the ninth princess wielding true energy? Lin Yu, beside Yu Fei, wore an expression of disbelief. Yet soon after, a cold smile crept across his face, and no matter how gifted you are marked for death today by the ninth princess. On the icy expanse, the two resumed their fierce exchange. The ninth princess's heart was tumultuous upon witnessing Li Xiu's diamond strength. She had commenced her martial training at the tender age of 9, consuming 99 Longhu golden pills over 3 months, earning accolades from her master as a martial prodigy. Subsequently, she spent 9 months reaching the 8th tier refining essence stage, and after 3 more years, she successfully entered the 7th tier Qi refining stage by this autumn, all at the tender age of 14. In the entirety of the capital, a 14-year-old in the Qi refining stage was a marvel indeed. Yet even so, it was only after entering the 7th tier that she learned the profound internal techniques and successfully condensed her Dharma form. And here stood Li Xiu, manifesting a Dharma form at the 9th tier. This is impossible. The 9th princess, at 14 and possessing a proud and arrogant disposition, reacted with jealousy upon realizing this revelation. She would not permit this prodigy, who overshadowed her, to thrive. Thus, her attacks grew swifter and more ruthless. Li Xiu's demeanor turned solemn, his brows knitted in concentration as he summoned the full might of his Dharma form. The wrathful diamond figure radiating a fierce golden light in his mind. He could only rely on his newly acquired Arhat fist, evading continually while utilizing the diamond strength whenever necessary, of course. His mastery of the diamond strength was still nascent. After 3 uses, he found himself lacking in stamina. The 4th strike, the 5th strike, the 6th strike, the 7th strike, the 8th strike, the 9th strike, crimson chain palm. The 9th princess unleashed her true energy once more, her red gown swirling as her palms cut through the air, trailing 2 fiery tails, reminiscent of serpentine chains drawn in the sky. Princess, this is the 10th strike. Li Xiu warned, grounding himself as he concentrated to muster a hint of diamond strength to infuse into his palms. Lunar embrace. Li Xiu executed his technique to meet her attack, but, upon contact with the princess's palms, he withdrew, leaning backward, his palms curving in an intricate arc as he redirected the force. This strike will be your end. The 9th princess, relentless, pressed forward, her palms bearing down with ferocity. The onlookers held their breath. Astonished, no one had anticipated that Li Xiu, facing a disparity of 2 realms, could endure for so long. Reaching the final strike, at this moment, their stances were peculiar. Li Xiu leaned back, nearly prone upon the ice. His body angled upwards, with his palms drawing together before thrusting outward. The 9th princess, however, soared through the air, her body inclined forward, her face downward as if poised to descend upon Li Xiu. Yet, within her palms lay an unfathomable power. Chapter 72. A reversal? Into the water as their palms met, a ring of crimson flames radiated outward. With that forceful encounter, Li Xiu collapsed onto the ice, his internal organs jolted, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. To endure so far despite the 2-tiered gap, he had truly exerted himself to the utmost. The 9th princess was not akin to Lin Yu or Lin Peng, though their realms were superior. The gap was not as pronounced, and their prowess was merely mediocre within their respective ranks. Both were martial overseers who, after consuming Longhu golden pills, began their self-guided training and exploration of martial arts. Truth be told, their modest achievements were commendable, but they were ultimately unremarkable. The 9th princess, however, was different. She practiced the most elite techniques, her master being no ordinary individual. Her power was undeniably formidable. Ninth Princess, I hope you uphold the wager. Li Xiu feigned weakness in reality, by leveraging the final technique, Moon Reversal, and forcibly channeling a hint of diamond strength. He had only sustained minor injuries, nothing severe. Finished? Li Xiu had endured. How could this be? Had 10 strikes truly passed? The ninth princess, a formidable expert at the 7th-tier Qi refining stage, had unleashed 10 attacks. How could this young eunuch possibly withstand them? Whispers erupted along the lake's edge. At this moment, the ninth princess and Li Xiu connected palms. Her feet poised on the ice, her body leaning forward, almost parallel to the surface. If she were to move back slightly, one might mistakenly believe she was entirely atop Li Xiu. Hearing the comments from the shore, the ninth princess's cheeks flushed. Shall not adhere to the agreement. What will you do about it? She was not merely shy. Rather, she was overcome with shame. In an instant, her delicate hand struck down on Li Xiu's neck. Li Xiu's expression darkened, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. This was the first time he contemplated taking a life. The ninth princess before him was utterly incomprehensible, acting solely on her whims. Showing no regard for human life, he had already risked his own life by accepting the challenge of 10 strikes, all in the hope of maintaining peace by yielding. After all, she was the esteemed ninth princess. If she truly wished to kill him, she need only utter a command. Yet, he never anticipated that the ninth princess would disregard even her own promises. At this moment, he found himself with no avenue for retreat. Crack! Li Xiu's breath hitched as a searing pain shot through his neck. This girl was not jesting. She genuinely intended to strangle him to death. His mind swelled, a torrent of unnameable fury igniting within his chest. In this dire moment, Li Xiu could think of nothing but his overwhelming survival instinct. However, facing the ninth princess, who was at the 7th rank of Qi refinement, resisting her proved exceedingly challenging in his frantic state. Li Xiu caught a glimpse of a crack on the ice beneath them, a spark of inspiration igniting in his mind. He scanned the surroundings and indeed discovered multiple fractures on the icy surface. The combined force of their confrontation, coupled with the ninth princess's intense true energy, had rendered the ice, which had frozen for 3 or 4 days, perilously fragile. With that realization, Li Xiu discreetly flipped his palm over and pressed it firmly against the ice. Channeling all his strength, which he released in an explosive surge. Splash! The sound of water erupted as Li Xiu felt his body lighten, only to be immediately assaulted by an overwhelming chill from behind. The once arrogant expression of the ninth princess transformed into one of panic. Chapter 73. Regardless of who you are, let us perish together. With a resounding crash, the ice shattered, and both Li Xiu and the ninth princess plunged into the frigid waters below. The onlookers by the lakeside erupted into chaos. An incident had occurred. It was over. Their earlier battle had already weakened the ice, and now it had collapsed completely. What are you all standing around for? Hurry and save them. Quickly summon the Imperial Guard. The crowd of concubines was thrown into disarray. Under the ice, the moment they fell into the lake, the bone-chilling sensation surged through them. The ninth princess was taken aback, instinctively releasing her grip on Li Xiu's neck, granting him his freedom. After a brief moment of confusion, she quickly regained her composure. Though she was not skilled in swimming, her true energy provided her some protection against the icy waters. The ninth princess lifted her head, refraining from opening her eyes, relying solely on memory to navigate until her fingers grazed the solid ice surface, prompting her to search for an escape. Once submerged, Li Xiu found himself in a more desperate predicament. He possessed a modicum of swimming ability, but having been choked moments prior, his breath was scant. Now, plunging into the frigid lake, he swallowed a couple of mouthfuls of water. Yet, his recovery was swifter than expected, for before him loomed the true specter of death. He opened his eyes and saw the girl in the red dress, eyes closed, groping her way to the surface. You wish to escape? Then perish together. A cold resolve surged within Li Xiu as he propelled himself through the water, stealthily approaching the ninth princess from behind, seizing her slender form in a tight embrace. His legs entwined around her waist like the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, while his hands executed a binding technique, coiling around her arms like a serpent, fingers curling to grip her wrists. Werwo, the ninth princess was immediately alarmed. For a practitioner of chi refinement, there existed a critical point of vulnerability, the meridians. The wrists, in particular, served as a passage for energy. With her hands ensnared, the ninth princess found her true energy unable to circulate, plunging her into a state of panic. Although she possessed internal strength, her capacity to hold her breath far exceeded that of an ordinary person. It was not limitless. Prolonged submersion posed a genuine threat of suffocation. What shattered the ninth princess's composure further was Li Xiu's unmistakable intent to drag her down with him. As he continued to sink deeper into the abyss, Li Xiu was not a paragon of rationality. On the contrary, he was fiercely spirited. Once someone crossed his threshold, be they a princess or a prince, he would retaliate with tenacity. Glub, glub, glub. The ninth princess clearly wished to speak, but as she opened her mouth, the icy lake water surged in, rendering her speechless. Li Xiu swiftly locked onto her arms, flipping her over. They were now face to face, entangled in a struggle, and a smirk of triumph graced Li Xiu's lips. He beheld the previously imperious countenance of the ninth princess, now marred by panic and fear, as she shook her head, on the verge of tears, crying. Such lamentation would avail her nothing. A flicker of sympathy crossed Li Xiu's mind, but it was swiftly extinguished. This woman had sought to take his life multiple times within the brief span of a mere half-hour. Compassion was unwarranted. In this moment, Li Xiu was at a loss for any means of survival. Perhaps overwhelmed with terror, the ninth princess had inhaled too much water and had succumbed to unconsciousness. Li Xiu, too, found himself nearing his limit, his consciousness fading. At last, everything went dark. Chapter 74. Not dead? A blessing in disguise. Cough. Li Xiu sputtered, a fiery sensation igniting in his throat. In the next instant, he abruptly opened his eyes. Not dead? Where is this? The Imperial Hospital? The air was thick with the scent of medicinal herbs. You reawake? A familiar voice chimed in. Footsteps approached, and there stood Luo Qingwan, clad in a simple gown. Upon seeing her, Li Xiu instinctively exhaled in relief, offering a wry smile. How am I still alive? You merely fell into the water. With your physique, it would be abnormal if you didn't survive, Luo Qingwan retorted, then paused, as if struck by a thought. She turned to fetch a steaming bowl of ginger soup, spooning it into Li Xiu's mouth, casually remarking, however, given your and the ninth princess's prowess, you both should not have drowned. You ought to have been able to surface shortly after falling in. Li Xiu let out a long breath, inquiring, what did the ninth princess say? Luo Qingwan replied, the ninth princess claimed she couldn't swim and nearly drowned in panic. Thankfully, you exerted yourself to rescue her, pulling her from the lake's depths. However, it seems you were saved by the mysterious tortoise residing in the water. Mysterious tortoise? Li Xiu questioned, perplexed. The mysterious tortoise is a pet the ninth princess keeps in the lake. Luo Qingwan clarified. Li Xiu nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. The ninth princess would hardly be benevolent towards him. Given her temperament, she was likely motivated by a desire to avoid an easy demise for herself. Hence, what awaited Li Xiu was likely an even more terrifying ordeal. Fortunately, in your confrontation with the ninth princess, your strength has seen significant advancement. You have now reached the pinnacle of the ninth rank. I came across 10 sets of foundational elixirs during my outing. With your talent, you may soon break through to the 8th rank of chi refinement, Luo Qingwan informed him. Another increase? Li Xiu mused, recognizing the positive development. Yet, he felt no elation. Li Xiu, this dejected demeanor does not suit you, Luo Qingwan remarked, suddenly breaking into a radiant smile that warmed the heart. There will always be a way when one reaches the mountain's peak. The palace is small, but the world is vast. With that, she turned and departed. Luo Qingwan's recent frequency of leaving the palace struck Li Xiu as peculiar. However, her words rang true. There would always be a way when one faced challenges. After all, he was still alive, was he not? Li Xiu promptly rose, stretching his limbs. For a martial artist, a dip in icy water was hardly a grave matter. He felt no lasting effects. Indeed, this was one of the benefits of practicing the Arhat fist. It solidified Li Xiu's foundation and enhanced his resilience. It seemed that the ninth princess had also emerged unscathed. It remained to be seen how she intended to make him pay. With that thought, Li Xiu left the imperial hospital, the evening shadows growing deeper. He made his way back to the Fian Palace, first seeking an audience with the concubine Xian. Upon seeing him, she pouted. Her face awash with guilt, Luo Qingwan stood beside her, suggesting, feign illness for now. Pretend to suffer from a cold. At least it might buy you 3 to 5 days of reprieve. Feign illness? Why must I pretend to be ill? Concubine Xian asked, bewildered. Like everyone else, she had witnessed the duel between Li Xiu and the ninth princess, seeing them both plunge into the icy depths. Yet, she had not perceived the subtleties that had transpired during their confrontation. Li Xiu replied nonchalantly, because I am not ill. I must pretend to be. Concubine Xian? Chapter 75. 3 days of hardship. Once back in his chamber, Li Xiu had no time to spare for sleep. He immediately prepared a medicinal bath. My strength remains insufficient. Within this palace, offending even the slightest individual could lead to a threat to my life. This feeling is truly intolerable, though one might argue that, in a short span of time, no matter how formidable his strength, it wouldn't reach extraordinary heights should he swiftly elevate his realm to the 8th tier of refining essence. At least he would be somewhat more resilient when confronted by the ninth princess. I jest, of course. The greater one's strength, the more one's intrinsic value escalates. Only then could Li Xiu vie for additional protective allies. Currently, he even contemplated returning to the west, though it would not be entirely accurate to call it a retreat. For he had yet to seek out Nye Yunting. However, it was evident that the ninth princess would not let him go easily. His aunt's words today carried a certain subtext. Where there's a will, there's a way, she seemed to imply. The palace may be small, but the world is vast. Was she suggesting I escape the palace? Li Xiu pondered. This could indeed serve as a viable plan. If pressed too hard, Li Xiu would dare to slip away through the palace's dog hole. Naturally, that would be a last resort. Within the feudal dynasty, even if he departed the capital, reaching another place would prove exceedingly difficult. Without official travel permits, he would find it impossible to pass through any checkpoints. The ninth princess, with her capricious nature, might not resort to extreme measures against him. Yet there lay an advantage. She would not directly eliminate him. At this juncture, adaptability was his only recourse. Li Xiu chose to cease his ruminations and immerse himself in silent cultivation. Thanks to the existence of the Zhenwu seal, while he slept, he simultaneously engaged in profound meditation, thereby accelerating his absorption of the foundation-building elixirs. Thus, his practice time exceeded that of others by a factor of 2. After an entire night, he had consumed 2 doses of the foundation-building elixirs. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 9th tier, when he utilized the elixirs again, he was struck by a sensation of boundless energy. Clenching his fists, Li Xiu felt an inexhaustible vitality within him. According to Luo Qingwan, this was a favorable sign. Only with an abundance of fortune and vitality could one achieve a qualitative transformation through quantitative change, condensing essence within. Due to special circumstances, Xian Fei no longer requested Li Xiu to serve her at mealtimes, leaving him undisturbed in his cultivation. After breakfast, a eunuch from the 9th princess's Fengyang pavilion sought him out at Fian Palace, referencing the Empress Dowager's decree from the previous day, mandating Li Xiu to accompany the princess in her studies. Xian Fei naturally employed the pretext of feigned illness. The eunuch, brimming with confidence, declared, "The 9th princess anticipated that you might be unwell. She has granted an extension of 3 days. If you fail to appear at Fengyang Pavilion within 3 days, alas, you will be punished for defying the royal order." With that, the elderly eunuch turned and strode away with an air of arrogance. Li Xiu had anticipated this turn of events and continued to immerse himself in cultivation. During this time, he also sent the maid Qing'er to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to retrieve a new martial arts manual, the Thunderous Fist. Li Xiu was determined not to squander a moment of his training. While meditating, he began to optimize the Thunderous Fist technique. Given the 9th princess's temperament, it was certain she would not forego the opportunity to deal him harm. Thus, preparing an additional trump card was undoubtedly necessary. Hence, Li Xiu remained sequestered within Fian Palace, diligently honing his skills for 3 days. He had completely utilized 10 doses of the foundation-building elixirs on one particular dawn. As the light began to break, Li Xiu awoke to find golden specks of light swirling upon his body, coursing continually across his skin. Chapter 76, 8th Tier, Refining Essence. Could this be the power of essence? Li Xiu opened his eyes, observing the golden glimmers flowing over his form. It was as though a layer of glaze had been applied, gradually enveloping him, rendering him resplendent in gold, reminiscent of the imagined form of a divine being. The qualitative transformation of his vitality, abundant in essence, fortified his physique. He had entered the 8th tier of refining essence. Li Xiu closed his eyes, centering his thoughts. The golden sheen on his skin slowly receded, concealed beneath the surface, within his flesh and blood. Remarkably, he had succeeded. Within 3 days, he had shattered the bottleneck of the 9th tier and ascended to the 8th tier of refining essence, an endeavor he had previously deemed exceedingly arduous and uncertain. Yet, during his cultivation, he was astonished to discover that his progression flowed effortlessly, as if a river had reached its destination. Perhaps the battle with the 9th princess had ignited within him a fierce determination, inadvertently paving the way for his advancement to the 8th tier. Li Xiu speculated quietly, as the saying goes, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. He indeed felt that after that day's confrontation, his comprehension of martial arts had reached new heights. Of course, this advancement had come at the peril of his life. Had he the choice, he would certainly have avoided it. However, there was no turning back now. 9th princess, let us see what tricks you can conjure. Li Xiu stepped out of his chamber and first greeted Xian Fei and Luo Qingwan. Accompanying the 9th princess in her studies was the Empress Dowager's decree, an order he could not refuse. He would have to exercise caution. Remember, the 9th princess holds a noble status. Even if you must endure some grievances, acquiesce to her demands, and do not act impulsively. Xian Fei's beautiful eyes were filled with concern. Yet, within the palace, bloodlines and imperial authority always reigned supreme. Those of noble birth could easily dictate the fates of others. Exercise caution, Luo Qingwan advised, adding, remember to be adaptable in your responses. The 9th princess also serves as a test for you. On the surface, your statuses appear vastly disparate, and you seem powerless before her. However, bear in mind that everyone has weaknesses, whether in martial prowess or other aspects. Thank you, Aunt Qingwan, for your guidance, and thank you, Lady Xian Fei, for your concern, Li Xiu responded. He then departed from Fian Palace, making his way to Fengyang Pavilion. Fengyang Pavilion was the place where the princess conducted her daily affairs. Upon arrival, he greeted the gatekeeping eunuch and was allowed entry amidst the latter's sympathetic gaze. Entering the spacious courtyard, which housed sleeping quarters, study rooms, and training grounds, all facilities were fully equipped. Li Xiu, the blue-robed eunuch from Fian Palace, here to accompany the 9th princess in her studies, he announced. Before the study room, he exchanged greetings with a red-robed eunuch. Just wait a moment. Right now, Yang Guifei is inside, conversing with the 9th princess. The red-robed eunuch replied with an air of superiority. The red-robed eunuchs held greater authority, easily overshadowing their blue-robed counterparts, so his demeanor was to be expected. Moreover, most individuals in the princess's court likely regarded Li Xiu as a dead man walking. After all, those who offended the 9th princess met with inevitable doom. Often in the most gruesome of manners, I don't care. I simply adore Zhang Ruochen. If it comes to it, I'll simply make him my consort. The 9th princess's haughty voice suddenly rang out. Slap. Chapter 77. The enchanting Yang Guifei slap. In the next moment, a sharp sound echoed, accompanied by the voice of a trembling woman. Linger, how can you be so ungrateful? Your father has long since arranged a marriage for you and issued a royal decree. Do you intend to defy it? You strike me, yet I shall decide whom I marry. Who are you to dictate my choices? The 9th princess's voice dripped with grievance, on the verge of tears. Just because you are the current princess, that Zhang Ruochen is merely a common warrior. Apart from his martial prowess, what else does he possess? Furthermore, as your martial instructor, he dares to overstep the teacher-student relationship and seduce the princess. This is a capital offense. Listening in on the conversation from within the room, Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Such weighty revelations. The princess has developed feelings for her martial arts teacher. The bonds of teacher and student, deeply revered in feudal society, were fraught with societal disapproval when romantic feelings emerged. And of course, the female in question was a princess. Li Xiu did not dwell on this matter further. It was of no concern to him. His own survival was paramount. Mother's actions toward you were unjust, but there is no room for negotiation in this matter. If you had fallen for another noble's son, it might have been tolerable. But Zhang Ruochen's origins are humble. His skills stem from the common folk, and he is unworthy of being your partner. If you comply and sever all ties with him, I might ensure his safety in the capital. Otherwise, your father will not allow him to see the next spring. Following a stern reprimand, Yang Guifei's tone softened as she gently guided the ninth princess. Shortly thereafter, the door swung open, revealing a stately and voluptuous woman adorned in resplendent attire. Her skin was as smooth as cream, enticingly fair, her face a perfect oval, with a high nose and elegantly arched brows, complemented by pearly white teeth and crimson lips, exuding an air of regal opulence. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Li Xiu was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Yang Guifei was yet another striking beauty of the ample variety? Before her stood a woman whose voluptuousness was unmistakably more pronounced than that of the likes of Xin Fei and Yu Fei. As she walked with a graceful sway, her ample bosom gently quivered, straining against the cotton garment adorned with blue floral patterns, which was snugly fitted rather than low-cut like Yu Fei's attire. Her clothing was quite modest. Yet the impressive contours of her figure remained evident, with a soft waist that did not appear cumbersome, still exuding an air of delicate beauty. Below, her rounded posterior was undeniably prominent, resembling a full moon, accentuating the silhouette of her skirt as she walked with a delightful bounce. It was no wonder she had been bestowed the title of Guifei. At that moment, Li Xiu felt a twinge of envy towards the emperor. It was hardly surprising that the ninth princess possessed such exceptional genes. At merely 14, her form had already begun to blossom. The sensation of her embrace in the icy lake had been remarkably pleasant. As Yang Guifei stepped out, her gaze fell upon Li Xiu immediately. Were he merely an ordinary eunuch clad in blue, she would have paid him no heed. However, Li Xiu's strikingly handsome appearance caught her attention. Now, seeing a handsome man made her anxious, fearing her daughter might act inappropriately again. Your Majesty, this is Li Xiu, appointed by the Empress Dowager to accompany the ninth princess in her studies, replied a red-clad eunuch beside her. Ah, so you are Li Xiu. Yang Guifei's expression softened. I have heard from the Empress Dowager that you possess considerable talent and a commendable character. It is indeed fortunate for the ninth princess to have you by her side. Linger, step forward. Chapter 78. The thunderous roar of dragons and tigers. Ah, so you are Li Xiu. Yang Guifei's countenance eased. I have heard from the Empress Dowager that you are quite talented and possess a virtuous character. It is indeed a good thing for you to be by the ninth princess's side. Linger, come forth. She called into the room, and the ninth princess reluctantly emerged, asking, What is it? Yang Guifei frowned slightly and said, Li Xiu is someone your royal grandmother has brought for you. Remember, do not intentionally make things difficult for him. Your academic performance has been quite poor. It is beneficial for you to have a companion. And I hope you can improve. Understood. The ninth princess nodded. Yang Guifei, satisfied, cast one last glance at Li Xiu before turning to leave. With a sidelong glance, Li Xiu beheld the alluring silhouette of Yang Guifei. Her form was nothing short of perfection, every curve invitingly alluring. Her shapely, ample posterior swayed enticingly as she walked, resembling ripe peaches dancing before one's eyes. He inhaled deeply, discreetly averting his gaze. Li Xiu did not deny his penchant for beauty, yet he typically exercised restraint. However, in the presence of Yang Guifei, he found himself somewhat entranced. Follow me. The ninth princess, upon seeing Yang Guifei depart, bit her silver teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with resentment as she coldly addressed Li Xiu. Yes, Li Xiu responded, only to furrow his brow the next moment. The direction the ninth princess took was not toward the study, but rather the martial arts arena. Everyone stay outside. No one is permitted to enter. regardless of any sounds you may hear, or I shall have your heads, the ninth princess commanded, leading Li Xiu into a spacious palace. Weapons were displayed on racks in the corners, including swords, staffs, axes, and halberds, while shelves held a plethora of martial arts tomes. In the center of the room lay a stone-paved practice area. You are rather unfortunate. I had intended to let you live a while longer. After all, you are the most daring servant I have encountered. Back in the lake, you wished to kill me, did you not? Alas, my pet, the little black one, saved me and in turn, saved your life. I survived, but you must still die. Today, I am in a foul mood and shall relieve my irritation by eliminating you. The ninth princess was strikingly beautiful, her figure captivating in a red dress. Yet, at that moment, in Li Xiu's eyes, she appeared utterly repulsive and crass, akin to a dog that could not speak human language. Remember this, I am Princess Wu Linger. When you descend to the underworld and meet Yama, do not misname your enemy. With that, she sprang forward, her dress swirling, her palms radiating with true energy, unleashing her full strength from the outset. Roar. Noticing this, Li Xiu stomped his foot, and a resonant sound akin to the roar of dragons and tigers erupted from his chest. Deep and resonant, echoing powerfully. With another step forward, a second sound emerged, resembling a lone dragon's roar transforming into a clash of two dragons vying for supremacy. Following that came a third step, the sound of thunder. As the veins in his arms bulged, immense strength coalescing. Fourth step, fifth step, sixth step, seventh step. Li Xiu, facing the onslaught of the ninth princess, did not retreat an inch, stepping forward 7 times in succession. The ninth princess's expression shifted from disdain and contempt to astonishment and seriousness. Red Snake Palm, the thunderous roar of dragons and tigers, a low-grade Xian-class martial art. Chapter 79. The mockery of Li Xiu in these past 3 days. While engaged in silent cultivation, Li Xiu had also been continuously refining a martial art. This was the Thunderous Fist, borrowed from the Internal Affairs Bureau's Martial Arts Monitoring Pavilion by Qing'er. After sparring with the brothers Lin Yu and Lin Peng, he recognized the potential of this martial art. With the aid of the true martial seal, his progress in refining the martial art was swift. Firstly, he utilized the diamond strength to protect his internal organs, eliminating the risk of injury from forcibly activating his blood and energy. Following the refinement, using this set of fist techniques no longer merely produced thunderous sounds, but also accompanied the roars of dragons and tigers. Consequently, he renamed it the Thunderous Roar of Dragons and Tigers. A fitting title indeed. The strength of this martial art lay in its sheer explosive power, characterized by high aggressiveness. Moreover, its upper limit was exceedingly high. With each level of refinement, the explosive force would increase correspondingly. Now, Li Xiu had optimized the 3-step Thunderous Fist into the 7-step Thunderous Roar of Dragons and Tigers, with its explosive power surpassing the original tenfold. Its rank was comparable to that of low-grade Xian-class martial arts. With Li Xiu stepping out for the 7th time, distinct veins appeared on his forehead, and within his chest, it felt as if winds were swirling, dragons were battling, and thunder was rolling. An overwhelming might that instilled fear in the ninth princess's heart. Boom! As their palms collided, a violent force erupted. The ninth princess felt her entire arm go numb, staggering back 5 steps. Li Xiu, however, retreated 7 steps, seemingly at a disadvantage, yet a faint golden light flickered across his arms, indicating he had sustained no damage from the forced, 8th-grade refinement realm, and possessing immense divine strength. The ninth princess's beautiful eyes brimmed with disbelief as she gritted her teeth. What martial art are you using that can unleash such terrifying power? Xian-class martial art, the thunderous roar of dragons and tigers, Li Xiu replied calmly. The thunderous roar of dragons and tigers? I have never heard of it. The ninth princess exclaimed, Servant, do you dare to deceive me? Ha! Li Xiu chuckled coldly. If the ninth princess does not believe it, so be it is you who is lying. The ninth princess, incensed, retorted. I have perused all the Xian-class martial arts within the palace. There is no such technique. The thunderous roar of dragons and tigers is not a martial art of the palace. It is my own refinement of the yellow-class upper-tier thunderous fist, Li Xiu replied calmly. The three-step Thunderous Fist is a yellow-class upper-tier technique. I altered its energy circulation method, transforming it into the thunderous roar of dragons and tigers. The power of 5 steps is comparable to yellow-class top-tier martial arts, while the power of 7 steps reaches the low-grade Xin-class realm. Refining martial arts? The ninth princess paused, then suddenly burst into laughter, her beauty captivating yet her words remained venomous. Servant, you are quite the braggart. How dare you claim to refine martial arts, transforming yellow class into Xin class? Truly laughable. Ha ha ha. Seeing her smile, Li Xiu's own smile grew colder. Upon my return, I specifically inquired about the ninth princess's martial arts journey. It is said that you began practicing martial arts at 9, consuming 100 thunderous golden pills, successfully entering the path in just 3 months, and within 9 months reached the 8th grade refinement realm, and within 3 years attained the 7th grade Qi refinement realm, being hailed as a rare martial arts genius. Humph! The ninth princess scoffed, her pride evident. Servant, even if you praise me, I will not spare your life. Ha ha ha! Li Xiu, however, shook his head and laughed, as if hearing something absurd. What are you laughing at? The ninth princess's face darkened, her eyes narrowing in suspicion. I laugh at your naivety. You consider yourself a genius? That title is far too cheap. Chapter 80. Li Xiu's madness, the pinnacle of mockery. The ninth princess's face flushed crimson, her eyes seemingly ablaze with fury. Observing this, Li Xiu pressed on. Do you know how long I have been cultivating martial arts? The ninth princess spat, cursing, a mere servant. Why would I care? Li Xiu, unfazed, continued at a leisurely pace. I entered the palace about half a month ago and received the first golden pill gifted by the Internal Affairs Bureau, boosting my blood and energy by 500 pounds overnight. 3 days later, I purchased the second and third thunderous golden pills from the Internal Affairs Bureau and consumed them that very night, immediately attaining the 9th grade entry-level realm. Ultimately, it took merely 3 days, and Li Xiu was not merely boasting. However, he concealed the fact that he had awakened the true martial seal and possessed the physique of a martial god. Only Luo Qingwan was privy to this matter. How could this be? The ninth princess narrowed her eyes, sneering, Are you mocking me? Everything I state is verifiable. Li Xiu replied nonchalantly. It was only after entering the palace that I embarked on the path of martial arts and registered in the martial monitoring roster. I speak no falsehoods. In comparison, I find it rather insignificant that you have spent 9 months and consumed 100 Longhu golden pills to barely reach the 9th rank. Upon hearing this, a peculiar expression instantly appeared on the ninth princess's face, one that had never manifested before. It was Luo Qingwan's earlier remark that reminded him that everyone possesses their own vulnerabilities. So, what could be the ninth princess's weakness? Her haughty nature, her sense of superiority, her lack of commitment to promises, and her disregard for any moral code. If she wished to kill him, Li Xiu could not fathom a means to avert that fate. Yet, upon reflection, what is the premise of arrogance? It is the capital that enables her to be so disdainful. Li Xiu had indeed taken the time to learn about the ninth princess, information that was easily obtainable. To the average observer, her talent was indeed unparalleled, a true prodigy, and it was precisely this that had propelled her to her current status. Unfortunately, she had crossed paths with Li Xiu. Starting as a refugee, he had entered the capital during a heavy snowfall, enduring hunger and relying solely on relief grain to survive for half a month. His misfortunes continued as he inadvertently entered the palace, nearly losing his life, and now found himself embroiled in such dire circumstances. Yet fortune had been fair to him. His innate talent in martial arts could be aptly described with 4 words: unmatched in the world. Upon reaching the 9th rank, I optimized the Huang-tier superior martial art, Luohan Fist, successfully elevating it to Huang-tier pinnacle, which I sold to the Royal Armory. This is something you can verify, Your Highness. Subsequently, I utilized 12 foundational elixirs and completed my transformation within 9 days. After plunging into the icy lake with you, I officially broke through during that period, and in my leisure, I optimized a low-tier Xin-tier martial art, Longhu Thunder Sound. Li Xiu paused briefly before continuing. Oh, and I must add that I fought beyond my rank and defeated an unparalleled prodigy, Your Highness the 9th Princess. He pronounced unparalleled with particular emphasis. You seek death. The ninth princess was infuriated, her movements becoming somewhat erratic as she declared, Who says you have already defeated me? You merely received one of my strikes. With that, she continued her assault. However, Li Xiu's movements were even swifter, the Longhu thunder sound raging within his chest. In an instant, he stepped forward 7 times and unleashed a punch. Chapter 81. The ninth princess is madly toyed with, reduced to tears. Boom. The ninth princess could only hurriedly channel her true energy to defend herself. But combined with the explosive power of the Longhu thunder sound, the force was indeed terrifying, capable of shattering gold and severing jade, far beyond the capacity of a frail woman who had already lost her composure to withstand. Stumbling back repeatedly, she fell to the ground. You dare strike me? The ninth princess felt a tightening in her throat, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. In her daily life, she relied on her status to spar with those in the martial monitoring division, rarely encountering anyone who could retaliate, regardless of their strength. They were almost all mere targets, knowing only how to absorb blows. After all, they were aware that their opponent was the ninth princess, of invaluable worth. And even if they were beaten to death, they would not dare to resist in the slightest. Within the palace, numerous tortures awaited those who defied her. Li Xiu was an anomaly she had encountered. That fellow had shown fear of her. During their battle atop the icy lake 3 days prior, his tone had been one of restraint. Yet she could sense that this restraint was feigned. At this moment, she was witnessing Li Xiu's true nature. Would the ninth princess truly burst into tears? Li Xiu touched his nose, feeling a fleeting twinge of compassion. He suddenly perceived that the ninth princess was not necessarily a wicked individual, but rather a child spoiled to the point of being lawless. However, he quickly cast aside this unnecessary softness. Perhaps she had indeed been spoiled, but she had become a demon utterly indifferent to human life. I will kill you. In an instant, Wu Linger leapt into action, her delicate form radiating an explosive fury, crimson flames dancing between her palms, the signature technique she had mastered. The Shin-tier superior martial art? Red Snake Palm. This red snake palm was a technique her master had painstakingly taught her, and it was the highest level of martial arts she could learn at her current rank. Ground tier and heaven tier martial arts might be powerful, but they also impose strict requirements on the practitioner. Should one attempt to cultivate them forcefully, not only would they fail, but they might also sustain serious injuries. You overestimate yourself? Li Xiu's tone was laced with mockery, his palms instantly transforming into a brilliant golden hue as he envisioned the wrathful Vajra manifestation in his mind, channeling his Vajra energy. Though he had not specifically trained in Vajra energy over the past few days, the elevation of his rank had flooded his body with abundant vitality, allowing the Vajra energy to merge seamlessly. Such is the myriad benefits bestowed by the foundation of one's cultivation. With the Vajra energy present, the ninth princess's red snake palm could not harm him. Yet, Li Xiu chose not to advance, but rather to retreat, continuously evading her attacks, causing her concentrated strikes to land in vain. In the blink of an eye, Li Xiu discerned her second weakness, her abysmal combat experience. Her techniques were straightforward and lacked any semblance of feints or subtleties. He even felt that, were he to switch places with an ordinary 8th-rank practitioner possessing rich combat experience, they could easily defeat the ninth princess. Her battle skills resembled a jest. Tell me, ninth princess, who exactly taught you martial arts? How could you be so inept? Don't say it's me. Even a random 8th-rank martial monitor should be able to exchange blows with you, right? Your confidence is so abundant that it makes me wonder if your so-called master has been flattering you just to curry favor. While dodging, Li Xiu relentlessly hurled taunts at her. The red snake palm was a technique that consumed a great deal of true energy, and soon she began to tire, her frustration mounting as her strikes continued to miss. This blatant mockery was more than she could bear. You scoundrel! The ninth princess shouted in anger, suddenly halting her movements. She crouched down, cradling her head, and began to weep. Chapter 82. The Cold Blade. You scoundrel! The ninth princess shouted in fury, abruptly ceasing her attack. She squatted down, clutching her head, and burst into tears. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Had she truly cried from anger? He then, without further ado, ceased his use of Vajra energy and stood quietly before the ninth princess. His gaze focused intently on the girl before him, the daughter of Yang Guifei. The ninth princess had inherited her mother's beauty, blossoming into a captivating young lady at such a tender age. With an ethereal beauty and a charming figure that could easily stir the hearts of men. Especially as she diligently practiced martial arts, her long, slender legs, now squatting on the ground, stretched taut against her clothing, rendering her curvaceous form all the more alluring. It was unfortunate that such a beautiful maiden harbored a heart of extreme malice. Elisho squinted slightly as he observed the tears cascading down her alabaster chin. Ninth princess, I am here to accompany you in your studies. Shall we head to the study first? Li Xiu attempted to initiate conversation. He felt a twinge of anxiety within, yet he glimpsed a glimmer of hope. Originally, he had been subject to her threats, but now he had managed to provoke her to the point of tears. This was already a victory in his eyes. As for whether she would be so humiliated as to punish him, Li Xiu deemed that very unlikely. After all, the ninth princess was an exceedingly proud individual. If she had intended to punish him, she would have sent him straight to the execution ground rather than to the royal hospital after emerging from the icy lake. The ninth princess's persistent desire was to personally eliminate Li Xiu. Yes, you are stronger than I, more formidable than I. You have practiced for a shorter time and progressed rapidly, even optimizing martial arts. You are indeed impressive. But what gives you the right to label me as worthless? Am I truly that inferior? The more the ninth princess contemplated, the angrier she became, ultimately bursting into tears. You lowly servant. You are nothing but a dog slave, lacking even the semblance of a servant. No one has ever bullied me like this before. How dare you call me worthless? At this point, the ninth princess suddenly raised her face. Her once charming features now streaked with tears, her eyes glistening and slightly swollen. Pressing her jade hand against her knee, she stood up, glaring fiercely at Li Xiu. Do you still wish to strike me? Come on then. Let me see just how much courage you possess. Go ahead and strike me dead. At this moment, the ninth princess appeared akin to a child who had lost a quarrel. Utterly despondent, making some inexplicable demands in a state of reckless abandon. How could I dare, Your Highness? Such words cannot be uttered lightly, Li Xiu protested, shaking his head repeatedly, yet the ninth princess advanced with an aggressive demeanor. Upon reaching a mere 3 feet from him, a sinister smile suddenly crept across her lips, with droplets of viscous liquid clinging to her sharp little tiger teeth. Clang! Her petite frame lunged forward, and she abruptly drew a dagger from her warm boots, thrusting it towards Li Xiu's abdomen. Hiss! In the next instant, a hand like an iron clamp seized her slender arm. Li Xiu cast a disdainful glance at the dagger she wielded and scoffed. Is this the extent of the ninth princess's prowess? How utterly juvenile. You are indeed a waste. Ah! The ninth princess shouted in fury, You dog slave, I will kill you. Chapter 83. Who threatens whom? Ah! The ninth princess exclaimed. You dog slave, I will kill you. No sooner had she spoken than a sharp pain in her wrist caused the dagger to slip from her grasp. She had initially felt a sense of triumph in her trickery, only to have it so effortlessly dismantled, and now Li Xiu had seized the moment to mock her mercilessly. At this juncture, the ninth princess was truly at a loss for words, consumed by rage. She attempted to channel her inner energy, but Li Xiu, anticipating her move, swiftly grasped her wrist, effectively choking off her vital energy. 3 days prior, when Li Xiu possessed 7,000 pounds of strength, the ninth princess had been utterly unable to resist. Today, however, with his strength now surpassing 10,000 pounds, she felt as helpless as a chick in his grip. Do not move, Li Xiu commanded, needing to restrain both her wrists to control her. Yet, the ninth princess stubbornly struggled. And facing each other, the girl in the red dress boldly lunged at him, opening her mouth in an attempt to bite him. While dodging her, Li Xiu felt her saliva brush against his neck. More troubling was the fact that, despite being a martial artist, the ninth princess's body was not hardened by muscle. He had realized this beneath the icy lake. On the contrary, her form was exceedingly delicate yet possessed a suppleness that surpassed that of ordinary women. You dog slave! I will bite you to death. Do you even hear the words you speak? Who is the dog? Ah, you dare to slander me as a dog. Are you insulting the royal family? I did not. You misheard me, Your Highness, Li Xiu replied, unfazed by her challenge, but he could not tolerate her incessant entanglement. As he continued to evade her, the ninth princess skillfully ensnared his leg, their bodies pressing tightly together. Her delicate lips, like petals, opened and closed repeatedly as she sought to bite his ear, neck, chin, and face. Wherever she could find purchase, with a thud, they finally tumbled to the ground, with the ninth princess atop Li Xiu. Seizing a moment of long-awaited triumph. However, the next instant, her expression shifted dramatically, her beautiful eyes revealing a hint of fear as she exclaimed, You, Li Xiu, dare to conceal a deadly weapon? Do you truly wish to kill me? Indeed, he had concealed a weapon, now pressing it against her abdomen. In that fleeting moment, the ninth princess felt a wave of deathly dread wash over her. This was the second time Li Xiu had invoked such murderous intent within her. Compelling her to feel fear, Li Xiu paused, quickly grasping the implication of her words, and his heart sank. While he had not brought a weapon, the mere revelation of this fact would carry consequences far graver than possessing one. Do not move and refrain from speaking, Li Xiu stated with a voice as cold as ice. If you kill me, you will never survive. The ninth princess, though panicked, had not completely lost her wits, defiantly threatening him. You need not threaten me. You intended to kill me all along. Why worthless life traded for your royal existence? What a bargain! Li Xiu replied calmly. Are you not afraid of being implicated in the destruction of your entire family? The ninth princess continued her threats, which were a common tactic of the royal family. I am but a refugee. My family perished long ago on the road to escape. I never intended to kill you, nor anyone. Yet your words have displeased me, implicating an entire clan. Why should your royal family act so brazenly, disregarding human life as though it were trivial? Li Xiu's tone was as frigid as eternal ice. Chapter 84. Grandmother. I have been bullied. As he spoke, Li Xiu flipped over, pinning the ninth princess to the ground. After all, she was merely a 14-year-old girl, and under the oppressive aura of impending doom. She could not help but bite her lip, tears streaming down her cheeks. In that moment, her psychological defenses crumbled entirely. Your Majesty, how did you arrive? Just then, a voice from outside the door caught their attention. What? Am I not allowed to come? The voice belonged to the aged Empress Dowager, still exuding authority despite her frailty. Both Li Xiu and the ninth princess exchanged startled glances, clearly unprepared for the Empress Dowager's arrival at such a moment. Release me! The ninth princess glared, her voice LOW. Li Xiu, still holding her down, instinctively placed his hand over her mouth. In a panic, she opened her mouth to bite, her sharp little tiger teeth sinking into his palm, drawing blood. Hiss! Li Xiu inhaled sharply, the pain causing him to rise and step back. Humph! The ninth princess stood triumphantly. You did not expect my royal grandmother to arrive, did you? Now you are truly finished. As she spoke, her delicate tongue flicked out to lick the blood from her lips, rendering her already rosy lips a deep crimson, enhancing her allure. Open the door, the Empress Dowager commanded sternly, and the door swung open. Soon after, a somewhat stooped, kindly old woman entered, clad in luxurious robes and leaning on a dragon-headed cane, her eyes somewhat clouded yet full of vigor. Your Majesty, the ninth princess rushed to her side, immediately reporting, This Li Xiu has bullied me, disregarding our royal dignity, and just now struck me several times. You must punish him. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes brimmed with tears of grievance. However, the Empress Dowager's reaction left her bewildered. The elder, who usually doted on her, now regarded her with a stern expression, tinged with disappointment. Your Majesty, do you not believe me? The ninth princess realized the gravity of the situation. Linger, how can you expect your grandmother to believe you? The Empress Dowager questioned, suppressing her anger while reaching out to touch the ninth princess's lips. Your Majesty, this is not. The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback, suddenly understanding. You needn't say more. The Empress Dowager's tone turned severe as she slammed her cane down. then demanded, "Li Xiu, raise your hand." I am fine," Li Xiu replied, a bitter expression on his face as he instinctively hid his injured hand behind him. "The ninth princess?" The Empress Dowager softened her tone. "Lift it up. Let me see." With a reluctant sigh, Li Xiu extended his hand. The bite from the ninth princess had indeed penetrated deeply, and blood continued to flow from the wound. "Your Majesty," the ninth princess, now exasperated, waved her arms in protest. "Although this wound was inflicted by me, it was the last bite I took. I am the one who has been wronged." Yet her protests held no weight in light of Li Xiu's injury. "Enough! No more words!" The Empress Dowager waved her hand, signaling her disinterest in hearing further. "Fetch the medicinal powder and bandages. You two, follow me," the Empress Dowager commanded. Shortly thereafter, Li Xiu and the ninth princess found themselves in the study. The Empress Dowager stood nearby, pointing to the medical supplies on the table. "Linger, you will personally tend to Li Xiu's wounds." Chapter 85. The only chance for survival impossible. The ninth princess erupted in anger. Her delicate fists clenched tightly, her budding figure trembling in frustration. She had just endured Li Xiu's relentless verbal humiliation and the physical restraint he had imposed, threatening her with a deadly weapon. How could she, the victim, be forced to tend to his injuries? Why should she? "Your Majesty, I speak the truth. You must search him. He harbors a deadly weapon and sought to kill me." Finally, the ninth princess's intellect surged, seizing an opportunity to turn the tide. The Empress Dowager frowned slightly. "Concealing a deadly weapon? That is nearly impossible." The palace was heavily guarded. Even kitchen knives were strictly regulated, let alone other weapons. However, given the gravity of the situation, the Empress Dowager signaled for Eunuch Wu to conduct a search. Eunuch Wu approached and carefully searched Li Xiu, but of course, found nothing. How can this be? "Let me." The ninth princess's eyes widened in disbelief as she shot a questioning glance at Eunuch Wu. She felt as though everyone was conspiring against her. As she spoke, she reached out to tug at Li Xiu's clothing, tearing open his shirt, revealing his sturdy chest. Absurd. The Empress Dowager instantly reprimanded, as a dignified royal princess. "Just look at how you have completely disregarded etiquette. You have truly disappointed me." Upon hearing these words, the ninth princess's delicate hand recoiled as if pricked by a steel needle. She clenched her teeth, lowering her head in distress, tears shimmering in her beautiful eyes. "Empress Dowager, please calm your anger." Eunuch Wu quickly assisted the Empress Dowager to sit down and brought forth hot tea at this moment. It was evident that the Empress Dowager was genuinely affected, persistently patting her chest. The ninth princess's capricious and spoiled behavior within the palace was already common knowledge. As the Empress Dowager, she naturally dotes on her granddaughter. But she is also acutely aware of the type of person she is. However, the Empress Dowager did not wish to see the ninth princess descend further into depravity. "All right, I will do it. I will do whatever it takes, as long as you are not angry, grandmother." The ninth princess sobbed, tears plummeting to the ground as she picked up a piece of cloth from the table. Thereafter, she genuinely began to tend to Li Xiu's wounds with utmost care. "Empress Dowager, forgive my impertinence," Li Xiu interjected. "The ninth princess is still young and naturally straightforward. She requires growth. I can perceive her inherent kindness, particularly in her filial piety towards you. The occasional missteps may be incited by deceitful individuals. They are likely not her true intentions." Li Xiu spoke insincerely, fully aware that this was perhaps his only chance for survival. "Of course, I have only been in the palace for less than half a month. I am merely conjecturing," Li Xiu added at last. Alas, upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager let out a long sigh. The elderly matron turned to Li Xiu, revealing a wry smile. "Li Xiu, your insight is commendable. Linger has a master who teaches martial arts. He is a sycophantic scoundrel, spouting nonsense while instructing the ninth princess, leading her astray. It is said that scholars possess righteousness in their hearts. I brought you in as a companion to prevent her from erring further. Who would have thought that you would suffer such indignity upon your arrival? It is indeed my oversight." Chapter 86. Promoted? The ninth-ranked red-robed eunuch. In the eyes of the Empress Dowager, it was a tremendous injustice that Li Xiu, on his first day as a companion reader, had been bullied by the ninth princess in the training grounds. Despite this, Li Xiu's words still defended the ninth princess, asserting that she was a kind and lovable child, a disposition that greatly impressed the Empress Dowager. Wu Qingshan, the Empress Dowager, called out immediately, "Present." Eunuch Wu promptly bowed in response. "Take my waist token to the Ministry of Internal Affairs and convey my decree. Li Xiu is hereby promoted to the rank of red-robed companion eunuch, on par with the chief eunuch." The Empress Dowager instructed without hesitation, "As you command." Eunuch Wu accepted the waist token, glancing back at the young Li Xiu with a measure of astonishment as he turned to leave. A red-robed eunuch promoted with such speed. In recent years, there had been none like it in the palace. All 18 red-robed eunuchs had ascended through ranks based on seniority, most of them in their 30s. And Li Xiu, he had just entered the palace for less than half a month, a mere teenager. Eunuch Wu was naturally astounded. However, he did not harbor envy towards Li Xiu. Such occurrences were quite normal within the palace. Being favored by nobility, rising to prominence overnight. Wasn't this the very situation before them? How many had entered the palace for such aspirations? Unfortunately, this fortunate individual was none other than Li Xiu, a red-robed eunuch of the same rank as the chief eunuch meant he was of the 9th rank. In the Wu dynasty, eunuch ranks were equivalent to those of officials. A 9th-ranked eunuch not only enjoyed the monthly stipend from the Ministry of Internal Affairs, but also received a salary from the Ministry of Personnel. Within the palace, there were only 3 ranks of eunuchs, 9th, 7th, and 5th. The 9th rank was red-robed, typically at the level of the chief eunuch. The 7th rank donned red robes and served directly in attendance to the emperor. The 5th rank consisted of only one individual, the highest authority among the eunuchs, the chief in blue robes. The chief in blue worked in the emperor's study, responsible for submitting memorials and facilitating communication between the emperor and officials. "Thank you, Empress Dowager." Li Xiu expressed his gratitude with a bow. The 9th rank is a relatively low position, but it was sufficient to allow him to walk with confidence among most eunuchs in the palace. More importantly, a 9th-ranked official is still an official. Henceforth, he would have a record in the Ministry of Personnel. Even royal relatives could not execute him without due process, as the authority to handle his case lay with the Ministry of Justice. It could be said that the Empress Dowager's maneuver granted Li Xiu a new lease on life. "Grandmother, he is just a glib-tongued fellow," the 9th princess protested, clearly discontent with the situation. "He was just speaking well of you moments ago. Are you suggesting he is deceitful? Do you truly believe yourself to be a spoiled, willful person, a vile individual?" The Empress Dowager retorted, her brow furrowing, her fury rekindling. Observing this, the 9th princess felt as though her teeth might shatter. Turning to glare fiercely at Li Xiu, if gazes could kill, he would have been cut to pieces by now. "I understand, grandmother, that you have grown old and often do not wish to hear my incessant complaints. However, I hope you can soon comprehend that as a royal princess, you are born of noble blood and cannot indulge in capriciousness. At your young age, you may claim ignorance for your mistakes. But what of the future? Every word and deed of yours reflects upon the dignity of our royal family." Chapter 87. The Precious Gem. After another round of admonitions from the Empress Dowager, she departed from Fengyang Pavilion. Royal dignity. Again, it was royal dignity. Must every action I take be for your sake? The 9th princess, feeling utterly undermined, curled up on the wooden bench, burying her face on the table and weeping. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out in her ears. The 9th princess looked up in confusion, only to find Li Xiu shamelessly seated across from her, nonchalantly picking up a bright red apple from the table and devouring it without a care. "Impertinence! On what grounds do you presume to eat my belongings?" The 9th princess pounded the table in anger, glaring fiercely at Li Xiu. Alas, she posed no threat to him at present. On what grounds? Li Xiu leaned back against the bookshelf, sitting on the wooden bench with his legs casually propped on the table, munching on the apple as he spoke. "Because you can no longer do anything to me. I have been promoted to the 9th rank by the Empress Dowager. Though it is a minor position, you cannot execute me without justification. While you may not face punishment for indiscriminately slaying court officials, you would certainly attract public scorn. Essentially, it would tarnish your royal family's reputation. Even if you are indifferent to your own image, The Empress Dowager would be profoundly disappointed in you. I will kill you." The ninth princess seethed, ready to strike. Li Xiu contemptuously waved his middle finger at her. "Secondly, from a standpoint of strength, I am not afraid of you, as you certainly cannot defeat me. Your previous words were a bit excessive. You should have just reached the 7th rank, correct? Your mastery of true energy is lacking, and you will quickly tire. In such a state, you cannot possibly be my opponent. Thirdly, the Empress Dowager's trust in me has now surpassed yours. As long as she is present, she will not allow you to suppress me. In conclusion, my dear princess, the tides have turned. You would not want me to report to the Empress Dowager that you are willful and headstrong, would you?" After this barrage of words, the ninth princess was left utterly stunned, for she suddenly realized that she seemed to truly be at a loss against Li Xiu. "Today, the instructor will not be coming. I shall take my leave for now. Remember to prepare some fruit for me upon my return tomorrow." Li Xiu chuckled lightly, swaggering out of Fengyang Pavilion. Li Xiu, eunuch, as he exited, he soon encountered a colleague clad in red, none other than the venerable eunuch Wu Qingshan, who served beside the Empress Dowager. Eunuch Wu, Li Xiu promptly greeted with a respectful gesture. Now that the Empress Dowager was his greatest support, it was imperative to cultivate a good relationship with Wu Qingshan. "There is no need for such formality, Eunuch Li. We have been awaiting your arrival specifically to congratulate you." Wu Qingshan's attitude was unexpectedly warm. As he spoke, he retrieved a fist-sized emerald green gem from his sleeve, placing it into Li Xiu's hand. This Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback, glancing around warily. Fortunately, no one was watching. Looking down at the gem, it was evident at a glance that it was far from ordinary. Its entire body was translucent and radiant, a token of immense value. "Eunuch Li, you are young and accomplished. Having just become a red-robed eunuch, your future is boundless." Wu Qingshan and Li Xiu exchanged polite refusals several times. Yet, ultimately, the gem found its way into Li Xiu's pocket, leaving him feeling uneasy. As the saying goes, one should not accept rewards without merit, even if Wu Qingshan held him in high regard. If he were genuinely here to congratulate him, he would have been content with a few dozen or 100 taels of silver. But this gem was evidently too precious. Rest assured and accept it." Wu Qingshan smiled. "Brother, your fortune is truly remarkable. You have encountered a rare master." Chapter 88. Passing through the Imperial Household Department, the envy of young eunuchs. After parting ways with Wu Qingshan, Li Xiu's first task was to register his name at the Imperial Household Department. As soon as he entered, Su Dafu greeted him with a radiant smile. "Li Xiu Gonggong, you are now truly a Gonggong." Previously, some had referred to Li Xiu as Gonggong, but those were merely flattering remarks. As his position had been that of an ordinary blue-clad eunuch, however, the situation had changed. The Empress Dowager had issued a decree promoting Li Xiu to a red-clad eunuch, granting him the role of a princess's companion. And soon his name would appear in the official records, marking him as a genuine 9th-rank official. In truth, he was already an official, albeit the formalities had yet to be completed. The Empress Dowager's orders were indisputable. Su Gonggong was being exceedingly polite. Li Xiu smiled faintly and replied, "I have other matters to attend to today. I would be grateful if you could assist me with the registration. I had hoped to invite you for a couple of drinks." Su Dafu lamented. "Since that is the case, let us postpone our gathering for another day." Su Dafu treated Li Xiu with utmost respect. After all, Li Xiu had now attained a status equal to his own. Moreover, given Li Xiu's youth and the Empress Dowager's favor, his future was undoubtedly bright. Before long, Li Xiu completed the registration process and received his waist badge along with a brand new set of purple ceremonial robes. The attire was a close fit, and the Imperial Household Department would later tailor a custom set for him. After accomplishing these tasks, Li Xiu procured a document certifying his claim to the official seal from the Ministry of Personnel. He then departed, intending to return to Fian Palace first. Li Xiu had already become a red-clad eunuch. His ascent was astonishingly swift. It was said that he had caught the eye of the Empress Dowager and had been appointed as the 9th princess's companion. Was this not akin to reaching the heavens in a single bound? Among the group of young eunuchs who had entered with Li Xiu, many remained in gray attire. Witnessing Li Xiu's elevation to red-clad status filled them with envy and jealousy, while simultaneously igniting a sense of hope within them. After all, The sensation of such a meteoric rise was nothing short of dreamlike, and they could not help but fantasize about similar fortunes befalling them. Is Li Xiu truly that remarkable? In a corner, Wang Xiaohu, who had aspired to become the king of eunuchs just days prior, watched as Li Xiu, clad in red eunuch robes, departed with an air of elegance. Feeling a twinge of discontent, he remained a mere gray-clad eunuch, overlooked, while Li Xiu had already attained the rank of a red-clad chief eunuch. The disparity was staggering. Yet, given Li Xiu's talents, it seemed only fitting. Wang Xiaohu had the self-awareness to recognize that Li Xiu was an exceptional case. From the moment Li Xiu entered the imperial household department, he had caught the attention of Nie Yunting, subsequently being selected for Fian Palace, where tales of his extraordinary confrontation with the martial supervisor of Jinxiu Palace had spread at Li Xiu. Upon entering Fian Palace, the chief maid Qinger approached him, saying, "You must go see Consort Xian. She has mentioned your name several times today and has yet to eat lunch." As she spoke, a hint of bitterness crept into her heart. She had been in Fian Palace for some time and had never seen Consort Xian demonstrate such care for anyone else. Li Xiu was the first. "Understood," Li Xiu replied, making his way directly to Consort Xian's quarters. Wu Qingshan had alluded to the fact that he had a good master, suggesting that the Empress Dowager's sudden visit to Fengyang Pavilion was likely related to Consort Xian. Chapter 89. The cause it is all my fault. If I hadn't he insisted on him writing that ridiculous poem to gain attention, none of these troubles would have arisen. Within her chambers, Consort Xian was filled with self-reproach and guilt. She paced restlessly, her brow furrowed with worry. Luo Qingwan sat nearby, her expression calm, observing Consort Xian's behavior with keen interest. Anyone could discern that Consort Xian's unusual reaction indicated a special bond with Li Xiu. As she contemplated this, Luo Qingwan furrowed her brow slightly, pondering the depths of Li Xiu's abilities that could evoke such concern from Consort Xian. Knock, knock. Suddenly, a voice called out from the door. "Consort Xian, I have returned, Li Xiu. Why are you still knocking? Come in quickly." Consort Xian's face lit up with joy, and she eagerly rose to open the door. Upon seeing Li Xiu standing there, she noticed his hand was wrapped in pristine white bandages. "What happened to your hand?" she exclaimed, her concern rising anew. "Yes, nothing," Li Xiu replied, deftly unwrapping the bandage to reveal a hand nearly healed, with only faint bite marks visible. This was the miraculous nature of an 8th-rank practitioner. Under the abundant essence of vitality, a martial artist's self-healing abilities and resistance to various environments and toxins would be significantly enhanced. "Thank goodness you're all right," Consort Xian said softly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. As Li Xiu prepared to comfort her, he caught sight of Luo Qingwan standing in the room, observing Consort Xian's display of emotion with a detached gaze. Li Xiu maintained a neutral expression, though a chill ran down his spine. Luo Qingwan was unaware of his masquerade as a eunuch. After all, it was better to avoid unnecessary complications. Moreover, if she were to discover that he maintained an ambiguous relationship with Consort Xian, it might provoke her wrath. Li Xiu stepped into the chamber, closing the door behind him, and gently guided Consort Xian to sit beside him on the bed. With his back to Luo Qingwan, he discreetly signaled for Consort Xian to remain composed. "No outsiders are present, Li Xiu. Please share your experiences in the princess's palace," Luo Qingwan prompted. In truth, upon seeing Li Xiu return, she had surmised that the matter had likely been resolved. "There's not much to say," Li Xiu replied vaguely. "Initially, the 9th princess intended to make things difficult for me. She brought me to the training grounds under the pretense of sparring, but her true intention was to strike at me. I could only endure until the Empress Dowager arrived." "Hmph." Consort Xian interjected with a delicate snort. "Oh, you know why the Empress Dowager came? I provided a fist-sized luminous pearl along with several gold bars to my sister Qingwan, who delivered them to the Empress Dowager's personal eunuch, convincing him to relay the message that the 9th princess was plotting against you at Fengyang Pavilion. This was indeed a risky endeavor. No one knew what had transpired within Fengyang Pavilion at that time. Wu Qingshan had also received a substantial pearl in exchange for taking such a risk. However, Li Xiu turned his hand and produced the vibrant green pearl. "This one?" "This?" Consort Xian exclaimed, Momentarily taken aback, she leaned closer to examine it, eventually nodding in recognition. Yes, that's the one. How did you manage to bring it back? Luo Qingwan, standing nearby, furrowed her brow in curiosity as well. Chapter 90. Minor matters and major concerns. Li Xiu did not keep them in suspense and immediately recounted how the Empress Dowager had issued a decree to promote him to a red-clad eunuch. Coincidentally, he also carried a bundle containing his red garments and official documents. Who would have imagined you possessed such extraordinary luck? Consort Exine exclaimed in surprise. Oh, you have already become Li Gonggong. I have been remiss. Luo Qingwan teased him further, feigning ABOW.in theory. Her ninth-rank female official position was merely a role within the palace and not a true official title, whereas Li Xiu, adorned in red, was officially registered with the Ministry of Personnel. Li Xiu hurriedly stepped forward to support her, conceding, Qingwan, please spare me your jests. If it weren't for your and Consort Xian's assistance, my head would have already been on the line. Laughter escaped Luo Qingwan's lips, and she replied, you needn't speak so modestly. Now that you are part of Fian Palace, you are one of us, and we cannot allow you to be bullied. However, when you accompany the 9th princess for lessons today, please exercise caution. The most formidable force in this world is power, and it is also the least reliable today. The 9th princess cannot harm you solely due to the Empress Dowager's authority. If you were to lose favor, the consequences would be dire. Li Xiu nodded in agreement, though a hint of confusion crossed his face. Qingwan, why have you been imparting such philosophical wisdom during our conversations these days? Upon hearing this, Consort Xian's expression shifted slightly. Li Xiu's intuition stirred, sensing that something significant was about to unfold. It's because I am about to leave the palace. Luo Qingwan confessed candidly. It should happen within the next 3 to 5 days. I have reached the age when I can exit the palace, and if it weren't for Consort Xian, I would not have lingered for so long. Qingwan. Consort Xian gazed at Luo Qingwan, her eyes glistening with moisture. If it weren't for you, I cannot fathom the extent of the grievances I would have endured within this palace. Over the past 3 years, it was largely thanks to Luo Qingwan's protection that she learned how to navigate survival within the palace. Through her support in times of trouble and heartfelt conversations to alleviate her loneliness, she managed to endure the solitude of the imperial residence. I, too, wish to repay the kindness you showed me 3 years ago. Had it not been for your intercession with the Emperor, I might not have lost my life, but I certainly would have been left without the use of my legs, within the depths of the palace. Every individual is inherently selfish, yet you selflessly advocated for me, disregarding your own safety, which genuinely moved me. At this point, Luo Qingwan paused, a flicker of emotion evident in her eyes. Li Xiu listened quietly from the side, realizing the reason behind the closeness of their relationship, rooted in such a shared past. However, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. The Consort Xian ultimately belongs to the Emperor. The palace is her rightful abode. Yet Luo Qingwan cannot accompany her to an old age spent in solitude within its confines. 3 days later, Li Xiu, together with Consort Xian, escorted Luo Qingwan to the outer gate of the palace. Once again, snowflakes drifted down from the sky while the north wind howled, swirling the snow around them. Li Xiu, I have heard you possess poetic talent, yet I remain skeptical. Unless you compose a verse for me. Luo Qingwan challenged. Clad in a simple dress, her long black hair tied neatly at the back, she exuded an air of efficiency. Snowflakes clung to her brows, lending her a somewhat heroic aura amidst her usual composure. Li Xiu opened his mouth, sighing, I cannot. I truly lack that skill. You must try. Even a couple of lines will suffice. Consort Xian interjected, playfully kicking him in the leg. The winds whisper, the waters chill, a hero departs. Never to return, Li Xiu recited on a whim, knowing this time he could afford to be incorrect. What waters? What hero? This is utterly inappropriate. Can you not be more serious? Luo Qingwan remained silent, but Consort Xian began to voice her discontent. Alternatively, one could say a beauty departs, never to return. Li Xiu awkwardly rubbed his nose, feeling the weight of his own incompetence. Truly a hollow reputation. Luo Qingwan feigned disappointment, shaking her head as she turned to walk into the heavy snowfall, her figure appearing somewhat solitary. Suddenly, Li Xiu's voice rang out behind her. 1,000 miles of yellow clouds, the bright sun dimmed. The north wind blows and the wild geese scatter in the snow. Do not fret that the road ahead is devoid of allies. Who in the world does not recognize you? Luo Qingwan halted, casting a meaningful glance at Li Xiu, even less fitting. I am but an inconspicuous individual. Who in this world would recognize me? With that, her figure vanished into the swirling snow. On the 3rd day of the 12th month of the 18th year of the Tianshun era, a female official left the palace, resigning to return to her hometown. That night, a significant event transpired. Remnants of the Tianshan sect, long dormant for 18 years, infiltrated the imperial palace. They set fire to the Wu clan ancestral hall, launched a nighttime assault on the Tianjia Tower, and stole the 9 volumes of Tianjia martial arts, causing a sensation throughout the capital. Chapter 91. The first time accompanying the 9th princess for study in the early hours. Li Xiu emerged from the warmth of Consort Xian's bed, stepping out into the courtyard alone. In the distance, he could still see the faint glow of fire emanating from the direction of the ancestral hall. The incident had occurred in the dead of night, and fortunately, it had not snowed, limiting the damage to the hall. Of course, those from the martial world had not aimed for the ancestral hall. The fire was merely a distraction. Their true target was the Tianjia Tower. The theft of the 9 volumes of Tianjia martial arts was an event of monumental importance for the Wu dynasty, which prided itself on martial prowess. In the midst of such chaos, the small fry had its own advantages. Despite the enormity of the situation, it had little bearing on him, and life continued as usual. Li Xiu practiced martial arts alone in the courtyard, his gaze inevitably drifting to the spot where Luo Qingwan often Saturday on the first day since her departure, he found himself missing her. In a moment of distraction, he pondered whether one of the remnants of the Tianshan sect could indeed be Luo Qingwan, who had just left the palace. After all, to steal from the Tianjia Tower. Familiarity with its intricacies was essential, and Luo Qingwan had concealed herself within the palace for an untold number of years, well acquainted with both the ancestral hall and the Tianjia Tower, having visited them with him before. Yet, how could such coincidences exist in reality? Li Xiu shook his head and smiled, dismissing such thoughts as mere fanciful speculation. He wholeheartedly agreed with Luo Qingwan's parting words. All power is transient. True strength is of utmost importance. After practicing for about an hour, the others in the Fian Palace began to rise. Given Li Xiu's current status, no one dared to disturb him until he completed his morning training and shared breakfast with Consort Xian before heading to Fengyang Pavilion once more. Even with the ancestral hall in ruins, the 9th princess still had her lessons to attend. However, to Li Xiu's surprise, the class was not one-on-one. Rather, it was a single teacher instructing numerous princes and princesses. Among the students were several companions of similar status to Li Xiu, all young eunuchs clad in blue, with Li Xiu holding the highest rank among them. Today, we will review our previous lesson on etiquette, announced a stern-faced, grizzled teacher, holding a scroll and reading from the Confucian classics. The duties of the Grand Counselor involve overseeing the 6 rights of state, assisting the sovereign in governing the nation. The first is the right of governance, to manage the state and order the officials, to regulate the populace. The second is the right of education, to stabilize the state, to instruct the officials, and to pacify the populace. The third is the right of propriety, to harmonize the state, to unify the officials, and to ensure the well-being of the populace. Among the students, only the 9th princess was female. The rest were princes. The 4 of them ranged from 9 to 16 years of age. Dutifully reciting along, now, I will call on you to recite. Failure to do so will result in punishment. After reading through the lesson, the teacher's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the princes and princess. The 3 princes lowered their heads, visibly anxious, while the 9th princess held her head high with an air of pride. Li Xiu was taken aback by this. It was said that the 9th princess was willful and spoiled. Not the type to be a diligent student, yet she seemed to be the most studious among them, as evidenced by her confident demeanor towards the teacher. 9th princess, please stand and recite, the teacher requested. His expression a mix of surprise and anticipation. The 9th princess stood, glanced at Li Xiu beside her, and confidently declared, I cannot. Li Xiu was speechless. How can you be so proud when you cannot recite? The teacher, equally incensed, retorted, "You deserve punishment." He then turned to Li Xiu. "Extend your hand." Li Xiu paused momentarily, confirming that the words were indeed directed at him, and responded with confusion, "Me? Of course, it is you. The 9th princess is of noble status. How could she bear punishment herself? When a princess errs, her companions must take the blame. That is the rule." Li Xiu thought to himself, "What the heck?" Chapter 92. The Beating. The 18th Prince's olive branch. Li Xiu had never anticipated such a rule. However, judging by the teacher's demeanor, it was clear that this was indeed a genuine custom, not something concocted by the 9th princess. Reflecting on the historical records of feudal dynasties, such regulations did exist. Individuals of high status were exempt from punishment and could have others bear the consequences in their stead. "Are you not going to extend your hand?" The teacher spoke slowly, but his tone was quite stern. "Yes," Li Xiu replied helplessly, extending his hand. With a swift motion, the teacher raised a ruler, bringing it down upon Li Xiu's hand, leaving a red mark in its wake. Li Xiu's expression shifted slightly, his fingers twitching. For a martial artist, the ability to withstand blows is typically quite high. A simple ruler would hardly be felt, and even the impact of a stick would be negligible as long as the opponent lacked sufficient strength. Yet, this seemingly frail teacher caused Li Xiu to feel a tingling pain with each strike of the ruler against his palm. After 3 strikes, Li Xiu's hand was slightly swollen and reddened. Whatever cultivation he had achieved, whatever resilience he possessed, seemed to falter under the teacher's ruler. As Li Xiu pondered this, he caught a glimpse of the 9th princess, who wore a triumphant smirk. The teacher proceeded to quiz the 9-year-old prince next. A cherubic child who, with a furrowed brow and a nervous demeanor, recited the content flawlessly, without a single error. "Well done. Please take your seat." The teacher nodded approvingly. "Thank you, sir," the young prince replied respectfully before sitting down. After the teacher departed, the 9th princess did not hide her satisfaction, coldly remarking to Li Xiu, "So, how does it feel to experience the sting of Master Zhang's ruler?" Master Zhang is the foremost scholar of the Taiyue Academy, and before his discerning gaze, no matter your martial prowess, you are as ordinary as anyone else. You claim to enjoy being my companion? Let me tell you, my academic performance has never been stellar. So prepare yourself for a daily dose of punishment. A scholar. Is that teacher a master of Confucianism? Li Xiu was taken aback, realizing that such prowess could render another's martial arts ineffective. The realm of Confucianism was indeed remarkable. The 9th princess dismissed Li Xiu, her spirits lifted as she gracefully exited the classroom. "You are Li Xiu?" At that moment, a small prince approached, inquiring of him directly. "Yes," Li Xiu replied with a nod. "I am Wu Kuan, the son of Consort Jiang of the West Palace, and I rank 18th among the princes." 18th prince, what brings you to me? Li Xiu inquired casually. In the palace, even the eunuchs clad in red would typically exhibit utmost respect in the presence of royalty. However, Li Xiu felt no inclination to adhere to such formalities. His status as a 9th rank official sufficed for him, and he harbored no ambitions for promotion. "I have heard that you were assigned by the Empress Dowager to accompany the 9th princess as a reader." Alas, the 18th prince sighed. "The 9th princess is willful and spoiled, and being in her company will inevitably bring you suffering. Do you know what happened to her previous attendant eunuch? The last young eunuch, who possessed some martial skills, was severely injured by the princess during a sparring match and died within a few days. I am a straightforward person and will not keep you in suspense. How about you join me?" The 18th prince raised an eyebrow. In the classroom, the previously innocent and unsophisticated 9-year-old prince now appeared shrewd and calculating, eagerly attempting to win Li Xiu over to at that moment. 2 other princes, both around 15 or 16 years of age, were engaged in their own activities, seemingly oblivious to the dialogue between the 18th prince and Li Xiu. Clearly, they were pretending not to hear. They were intimidated by the 9-year-old 18th prince. After all, being the son of Consort Jiang certainly set him apart, though not misunderstand. On the surface, you remain the 9th princess's reader, and I have no direct connection with you. However, every 3 days, you are to report to me the information you gather while in her presence." The 18th prince continued, casually producing a small jade vial and placing it before Li Xiu. This is a Peiyuan pill, which is quite beneficial for martial artists at the refining essence stage to enhance their cultivation. Regardless of whether you agree or not, consider this pill as my sponsorship for you. Li Gonggong.Li Xiao's gaze sharpened as it fell upon the Peiyuan pill. When Luo Qingwan was departing, he had inquired about it. The Peiyuan pill contained vital essence energy that could help martial artists swiftly progress through the 8th rank of the refining essence stage. This item was not only exceedingly expensive, priced at 400 to 500 taels each, but it was also strictly regulated by the imperial court, making it almost impossible to purchase in the market. Thus, Li Xiao found himself quite tempted. Naturally, he understood that accepting it would signify his willingness to assist the 18th prince. Without hesitation, he accepted the pill. Then I shall not refuse your generosity, thank you. 18th prince, Li Xiao replied with a smile that it was not in his nature to refuse benefits. A wise person recognizes the times. Li Gonggong is indeed a wise man, the 18th prince said, a smile spreading across his cherubic face. This is merely the first pill. In the future, I will provide more support for your martial arts cultivation. With that, the 18th prince left the classroom. Li Xiao carefully stowed the pill and made his way directly to Fengyang Pavilion. The Empress Dowager had elevated him to the position of a red-clad eunuch, not merely to serve as a scapegoat for the princess, but to enhance her academic performance. After classes, supervising her homework was also a necessity. Li Xiao, why have you followed me? The 9th princess was leisurely seated in the courtyard, attended by 2 eunuchs. Upon seeing Li Xiao enter, her brows furrowed in displeasure. Go supervise the princess in her studies. Of course, Li Xiao replied, not bothering to conceal his displeasure. The 9th princess had not been courteous to him today, deliberately selecting an elderly gentleman and then failing to recite her lessons, leading to Li Xiao receiving punishment. Are you attempting to rebel? What do you think gives you the right to dictate to me, the princess? The 9th princess rose, her red dress billowing, hands on her petite waist, gazing at Li Xiao with incredulity. If you are unwilling to study literature, you can practice martial arts. I can accompany you in training. We cannot simply do nothing. The Empress Dowager will ask for an explanation, Li Xiao replied calmly. Practice martial arts? Does that not mean I would be beaten? The 9th princess's face flushed in anger as thoughts of the Empress Dowager filled her mind, causing her considerable agitation. Very well, if you insist on doing your homework. Then bring me the books. The 9th princess relented, instructing the eunuchs to fetch the books. Li Xiao, unceremoniously, took a seat opposite the princess and casually grabbed a banana from the table to eat. The 9th princess seethed with frustration, aware that Li Xiao not only could leverage his position but was also incorrigible, so she chose to ignore him. This scene left the eunuchs in the courtyard, including an elderly eunuch clad in red, in silent astonishment. In all their time in the palace, they had never witnessed a servant command such authority as Li Xiao. Not long after, Li Xiao accompanied the 9th princess back to the study. It was evident that she had an instinctive aversion to books, fidgeting with them, unable to absorb any information. Li Xiao, stop staring at me while I read. I promise not to provoke the teacher tomorrow. So you want to have to endure punishment. How does that sound? At last, the 9th princess could no longer hold back her desire to compromise. Heh, Li Xiao scoffed coldly, it is well known that you, the 9th princess, never honor your promises. What is a mere few strikes with a ruler to me? I can endure. However, I will fulfill the duties bestowed upon me by the Empress Dowager. Then after lunch, you will leave. The 9th princess stepped back, deciding to endure for another half hour. I will observe you until you can recite the homework assigned by the teacher today. Li Xiao refused to budge. Challenging her, come, let us torment each other. You? The 9th princess gritted her teeth in frustration but found herself powerless, burying her head in her books. Li Xiao, seated across from her, also held a similar text. Attempting to read a passage but nearly dozing off, he had no interest in the classics of Confucianism. The room finally fell silent. After a moment, however, Li Xiao sensed a peculiar aura. Looking up, his expression changed dramatically. What is wrong? He quickly rose and moved to the side of the 9th princess. At that moment, her complexion was terrifyingly pale. Her petite form curled up in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, her delicate face etched with pain. I am having an episode. The ninth princess spoke. Her formerly haughty demeanor completely vanished, replaced by a quivering voice filled with fear, appearing utterly pitiful. An episode? I will go call for a physician. Do not. It is futile. I can only endure it myself. The ninth princess stopped Li Xiu from seeking a physician. Do not worry. I would never joke about my health. I wouldn't deceive you about this. Can you help me to the bed to rest? Li Xiu furrowed his brow slightly, then took her arm to assist her. The frailness of her form was unmistakable as soon as he made contact. His expression darkened, and he instinctively withdrew his hand. The ninth princess, weak and unsteady, tipped toward him. Li Xiu wanted to evade her, but gritting his teeth, he could not bring himself to do so and caught her in his embrace. What affliction do you suffer from? Why are you so cold? Li Xiu felt as though he was holding a block of ancient ice, the chill penetrating to the bone. How does it feel? Cold, right? I must inform you, my condition is quite fragile. My bones are like porcelain, and any bump or jolt could shatter them. Should anything happen to me, you can forget about living. The ninth princess managed a pained yet triumphant smile. Relishing the power she felt over Li Xiu at that moment, not speak or move. I will carry you to the bed, Li Xiu replied, his expression growing graver. At that moment, frost began to form on the ninth princess's brows. Her skin pale as death, the veins beneath her skin visible, taking on a ghostly blue hue. In this scenario, Li Xiu had no doubt of the truth behind her words. He gently lifted the ninth princess, and she instinctively tightened her hold around his neck, her legs slowly wrapping around his waist as they moved toward the bed. Let go of me, no. I am cold. Li Xiu settled on the edge of the bed, with the ninth princess securely in his arms, trembling as she sat on his lap, her hair frosted over, burrowing deeper into his embrace. How fortunate. It seems that holding a living person during an episode is rather comforting. The ninth princess murmured softly, her voice barely audible, only discernible to Li Xiu, who was close by. At that moment, Li Xiu was silently urging his internal energy to safeguard his heart. Are you attempting to kill me? Your coldness is seeping into my body, he frowned, questioning her coldly. Pa, my life is precious. I would not harm myself to harm you. This illness has afflicted me since childhood, recurring annually. In previous years, it would strike before autumn. This year, however, it has only just manifested. I thought that after practicing the nirvana technique, the coldness would be suppressed. The ninth princess spoke in a weak whisper, her condition appearing as if she might perish at any moment. Li Xiu felt utterly helpless and remained motionless, enduring the invasive chill. How long will your episode last? I do not know. If I can't control it, is it even a disease? What was the duration in the past? In brief exchanges, a mere half an hour suffices, while lengthier discussions may stretch over 2 to 3 days. The ninth princess, afflicted by her ailments, exhibited no inclination for evasive conversation, whatever inquiries Li Xiu posed. She candidly articulated her truths. In the years past, during my episodes, it was always my master by my side, she reminisced, her voice tinged with nostalgia. That Zhang Ruoqing, did he hold you in a manner akin to mine? Is that why you favor him? Li Xiu casually inquired. Nonsense. The ninth princess retorted sharply. My relationship with my master is entirely above board. There is no impropriety between us. You are but a eunuch, and your cold demeanor is hardly worth my consideration. With a sense of resignation, Li Xiu pulled the blanket closer, swiftly enveloping both of their forms within its warmth. After all, he too felt the chill. As time progressed, Li Xiu sensed the encroaching coldness invading his being, compelling him to repeatedly summon his internal vitality to combat it, a process that drained him rapidly. I have no choice but to resort to this, he murmured, wrapping an arm around the princess, retrieving a recently acquired Peiyuan pill from his sleeve, and placing it in his mouth for sustenance. The two embraced in what appeared to be an intimate posture as the cold thickened around them, gradually forming frost upon their bodies. Li Xiu felt ensnared by ice, his consciousness fading into obscurity. Ultimately, he succumbed to unconsciousness. The ninth princess, known for her peculiar temperament and martial prowess, was accustomed to skipping meals during her episodes. Thus, when the lunch was prepared and no one emerged from the room, The waiting eunuchs dared not intrude, even refraining from knocking at the door. It was only as dusk approached that the oppressive cold within the chamber began to dissipate. "Is it over?" she murmured softly, gradually opening her eyes, only to discover herself nestled intimately in Li Xiu's embrace, her legs entwined around his waist in a decidedly suggestive manner. Thump! She felt a slight numbness in her lower body, pressing against Li Xiu as they lay on the bed. "This fellow possesses remarkable resilience. He has not perished beneath my cold," the ninth princess remarked with a hint of indifference. Her affliction was indeed peculiar. Seemingly due to her constitution, each episode commenced with an overwhelming release of cold, which would gradually recede towards the end. The process was excruciating for her, but enduring it led to no lasting harm. Yet, the chill proved fatal to those in proximity. Chapter 96. Sharing a bed, the conflicted ninth princess with a gentle push. The ninth princess tumbled onto the bed alongside Li Xiu, the sheer curtains parting to shield them from prying eyes. Now that the cold poison had just begun to wane, her body felt exceedingly fatigued, allowing her to rest atop Li Xiu without concern, for he was merely a eunuch, unworthy of scrutiny. Naturally, had it been any other eunuch, they would have been treated like mere dogs in her eyes, never allowed to touch her. However, Li Xiu was distinctly different. Their intimate encounters were not limited to one or two instances. Is this a matter of becoming accustomed? She pondered, noting how swiftly this episode had passed compared to previous ones. Could it truly be attributed to his presence beside me? She recalled her first episode, at merely 3 or 4 years of age, when the esteemed martial experts of the Imperial Medical Institute attempted to guide the cold from her body using their own vital energies. Tragically, one fifth-tier expert succumbed, his heart meridians invaded by the same chilling force. In subsequent years, the Emperor sought the aid of other martial artists, only to find that both a fifth-tier master wielding fire-based energy and another specializing in ice fell victim to the same fate while attempting to assist her. After that, the Emperor was left with no choice, and no one dared to propose using martial prowess to alleviate her cold, resorting instead to various elixirs and mystical methods, none of which yielded results. "He is the first to be so near me without perishing," she mused. "I had hoped to witness him suffer and perish from the cold, yet here he stands, remarkably fortunate." As these thoughts crossed her mind, a flicker of murderous intent glimmered in her eyes. She raised her delicate hand and placed it upon Li Xiu's neck, recalling the humiliations she had endured in his presence, solidifying her resolve. Approximately a stick of incense later, her weakness began to dissipate, and she regained some strength. Yet, as her hand moved, she found herself unable to bring herself to a seat. In this imbecile's eyes, I am merely a willful, unprincipled, and malicious individual. To slay him now, after he has helped me endure the cold, would only validate his assessment of me. Moreover, it would be an act of ungratefulness. The ninth princess withdrew her hand, resting her head upon Li Xiu's chest, listening to the slow, feeble rhythm of his heartbeat, her mind awash with conflict. Suddenly, her right hand formed into a fist, channeling a thread of inner power. Humph! Why should I care for his opinion? This wretch has insulted me. If I do not take his life today, my resentment shall remain unquenched. In Li Xiu's weakened state, she felt confident that a single strike could obliterate his vital organs. Yet, as she prepared to unleash her power, hesitation crept in. Such an attack would be dishonorable. Would it not suggest that I am afraid of him? I am a dignified 7th-tier martial artist. How could I fear an 8th-tier practitioner? The more she contemplated, the more entangled her thoughts became, ultimately leading her to dissipate her inner energy without strikingly xiu. As a royal princess, she was primarily characterized by an innate pride befitting her noble lineage. Such a treacherous act of taking advantage of another's vulnerability was simply beyond her. However, she could not let this eunuch off the hook. She would wait for a more honorable opportunity to eliminate him. Chapter 97. The reappearance of a menacing object upon the bed. The two lay entwined. Due to her frailty, the ninth princess found herself too exhausted to move. In a moment of boredom, her thoughts turned to the unconscious Li Xiu, and she lifted her face to scrutinize him. Though his visage was somewhat repugnant, she could not deny that he was rather handsome, even more so than her master, with brows sharp as swords and a delicate countenance that bore a hint of charm. Does he carry a weapon? Suddenly, the ninth princess's expression shifted as she sensed something amiss beneath her, just as she had felt the presence of a concealed dagger the last time they were close. She now discerned the unmistakable outline of a sheathed weapon hidden at Li Xiu's waist. How dare he carry a lethal object? This rascal must harbor some secret, the ninth princess thought to herself. Her trust in Li Xiu still unformed. Recognizing the gravity of her discovery, she seized the opportunity of his unconscious state to conduct a thorough examination. Li Xiu, in his stupor, could do nothing to resist. Lying still as she uncovered his most significant secret, he was not a eunuch. The ninth princess's heart raced as she processed this revelation. Reflecting on their numerous intimate encounters, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. What a disaster! This fellow is a man, and I have embraced him. This is the third time, and we have been entwined for nearly an hour on the bed. Her emotions were a tumultuous blend of shame and anger. Her heart racing uncontrollably. In a feudal society, women were expected to be exceedingly modest, and by the time they reached marriageable age, they were confined to their chambers, rarely permitted to venture beyond, as a member of the royal family. The ninth princess had been shielded exceptionally well, having left the palace only a handful of times since turning 10. Despite her outwardly rebellious demeanor, her interactions had been limited to eunuchs and concubines, with the only non-related male she had encountered being her martial arts instructor, master. The thought of the man she held in high regard only exacerbated her fury, tears welling in her eyes. She had never crossed any boundaries with her master, yet here she was, entwined with another man. Having touched him, I wish I could sever my own hand. The ninth princess seethed, her fists clenched as she glared at Li Xiu. Indeed, I must eliminate him. If my grandmother were to inquire, I could justify it by claiming I discovered he was a false eunuch. Such behavior warrants death. Even if I were to kill him, my grandmother would not blame me. Rather, she would commend my valor and cunning. Not even the officials would dare to speak against me. With this thought solidified in her mind, her murderous intent grew more resolute. They are all a bunch of idlers. I have yet to eat lunch, and if anything were to happen, I shall have your heads. At that moment, a sharp reprimand from a woman echoed from outside the door, followed by the hurried sound of approaching footsteps. The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback, still seated upon Li Xiu, her attire disheveled and her hair in disarray from the agony caused by the cold poison that had just assailed her. Moreover, Li Xiu's belt remained unfastened. Before she could react, the door creaked open. In a flurry, the ninth princess hastily pulled the blanket over Li Xiu and feigned weakness, collapsing beside him. Chapter 98. Yang Guifei's gratitude to Li Xiu as the door swung open. The voluptuous and enchanting Yang Guifei entered the room, her steps unsteady and her figure swaying. Trailing behind were a chief eunuch clad in crimson, several young eunuchs, and a throng of palace maids. Upon entering the study, they were met with an empty room. Books lay strewn across the floor, while the bed, meant for the princess's repose, was veiled with delicate silks. Yang Guifei's expression shifted slightly as she rushed forward. Lifting a corner of the fabric, her heart sank. Her daughter had always been willful and unruly, and she feared the extent of her daughter's potential folly. Mother, upon glancing, she found her daughter's pale face streaked with tears. What is wrong? Yang Guifei quickly lifted the veil, bending down to embrace her daughter, only to see her complexion was notably pale, and her bright eyes bore a faint bluish hue, an unmistakable sign of the cold poison's onset. You have suffered an attack from the cold poison? At this revelation, the elderly eunuch and the numerous servants from Fengyang Pavilion knelt in unison. They were acutely aware of the princess's condition, which flared annually, each occurrence bringing her near to death's door. Moreover, every episode posed a lethal threat. The fact that the princess was enduring such a crisis within her chamber while they remained oblivious outside could easily incite Yang Guifei's wrath, leading to the execution of all those present. Indeed, I endured the cold poison for over half an hour, just now concluding, Mother, I feel so weak, and I am quite famished. The ninth princess buried her head against Yang Guifei's bosom, her voice soft and plaintive. Yang Guifei, filled with maternal concern, coldly commanded, "What are you still standing there for? All of you from Fengyang Pavilion, go to the Naiwafu and receive your punishment, 50 lashes each. If you manage to survive, consider it your good fortune, 50 lashes." This was no trivial punishment. A flurry of blows could easily lead to death. It is well known that it takes only 100 or 200 strikes to end a life. Yes, the elderly eunuch trembled, not daring to plead for mercy. He promptly led the eunuchs and maids to the Naiwafu to face their sentence. Wait. Just as they were about to exit, Yang Guifei's beautiful eyes flickered. On account of the princess's safety, each shall receive only 20 lashes. Thank you, Your Highness, for your mercy. The elderly eunuch quickly bowed in gratitude, while the other eunuchs and maids immediately followed suit, repeatedly expressing their thanks. Thus, they departed, filled with gratitude. Yang Guifei was reluctant to inflict severe punishment for two reasons. First, her daughter had just survived a crisis, and she did not wish for anyone to die, hoping to accumulate merit for her daughter instead. Second, her daughter had developed a somewhat malicious temperament, having led to the deaths of numerous officials. She feared that if she enacted such vengeance, her daughter might only grow more ruthless. Li Xiao. Yang Guifei's gaze shifted to the unconscious Li Xiao on the bed. The ninth princess harbored silent resentment, but could only reluctantly say, "He risked himself to save me, absorbing the cold poison on my behalf. He has merely succumbed to its effects and fainted. He should be fined at I see." Upon hearing this, Yang Guifei's gaze towards Li Xiao softened notably. She was of the Xinfang Palace, associated with the virtuous Xinfang, who was always well-mannered, as were those she brought forth. The Empress Dowager's discerning eye had chosen him as a companion for her studies. Today, his ability to endure the cold poison was partially due to his efforts. Listening to her mother praise Li Xiao, the ninth princess felt her teeth clench in frustration. Chapter 99. The exceptional someone quickly summoned the imperial physician. Yang Guifei commanded. She then ordered for a cotton blanket to be brought to cover the ninth princess. The bed in the study was already somewhat cramped, and with two individuals lying upon it, it felt even tighter, their shoulders brushing against one another. "Mother, have them move Li Xiao to another room. If word gets out that I am lying beside him, it will tarnish my reputation." The ninth princess protested vehemently. "My child, do not speak in such a manner." Yang Guifei's tone grew slightly stern. "Li Xiao is in this state because he absorbed the cold poison to save you. He now lies in a faint, a testament to his life-saving grace. I have always told you that eunuchs devote their lives to serving the royal family, and they are the most loyal. One must not be ungrateful to them." Though she spoke thus, her motives were not entirely selfless. With the cold poison just having receded from her daughter, there was no guarantee that complications would not arise again. Keeping Li Xiao close was the only precaution. After all, he was merely a eunuch. As long as she silenced the gossiping servants, it was of little concern. The ninth princess lay quietly, her gaze inadvertently falling upon Li Xiao's pale profile. Her emotions a tangled mess. Before long, an elderly physician hurried in, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. "Dr. Liu, Li Xiao has been afflicted by the cold poison while saving the ninth princess. Please examine him." Yang Guifei's voice carried an edge of urgency. "Yes." Upon seeing the ninth princess lying beside a eunuch, Lu Zhongjing momentarily hesitated. However, recalling Yang Guifei's compassionate nature, he quickly grasped the situation. He took Li Xiao's hand and began to pulse diagnose him. As one of the foremost physicians in the Imperial Medical Institute, he had annually diagnosed the ninth princess's cold poison, analyzing its origin in hopes of a remedy, yet to no avail. Nonetheless, he was acutely aware of the cold poison's terrifying nature. The red-clad eunuch before him showed no signs of true energy. He was either an ordinary person or a low-ranked martial artist, likely unable to withstand the cold poison. Even if he had survived the initial assault, his internal organs and meridians were likely compromised, leaving him with little time left. However, after examining the pulse, Lu Zhongjing's brows knitted together, and he conducted the diagnosis 3 times before hesitantly stating, "This young man's pulse is quite weak. Yet, one can distinctly sense a revival, growing increasingly vital. He appears to be out of danger." "What?" The ninth princess gasped in astonishment, then exhaled a long breath. He is fine then. How can this be? Why is that wretched fellow unscathed? Why is he not dead? Such is excellent news. Yang Guifei also breathed a sigh of relief, subsequently smiling with satisfaction as she ruffled the 9th princess's hair. Our Linger has grown thoughtful. She knows how to worry for others. The 9th princess shot back, worry for him? How absurd. Li Xiu stirred, awakening to find himself gazing upon the undulating curves before him. Clad in such modest attire yet possessing such a sumptuous figure, it could only be Yang Guifei. Li Xiu subtly shifted his gaze, soon meeting the sight of an exquisitely beautiful and gentle face, with willow-like brows, cherry lips, and an oval visage that was both charming and delightful. Each smile and frown could capture one's heart. You have finally awakened. Upon seeing Li Xiu open his eyes, Yang Guifei offered a warm smile. I am deeply grateful for your assistance in shielding Linger from the cold poison today. This kindness will forever remain in my heart. Chapter 100. A heart in trepidation. Li Xiu regarded the alluring figure beside the bed, his abdomen ablaze with warmth. Beneath the cotton blanket, his hand stirred slightly, causing his heart to race. His belt had, indeed, been loosened. He carefully recalled the events leading to the 9th princess's cold poison episode, maintaining a composed demeanor, yet a sense of gravity settled within him. His assumed identity as a eunuch within the palace was exceedingly precarious. He was acutely aware of this, especially after the previous incident when the 9th princess inadvertently discovered a dangerous object. It had sounded alarm bells within him. Thus, he had always exercised utmost caution regarding such matters. He could ascertain that at least prior to his consciousness fading, his belt had been securely fastened. Therefore, this occurrence was certainly the work of another. Was it the 9th princess? Or perhaps the one before him? May I be so bold as to inquire, Your Highness, how fares the 9th princess? This should be her bed. Yes? Li Xiu's expression displayed his inner conflict. Linger has returned to her chamber. You need not worry. Yang Guifei assumed Li Xiu was concerned for her daughter, which only served to enhance her fondness for him. It was merely the negligence of those servants. They were unaware of Linger's cold poison attack. It was fortuitous that I decided to check on Linger today, only to find you both lying together. Linger's cold poison has subsided, leaving her merely a touch weak, while you have succumbed to unconsciousness. After hearing the words of Yang Guifei, Li Xiu was still filled with doubt. Logically speaking, if the 9th princess had discovered his true identity, she would undoubtedly have reported it to the Empress Dowager, leading to his certain demise. Yet, why would Yang Guifei loosen her waistband for no apparent reason? Perhaps it was due to some unforeseen circumstance, but she had no reason to conceal her identity for him. The more Li Xiu contemplated, the more he felt that something was amiss. Without clarifying this matter, he would remain at a considerable disadvantage. Not only could he lose his life, but there was also a significant risk that it would implicate Xian Fei. Clearing his throat, Li Xiu hesitated slightly as he glanced at the elegant and graceful woman by the bedside. The 9th princess was already 14, and she must be at least around 30, yet time had left no trace upon her. Her skin was tender and fair, and her neck and bosom exuded a jade-like quality, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, yet imbued with a mature charm. Sensing Li Xiu's somewhat conspicuous gaze, Yang Guifei displayed a hint of confusion, wondering why he would react in such a manner. Your Highness, since my entrance into the palace, you have been the most beautiful and distinguished woman I have ever encountered, Li Xiu intentionally declared, though it was a truthful statement. While Xian Fei's beauty was flawless, it lacked the mature allure that Yang Guifei possessed. You? Yang Guifei was momentarily taken aback, then playfully covered her red lips with her delicate hand, unable to suppress a soft laugh. Li Xiu, the Empress Dowager has praised you as a talented scholar of upright character. I never imagined you could speak so irreverently. Your Highness, I speak only the truth, without a hint of falsehood, Li Xiu replied with increasing seriousness, his face slightly flushing, presenting the image of an innocent youth, unaware of worldly matters. Yang Guifei, upon hearing this, felt a warmth spread across her cheeks, tinged with a mixture of embarrassment and amusement. You cheeky boy, if you continue to speak like this, I shall have to punish you. Were it any ordinary eunuch, such impertinence would have warranted immediate punishment, but Li Xiu was indeed different. Chapter 101. Your Highness, how long has it been since the Emperor favored you? Yang Guifei hailed from a prestigious family, possessing excellent upbringing, virtuous character, and a compassionate heart, earning her a commendable reputation among the palace eunuchs and maidservants. She harbored no disdain for them. Moreover, Li Xiu was a eunuch of upright character and talent. The first time Yang Guifei heard Li Xiu's name was from the Empress Dowager, who extolled him as a promising scholar. With such endorsement, Li Xiu's image in her mind was already quite favorable. During his last visit to Fengyang Pavilion, they had a brief encounter, and Yang Guifei found him handsome and likable, with a demeanor that was quite proper. Indeed, as the Empress Dowager had said, he possessed a certain scholarly charm, unlike other eunuchs who were merely sycophantic. Following today's events, where Li Xiu had bravely stood guard while the 9th princess suffered from a cold, risking his own health, her admiration for him grew. Although his remarks were somewhat forward, they were sincere compliments to her beauty, which naturally pleased Yang Guifei. If speaking the truth incurs punishment, I willingly accept the consequences, Li Xiu said, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Yet, for the sake of his life, he could only endure. Is your tongue so sweet? Are you adept at flattery? Yang Guifei's eyes sparkled with delight, her laughter making her appear even more enchanting. Her bosom, white and ample, dancing as if trying to break free from the constraints of her garments. Li Xiu, my daughter is already grown. I know I am aging and cannot compare to those youthful concubines. You must not speak such words again, or I shall truly be upset. Yang Guifei, covering her rosy lips, struggled to contain her laughter, yet her captivating eyes remained alluring. In her current state, she seemed oblivious to the information Li Xiu was trying to convey. Speaking of which, Your Highness, your complexion, Li Xiu continued, maintaining his youthful naivety, does appear somewhat lacking. Really? Every woman loves beauty, and upon hearing this, Yang Guifei exhibited a hint of anxiety, turning to her attendant. Is my complexion truly not well? The maidservant turned pale, stuttering, No, I can't see anything wrong. The Empress is undoubtedly the most beautiful. Such a reaction only made Yang Guifei more incredulous, lamenting, Time waits for no one. Not at all, Li Xiu interjected. Your Highness, you appear somewhat lackluster, as if a flower deprived of water for too long. Hearing this, Yang Guifei's expression shifted to one of confusion. What leads you to that conclusion? I'd rather not say. If I do, it would be a slip of the tongue, Li Xiu replied, shaking his head and closing his mouth in resignation. Yang Guifei, intrigued, playfully chided, Do tell. Regardless of what you say, I shall not hold it against you. Please, Your Highness, do not take offense at my words, Li Xiu said. If my comments offend, just consider them unheard, if that pleases you. Very well. Yang Guifei nodded, leaning closer to Li Xiu, her presence enveloping him in a fragrant allure that left him slightly parched. Gathering his composure, he began, Your Highness, I have heard whispers in the palace that since you bore the 9th princess, the Emperor has not spent a night in your quarters. Yang Guifei's expression stiffened, her gaze intense as she regarded Li Xiu in silence. I shall wait outside. The maidservant nearby felt a chill run down her spine, stunned. Such words could be spoken? Chapter 102. Tonight at midnight. Through the back door, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Yang Guifei remained silent for a long time, for Li Xiu's words struck a chord deep within her heart. Desire and affection are natural human emotions. However, the plight of women in the inner palace is indeed pitiable. Once an emperor surpasses his vigorous years, he becomes disenchanted and seeks novelty. At T45, the current emperor scarcely spent more than 3 or 4 nights a month in the harem, favoring younger concubines and neglecting the older ones. The rumors were not unfounded. Not only she, but even Jiang Guifei must have gone years without imperial favor. Throughout the year, countless concubines remained alone in empty chambers. Li Xiu, you have gone too far. Yang Guifei's face flushed with indignation as she pinched Li Xiu's side, twisting it sharply. Though it was the truth, being pointed out by a mere boy made her feel deeply embarrassed. Then let us pretend you did not hear my previous words, Li Xiu replied, his expression shifting as he stifled the pain. He had deliberately broached the subject of Yang Guifei's loneliness to gauge her reaction. He believed that any normal woman, upon realizing he was an impostor, would reveal a telltale sign. However, Yang Guifei seemed to betray no unusual expression. "You're quite knowledgeable for your age. I presume you have engaged in such activities with Exine Fei?" In the next moment, Yang Guifei leaned in, her voice low and conspiratorial. Li Shou's heart sank, his expression growing serious as he felt a chill run down his spine. The implication of her words was unmistakable. "I do not comprehend what you mean, Your Highness." Li Shou feigned ignorance, forcing a smile. Under the blanket, his hand had clenched into a fist, prepared for any potential conflict. "Rest assured, Exine Fei is under my protection. The trivial matters I can conceal, I shall indeed shield her." Yang Guifei sat elegantly at the edge of the bed, turning her head away as if not wishing for Li Shou to see her expression. In truth, such occurrences are not uncommon in the palace. Trivial? Not uncommon. Li Shou was taken aback, feeling incredulous. How many times had the emperor worn a green hat? It felt profoundly unsettling. "Look at how nervous you are. You cheeky boy. It seems you do no fear," Yang Guifei said, leaning against him, her delicate shoulder resting on his, gently pinching his chin with a teasing gesture. "How are you faring?" Her breath was sweet and fragrant, evoking a sense of warmth and allure. "I am perfectly fine," Li Shou replied, his resolve wavering as he gazed at her stunning visage so close at hand. Indeed, she was a young woman, and a martial artist at that. Yang Guifei's enchanting eyes sparkled, and she leaned closer, her warm breath whispering in his ear. "Tonight at midnight, enter through the small door at the back of the East Palace. 2 hours later." As midnight approached, Li Shou arrived outside the East Palace, only to find the back door ajar. With matters having progressed this far, he had no other choice. If she had invited him, it was likely she had intentions of a certain nature, and thus he should proceed without fear. Li Shou's emotions were indeed quite intricate. Yet, given the current circumstances, it was far better than being directly denounced and facing the dire consequences. Hence, he stealthily slipped through the small door, following the route that Yang Guifei had instructed him, and swiftly found himself at the window of the palace. Chapter 103. The illusion becomes reality with practiced ease. He climbed through the window. Inside the palace, silence enveloped the air, the dim light illuminated only by a solitary red candle flickering before the dressing table. Seated elegantly was a voluptuous woman clad in a pale yellow silk gown, her alluring silhouette swaying enticingly, igniting the imagination. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching down to her curvaceous hips. He quietly shut the window. Beside the bed, fragrant agarwood was gently smoldering, filling the room with a pleasing aroma. Taking a deep breath, Li Shou approached the figure at the dressing table and spoke in a hushed tone. "Your Highness, I have arrived. There's no need for such caution. My people in this palace have been loyal to me for many years and are tightly lipped." Yang Guifei replied with poise. Her voice was not the soft, syrupy allure of Xinfeng, nor the deliberately coy tone of Yufei, but rather a slightly husky, magnetic timbre that perfectly matched her sensual form. "Stop dawdling. Serve me as you would serve Xinfeng," she commanded without turning, glancing at the hazy silhouette of the youth through the bronze mirror. "First, remove those eunuch's robes. Such actions are not fitting attire." "Understood," Li Shou replied, promptly loosening his belt and tossing aside his outer garments. At that moment, the balance of power had decidedly shifted in her favor. He felt like a flimsy boat amidst a raging storm, utterly insignificant and powerless, especially when confronted with the imposing presence of the revered Guifei. Adorned with exquisite jewels and resplendent silks, her every gesture radiated an intimidating authority that was hard to behold. Her beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a chill that seemed to pierce through to the cord. In the face of such overwhelming force, he felt as if an invisible hand had tightened around his throat, rendering him incapable of uttering a single coherent word. Even if his heart brimmed with grievances and indignation, he could only swallow them back, fully aware that opposing this powerful figure was akin to striking a stone with an egg. There was no hope for victory. "Li Shou, you possess an audacity most remarkable." In the next moment, Yang Guifei had discerned Li Xiu's secret, her surprise swiftly morphing into fury. Her silver teeth clenched, and her delicate frame trembled as she spoke. Turning to look, she found the youth's brow furrowed, his gaze betraying a hint of ferocity. She intended to speak further, but before she could, a hand forcefully covered her mouth, stifling any sound. Through the bronze mirror, she caught a glimpse of the youth's eyes, which reflected a mix of panic and aggression. Yang Guifei's mind went blank, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events. Li Xiu, too, was filled with trepidation. Never anticipating such a misunderstanding in hindsight, Yang Guifei likely assumed he engaged in frivolities with Xinfang as well in the palace. It was not uncommon for a youthful eunuch to attend to the consorts at night. Little did she know that their thoughts were worlds apart. Your Highness, now that the matter has escalated, I cannot simply stand by at this juncture. Li Xiu had no choice but to turn the fictitious into reality. After all, they were within Yang Guifei's palace, and should this affair leak, the truth would be difficult to ascertain. Chapter 104. The tormented Yang Guifei. Had Yang Guifei known of Li Xiu's true identity as a false eunuch, she would have certainly refrained from courting danger. Yet, captivated by his youthful beauty and unique aura, she found herself drawn to the idea of inviting him for a midnight rendezvous under the pretense of mere dalliance. In the depths of the palace, with numerous consorts vying for the emperor's attention, it was impossible for a single man to cater to all. Even the eunuchs and maids, weary of solitude, would form pairs for mutual comfort. Let alone those consorts who had already tasted the pleasures of a man. Almost all the consorts partook in such escapades. Should the emperor become aware, he would likely turn a blind eye. However, should the charade transform into reality, Yang Guifei would find herself morally and legally bound not to engage in such actions. Yet, now that Li Xiu was fully committed to this course, and with her desires already ignited, how could she possibly refuse? Whether she scolded or pleaded, no cries would alter the inevitable, especially given her own complex feelings towards Li Xiu, which were not entirely rooted in hatred. As the hours slipped by, nearing the fifth watch, the stars in the night sky, weary from their vigil, began to fade, while the eastern horizon blossomed with rosy hues. "Get out! I never wish to see you again," Yang Guifei exclaimed. A mix of shame and anger coloring her words, though her voice lacked any genuine threat, her body too weak to enforce it. Tonight's events were driven by necessity. "I hope for your understanding, Your Highness. Please rest, and I shall return when time permits," Li Xiu replied, his tone sincere as he donned his clothes leisurely. "From this night forth, I shall keep a dagger by my side. Should you dare approach, I will either kill you or take my own life," Yang Guifei declared resolutely. Li Xiu understood the gravity of her position. Navigating the inner palace was far more perilous than dealing with Xinfang, who had been easily won over. The current Yang Guifei would not simply acquiesce after their encounter. Yet, he was not so greedy. He was indeed compelled into this predicament. However, if the one who discovered his secret was not Yang Guifei, it could very well be the ninth princess, a far more troublesome scenario. Overthinking was futile. Since she had chosen not to expose him immediately, she must have her own motives or unspoken burdens. Thus, he resolved to adapt as circumstances unfolded. In dire straits, the connection with Yang Guifei would surely offer some leverage. With this thought, Li Xiu felt a surge of determination. He swiftly exited through the window and soon returned to Fian Palace, collapsing onto his bed and drifting into a deep slumber. As he entered the realm of dreams, his consciousness awakened within the Jinwu seal space. Li Xiu paused, noticing a cerulean aura swirling within the hazy expanse, constantly shifting in form. That a profound chill emanated from it, unmistakably the cold poison residing within the ninth princess. He quickly identified it, feeling remnants of the cold energy lingering in the acupoints of his right shoulder. Chapter 105. A twist of fate, the condensation of the cold pearl indeed. When the ninth princess fell ill the previous day, Li Xiu had been gravely concerned. The situation had arisen so suddenly, catching him completely off guard, and he was immediately overwhelmed by the chilling energy. The cold was bone-chilling, far more potent than Luo Qingwan's true qi. After a brief struggle, He realized he could not withstand the cold energy and had to continuously circulate his own vitality and essence to envelop and refine it. This was why he had taken the Peiyuan Dan gifted by the 18th prince to replenish himself for better assimilation of the chilling force. The 9th princess's cold energy surpassed even true qi. Her choice to cultivate pure fire techniques was likely to counteract the cold. However, perhaps pursuing the ice techniques might offer better control. Li Xiao mused to himself, as for the residual cold energy within him. He held no fear. Having endured such a direct onslaught yesterday, what was a mere remnant to fear? Thus, he began to practice within his dreams, using the flow of his internal force to envelop and refine the cold energy lingering in his right shoulder and elsewhere in his body. Throughout this process, the Jinwu seal flickered, seemingly crafting a technique, constantly guiding Li Xiao and assisting him in adjusting his approach to successfully dispel the cold energy. Had it not been for this, had Li Xiao been afflicted by the 9th princess's cold energy, he would have likely met the same fate as those summoned by the emperor for treatment, succumbing to the chilling force. After all, those 5th-tier experts had shown no capability to resist. For him, an 8th-tier practitioner, it was a daunting challenge. Indeed, it proved that skill often outweighed brute force. The remaining cold energy proved stubborn. Ultimately, Li Xiao managed to compress it into a pearl the size of a bean within his dantian. Yet it remained obstinately unchanged. Following the guidance of the Jinwu seal, he began to compress it further until a cold pearl finally took shape. Is this truly possible? This cold pearl, a concentrated essence of the chilling energy, bore a striking resemblance to that within the 9th princess, possessing the terrifying potential to slay 5th-tier experts. If engaged in combat with another, Li Xiao immediately contemplated the prospect of embedding the cold pearl within his adversary's body. Should that occur, it would undoubtedly serve as a formidable weapon. Without hesitation, Li Xiao endeavored to activate the cold pearl, and to his astonishment, it indeed functioned. The cold pearl was entirely within his command. After half an hour, Li Xiao, weary and fatigued, emerged from his chamber. He proceeded to the courtyard, where he diligently practiced the Arhat fist, aiming to solidify his martial foundation. In the words of Luo Qingwan, his innate talent was truly a rarity, a prodigy seldom seen throughout the ages. Yet, precisely because of this, his cultivation speed was alarmingly rapid, potentially leading to an unstable foundation in the future. Therefore, he must prioritize the most fundamental training more than ordinary martial artists. Feeling a notable increase in his vital essence, he was nearing the mid-stage of the refining essence realm. After executing 2 sets of boxing techniques, Li Xiao stood in silence for a moment, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. His progress had always been remarkably swift, and with the ingestion of a vitality-enhancing pill the previous day, he sensed he was on the cusp of another significant breakthrough. Following a breakfast shared with Xin Fei, he made his way to Fengyang Pavilion as per usual. However, today, the 9th princess awaited him, distinctly different from her usual demeanor, having been in anticipation for quite some time. Chapter 106. The unusual 9th princess in the courtyard. The 9th princess donned a crimson outfit, eschewing a traditional gown for a vibrant red silk top that revealed a portion of her jade-like arm. Delicate as lotus roots, with a proud bosom and a slender waist. Below, she wore light, flowing trousers that accentuated her long, straight legs, with her figure exuding a charming and sensual allure. Why this attire? Skipping class today? Li Xiao raised an eyebrow, unable to suppress his curiosity. Observing his reaction, the surrounding eunuchs and maidens exchanged glances, intrigued. Most other eunuchs, even those of the 7th rank close to the emperor, would not dare to speak so freely. Yet, Li Xiao had the audacity to do so, and the 9th princess could do little to counter him. Such was his prowess. The cold poison flared up just yesterday. I informed my teacher that I need not attend for the next 7 or 8 days. The 9th princess, amidst the chilly wind, had her hair fluttering, her youthful visage radiating with innocent beauty. Oh, in that case, I shall take my leave. Li Xiao's immediate instinct was to flee. Halt! The 9th princess shot him a fierce glare, halting his retreat. Internally vexed, she thought, this fellow is increasingly disregarding his own position. The master-servant dynamic seemed to have inverted, with her lacking any regal authority, often yielding to his whims, though you have matters to attend to. Princess? Li Xiu inquired, puzzled. Of course, she affirmed, nodding. My imperial grandmother requested your presence this morning to keep me company. Wait, Li Xiu interjected. It was I who summoned the companion student, not to accompany you. What is this? Other men would kneel and break their legs, smashing their heads for a chance to serve this princess. What is your attitude? The ninth princess coldly questioned, yet a mischievous smile flickered in her enchanting eyes. Deliberately emphasizing her words, confidently Xiu would grasp the underlying meaning. Indeed, upon hearing this, Li Xiu's previously indifferent expression softened, and he replied with a smile, though the Empress Dowager may not have explicitly stated it. To be able to serve beside the ninth princess is a rare fortune I have cultivated. Oh, Li Xiu. The ninth princess's eyes sparkled with delight. This is the first time I've heard you speak well of me. How wonderfully sweet it sounds. Li Xiu felt a pang of trepidation. The ninth princess was akin to a little sorceress. The more joyous her laughter, the more likely some devious plot awaited him. How can that be construed as flattery? I assure you, my words are sincere, genuine sentiments from my heart. My only flaw is a timid nature that prevents me from expressing them more freely. Yet, at this moment, he could only maintain a facade of forced mirth. Yes, yes, the ninth princess nodded repeatedly. You first go change into another outfit with Xiao Linzi, and I shall await you at the martial arts hall. Today, this princess is feeling restless. Accompany me in some practice. With that, the young woman gracefully strode towards the training room, her fitted trousers accentuating her alluring figure. Li Gonggong, come this way, she beckoned. Xiao Linzi referred to the red-clad eunuch from Fengyang Pavilion. Essentially the steward, who, despite being of higher status, was treated as a mere attendant in the presence of the princess. Following Lin Gonggong into a chamber, Li Xiu concealed himself behind a screen to don a white training outfit. Upon emerging, he noticed Lin Gonggong holding several silver notes, his eyes widening as he realized they were all of 1,000 taels each, 5 in total. 5,000 taels of silver constituted a substantial sum within the palace. Chapter 107. Bribery. Lin Gonggong. What is this? Li Xiu inquired, perplexed, as he observed Lin Gonggong stuffing the 5,000 taels of silver notes into the garments he had just changed out of. Alas, Lin Gonggong sighed. Had it not been for your protection yesterday, if anything were to happen to the ninth princess, all of us in Fengyang Pavilion, dozens of eunuchs and maidens, would surely lose our heads. This silver is not much, but it is our heartfelt gratitude. Please do not refuse it. His sincerity was palpable. In that case, I shall graciously accept. Li Xiu smiled, not wishing to decline, for such occurrences were commonplace within the palace. Please do accept, Lin Gonggong reciprocated with a smile. After all, serving alongside the ninth princess carries its own risks. However, it must be said, working in the palace is akin to earning one's keep while balancing on a knife's edge. Li Xiu nodded in agreement. Lin Gonggong, I have a favor to ask. Please, no need to use the word favor. Lin Gonggong exaggeratedly waved his hand. Whatever you wish, simply speak. In truth, it was not a significant matter. Li Xiu lowered his voice slightly. Given my recent fortune to serve beside the princess, I find myself unfamiliar with many palace protocols, and I fear I may err. I wish to seek your guidance on what to be mindful of while serving the ninth princess. Essentially, he was attempting to glean insights about the ninth princess's character. That is a wise inquiry. Lin Gonggong, unperturbed, promptly replied, Li Gonggong, you must not take heed of the external rumors. They say our ninth princess has a rather poor reputation. In truth, she is quite a splendid mistress to us here in Fengyang Pavilion. While she enjoys teasing us for amusement, which is understandable given her youthful age, she is exceptionally generous to her servants. The rewards she doles out often surpass our monthly salaries several times over, and she is always willing to stand up for us when necessary. Li Xiu paused. Taken aback, I have indeed heard whispers of some martial supervisors meeting untimely ends. That is accurate, Lin Gonggong nodded, acknowledging the rumors of the ninth princess's violent encounters with martial supervisors. Thus, Li Gonggong, you must exercise caution, as I mentioned. The ninth princess treats us well, but the external pressures and rumors are formidable. I see, Li Xiu mused, nodding in acknowledgement. Reflecting further, he deemed this rationale reasonable. With so many rumors circulating, it was improbable that they were entirely baseless. Moreover, the ninth princess had never concealed her penchant for cruelty and caprice. What surprised him was her relatively kind treatment towards those in her immediate circle. Time had been consumed, and he now needed to seek out the princess. Li Xiu bid farewell to Lin Gonggong and turned to the adjacent room. "Why so tardy?" The ninth princess frowned, displaying her dissatisfaction. Li Xiu pondered how to respond, but before he could, she deftly sidestepped his thoughts, lunging forward with a swift strike of her palm. Li Xiu furrowed his brow. Hastily channeling his energy to counter with his own technique, boom! The force of the palm strike erupted, sending Li Xiu stumbling backward several steps until he collided with the door. "You have broken through?" Chapter 108. The ninth princess's interrogation. Li Xiu immediately sensed that the strength behind the ninth princess's palm was considerably more potent than it had been 2 days prior. Focusing intently, he discerned that her vital energy fluctuations had nearly doubled in strength and become even more profound. "Humph," the ninth princess huffed, a triumphant expression gracing her features. "I have now reached the pinnacle of the 7th tier of the refining qi realm, advancing 2 minor stages since our last encounter." Just 2 days prior, her cultivation had been at the initial stage of refining qi, and now she stood at its zenith, on the verge of entering the refining spirit realm. "Is this due to the cold poison?" Li Xiu furrowed his brow, an epiphany striking him. The fact that he could condense the residual cold energy within him into a cold pearl indicated that this cold energy might not be poison at all, but rather a form of unique power that had remained uncontrollable within the ninth princess. "You are quite astute." The ninth princess's brows furrowed as she launched another assault. The ensuing clash left Li Xiu at a significant disadvantage, having fallen behind an entire major realm. "After our last competition, I discovered your trickery. You merely seized the opportunity when I was unprepared, utilizing your Dragon Tiger Thunder sound to amplify your strength. If I initiate the attack first, you will be no match for me." The ninth princess had suffered a significant blow after her defeat by Li Xiu last time. Yet being a person of remarkable intelligence, she quickly reflected on her shortcomings during the battle and devised a strategy to counter them. After a brief interval of about half a stick of incense, she found herself in a vexing situation. Her delicate brows furrowed as her arms were seized behind her back, with Li Xiu once again grasping her wrist at the vital point. "Your mind knows how to defeat me, yet it seems your limbs cannot keep pace," Li Xiu remarked coolly. "True combat is not merely a matter of standing and comparing realms. It is replete with myriad transformations." In the heat of battle, the ninth princess's excessive desire to subdue Li Xiu soon unveiled even greater flaws. In mere dozens of exchanges, she was swiftly bested by Li Xiu. "Release me," she cried, her brow knitted in indignation. "You have lost," Li Xiu retorted, frowning. "No. It is you who is lost." "Humph." The ninth princess turned her head, her gaze pointedly directed at Li Xiu, her eyes momentarily drifting towards his lower region. "Very well, I concede." Li Xiu immediately released her, inwardly lamenting. These 2 encounters were sufficient to ascertain that it was indeed the ninth princess who had unraveled his identity as a false eunuch after he had loosened his belt yesterday. With this whimsical little sorceress holding his secret, he could scarcely fathom the torment that awaited him. "The least you are perceptive," she said, shaking her arms before abruptly turning back, delivering a sweeping kick aimed at Li Xiu's lower body. She intended to inflict some pain, but to her surprise, he was too alert, nimbly retreating and evading the strike. "You are not allowed to dodge," the ninth princess scolded playfully, her expression warning him of dire consequences should he evade again. Li Xiu, feeling helpless, stood his ground, silently preparing his defenses by channeling his strength. The ninth princess cracked her knuckles but suddenly lost interest. "Forget it. You appear quite resilient. I doubt I could inflict any real pain." After several encounters, she had gleaned some understanding of Li Xiu's formidable diamond strength, which boasted astonishing defensive capabilities, rendering him as solid as steel. Hitting him might only result in her own discomfort. Subsequently, the ninth princess settled into a chair nearby, crossing her arms before her soft bosom in an inquisitive posture. "Now, tell me, what is your true purpose for entering the palace?" In response to the ninth princess's inquiry, Li Xiu wore a pained expression and let out a sigh. Before arriving at Fengyang Pavilion that day, he had already prepared multiple versions of sorrowful lies to relay to the 14-year-old princess. "Do not continue your fabrications just yet," she interjected, raising her hand to unfasten a pure, flawless jade pendant from her waist. "This is a pendant gifted to me by the esteemed scholar Cheng from Taiyue Academy. Although he has carried it for 7 or 8 years, it is imbued with a trace of righteous energy. When I hold this pendant and question others, they must speak the truth and cannot lie. Therefore, Li Xiu, think carefully before you respond." Upon finishing, the 9th princess regarded him with a teasing glint in her eyes and asked, "Li Xiu, you are not a eunuch, are you?" Naturally, Li Xiu could not admit to such a thing. However, just as he was about to deny it, he felt a mysterious force descend upon him, a thunderous sound ringing in his mind, followed by the emergence of 4 imposing characters filled with righteous energy. A gentleman must be sincere. Li Xiu had opened his mouth to speak, but quickly shut it. He found himself unable to provide the denial he intended and was compelled to affirm instead. "You must answer, or I will report you directly." The 9th princess playfully stuck out her pink tongue, exuding youthful mischief. Yet Li Xiu felt no inclination to appreciate her adorableness. His heart weighed down with apprehension. The world was perilous indeed. The Confucians possessed such abilities. What extraordinary powers might those revered sects, like Longhu Mountain and Wudong Mountain, wield? Would anyone uncover his identity as a time traveler? At that moment, Li Xiu sensed the overwhelming danger that enveloped him. "Li Xiu, you are not a eunuch, are you?" The 9th princess pressed again. Li Xiu could only lower his voice, involuntarily replying, "Yes." "Humph." The 9th princess grew increasingly triumphant, then declared, "Now, tell me, what is your true purpose in entering the palace? If you utter a single falsehood to deceive me, I will have you sent to the Ministry of Justice." Li Xiu remained silent for a moment, nodding slightly and then revealing a bitter smile. "To be honest, I never wished to enter the palace, so I have no ulterior motives." The 9th princess was momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing in confusion. Glancing at the pendant in her hand, she understood that in the presence of this artifact, Li Xiu could not lie. "How could this be? Then how did you manage to enter the palace?" she continued to probe. Li Xiu shook his head. "I do not know. He had been forcibly brought into the palace, and that response was indeed valid. At the same time, he felt a sense of relief. While this artifact compelled the truth, as long as he stated factual information, he could alter the narrative, making it impossible for the pendant to discern the truth. Unless the question required a yes or no answer, he could navigate the conversation with some leeway. "How is that possible?" the 9th princess exclaimed, her brow knitted. "How could you not know how you came to the palace?" Li Xiu reiterated. "I truly do not know." He suspected it involved Luo Qingwan and consort Exine employing some scheme to facilitate his entry, but the specific details eluded him. The 9th princess pondered briefly before altering her line of questioning. "You were forced into the palace, were you not?" Li Xiu hesitated, then replied, "Yes, when you entered the palace. You were in an unconscious state, correct?" Li Xiu's heart tightened, and he nodded, "Yes." The 9th princess was clearly aware that the artifact's powers had their limitations. She continued her inquiry. "The first time you opened your eyes, was it in Fian Palace?" Li Xiu shook his head. "No, the first person you saw upon awakening was a woman." He shook his head again. "No, it was a man." He shook his head once more. "Neither." The 9th princess was left speechless. "So it was a eunuch. Were you brought into the palace by a eunuch? What purpose could those eunuchs have for bringing you, a man, into the palace?" A bitter smile crossed Li Xiu's face. "After I regained consciousness, I heard discussions about me being used as a bargaining chip, as the cleansing room needed more individuals to serve as eunuchs. They brought me to the cleansing room, likely for monetary gain. I attempted to resist midway, but was beaten by 2 eunuchs, and afterwards, I was sent to the cleansing room. However, for some reason, I managed to evade the cleansing process." He then recounted how he had consumed the Lunghu pill and was taken to the Ministry of Internal Affairs, where he was selected by the female official Qingwan in the afternoon and brought to Fian Palace. Every word he spoke was the truth, yet he deliberately omitted details of his prior encounters with consort Exine, aiming to distance himself from Fian Palace to protect her and Luo Qingwan. The ninth princess's beautiful eyes flickered as she asked, "Did you speak every word truthfully?" Li Xiu nodded. "Indeed. Is that so?" Now, the ninth princess was left in doubt. "So you were truly trafficked into the palace. Yet they did not subject you to cleansing? That seems highly suspicious. Surely it cannot be due to negligence in the cleansing room that a true man was allowed entry. Such an occurrence would be impossible. If such an oversight were to happen, it would warrant a death sentence." By this point in her questioning, the ninth princess had largely lowered her guard against Li Xiu. "Now, tell me about your identity prior to entering the palace," she continued, finding this elevated inquiry rather amusing. "I am a refugee who fled from Yangzhou in the south due to famine," Li Xiu replied. "A refugee?" The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback. "Why did you flee?" She understood the implications of being a refugee, as it entailed abandoning one's registered residence, a matter of great concern for the court due to the complications it posed in governance. Many refugees resorted to banditry, wreaking havoc, making them a significant headache for the authorities. The ninth princess's question was rather amusing, and Li Xiu felt a stirring in his heart, narrowing his eyes, his tone inadvertently growing more assertive. "What is there to laugh about? I am the one conducting the inquiry. You are merely to respond." The ninth princess, sensing the tone of his questioning, felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and promptly slammed the table. Li Xiu exhaled, a cold smile gracing his lips. "Pray tell, Your Highness, would you choose to leave the palace, enduring a life of hardship, facing hunger and cold, and forsaking your homeland?" The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback. Falling silent, the existence of refugees implied that conditions in their homeland had become untenable. Yangzhou had faced 3 consecutive years of locust plagues, leaving the populace destitute and starving, compounded by rampant banditry and collusion with local authorities, an insidious alliance. Not only Yangzhou, but the other 2 provinces in Jiangnan, Suzhou, and Hangzhou would soon find themselves in similar straits. Living in the depths of the palace, the princess could scarcely fathom the grim reality outside. "Do you understand what it means to see a landscape strewn with the dead and to resort to cannibalism?" Chapter 111. Clinging to power as a wandering refugee, Li Xiu was acutely aware of the current plight of the Wu dynasty. While the capital city basked in tranquility, the Jiangnan region was rife with discontent, its governance all but a mere facade. Accompanied by my parents, I departed from our hometown, encountering an array of tragedies along the way. What do you think I saw the most? Not corpses, but the stark remains of bones, the flesh long stripped away by desperate souls. We resorted to gnawing on tree bark and roots, while the landscape lay barren, stripped of life. Ultimately, we were left with nothing but soil and sawdust to sustain us, as countless individuals were driven from their homes. As winter approached, many succumbed to the biting cold. We traversed 5 provincial capitals and numerous towns. Yet not a single government offered us succor. In the end, fewer than 1 in 10 managed to reach the capital, and my parents perished on the ancient roads outside Huangshan. I was denied even the opportunity to bury their remains. As the other victims surged forward in their desperation, at this juncture, Li Xiu's voice trembled slightly, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Although he was a time traveler with no emotional ties to his predecessor's parents, the memories left behind stirred a profound ache within him. Perhaps it was a lingering obsession from his former self. "Please, do not speak further." The ninth princess suddenly turned, discreetly wiping away her tears as she secured her jade pendant back to her waist. Once she had composed herself, she faced Li Xiu and declared, "Since your intentions in the palace appear to be harmless, I shall refrain from pursuing this matter further. However, remember, this is only temporary. From this day forth, you shall reside in my Fengyang pavilion, and you are forbidden from associating with any other women, especially those of the emperor's court." "What shall I say to Xinfi?" Li Xiu frowned. He found it difficult to part with Xinfi. Not out of desire, but from concern that the naive girl would fall into despair in his absence. After all, Xinfi was a consort of his father, and he did not wish to mistreat her. "How about this? You can inform them that it is for the sake of accompanying me in my studies, and that I will return after a while." The ninth princess pondered briefly before devising a plan. "You should consult with the Empress Dowager or Yang Guifei regarding this matter. That sounds reasonable. I shall approach my mother. She is sure to agree," the ninth princess replied confidently. Agree? Ha, that would be quite the miracle. Li Xiu thought to himself. Yang Guifei had recently faced an ambush. How could she possibly allow Li Xiu to reside with her daughter? By the way, princess, there is another matter I must discuss with you. After class that day, the 18th prince sought me out, Li Xiu added, revealing another piece of information. Instantly, the 9th princess's expression shifted, and she inquired, what did he want? He presented me with a Peiyuan pill and instructed me to keep watch over you. Reporting back to him every 3 days, Li Xiu relayed honestly. There was no point in deceiving either side. Given the precariousness of the situation, he needed to align himself with a powerful and reliable ally. To Li Xiu's current perspective, the so-called 18th prince, not being the crown prince, held no more standing in the royal family than the 9th princess. Both parties had mothers of equal rank, both of whom were consorts. Regardless of how one viewed the situation, he should undoubtedly side with the 9th princess. You may be courting death. To Li Xiu's surprise, the 9th princess's expression turned grave upon hearing his words. Chapter 112. The 9th princess's bestowal. Li Xiu was taken aback by the 9th princess's reaction. The conclusion seemed rather abrupt. He promptly asked, what do you mean by that? With an expression of sympathy. The 9th princess wasted no time in explaining, you might underestimate the 18th prince due to his youth, believing he poses no threat. However, his mother, consort Jiang, comes from a lineage you cannot afford to offend. Please, continue, Li Xiu urged, his demeanor growing serious. The Jiang family has a long history of producing distinguished generals and martial arts masters. The previous head of the Jiang family, Jiang Beixian, held the title of Grand General of the state and perished 16 years ago during a final sweep of the Jianghu. Slain by the leader of the Tianshan sect, which was subsequently destroyed. Recently, remnants of the Tianshan sect attempted to burn down the ancestral hall and infiltrate the Tiantian Tower. The Jiang family continues to produce exceptional talents. Even with Jiang Beixian's death, the family remains strong, with the current head, Jiang Jinwei, inheriting the title of Grand General. Over the past 16 years, he has repelled invasions from the northern demon nations multiple times, slaying countless formidable foes, and remains a pillar of the nation. The Jiang family commands the most powerful army in the Wu dynasty, wielding the Black Dragon Talisman, granting them supreme military authority. Do not be fooled by the 18th prince's youth. His connections are far more formidable than you can imagine, easily summoning several 5th or 6th rank martial artists at will. The 9th princess stepped closer, a hint of schadenfreude evident in her demeanor. Indeed, you have offended him. He will not resort to any devious schemes but will employ the most direct approach, summoning high-ranking martial artists to eliminate you. Even if there are repercussions later, there will undoubtedly be martial artists to take the blame. That is what the Jiang family excels at, warriors. The mention of the Jiang family and the 18th prince sent a chill down Li Xiu's spine, confirming the reality of the formidable threat he faced. Li Xiu furrowed his brow. Why does the 9th princess seem so pleased? I have not even offended him, at worst. I shall document your daily activities and report to the 18th prince accordingly. After all, the Jiang family's influence is vast, and the 18th prince is generous. Following him can only benefit me. Conversely, remaining by your side has yielded no rewards, not even a handful of coins as a token of appreciation. Upon hearing this, the 9th princess was naturally displeased. She swiftly extracted several golden beans from her pouch and hurled them at Li Xiu with a scowl, but he effortlessly caught them. Take note. These are the Li Hua Jinjing, refined from Longhu Mountain. Each golden bean holds far greater value than a Peiyuan pill. With her hands on her hips, the 9th princess declared haughtily, in terms of wealth, I can outshine that fool Wu Kuan by 18 streets. Royalty, after all, controls the riches of the world. Li Xiu mused, satisfied as he gathered a total of 7 golden beans, though his expression revealed his dissatisfaction. What use is money to me? What I need are Peiyuan pills to enhance my strength. None? Then you shall return the golden beans to me. Li Xiu chuckled awkwardly, scratching his nose. The 9th princess, however, would not genuinely reclaim her gifts, rolling her eyes playfully. All right, the most remarkable aspect of the Li Hua Jinjing is that it can recognize its master through blood, allowing you to refine it into various shapes using your true energy. Yet, in combat, it becomes incredibly solid and heavy, capable of forging divine weapons. While those few beans are insufficient to create a pure golden weapon, mixing even a little into a blade can greatly enhance its quality. As for the Peiyuan pills, if you require them, simply come to my treasury. Chapter 113. The treasure of Fengyang Pavilion. Although the ninth princess did not express it outwardly, her perception of Li Xiu had changed. Particularly after hearing about his tragic past, she felt a profound sense of empathy. His parents had perished from hunger and cold, their remains consumed by other victims while he could do nothing but watch. Anyone who had endured such a harrowing experience would surely carry the shadows of that trauma for a lifetime. It was likely that Li Xiu had not fared well upon entering the capital, or he would not have been sold into the palace. Very well, that will be all for today. You may return now. The ninth princess waved her hand. I shall go visit my mother and inquire about the matters you wish to bring up. Even after learning of Li Xiu's dealings with the 18th prince, she chose to proceed, making it clear to the outside world that this young Li Xiu would henceforth be under her protection. Indeed, Li Xiu nodded in agreement before taking his leave. He could sense the ninth princess's intentions and found himself in a surreal state. Just days ago, she had been calling for his head, yet now her attitude had shifted dramatically. The reasons behind this transformation eluded him, as the ninth princess was inherently unpredictable, her motives difficult for others to grasp. Li Xiu did not depart immediately. Instead, he sought out Eunuch Lin. Eunuch Lin, if you have any matters to discuss, please feel free to do so. Eunuch Lin promptly patted his chest in assurance. It is nothing of great concern, merely a request for a few Peiyuan pills. Li Xiu stated his purpose directly. Very well done. At once, Eunuch Lin led Li Xiu to the storeroom. The storeroom of Fengyang Pavilion occupied an entire two-story building. The ground floor was haphazardly filled with an assortment of exquisite jewelry and treasures, many of which were priceless. Even fist-sized precious orbs were carelessly piled in the corners, while his own beloved concubine Xian possessed but a single jewel, a source of both affection and sorrow. Such was the disparity. Upon ascending to the second floor, the scene transformed dramatically. Every item on the upper level was meticulously arranged, exhibiting an unparalleled orderliness. Among the displayed items were various artifacts related to martial arts, elixirs, secret manuals, weapons, and so forth. This Peiyuan Dan had once been utilized by the ninth princess during her cultivation at the 8th tier of the refinement realm. At that time, a Taoist priest from Longhu Mountain had refined a total of 9 furnaces, yielding over 1,000 pills. Our princess, endowed with extraordinary talent, required less than 100 to break through her realm, with the remainder stored here. Eunuch Lin explained, gesturing towards a large chest. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback. Is this entire chest filled with them? Eunuch Lin nodded affirmatively. Indeed, there are several hundred. As he spoke, he opened the chest to reveal layer upon layer of wooden shelves, each neatly arranged with jade vials. Li Xiu stepped forward, took out a vial, inspected its quality, and his eyes brightened. This Peiyuan Dan is vastly superior to those sold outside. With a hint of pride, Eunuch Lin remarked, Of course, our ninth princess is the most favored by the Empress Dowager. The Taoist master from Longhu Mountain, who was invited to refine the elixirs, is a formidable expert, usually refining only 1 furnace a year. But upon the Empress Dowager's summons, he refined 10 furnaces in one go. Truly marvelous. Without hesitation, Li Xiu began to fill his arms with over 30 vials, fearing that the capricious ninth princess might change her mind and eager to seize the moment. Chapter 114. Mother and Daughter in the East Palace. Yang Guifei reclined gracefully in a rocking chair before the flower bed. It was the depth of winter, and the blossoms had long since wilted. She was not there merely to admire the flowers. The sun shone pleasantly today, making it a perfect opportunity to bask in its warmth. Mother! A melodious voice, as clear as silver bells, rang out from beyond the palace walls. Yang Guifei instinctively relaxed her brow, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of joy. Yet, her voluptuous figure remained reclined, her eyes narrowing in delight. Mother! The ninth princess dashed through the palace gates, spotting her mother enjoying the sun in the courtyard. She sprinted forward and leaped into her embrace, causing the rocking chair to sway slightly, startling the nearby maidservants. Oh dear, you little rascal! Yang Guifei, gentle and graceful, was genuinely taken aback, her brows arching in mock reproach as she feigned raising her hand. The ninth princess, however, nestled deeper into her mother's arms, cooing affectionately, prompting Yang Guifei's hand to fall lightly upon her daughter's head, tenderly ruffling her hair. "Next time, you mustn't do this. Mother is getting older and cannot withstand your sudden surprises. Moreover, I have you read daily to cultivate your poise. Please refrain from such raucousness. Alas, I should never have allowed you to pursue martial arts." Though Yang Guifei held a noble status with considerable power in the inner palace, in the presence of her daughter, she was simply a doting mother, unable to resist her gentle chidings. After a moment of sweet intimacy, the ninth princess suddenly exclaimed, "Mother, today your complexion appears much improved compared to before." At this inquiry, Yang Guifei's expression faltered slightly. A woman's improved complexion often signifies newfound vitality. The image of Li Xiu immediately surfaced in her mind. Young and vigorous, he brimmed with energy, far surpassing the emperor. The recollection of their forbidden encounter from the previous night made Yang Guifei feel as though she had returned to her teenage years, her heart racing with both excitement and trepidation. Should this secret be exposed, it would spell utter ruin, not just for her, but for her entire family as well. Her cheeks flushed lightly, but soon her demeanor turned serious. Sitting in the courtyard, she had tried to dismiss the incident from her thoughts, but her daughter's comment had inadvertently drawn her back into those memories. Mother is simply aging. There's no improvement to speak of. Yang Guifei deflected the topic. You are not old at all. The ninth princess cupped her mother's fair and delicate face, planting gentle kisses upon it, eliciting a ripple of laughter from Yang Guifei. Seeing her mother in high spirits, the ninth princess seized the opportunity to propose. "I have a request for you." "Mother." Yang Guifei's brows furrowed slightly. "If this concerns Zhang Ruoqing, do not bring it up. Neither I nor your grandmother will allow him to return to the palace, as for your new martial arts instructor. Once you express your desire, he can be appointed immediately." Zhang Ruoqing. The ninth princess was momentarily taken aback. The man who had once stirred her heart had not crossed her mind in quite some time. Presently, her life was filled with Li Xiu, that sycophant. Chapter 115. The tension of Yang Guifei. It was not just a fleeting memory of Zhang Ruoqing that left the ninth princess with a tinge of disappointment. She shook her head to dispel the unwelcome feelings and declared, "It concerns Li Xiu." To her surprise, upon hearing this, her mother's expression darkened further. "Mother, what is wrong?" The ninth princess felt a surge of anxiety, her brows knitting together. "Has that sycophant Li Xiu displeased you? He is utterly disrespectful, daring to speak out of turn. If he has caused you any distress, I shall confront him at once." "Not at all," Yang Guifei quickly interjected, forcing a smile. "Li Xiu was chosen by your grandmother, and his character is beyond reproach. Besides, how could he dare speak ill of me? However, from your tone, it seems he has argued with you." "How could that be?" The ninth princess felt a pang of guilt but maintained her facade. "He is merely my loyal servant. When I direct him east, he would not dare venture west." "Speak of Li Xiu. What is it?" Yang Guifei replied. "I wish for him to come directly to Fengyang Pavilion. He will be part of my household from now on. As for concubine Xian, could you assist me in discussing this with her? If needed, I shall personally visit and present her with gifts. After all, as you previously mentioned, those concubines are my father's women, and I must consider their dignity." The ninth princess articulated her wishes, believing her mother could not possibly refuse such a request. After all, it was a trivial matter for a princess to request a eunuch to serve her. Moreover, both the Empress Dowager and Yang Guifei held Li Xiu in high regard, and they would be inclined to support the ninth princess's wishes, believing this to be precisely what they desired. However, to her utter astonishment, upon making her request, her mother's demeanor turned icy. This request was made by Li Xiu. Yang Guifei's brows knit tighter, her tone laced with concern. It was evident that she cared deeply about this matter. "No, it was my own suggestion. I see him coming and going daily, and it seems rather taxing for him. Moving to my courtyard would be quite appropriate." The ninth princess replied candidly before curiously asking, "Mother, didn't you and grandmother both express fondness for Li Xiu? Why do you seem reluctant to have him near me? Had this been before last night, Yang Guifei would have wholeheartedly agreed. But now, in all fairness, Yang Guifei could not entirely place the blame on Li Xiu. After all, it was she who had entertained impure thoughts and had invited him into her palace. Yet now that it had transpired, all she could do was ensure the incident was buried as if it had never occurred. Not at all. Yang Guifei smiled, denying it. Li Xiu has always been valued by your grandmother and has even saved you. He is undoubtedly trustworthy. It is just that, in any situation, distance is crucial. If you reside in the same courtyard, growing too familiar, his positive influence on you might diminish entirely. This matter is not open for discussion. I shall not consent. Yang Guifei decisively arrived at a final conclusion, completely dispelling the ninth princess's intentions. Chapter 116. Return to the palace. Upon returning to the Fian Palace, Li Xiu naturally made it a priority to pay his respects to the noble consort Xian. Today, consort Xian languidly reclined on her bed, not even covered by a quilt, clad in a delicate red vest that revealed a layer of snow-white satin clothing beneath. With her loose collar, she exhibited not a trace of feminine decorum. Within the palace, there existed numerous protocols. Had there been any outsiders, they would have been promptly reported. In recent days, Luo Qingwan had left the palace, and Li Xiu had been summoned to the ninth princess's side, leaving her increasingly bored. Only the maid Qinger could provide her with some company, offering a slight reprieve from her ennui. Creak. The door swung open, and a tall figure strode in, dressed in the crimson attire of a eunuch. It was Li Xiu. Li Gonggong. Qinger curtsied playfully, sticking out her tongue. Consort Xian's eyes brightened at the sight of Li Xiu, and she waved her hand, saying, Qinger, you may attend to their dinner preparations, with Li Xiu attending to me. That will suffice. Her demeanor exuded an almost predatory allure. Qinger was momentarily taken aback. It was still mid-afternoon, with over an hour remaining until dinner. Yes, Your Highness. However, she dared not defy Consort Xian's command and promptly turned to leave. Casting a doubtful glance at Li Xiu as she exited. In recent days, Li Xiu had garnered excessive favor, leaving many in the Fian Palace puzzled as to what virtue or talent he possessed that elicited such regard from Consort Xian. This conundrum had left many of the palace maids and eunuchs scratching their heads in confusion, and of course, this did not incite suspicion in others. In the vast and intricate imperial harem, it was not uncommon for palace maids and eunuchs to ascend in status due to the favor of their masters. It was a well-known phenomenon. After all, within the confines of the palace, hierarchy was rigid, and many sought to curry favor with the powerful to ensure their own safety or rise to prominence. Those fortunate enough to be favored often found themselves elevated from their previously humble stations to the center of attention. They might receive greater rewards and privileges, possibly even influencing the internal power dynamics of the palace. However, such elevated positions, acquired through the goodwill of others, were not impervious. Once the protection of their benefactor waned, they could swiftly plummet back into the depths of despair, vulnerable to the whims of others. Thus, while the elevation of palace maids or eunuchs due to favor was a common tale, the nuances of its warmth and coldness could only be truly understood by those experiencing it. Nightfall. The courtyard was enveloped in a refreshing coolness as Li Xiu sat cross-legged upon a patch of withered grass, holding 3 jade vials in his hands. Aunt Qingwan had once informed him that the consumption of Peiyuan Dan did not impose many restrictions compared to Longhu Jindan and Zijizan. Even if one were to ingest multiple pills at once, their effects would accumulate within the body without causing discomfort or waste. His initial experience with Peiyuan Dan occurred after the ninth princess's chill had invaded his body. At that time, he found the medicinal properties to be rather gentle, so this time he decided to consume all 3 pills at once. Opening the vials, Li Xiu swallowed the 3 pills, each emitting a faint golden glow. Instantly, the pills transformed into pure essence, radiating throughout his being. The medicinal energy coursed through his limbs and bones, nurturing every fiber of his body. Chapter 117. The Bodhisattva's gentle gaze as the 3 Peiyuan Dan entered his body. They coalesced into a vast reservoir of essence, filling Li Xiu to the brim. He immediately settled into a meditative posture, focusing on his Vajra form, urging his corporeal self to absorb this newfound power. Upon reaching the 8th tier of the refinement of essence stage, An individual's physical strength would no longer increase with the elevation of their realm. Li Xiu's power remained at approximately 10,000 pounds. A remarkable talent worthy of being called unparalleled divine strength. The infusion of essence bolstered the martial artist's vitality, endurance, resilience, and self-healing capabilities. At this stage, even a wound several inches deep could heal within a few hours, while superficial injuries could be resolved almost instantaneously. As the refinement of essence stage progressed, the essence within the body became abundant, shielding the martial artist from various negative effects. For those like Li Xiu, who had already manifested their form, the augmentation of essence would also enhance the manifestation within their consciousness, concomitantly strengthening their corresponding unique energies. While Li Xiu was immersed in his meditation, suddenly, a new form appeared deep within his consciousness. This form was still ethereal and nebulous, seemingly on the verge of dissipating. Yet, it undeniably existed. A second form. Is it possible for a martial artist to possess two forms? Li Xiu found himself momentarily bewildered. With Luo Qingwan absent, he was rather out of touch. He did not even know whether possessing an additional form was a frequent occurrence. Nonetheless, it seemed that gaining another form could not be a bad thing. The Vajra form had emerged due to his mastery of the Arhat fist, yet recently, he had not cultivated any other martial arts to such an extent. Li Xiu was beset with questions. But he could not bear to abandon the form that was on the cusp of completion. He concentrated his mind, focusing intently on this new manifestation. As the form coalesced, its appearance gradually solidified. It radiated an icy blue hue, resembling a benevolent bodhisattva before a temple. Boom! In the next moment, a powerful aura surged within Li Xiu's consciousness. The second form was successfully manifested. The two forms stood on either side, facing each other, one a fierce Vajra, the other a gentle bodhisattva. One was robust and formidable, while the other exuded a cold and soft allure, representing two entirely distinct attributes. Could this form have arisen from the ninth princess's chill? Li Xiu opened his eyes and slowly raised his hand, a trace of icy energy coalescing in his palm. This chill mirrored that which resided within the ninth princess. Of course, it was not as domineering or piercing as hers, which could even threaten a fifth-tier martial artist. The chill in Li Xiu's hand was not nearly as potent, yet it could likely deter any seventh-tier Qi refinement stage martial artist. This was merely a nascent power. If given time to cultivate and refine it, its lethality would undoubtedly increase. Initially, he believed that condensing a single cold pearl was already a fortunate turn of events, but unexpectedly, he was blessed with a second form, bringing him double joy. Li Xiu's spirits soared with delight. Although he was uncertain whether possessing two forms would lead to adverse effects, the benefits were undeniably apparent. Furthermore, he felt no immediate harm. As for the future, he would cross that bridge when he came to it. Chapter 118. The Golden Cicada Blade. After his training, as evening descended, Li Xiu returned to his quarters. His brow furrowed slightly as he retrieved 7 golden beads from his sleeve. These were the 7 Li Hua Jinjing bestowed upon him by the ninth princess. According to her description, this material was of exceptional quality for forging divine weapons. With a sense of pride, the ninth princess would not feign superiority in offering gifts to others. Thus, the value of these Li Hua Jinjing was likely as she claimed. This substance was a special material crafted by the immortal figures of Longhu Mountain, capable of recognizing its master through blood and being refined into various shapes through true energy. At present, I am only at the 8th tier of the refinement of essence stage, and my true energy has yet to manifest. I wonder if I can utilize my Vajra power and extreme cold energy to manipulate them. Li Xiu pondered for a moment before biting his finger, drawing blood, which he dripped onto the 7 golden beads. As the blood entered the beads, they were tinged with a faint crimson hue, and an inexplicable sense of connection arose within him. Li Xiu toyed with the 7 small beads, then spread his palm flat, channeling his energy. To his astonishment, the beads began to move autonomously within his palm, an extraordinary phenomenon indeed. These truly are artifacts forged by celestial beings, the synergy of Confucianism and Taoism, along with the so-called Taoist immortals. Left Li Xiu in awe, however, when he attempted to use his Vajra power to reshape the beads, he found it utterly ineffective. Next, He employed extreme cold energy, continuously infusing it into the beads. After several attempts, he still achieved no results. Unwilling to concede defeat, Li Xiu realized that such a splendid treasure must not go to waste. Suddenly, inspiration struck him. He decided to simultaneously channel both energies into the golden beads. As the Vajra and extreme cold energies converged, one fierce and the other gentle, they naturally clashed. However, upon simultaneously entering the beads, a miraculous transformation occurred. Each of the 7 beads began to soften in succession. It worked! Li Xiu was undoubtedly taken aback. The golden beans that had previously resisted his immense strength now willingly transformed into a substance as pliable as clay, soon flowing like liquid within the palm of his hand. In no time, the 7 golden beans amalgamated into a pool of golden liquid. Li Xiu then brought his hands together, and with a gentle stroke, a slender, sharp golden blade, merely the length of a finger, appeared between his fingertips. As he manipulated the 2 forces within him, the shape of the blade began to undergo subtle alterations, ultimately morphing into a finely honed, triangular edge. Though described as triangular, it was elongated, diaphanous as a cicada's wing, yet incredibly resilient. Grasping it delicately between 2 fingers, he made a light stroke against the door frame, the blade slicing through the wood effortlessly, leaving a deep mark of about an inch. With a flick of his wrist, he hurled the blade into the adjacent wall, where it embedded itself, leaving only a fingertip's length protruding. Such sharpness was astonishing. Even the sturdiest armor would likely be pierced with ease. Chapter 119. The distress of consort Exine Li Xiu approached to extract the golden blade, gazing at the delicate object with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. The 9th princess had mentioned that this item, aside from recognizing its master through blood, could not be interfered with by anyone else's vital energy. Given its extraordinary sharpness, it could likely penetrate even the finest armor or the protective aura of martial experts. Such a small object could serve as an unexpectedly formidable weapon. He decided to name it the Golden Cicada Blade. Subsequently, he once again channeled the 2 forces, reverting it to a slightly larger golden bean for safekeeping. Ready for any unforeseen circumstances. After sharing an evening meal with consort Xin, he stayed overnight on her soft couch. The following dawn, Li Xiu awoke as per his routine, before the first light of day, and dressed quietly. "Are you going to practice so early again?" A soft and languorous voice inquired from beside him. He glanced over to find consort Xin blinking her beautiful eyes, appearing more alert than usual. "You seem troubled," he remarked, a hint of concern in his brow. "No, I'm not," she hesitated. Shaking her head, Li Xiu could tell she was indeed preoccupied, and feigning to tease her prompted her to eventually stammer. "When Sister Qingwan sought a man to enter the palace, it was precisely to ensure I would conceive." Reflecting on it now, she must have already planned her departure from the palace, intending to secure a descendant for me. Lest I be bullied in her absence, it has been a month since our first encounter. The imperial physician should be able to ascertain my pregnancy by now. Should we take action? Hearing this, Li Xiu pondered thoughtfully. The medical practices in this world were not particularly advanced, lacking effective means for confirming parentage, so as long as the timing was right, the women in the emperor's harem could escape suspicion without concrete evidence. As for blood recognition, such a notion was entirely unfounded here. "How are you so certain you are pregnant?" Li Xiu countered, frowning. "If you are not, would it not be a futile endeavor?" "How could it not be?" Consort Xin pouted playfully. "During this time, we have nearly spoken of it daily. In those first 3 days after you entered the palace, we both took the medicine, and the likelihood of conception is exceedingly high." "Medicine?" Li Xiu suddenly recalled the events in the purification chamber, realizing that he had indeed retracted into himself. Could that have been a side effect? It occurred to him how he had managed to evade scrutiny. One might even say it was a blessing in disguise. To be fair, being drugged and sharing intimacy with a beauty like consort Xin hardly seemed a misfortune. Yet, he remained somewhat apprehensive. What if the child is the emperor's? Despite their unrecognized bond, and the moral implications of their relationship, Li Xiu's possessiveness towards consort Xin had fostered a unique sentiment. That would mean, consort Xin trailed off, glancing at Li Xiu, unable to voice the remainder of her thought. Initially, she had hoped to bear the emperor's child, but now, she yearned for it to be Li Xiu's offspring. Chapter 120. Seeking the imperial physician as Li Xiu practiced in the courtyard, his mind lingered on matters concerning consort Xian. Regardless of the circumstances, it was paramount to orchestrate a discreet incident to prompt the imperial physician to examine her and reveal the truth of her pregnancy. Bearing the emperor's child was a significant matter within the palace. It would undoubtedly elevate her status, garnering the emperor's favor, and ensuring that the Fian Palace would benefit from an influx of resources, thus safeguarding her from future indignities. This was undoubtedly a fortuitous turn of events. And the sooner it occurred, the better. The planning for this endeavor was relatively straightforward. By now, a month into her pregnancy, she would likely exhibit physical signs. The simplest excuse would be to claim she was unwell, thereby summoning the physician for an examination. Complicating matters might only arouse suspicion. After sharing breakfast with consort Xian and ensuring she feigned illness, Li Xiu prepared to visit the Royal Medical Academy. However, just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered the head eunuch Lin, clad in red from Fengyang Pavilion. "Oh, Li Xiu, where are you rushing off to in such haste?" Lin inquired immediately. Li Xiu, with a look of urgency, replied, "Consort Xian is unwell today, and I am on my way to the Royal Medical Academy. This is a matter of great importance that cannot be delayed." Lin hesitated momentarily. Li Xiu had not anticipated such fortuity. It was likely that Lin had been sent by the ninth princess. Yet, with the plan already in motion, halting now was not an option, so he hurriedly made his way toward the academy without waiting for Lin to say more. Soon, he located an elderly physician named Lu Nian, whose white hair and gentle demeanor belied his slow movements. Despite the elder's kind appearance, Li Xiu, wishing to maintain the pretense, carried Lu on his back. Racing back to Fian Palace like Gonggong, Lin called out from the entrance, promptly beckoning him. "We can speak later," Li Xiu replied tersely, hastening to consort Xian's chamber. In the pleasantly warm room, consort Xian reclined languidly on her bed. Appearing somewhat frail, from behind the bed curtains, a delicate hand emerged. "Little eunuch, you truly are going to jostle my frail bones to pieces." The elderly physician appeared flustered, yet he dared not delay the matter at hand. Swiftly retrieving gold thread from his medicinal kit to prepare for pulse diagnosis. The emperor's women were all of noble birth, never to be touched by a man's hand. "Thank you, esteemed physician. Our lady has felt unwell since breakfast, and with the chill in the air, we fear ailments like wind cold could worsen." Li Xiu chimed in with a smile. At that moment, Lin discreetly entered and stood quietly at the door, not daring to interrupt. "Let me take a look," Lu Nian said, moving with practiced ease as he tied the gold thread into a knot before gently securing it around consort Xian's wrist. Pulling it taut with steady hands, as if playing a lute. The physician suddenly emitted a nasal sound, his eyes subtly shifting as he examined closely. The fingers resting on the gold thread trembled slightly before stilled, his expression growing solemn as he closed his eyes. Watching the elderly man, Li Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. Lu, capable of serving in the academy at such an age, surely possessed remarkable medical skills. It was unusual for a pulse diagnosis to take this long. Was he repeatedly confirming due to the significance of the matter? Chapter 121. The reluctant Lu Nian. After what felt like an eternity, the elderly physician Lu Nian opened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and declared, "It is a joyous pulse. A joyous pulse." The surrounding palace maids were momentarily taken aback, only to erupt in jubilant cheers. Qing'er's face flushed with excitement. "That's wonderful. About a month ago, the emperor favored Our Lady, and she truly is with child. This is indeed a moment of great celebration. As the saying goes, when one ascends, all associated benefit. Should consort Xian's status rise, those serving in Fian Palace would similarly reap the rewards, their positions elevated within the palace hierarchy. Oh, congratulations, consort Xian." The head eunuch Lin quickly offered his congratulations. He then instructed Qing'er, "Hurry to the Internal Affairs Bureau and report this joyous news to the emperor at once." "Right away," Qing'er exclaimed, darting off excitedly. The entire Fian Palace was enveloped in a wave of joy and excitement. "Thank you for your efforts, Physician Lu," Li Xiu said, giving Lu Nian a light pat on the shoulder. Though his brow furrowed slightly, is it truly a joyous pulse? Lu Nian nodded. My methods are infallible. Consort Xian's malaise is likely due to her pregnancy, a normal response after a month. I shall prepare medicine to ensure her well-being. Excellent. I shall escort you to my study. Li Xiao promptly led Lu Nian to a nearby study to prepare a prescription. However, as they exited the door, his expression instantly grew somber. Moments earlier, he had patted Lu Nian's shoulder, only to discover that the latter was drenched in cold sweat, his collar slightly damp. Lu Tai, although you are a renowned physician, you must also take care of your own health, Li Xiao insisted. Offering his support to the elderly doctor, with a swift motion, he extracted a silver note worth 1,000 taels from his sleeve and discreetly slipped it into Lu Nian's own. It's just a small token of goodwill. You ought to replenish your strength, considering how much you are perspiring. Please take care not to catch a chill when you head to the Taiwan hospital later. Despite his advanced age, Lu Nian's eyes remained sharp, and upon noticing the silver note in his sleeve, he immediately recognized its value. With a hurried glance towards the door, he saw no one approaching but still hastily attempted to return the note. Li Gonggong, I cannot accept this. It is improper to receive rewards without merit. The monthly stipend at the Taiwan hospital was modest and tiered by rank, even for a seasoned physician like Lu Nian. It was only a little over 10 taels, considerable for common folk but hardly affluent in the capital. The 1,000 taels felt almost scorching in his hand. He had witnessed similar situations in the palace. Yet it was rare for someone like Li Xiao to be so lavish. Today is a momentous occasion for our beloved Xian Fei and the joyous celebration at Fian Palace. Surely, you can partake in the festivities? Li Xiao pressed, refusing to allow Lu Nian to return the note, which sent the elderly physician into a flurry. Please, do not decline. Consider it a reward from our gracious lady, Li Xiao, seeing Lu Nian's reluctance, produced 4 additional 1,000 tael notes, insisting on placing them into Lu Nian's possession. It was evident that Lu Nian possessed a guileless nature, and he appeared genuinely flustered by the unexpected generosity. The palace, indeed, was a place ripe for personal gain, but every coin acquired came at a price. Whether rewards or illicit gains, they all required equal sacrifice. One's wealth could be used to avert calamities for others. Yet once one succumbed to avarice, the path to corruption would be irrevocably chosen. Having been in the palace for merely a month, Li Xiao was astonished to discover someone like Lu Nian, who treated wealth with such disdain, as if he had never accepted it before. Please, do not refuse any longer, Lu Tai. In this bitter winter, a new cotton coat would serve you well. Li Xiao grasped the elderly physician's hand, sincerity gleaming in his gaze. After a brief moment, Li Xiao emerged from the study holding the prescription, his countenance pale and unnerving. Lu Tai followed closely behind, nervously clutching his sleeves, his voice barely a whisper. Li Gonggong, achieving the position of chief steward at such a young age surely signifies your capabilities. I advise you to leave Fian Palace at the earliest opportunity. Thank you for your concern, but is there any certainty regarding this matter? Li Xiao reassured the elder with a gentle pat on the shoulder, encouraging him to act naturally. Lu Nian nodded emphatically, his eyes reflecting his conviction. It is highly probable. Thank you once again. Li Xiao expressed his gratitude as he watched Lu Nian depart. Li Gonggong. Li Gonggong immediately approached, stating, I see you are quite busy, but I have urgent matters to discuss. Please, go ahead, Li Xiao replied with a wry smile. Princess Jiao has requested to leave the palace for a few days and specifically asked for your company. Likely to avoid the 18th prince, Li Gonggong informed him. Li Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. This was indeed pressing news. When will this occur? This evening, as we depart for the birthday celebration of Yang Guifei's grandmother. A splendid occasion, Li Gonggong elaborated. Very well, I shall return to Fengyang Pavilion shortly. Li Xiao acknowledged after a moment's contemplation. Make haste, as you are well aware of our master's temperament, Li Gonggong advised with a rueful smile before turning to leave Fian Palace. Once he was alone, Li Xiao could not suppress a grimace. He was certain that the news of Xian Fei's pregnancy was swiftly spreading throughout the harem. Many concubines, including the 2 noble consorts, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor, would soon be informed, and it was entirely possible they already had been. This situation had solidified into a fait accompli, and overthinking it would bear no fruit. Taking a deep breath to steady his expression, he proceeded into Exine Fei's quarters. Inside, the young palace maids had just received their rewards from Exine Fei, their faces alight with joy. Exine Fei turned to him, her beautiful eyes betraying an array of emotions. She was acutely aware that the child she carried was most likely Li Xiu's, given the frequency of their encounters. Lin Gongong has just delivered the order from Princess Jiu. I may need to leave the palace for the next few days, Li Xiu stated as he approached Exine Fei, turning his back to the young maidens, speaking with a steady tone but conveying a hint of sincere regret to Exine Fei. Must you leave at such a critical time? Exine Fei's brows furrowed in displeasure. Given her character, she naturally desired a steadfast companion by her side as she faced such monumental matters, and she pouted playfully, "Is there no way to avoid it?" Li Xiu frowned, his tone firm. "Qing'er, please take the others outside for a moment." "All right," Qing'er complied, albeit confused. Leading the maids out of the chamber, Li Xiu then grasped Exine Fei's delicate hand, reassuring her, "I will be gone for a short duration. Perhaps 3 to 5 days, or at most 10 to 15. I will return swiftly. Your emotions are understandably heightened at present. My presence here may only heighten the risk." Exine Fei paused, then comprehended that her reliance on Li Xiu was overwhelming. Should a keen observer notice, it could raise suspicions. "But what will I do in your absence? With Qingwan absent and you gone, I will be left without support." Her voice trembled with anxiety. Observing Exine Fei's flustered demeanor, Li Xiu couldn't help but chuckle softly. He settled onto the edge of the bed, wrapping his arm around her slender waist, drawing her close into his embrace while gently patting her shoulder. Instantly, Exine Fei found solace in his presence, displaying an unprecedented obedience, her delicate hands tightly entwined with his arm. "Fear not. Nothing will go awry. This plan is foolproof. With your condition, you will be cherished by the noble consorts, the Emperor, and even the Empress Dowager. You need only enjoy your well-deserved comforts. No one would dare to blame you," Li Xiu assured her softly. "Now that you are pregnant, you should remain in your quarters. Indulge in good food, and avoid encounters with those you prefer not to see. Be a little willful." "Very well, but promise to return quickly," Exine Fei coaxed, her tone almost pleading. "Rest assured, I must return to care for our future child," Li Xiu replied, tenderly caressing her abdomen. After spending a lingering moment with Exine Fei, he sensed it was time to take his leave. Upon exiting Fian Palace, he observed a throng of eunuchs arriving, laden with various supplies, food, clothing, and entertainment, all-encompassing Su Gonggong. Li Xiu greeted the leading eunuch, Su Dafu, with "Anod Li Gonggong. Congratulations." Su Dafu beamed, scrutinizing him from head to toe. "I must inquire, with all this busyness, where might you be heading?" Li Xiu sighed. "Princess Jiu has summoned me, and I may be required to leave the palace for a few days. Should any matters arise in Fian Palace during my absence, I hope you will lend your assistance." As he spoke, he discreetly handed over a 1,000 tael silver note. Su Dafu, unlike Lun Yin, accepted it with a grin, saying, "We are all brothers. Your concern is unnecessary. Rest assured, I will ensure Fian Palace is well looked after in your absence." "Thank you, Su Gonggong," Li Xiu expressed, clasping his hands together in gratitude. He then patted Su Dafu on the shoulder, discreetly passing several additional silver notes, a substantial roll, into his hands. Su Dafu's eyes widened in surprise, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Li Xiu, you are truly a brother. Your affairs are now ours." The considerable amount of silver, several thousand taels, left him astonished. Previously, Li Xiu had been reluctant to part with even 30 taels for a prized elixir. Yet now he nonchalantly dispensed thousands without a second thought. This young man had indeed risen to prominence. Having served in the palace for many years, I need not say more. The affairs of Fian Palace now rest in your capable hands." Li Xiu reiterated with a formal bow before turning to depart. He was now certain that the child Exine Fei carried was indeed his own, which justified his extravagant expenditures. He had spent over 10,000 taels in a single afternoon. Su Dafu had managed palace affairs for years, and his acumen was beyond reproach. The 8,000 taels he had just given would ensure that during his absence, Exine Fei would not suffer any unforeseen accidents that could jeopardize the pregnancy or her life. Li Xiu walked alone on the path to Fengyang Pavilion, his expression grave. This solemnity stemmed from a secret he had learned from the words of Lu Nian, the imperial physician, Chapter 124. The Fury of the Emperor Physician Lu. The Emperor wishes to see you. Lu Nian had just returned to the imperial medical office when his trembling hands concealed a banknote of 5,000 taels at the very bottom of his medicine chest. Before he could settle himself, a eunuch from the palace arrived to summon him. Naturally, Lu Nian sprang to his feet, hastily wrapping his thin garments about him, and hurriedly shouldered his medicine box before long. He arrived at the council chamber. Lowering his head, Lu Nian knelt upon the ground, patiently awaiting the emperor's command. The only sound that reached his ears was the constant rustling of official documents. After about half an incense stick's worth of time, that sound ceased. The man seated at the desk ahead lifted a teacup before placing it back down. Lu Nian, come and take my pulse. Came the voice, weary yet tinged with a subtle authority. At once. Lu Nian promptly replied, stepping forward to gently grasp the emperor's wrist, all the while observing his complexion. The emperor of the Wu dynasty. In his 40s, bore a countenance that was rather ordinary and unremarkable, lacking the imposing majesty one might expect from the son of heaven. His complexion was somewhat sallow, and his temples were streaked with gray hair, revealing the toll of excessive labor and poor health. Your pulse today is relatively stable, better than in previous visits. However, aside from consuming potent elixirs and nourishing meals, you must also pay heed to your rest. It is truly unwise to overexert yourself, Lu Nian stated, his voice steady yet cautious, fearful of any misstep. Relatively stable, which means I remain afflicted with kidney deficiency. In theory, I shall bear no more children. Correct? The emperor's tone was eerily calm. That is indeed the case, Lu Nian replied, treading carefully. The pulse of concubine Exine, was that diagnosed by you? The emperor inquired after a long silence. Yes, your majesty may have other physicians conduct further examinations. Lu Nian suggested, cold sweat trickling down his back. Although the emperor was still capable of intimacy, his kidney deficiency rendered him incapable of fathering a child. It had been 2 to 3 years since this condition manifested. And yet now concubine Exine was pregnant. There's no need for that. You have been in the palace for 30 to 40 years without error. I trust you, the emperor replied coolly. Suddenly, he rose with a start, seizing a teacup from the table and smashing it to the floor. The fine porcelain shattered, unable to alleviate his pent-up rage. He grabbed the official documents scattered about and hurled them forcefully into the face of the aged physician. There was no other reason for this action but to vent his inner turmoil. Your Majesty? Lu Nian quickly knelt, only to receive a brutal beating in return. After a moment, the emperor, somewhat exhausted and panting heavily, sank back into his chair. You may leave now, and remember to keep your mouth tightly shut, he commanded coldly. Having struck an innocent physician without remorse, the emperor, as the supreme ruler, would never deign to apologize or utter a word of kindness. Shall I send someone to eliminate him? A voice emerged from the shadows of the council chamber. Not necessary. Lu Nian is an honest man. He will not speak out of turn. The emperor leaned against his chair, gritting his teeth. Am I too merciful? Am I too merciful? How could such a thing transpire under my very nose? How many people in this palace are using my previous wealth for their sordid affairs? Truly despicable. Chapter 125. The Emperor. I want concubine Exine dead. The emperor sat at his desk, his expression twisted with anguish. There is nothing more wounding than betrayal, especially when it comes from one's own wife. Yet, he dared not speak of such disgrace, feeling compelled to guard this secret fiercely, ensuring that no one ever learned of it. Of course, concubine Exine and the child she carried must vanish from this world. Although he could not overtly orchestrate a murder, behind the scenes, it was a far simpler task for the emperor to decree the death of another. Daquan? Daquan? The emperor furrowed his brow, calling out a name. Before long, a eunuch clad in red hurried into the chamber. Your Majesty, what is your command? Zhang Daquan knelt before him. Assist me with a task, the emperor, disinterested in offering explanations to his favored eunuch, stated directly. Have concubine Xian, who has just become pregnant in Fian Palace, eliminated. The sooner, the better. Yes, Zhang Dequan nodded, refraining from asking further questions. Serving the emperor required no inquiries. One simply obeyed. This task was not difficult. As an imperial eunuch, carrying out the emperor's will to eliminate someone within the palace was a routine matter for Zhang Dequan. Li Xiao soon arrived at Fengyang Pavilion. Eunuch Lin awaited him in the courtyard. Visibly relieved upon his arrival, Eunuch Lin, Li Xiao greeted with a smile. The 9th princess is within. Eunuch Lin gestured towards the room transformed into a martial arts arena. Very well, Li Xiao nodded and entered the room. The two met, and naturally, a spirited exchange ensued. The 9th princess, possessing keen intellect and remarkable martial prowess, had rapidly improved through her sparring sessions with Li Xiao, being already at a higher cultivation level than Li Xiao. She found herself pushing him to his limits in their latest bout, ultimately resulting in a narrow victory for him. You wretched servant, why do you appear so close to defeat? In a few days, you may very well become my defeated opponent. The 9th princess, though bested, was in high spirits, her eyes alight with joy at her rapid progress. Let us speak of that in a few days. Li Xiao exhaled, unperturbed, as he anticipated his own imminent advancement in cultivation. Within 2 days, he expected to reach the mid-stage of the 8th rank, and within 2 months, the 7th rank of Qi refinement. By the way, I heard from Xiao Lin that concubine Xian is pregnant. You wouldn't. The 9th princess scrutinized Li Xiao with a questioning tone. Though still young and inexperienced, she had heard enough in the palace to be aware of her father's prolonged absence of offspring among his concubines. The sudden pregnancy of concubine Xian, coupled with Li Xiao's presence in Fian Palace, aroused her suspicions. Wouldn't what? Li Xiao feigned confusion, playing the fool. Humph, you wretched servant, your pretense is too much. You are a true man, and concubine Xian holds you in high regard. Surely nothing has transpired between you? The 9th princess leaned closer to Li Xiao, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. 9th princess, do not jest. Such talk could lead to dire consequences. Li Xiao hastily shook his head, eager to dispel any misunderstandings. Timid. The 9th princess's next remark took Li Xiao by surprise. I do hope something transpires between you two, just to place a green hat on that wretched man. Chapter 126. Preparing to leave the palace upon hearing this, Li Xiao could not help but display a look of bewilderment. The 9th princess, however, remained indifferent. Though he is my father and the giver of life. What of it? In his eyes, my mother is merely a vessel for childbirth. He has utterly failed in his duties as a husband, treating her with cold indifference, scarcely returning to visit even a few times a year. From a young age, I witnessed my mother sitting motionless at night, her gaze often drifting towards the outer palace, murmuring praises of my father's brilliance. As she spoke, a trace of sorrow crossed the young girl's face. In her childhood, living with her mother, she had failed to comprehend her mother's feelings. Now, reflecting back, it was clear her mother was longing for the emperor. Otherwise, she would not have continually mentioned him. Until I excelled in martial arts and demonstrated my worth. He issued a decree separating me from my mother, placing me in Fengyang Pavilion and sending a master to instruct me. And then, once I formed a bond with my master, he promptly reassigned him. The 9th princess scoffed. Clearly, in his eyes, neither my mother nor I hold any significance. We are merely tools to him. My mother is a leftover tool, while I am merely a pawn for political alliances, bartering with noble families for gain. Li Xiao listened quietly, remaining silent. The 9th princess furrowed her brow. Why do you not speak? Do you think I should hate such a father, or should I strive to understand him? Li Xiao cast a casual glance at the young girl. If you wish me dead, you may as well say so. Discussing the emperor within the palace could cost you your head. The 9th princess burst into laughter at his words, then huffed playfully. Wretched servant, truly timid. Yet, you are better than Xiao Lin or my oblivious master, who immediately urged me to understand the emperor. Claiming he bears the weight of the Wu dynasty on his shoulders and toils day and night, Li Xiao continued to avoid the topic, casually shifting the conversation. Speaking of which, what did Yang Guifei say about your previous suggestion for me to come to Fengyang Pavilion? Upon mentioning the matter, The ninth princess lowered her head in frustration. I was rejected. I truly believed it would work out. Therefore, this time, you should follow me out of the palace to temporarily evade the storm. Perhaps by the time we return, the 18th prince might have forgotten about you. Li Xiu furrowed his brow slightly. By taking me out of the palace, you only reinforce the notion of my significance. The 18th prince will likely cling to me even more fiercely. Who has elevated you? The ninth princess retorted with a hint of pride. This princess is simply pitying you. A dog-like servant truly lacks appreciation. Even if I do not take you out, he will not spare you. Do not overthink it. Hearing this, Li Xiu pondered for a moment before nodding. He understood the implication behind the ninth princess's words. The palace was rife with intrigue, and eyes were everywhere. Once he chose to side with her, it was only a matter of time before his position was exposed. Let us go. We will first visit my mother. The ninth princess then changed her attire, donning a strikingly thin long dress of vibrant red, which accentuated her delicate and graceful figure. Her waist resembled a slender willow swaying in the breeze, and her bosom stood elegantly, akin to a flower bud poised to bloom. The group promptly set off, exiting Fengyang Pavilion to seek out imperial concubine Yang in the Eastern Palace. However, as they passed by a certain palace, a tragic scene unfolded before their eyes. Outside one palace, a young eunuch clad in a pale blue robe knelt on the ground, while 3 other eunuchs mercilessly pummeled him, delivering blows with fists and feet. Damn it, you blind fool. It is imperative to teach you some manners. Do you still wish to climb the ranks? Even the princess finds you repulsive. You have led us to share in your punishment. A complete failure. Get lost. Return to the Internal Affairs office on your own. The battered young eunuch had a bruised and swollen face, desperately shielding his head, too intimidated to retaliate. Just then, one of the assailants inadvertently caught sight of the ninth princess and her entourage, immediately freezing in place and hastily kneeling. Ninth princess. The others followed suit, kneeling and not daring to lift their heads. Even the young eunuch, who had been surrounded and beaten, knelt obediently on the ground. Enduring the pain, the 4 eunuchs remained kneeling properly, yet the ninth princess could not be bothered to cast them a glance and hurried onward. Wait! At that moment, a eunuch clad in red spoke up. It was Li Xiu. The ninth princess turned back, her brows knitting slightly. Li Xiu quickly said, Please proceed first, princess. I shall join you shortly. How troublesome! The ninth princess huffed, disregarding him as she led the others toward the Eastern Palace. Li Xiu then turned and approached the 4 eunuchs. Li Gonggong. The 4 young eunuchs greeted him nervously. Indeed, as the saying goes, a higher rank can crush the lower. Faced with the ninth princess, they felt at ease, for her status rendered them mere ants in her eyes. Yet, the red-clad eunuch was a figure of authority for these ordinary eunuchs, truly a revered elder. Wang Xiaohu? Li Xiu inquired, his gaze falling upon the battered young eunuch. Li Gonggong, Wang Xiaohu replied respectfully, lifting his head. He was one of the eunuchs who entered the palace at the same time as Li Xiu, aspiring to become a powerful eunuch himself, yet his current state was quite pitiful. Stand and speak. Li Xiu waved him up, then smiled. Do you still aspire to be the greatest eunuch? A chuckle escaped the lips of the other 3 kneeling eunuchs as they raised their heads, gazing at Wang Xiaohu with mockery. They believed Li Xiu had come specifically to ridicule him. Li Gonggong. This fellow is just a dreamer, one remarked. Indeed, how could he ever become a eunuch king? He has been expelled from our Emerald Palace and will soon be relegated to a gray-clad eunuch, destined to scrub toilets in the service quarters. Another chimed in, Haha, I believe it is you who will become the eunuch king. The third added, all 3 of them gloating, No, I wouldn't dare. Wang Xiaohu stammered, visibly trembling as the weight of his recent experiences pressed down on him, having lost all the bravado he once had. Lift your head, Li Xiu commanded, noticing the boy's demeanor, his brow furrowing slightly. Wang Xiaohu hesitated, slowly raising his gaze, still tinged with fear and confusion, entirely at a loss for Li Xiu's intentions. Then, Li Xiu's next words left him utterly stunned. Return the humiliation they inflicted upon you. Wang Xiaohu was bewildered. The 3 eunuchs shared his confusion. Li Gonggong, we haven't committed any offenses. You can't just, thud. In an instant, the once trembling Wang Xiaohu transformed, delivering a powerful kick to the nearest eunuch. He unleashed all his pent-up frustrations, retaliating with a flurry of fists and feet, not pausing for a moment. "How dare you bully me? How dare you bully me? I did not commit the wrongdoing. Yet you framed me and humiliated me. You all deserve to die." Wang Xiaohu shouted vehemently, pouring forth all the grievances he had endured. It was no surprise he reacted this way. In just a month since entering the palace, he had already experienced a myriad of cold-heartedness and humiliation, the very trials most young eunuchs faced upon their arrival. Thus, when Li Xiu urged him to retaliate, he instinctively froze for a moment before decisively striking back. He had no inclination to ponder Li Xiu's motives. At this moment, retaliation and release were all he desired. Approximately half a stick of incense later, the three kneeling eunuchs were left battered and bruised. Unable to retaliate under Li Xiu's watchful gaze, forced to endure in silence. Fortunately, Wang Xiaohu was merely an ordinary person, and combined with the frail physiques of the eunuchs, they only suffered superficial injuries and were none the worse for wear. "Stop, enough, Xiaohu, we were in the wrong. We didn't realize you were acquainted with Li Gonggong. Li Gonggong, we were mistaken," the three eunuchs pleaded, their voices filled with desperation. Exhausted, Wang Xiaohu finally ceased his onslaught. "Is that sufficient?" Li Xiu inquired nonchalantly. Wang Xiaohu cast a grateful glance at Li Xiu and nodded. Li Xiu scanned the three eunuchs before him. "You three may leave. I suggest you keep your mouths shut. Of course, you can report this to your superiors if you wished. We won't. We have no complaints. This beating was well-deserved. Indeed, this is a stroke of fortune for us," the three eunuchs hurriedly assured him. They then scrambled away, clearly seasoned veterans of palace life, knowing precisely how to navigate the situation. Li Xiu then turned his attention to Wang Xiaohu. "Are you interested in assisting me?" Wang Xiaohu was taken aback. Then suddenly knelt down. "Li Gonggong, as long as you are willing to support me, I will be your adopted son. I will do whatever you ask." "Rise." Li Xiu frowned slightly, helping Wang Xiaohu to his feet. Smiling, "What are you doing?" "After we emerged from the cleansing chamber, we agreed to look out for each other. There is no need for such formality." Wang Xiaohu paused, his eyes welling with tears. After witnessing so much cruelty, Li Xiu's words warmed his heart. He was momentarily choked up, unable to articulate his gratitude. Li Xiu continued, "If you wish to follow me, simply call me Li Gu." "All right." Wang Xiaohu wiped his tears, and this 15 or 16-year-old youth earnestly declared, "Li Gu." Li Xiu nodded. "Over the past month, you must have witnessed the palace's brutality. Do not be misled by my apparent success. It is, in fact, a treacherous path where each step may lead to peril. My life hangs by a thread. Since we entered the palace together, I am willing to lend you a hand, but you must promise to obey my every command, as this path is fraught with danger. A single misstep could lead not only to your demise, but also drag me down with you." As a high-ranking eunuch clad in crimson, it was well within his authority to arrange a position for a eunuch dressed in azure. Wang Xiaohu cautiously accepted the silver note, his hands trembling slightly. It was the first time in his life he had encountered such a substantial sum of money. At that moment, he even felt compelled to serve Li Xiu. A testament to the influence of wealth. "Li Gu, is there anything else you wish to instruct?" Wang Xiaohu, not lacking in intelligence, recognized that Li Xiu's solemn admonition hinted at further matters at hand. Pleased with Wang Xiaohu's reaction, Li Xiu nodded approvingly and stated, "In the coming days, I must accompany the 9th princess outside the palace, for a duration ranging from 3 to 5 days, and possibly extending to 10 days or even half a month. Meanwhile, Consort Xian has just conceived, which will not only garner her attention but may also incite envy in others." Wang Xiaohu was taken aback but quickly nodded in understanding. He had heard much about the fierce rivalries among the women of the harem. It was an exceedingly brutal affair. Conceiving a dragon seed signified a life of splendor and prosperity, yet it also placed one in perilous danger. Various unforeseen incidents, poisonings, curses, and acts of malice could occur at any moment. Your task is simple: be vigilant and perform your duties diligently in Fian Palace, even at the cost of your own life. You must ensure that Consort Xian remains unharmed. Li Xiu admonished sternly. You understand the gravity of the situation. Should anything happen to Consort Exine, we, as servants, would not escape unscathed. We would share the same fate. Understood, understood. Wang Xiaohu nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Li Gu, even if it means disappointing you, I will not shy away from danger for the sake of my own life. If true peril arises, I, Wang Xiaohu, shall not flinch. Yet, perhaps there would not be any danger after all. Li Xiu exhaled deeply, saying in any case, if trouble arises, we shall face it together, if we endure. Once Consort Exine gives birth to the dragon seed, we shall rise in fortune, and our good days will be ahead. With this grand vision painted, Wang Xiaohu's resolve grew ever more steadfast. Over the past month, he had transitioned from lofty aspirations to a state of dejection. Just when he had hit rock bottom, however, Li Xiu had appeared, extending a hand of support that had dramatically altered his fortunes. At that moment, a path to success seemed to unfold before him. Time was of the essence. He needed to seek out the 9th princess, while Li Xiu advised him to visit the royal hospital for treatment, reminding him to exchange the silver note for silver coins and to be generous in his spending, for there would be ample funds in the future. With that, Li Xiu turned and hurried away. I must seize this opportunity. Wang Xiaohu grasped the silver note tightly and set off as instructed. Chapter 130. Leaving the palace, Wang Xiaohu was the last line of defense that Li Xiu had left behind in Fian Palace. He pondered deeply, feeling an unsettling sense of apprehension. Lu Nian had informed him that the emperor had lost his virility years prior, suffering from kidney depletion, rendering him nearly incapable of fathering children. Each time he sought to indulge in the company of his concubines, he had to take medication beforehand. However, as the saying goes, a remedy is often accompanied by poison. And this could only exacerbate the emperor's reproductive decline. Of course, the emperor already had numerous offspring, so he was not concerned about a lack of heirs. His visits to the concubines were merely to satisfy his primal desires. Lu Nian concluded with a piece of advice. Li Xiu should leave Fian Palace promptly to avoid being caught in the emperor's wrath should he choose to settle accounts. No man wishes for such matters to become public. The emperor was no exception. Moreover, he would not tolerate the survival of Consort Exine and the child she carried. While he could not act overtly, there were myriad covert methods at his disposal. Li Xiu was weighed down by troubling thoughts, his brow furrowing in concern. The emperor would likely employ a discreet approach to eliminate Consort Exine. It was improbable he would send formidable assassins, as that would attract undue attention. Thus, the most pressing concern lay in the multitude of insidious tactics that could be employed, whether it was bribing Lu Nian or offering favors to Su Dafu. Sending Wang Xiaohu now was all aimed at safeguarding Consort Exine and her unborn child. Wang Xiaohu, with his unblemished background and unwavering loyalty, was the ideal candidate. Within a mere 10 days to half a month, this period should suffice for their protection. Before he realized it, Li Xiu had arrived at the Eastern Palace. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he adjusted his expression and entered the palace. Soon, he encountered the 9th princess, Yang Guifei. Today, Yang Guifei donned a gown of pale yellow cotton, paired with a deep red skirt, exuding an air of nobility and grace, her figure captivating and alluring. The collar of her garment was adorned with pure white fur, contrasting beautifully with her fair skin. Her voluptuous form was accentuated beneath the tightly fitted attire, further emphasizing her curves, with the buttons at the collar appearing as though they might burst open at any moment. Standing together, mother and daughter presented a striking tableau. The mother, regal and mature, resembling a blooming peony, while the daughter, charming and youthful, was like a bud poised to blossom, creating a breathtaking sight. Upon seeing Li Xiu, Yang Guifei performed a respectful greeting. Yet, a fleeting look of panic crossed her beautiful eyes upon recognizing him, and she furrowed her brows, asking, "What brings you here?" The 9th princess interjected, "I have requested his presence. Even when leaving the palace, I require someone to attend to me." Hearing this, Yang Guifei hesitated. She had initially supported Li Xiu's attendance on behalf of the princess and had consistently encouraged her to cultivate a relationship with him. To now refuse outright would seem rather peculiar. Very well, Yang Guifei acquiesced, taking a deep breath, her already ample bosom appearing even more pronounced. Having resolved to forget the events of that fateful night, there was no longer any need for avoidance. She would treat Li Xiu as an ordinary eunuch. Let us depart. Tomorrow marks your grandmother's birthday, and we must prepare accordingly. With that, the group exited the Eastern Palace, where the carriages were ready. Chapter 131. The planned 2 carriages left the palace in succession. Yang Guifei led with her personal maids, while Li Xiu and the 9th princess shared a carriage behind. As they boarded, Yang Guifei wore a sullen expression, yet found no grounds to object, forced to watch her exquisite daughter ride alongside a mere pretender of a eunuch. Little did she know, the 9th princess was far more aware of Li Xiu's circumstances than she was. Li Xiu, during our visit to my mother's family, you should assert yourself a bit. After all, you are a high-ranking eunuch within the palace and possess some degree of influence, the 9th princess suddenly remarked. Li Xiu was taken aback. What do you mean by that? The 9th princess elaborated. My mother was born into the Yang family, which, while not insignificant, does not rank among the most prominent families in the capital. The head of the family, Yang Yun, only ascended to the position of Minister of Revenue after my mother gave birth to me and was conferred the title of Guifei, thus elevating the Yang family to one of the 4 great families. Were it not for my fondness for my grandmother, I would hardly bother to return to the Yang family. They are merely nouveau riche. 3 years ago, my second uncle's son, Yang Shaoxiong, the legitimate heir of the Yang family, was brazen and arrogant, offending the young master of the Jiang family. Even while in the wrong, I previously mentioned that the Jiang family is the most powerful clan in the capital, with immense influence, commanding respect even from our imperial family. Yet, the Yang family, in their ignorance, inflated their pride and sought to confront the Jiang family, secretly hiring martial experts to break the legs of the Jiang young master. The situation escalated dramatically, reaching the imperial court. The outcome was that my foolish cousin, Yang Shaoxiang, was sentenced to 50 strikes by the Ministry of Justice, had his hands and legs broken, and was paraded through Zhuke Street, bringing shame and humiliation to the Yang family. Li Xiu frowned. What does this have to do with Yang Guifei? The 9th princess scoffed, because before Yang Shaoxiang's sentencing, the Yang family repeatedly implored my mother to intercede on their behalf before the emperor. When calamity struck, they believed my mother had turned a blind eye, punishing the Yang family instead. Especially from the second branch, they have taken to viewing my mother as an enemy, entirely forgetting that the Yang family's current standing is largely due to her status. Li Xiu nodded slightly in response. Familial relationships are often the most complex, as those closest to you may harbor the greatest envy. If the 9th princess's account holds true, then the members of the Yang family are indeed exceedingly ungrateful. Such matters are unlikely to be fabricated. They have no idea that my mother, in her desperation to plead for leniency, once knelt before the emperor in the middle of the night, only to be scolded and dismissed. The 9th princess recalled that humiliating experience, her heart brimming with resentment. Truly detestable, was Li Xiu's assessment, before he added, however, speaking of it, my princess, as a mere head eunuch in the palace, what real power do I wield outside these walls? Even in terms of rank, I barely qualify as a 9th-grade official. How could I assert myself against the 2nd-grade minister's household? Hee, the 9th princess replied with a sly smile, being a bit assertive serves to irritate them, prompting them to seek ways to bully you. Otherwise, how would you have grounds to retaliate? I shall confide in you. The younger members of the Yang family are nothing but a bunch of inept, gluttonous individuals. With but a single hand, you could easily overpower 5 of them. When the time comes, feel free to give them a thorough thrashing. Chapter 132. The situation of Yang Guifei in Yang Mansion, observing the 9th princess with a triumphant expression. Li Xiu finally grasped the reason behind her insistence on bringing him out of the palace. It was evident that she had long since formulated her plans. I can only advise you to act within your means, he thought with resignation. His feelings towards the 9th princess were indeed conflicted. Previously, the two had been at the brink of mortal enmity, yet now, having obtained a talisman for his survival, her attitude had shifted, causing both to seemingly forget their prior animosity. Though Li Xiu could hardly be deemed a virtuous man, he possessed a sense of moral balance. Recently, he had undeniably benefited from the 9th princess's kindness. Whether it was the 7 grains of Li Hua Jinjing or the boundless supply of Pei Yuan Dan at his disposal, both were treasures of considerable worth, making it difficult for him to harbor resentment towards this willful and capricious individual. Was it due to the allure of wealth? Perhaps that played a part. Nevertheless, his foremost desire at present was to swiftly conclude matters here and return to the palace. Is tomorrow the birthday celebration of the matriarch of the Yang family? Li Xiu inquired. Indeed, the 9th princess affirmed with a nod. However, following the celebration, my mother will take the opportunity to stay in Yang Mansion for 3 to 5 days, and you shall accompany me to explore the capital until we have had our fill. Then we shall return to the palace. As the princess was of priceless stature, she was typically well guarded and not permitted to leave the palace. Having finally escaped, Wu Linger naturally could not let this opportunity slip by. As evening descended, their carriage traversed Zhuke Street, eventually halting in front of a resplendent and opulent residence. Assisting the 9th princess down from the carriage, Li Xiu immediately spotted 2 prominent characters. Yang Mansion. At that moment, the main gate of Yang Mansion swung open, and a multitude had already prepared to extend their greetings. The esteemed Guifei has arrived. The 9th princess has arrived. An elderly eunuch called out in a hoarse voice. Instantly, the members of the Yang family bowed in respect to the Yang Guifei and the 9th princess as they alighted from the carriage. Once wed to the imperial court, they became part of the royal family. The 9th princess, being the most favored young princess of the current reign, held a status of considerable distinction. The imperial authority was overwhelming, and the hierarchy of respect surpassed mere blood relations, thus proper etiquette must be observed. We pay our respects to Yang Guifei and the 9th princess, the Yang family members exclaimed, lowering their heads in reverence. Please, rise. Upon seeing her family, Yang Guifei felt a pang of emotion, her beautiful eyes glistening with tears as she rushed forward to embrace them. The middle-aged man at the forefront was her eldest maternal uncle, Yang Yun, the Minister of Revenue. Beside him was the second branch, Yang Wu, the Deputy Minister of War, and at the rear was the third brother, a businessman. Following them were a group of unruly children, none of whom were of good character. The 9th princess tilted her head, whispering to Li Xiu in introduction. From her demeanor, it was evident that her earlier words in the carriage were not mere jest. She genuinely wished for Li Xiu to incite some form of conflict with the younger generation of the Yang family. Once inside the mansion, Yang Guifei cast aside her regal demeanor, grasping the hand of the middle-aged man beside her. Elder brother, it has been over half a year since we last met. How is Mother's health? Mother is in good health, and the dining hall is prepared. She has been eagerly awaiting your return. Yang Yun replied with a warm smile, gently patting his sister's shoulder, his eyes glistening with moisture. Indeed, it is largely due to the favor bestowed upon Guifei. Not only the matriarch but the entirety of the Yang family has been eagerly anticipating your arrival. He added at that moment, a mocking voice interrupted the warm atmosphere. Chapter 133. The harassment from the second branch. The harsh tone abruptly stifled the familial warmth that had just blossomed. Yang Guifei turned swiftly, her gaze landing on a tall, slender man with a shadowy expression, and she could not help but display a hint of guilt. Second brother, little sister, you are the Guifei, second only to the emperor. A woman of immense worth and a treasured branch of the Yang family. What difference does it make? At this moment, the portly third brother of the Yang family attempted to smooth over the situation. The second brother, Yang Wu, snorted coldly but chose not to speak further, and the group finally made their way into the heart of Yang Mansion. The Yang family was one of the 4 prominent clans of the capital, and their residence was magnificently grand, sprawling across a vast expanse. As Li Xiu walked silently beside the 9th princess, he could not help but marvel at the opulence of this ancient estate. Akin to a sprawling garden, the servants bustling about were likely in the hundreds. After traversing hallways and passing through several courtyards, they finally arrived at the reception hall. The matriarch of the Yang family, clad in a purple robe and bearing a kind expression, was being assisted by several female relatives as she awaited their arrival. In the chill of winter, one could visibly see the steam of breath in the air. Old matriarch, I have come to pay my respects. Upon seeing Yang Guifei, the matriarch immediately led the way in bowing, with the female relatives following suit. Yang Guifei quickly stepped forward, supporting the old matriarch. Tears brimming in her beautiful eyes. "Mother, Yulan has returned to see you." As she spoke, she knelt down willingly, though not breached the customs. "My child." The old matriarch's eyes also glistened, filled with both laughter and tears. The ninth princess approached respectfully, and upon being pulled down by Yang Guifei, she said, "Grandmother, Linger pays her respects to you. Such behavior is utterly unacceptable." Yang Yun, the elder brother, hastily gestured for the female relatives to assist the ninth princess to her feet. "Fear not, uncle. Grandmother is merely my grandmother. What is there to fear in bowing?" The ninth princess, her beautiful eyes sparkling, smiled brightly as she linked her arm with the old matriarchess dressed in a red gown. Her beauty and grace were captivating, drawing the attention of the young men of the Yang family, causing their hearts to race. "Little Linger has grown." The old matriarch beamed at the young princess with joy. As everyone entered the reception hall and took their seats according to rank, a flurry of pleasantries ensued. Yang Guifei also instructed the accompanying eunuchs to present the carefully prepared gifts for her two elder brothers, their wives, and the numerous nieces and nephews, each a precious treasure from the palace, eliciting smiles from nearly everyone present. "The eldest son has arrived," a steward from Yang Mansion called out as a servant wheeled in a wooden wheelchair. The creaking of the wheels brought an immediate hush over the reception hall. Yang Guifei turned to look, her expression shifting dramatically, her eyes reddening slightly. The ninth princess furrowed her brows, a hint of coldness flickering in her gaze. Yang Yun frowned, addressing the situation. "Xiaoxiong is unable to move. Given the cold weather, why must he be wheeled about?" Yang Xiaoxiong, the eldest son of the Yang family's second branch, was the legitimate heir since the first branch had yet to produce offspring. "I do not appreciate that remark, elder brother." The second brother, Yang Wu, stood up, sneering, "My son merely suffered injuries to his hands and feet, rendering him disabled. He will not perish from a mere chill. Today is a joyous occasion, and he wishes to see his esteemed aunt who has soared to prominence." In the wheelchair sat a young man, paralyzed, his hands and feet motionless, his face pale, and his eyes slightly squinting, clearly harboring a sense of resentment. "Aunt Yulan, it has been a while. You have never looked more radiant," Yang Xiaoxiong complimented with a mocking tone as he regarded the voluptuous and graceful woman before him. Chapter 134. Serving the ninth princess, the Yang family rose to prominence by having Yang Yulan enter the palace and give birth to the ninth princess, who was then bestowed the title of Guifei. However, their foundations remained shaky, and one of their significant grievances lay in their lack of descendants. Currently, within the Yang family, the first branch led by Yang Yun had no offspring. The second branch, Yang Wu, had 2 sons from his legitimate wife and 2 daughters from concubines. The third branch, Yang Yu, had only a single daughter. The other young ladies and gentlemen in the household were all from collateral lines. Among the younger generation currently living in the Yang family, the legitimate eldest son, Yang Xiaoxiong, had once been the brightest child, possessing both literary and martial talents, yet his character was somewhat overbearing. However, 3 years prior, he had offended the Jiang family, and after a series of conflicts, he was left disabled and his reputation tarnished, having not stepped outside his home for 3 years. This pain was unforgettable for the second brother, Yang Wu. Yet, knowing he could not afford to offend the Jiang family, he directed all his resentment towards his sister. Second brother, Yang Guifei bit her lip, gazing at the tall and slender man, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. "Are you still blaming me?" "Heh," Yang Wu sneered coldly, "I would not dare. You are a dignified Guifei, and I am merely a deputy minister of war. How could I possibly hold a grudge against the esteemed Guifei?" At that moment, the old matriarch struck her cane against the ground, producing a sound that cut through the tension. "Enough. Yulan and Linger have returned home after such a long time. Let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. It is time to eat." The elderly matriarch spoke, and Yang Guifei took a deep breath, forcing a smile. Yang Wu and his son Yang Xiaoxiong remained silent, as they dared not openly disrespect the matriarch. The evening's meal had long been prepared in the kitchen, and soon the entire family gathered around the table. "Esteemed sir, please join us for dinner," the steward of the Yang residence courteously invited Li Xiao. Clad in red attire and holding the rank of a 9th-grade official, he was indeed considered a man of some standing, especially since he served within the royal palace, which added to his significance. There is a saying that even a 7th-grade official has influence at the chancellor's doorstep, meaning that even a mere doorkeeper in the chancellor's household wields the power of a 7th-grade official due to the strength of the authority they are associated with. Li Xiu, as a 9th-grade official, was no exception. Although he held the lowest rank in the Martial dynasty, he served the royal family directly within the palace, rendering his voice quite impactful in certain respects. For instance, he could easily leverage the influence of the 9th princess, or even the Empress Dowager herself. Which 9th-grade official could possibly compare? The Yang residents had made adequate arrangements. Beside the main hall, there was a small chamber specifically prepared for the eunuchs and palace maids who had come from the palace, complete with meals. Very well, Li Xiu nodded slightly. After a long day of labor, he certainly wished to sit and enjoy a meal. However, just as he was about to leave, the 9th princess called out, "Li Xiu, where is Li Xiu?" With a sense of helplessness, Li Xiu turned and approached, inquiring, "What is it, Your Highness? Today, little Linzi is absent. You shall serve me at the table," the 9th princess said naturally, slyly conveying a mischievous glance. Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback. He had been to Fengyang Pavilion on multiple occasions. And although the 9th princess was willful, she had never expected someone to serve her in such a manner. It was indeed intentional. Very well, Li Xiu had no choice but to acquiesce, nodding as he took the chopsticks. "Please serve my mother the dish. She particularly enjoys the gourd chicken." The 9th princess pointed to a dish on the table, golden in color and enticingly fragrant. Li Xiu carefully picked up the dish and placed it in front of Yang Guifei. The beautiful lady glanced at the handsome profile of the young man, a hint of shyness flickering across her brow. Chapter 135. An excessive demand. The two shared an intimate night just days prior. And now Li Xiu stood between the 9th princess and Yang Guifei, acutely aware of the palpable tension in the art. As Li Xiu bent to serve the dish, though he was fulfilling the 9th princess's request. The considerate gesture stirred something within Yang Guifei's desolate heart. Yet, she quickly concealed this sentiment, instructing Li Xiu, "It is quite cold. Do not keep my mother waiting in the courtyard, Li Xiu. Please serve the matriarch some soup." Li Xiu complied without hesitation. However, he suddenly felt a delicate hand gripping his thigh, squeezing the soft flesh there. Such an action could only be attributed to the 9th princess. Li Xiu pressed his lips together, silently enduring it as he filled a bowl with warm chicken soup and presented it to the matriarch, casually warning, "It may be hot." "Good, good." The matriarch smiled, her wrinkles deepening as her somewhat dim eyes regarded Li Xiu. "This young man is quite handsome. What position do you hold?" "Mother, you must be mistaken. This Li Gonggong is the eunuch accompanying the 9th princess." Yang Wu said with a hint of impatience. "The eunuch? What a pity, what a pity." Yang Foreign chuckled softly, her withered hand resting near the soup bowl as she tested its temperature. Beside her stood a personal servant, attending to her needs during the meal. The dining table was never merely for eating. After several rounds of wine and tasting various dishes, Yang Wu downed his cup, feigning a slight intoxication as he turned to Yang Guifei, saying, "Sister, Xiaoxiong is my eldest son and the hope of our Yang family. He has borne the weight of our family's expectations since childhood." Seated in a wheelchair, young Xiaoxiong closed his eyes, a pained expression on his face. Beside him was a rather plain-looking young man, around 20 years old, named Yang Xiaoying, the second son of Yang Wu and younger brother to Yang Xiaoxiong. He was also considered the primary heir to the expansive Yang estate. Yang Xiaoying had been attending to his brother's meal the entire time, and upon hearing his father speak, he lowered his head, displaying a sorrowful expression, choosing not to speak further. "Elder brother, I truly did my best regarding that matter. I have long advised you not to antagonize the Jiang family. After all, our Yang family's foundation is still quite shallow." Yang Guifei spoke softly, her gaze lowered. "Regardless, I wish to avoid discussing it further, lest it strain our sibling bond." Yang Wu waved his hand dismissively, feigning an intention to let bygones be bygones. Yang Guifei was momentarily taken aback, a hint of joy crossing her features, but before this delight could linger, Yang Wu continued, "You need only agree to one thing. And I promise to continue treating you as my dearest sister, with Xiaoxiong being your most obedient nephew. Yang Guifei frowned slightly and replied, Elder brother, please speak. If I can assist you, I shall certainly do my utmost. Very well, you have said it. Yang Wu declared, I have held the position of Deputy Minister of War for 4 to 5 years now, and I have accomplished nearly all the achievements expected of me. You should be well aware of my capabilities. It is not unreasonable for me to aspire to the position of Minister of War, is it? Second brother. Upon hearing this, Yang Yun frowned and exclaimed, Have you lost your mind? Such a request is utterly impossible. You are intentionally making things difficult for our sister. Yang Wu's younger brother, Yang San, also frowned, casting an unhappy glance toward Yang Wu. Yang Yun, the eldest of the Yang family, already held the position of Minister of Revenue, wielding control over one of the 6 ministries, which was a significant amount of power. The emperor would never permit another individual from the same family to take charge of the Ministry of War. Such a scenario was simply impossible. Others may be unable, but our sister has the means, Yang Wu retorted with a cold smile. Chapter 136. A slap in the face. The atmosphere at the dining table had grown increasingly tense. Observing Yang Wu's demeanor, everyone present understood that he had evidently prepared for this moment. Elder brother, you overestimate me. The harem is not to interfere in politics. Although I am a Guifei, I cannot influence matters such as these. Yang Guifei shook her head, feeling a pang of bitterness. She had always regarded everyone in the Yang family as her own kin. Yet, this familial bond seemed to be deteriorating, especially her second brother, who now appeared to wield this relationship as a tool. As long as my sister does as I say, this matter can be accomplished, Yang Wu continued. Enough, second brother. Yang Yun scowled. Sister has just returned home. How can you make such an unreasonable request, elder brother? I believe this is indeed a good thing. Let second brother explain what he has in mind. The third brother, Yang Yu, wore a smile on his round face. Yang Yun frowned slightly but chose not to speak further. If the Yang family could produce another second-grade minister, it would indeed be beneficial for the entire clan. Second brother, please proceed. Yang Guifei pursed her lips, her smile fading. This matter is quite simple, Yang Wu stated. All you need to do is betroth the 9th princess to Jiang family's young master, Jiang Tao, thus facilitating this marriage in due time. The Jiang family will naturally support me in ascending to the position of Minister of War. The moment these words left his lips, Yang Yun, Yang Yu, Yang Guifei, and the various decision-makers of the Yang family all changed their expressions. Bang. Yang Yun slammed the table, exclaiming, Second brother, are you mad? When did you become so close to the Jiang family? Have you forgotten Xiaoxiong's grudge? Seizing power and trading positions is a grave crime that disrupts the court. How can you speak of such matters at the dining table, especially in front of the 9th princess? Revenge? Can our Yang family rely solely on ourselves to seek vengeance against the Jiang family? Yang Wu, however, did not back down, rising to reprimand, elder brother. I believe you have been counting too long at the Ministry of Revenue. Your mind must be muddled. While our Yang family is on par with the Jiang family as one of the 4 great clans of the capital, we are like ants compared to their depth. Have you forgotten the humiliation we suffered 3 years ago? Yang Yun gritted his teeth. I think it is you who has forgotten, to conspire with that vicious Jiang family. Yang Wu sneered, Humph. I know you fear that if this matter comes to fruition, our Yang family could rise to prominence within a decade, truly wielding the power of one of the 4 great clans. I know what you are afraid of. He turned his gaze to the 9th princess. Princess Linger, by virtue of kinship, I am indeed your uncle, and I could never wish you harm. The young master of the Jiang family is talented and charming, a truly worthy match. Although you are a princess, you will inevitably need to marry. It would be wise to consider it sooner rather than later. Second brother, do not speak any further. Yang Guifei immediately interjected, then turned to her daughter Linger, your uncle is intoxicated. Do not heed his nonsensical ramblings, I understand. The 9th princess simply smiled. You should assist grandmother to rest. She appears weary. Yang Guifei's delicate brows furrowed momentarily as she glanced at her mother, who remained silent yet bore a sorrowful expression. She promptly rose to support the matriarch back to her chambers. Linger has truly grown. It seems it is no longer your mother who makes the decisions, but rather you who can dictate your mother's actions. Yang Wu sneered. Li Xiao, slap him, the ninth princess reprimanded coldly. Chapter 137. Yang Wu lays down the cards. The ninth princess, with a frosty countenance, crossed her arms before her chest and regarded Yang Wu with indifference. She had never imagined that her second uncle would dare utter such words. It was a complete disregard for her standing. Upon hearing the ninth princess's words, Li Xiao slightly furrowed his brow but complied by setting down his chopsticks and stepping forward to stand before Yang Wu, simultaneously flexing his right hand. With the ninth princess's directive laid bare, he had no choice but to follow suit. After all, witnessing Yang Wu's earlier intimidation of Yang Guifei had already left him quite displeased. You are but a mere eunuch. How dare you? Yang Wu glared coldly at Li Xiao. He was the deputy minister of the Ministry of Revenue, a third-rank official of the court. He could not believe that a eunuch would dare raise a hand against him. Li Xiao hesitated momentarily, and Yang Wu smirked coldly. How hard should it be? Who would have thought that the next moment, Li Xiao would pose such a question to the ninth princess? No need for excessive force. Just knock out a few of his teeth, the ninth princess replied nonchalantly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Smack! Li Xiao acted with unwavering resolve, delivering a swift slap to Yang Wu's face. It was evident that Yang Wu had no martial training. He was merely a scholar, and one who had yet to enter the realm of martial arts. Yang Wu was instantly sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and upon opening his mouth, he spat out 3 bloodied teeth. Tears streaming down his face as he stammered in pain. You're courting death. Yang Xiaoying shouted angrily, charging forward and throwing a punch aimed at Li Xiao's face, with blood surging and fists flying like the wind. He possessed the strength of the 8th rank in the refinement realm. Get lost? Li Xiao replied coldly, truly not regarding his opponent within the same realm. As he spoke, he kicked out, sending Yang Xiaoying flying out of the hall and into the courtyard. This scene left the Yang family members astonished. They had never anticipated that the dashing young eunuch accompanying the ninth princess was, in fact, a formidable martial artist. Moreover, Yang Xiaoying was a prized protege of the Yang family. Already at the late stage of the 8th rank in the refinement realm, yet he had been effortlessly kicked away by the young eunuch, appearing to be merely 15 or 16 years of age. He was indeed a martial arts prodigy. Yang Xiaoying, covered in dirt and grime, struggled to rise, seething with anger. Lu Bo, seize him! A shadow darted forth, and an elderly man immediately entered the hall. Stop! Yang Yun shouted furiously, causing the old man to halt and stand formally in the hall. The elder appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, with a weathered face and white hair, yet his eyes were spirited. And his aura was profound. A true master of martial arts, Li Xiao felt a slight pressure emanating from the elder before him. Yang Yun shot a cold glance at Yang Xiaoying, then turned to the ninth princess. Bowing respectfully, ninth princess, today Yang Wu has indeed drunk too much and spoken treasonous words. I hope the princess can forgive him. Elder brother, Yang Wu spat out the blood from his mouth, retorting furiously, why bother being polite with this little girl? We are both officials of the court. Even if she is a princess, how can she humiliate us? He then turned to the ninth princess. Ninth princess, how can you disregard the bond between your mother and me? You should understand your father's intentions. Your future husband must either come from the prime minister's residence or the Jiang family's general of the state. You will ultimately be unable to stand alongside the royal family. If that is the case, it is better to bind our interest with the Jiang family and strengthen the relationship between our Yang family and the Jiang family. When the time comes, your mother will be honored as a noble consort in the palace, and I and my elder brother will support the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War. While the Jiang family possesses an army, just think about how splendid your life will be. Chapter 138. The Ninth Princess's Aura. The ninth princess, upon witnessing Yang Wu's audacity to speak recklessly, once again shot a glance at Li Xiao. Seeing this, Li Xiao immediately raised his hand, delivering another resounding slap to Yang Wu's face, causing the other side of his face to swell and blood to trickle from the corner of his mouth, leaving him unable to utter a word as he clearly held something in his mouth. At that moment, the man known as Lu Bo clenched his fist, revealing a formidable presence. If you dare make a move, I will ensure that the Yang family is reduced to its original state within 3 days. Do you believe that? The ninth princess's cold voice rang out, and within her beautiful eyes, a hint of an innate imperial majesty flickered. The elder paused, furrowing his brow as he looked toward Yang Yun. This household, at least for now, was still ultimately governed by Yang Yun as the elder. Second brother, you have spoken out of turn. Yang Yun rebuked his brother angrily, then turned to Lu Bo. Lu Bo, there is no need for concern here. You may return to rest. Lu Bo pondered briefly, nodded, and turned to leave. Linger, your second uncle has indeed had too much to drink today and has spoken foolishly. He was merely rambling, Yang Yun said with a smile, pouring a cup of wine and downing it in one gulp. Good niece, we are still family at the end of the day. Tonight's words, you may consider as never having been spoken. Is that acceptable? Heh, the ninth princess replied with a cold smile. I actually find some merit in his words. When I marry in the future, my husband will be my greatest support. Such is the nature of being a woman. Marrying a dog means following the dog. Marrying a chicken means following the chicken. Since that is the case, my mother, having married into the royal family, inherently belongs to the royal family. Why should I still side with you? If it were not for my grandmother's birthday, I would not have set foot into your Yang family's door. Remember this. My mother has never wronged the Yang family in any way, and if you dare to provoke her further, I will ensure the Yang family sees blood. Despite being merely a 14 or 15-year-old girl, her words rendered Yang Yun, Yang Wu, and the third brother Yang Yu's expressions stiffened with unease. Two high-ranking court officials and a wealthy merchant were all overshadowed by the ninth princess's imposing aura. Not to mention, the female relatives and children at the dining table turned pale with fear. Li Xiao, attend to my rest, the ninth princess commanded, and Li Xiao stepped forward to gently support the young lady's arm as they exited the reception hall. Yang Wu opened his mouth again, spewing two more bloodied teeth. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes filled with intense hatred. Today's ninth princess had effectively ground his face into the dirt, making him lose face in front of numerous relatives of the Yang family. Even his own wife and children. Second brother, why are you so impulsive? Since when did you become so close to the Jiang family? Yang Yun immediately questioned Yang Wu. The latter merely maintained a stern expression, offering no response. Very well, very well. Yang Yun waved his hand. Tomorrow is the old matriarch's birthday. Do not stir up any more trouble. Walking through the Yang family's back garden, Li Xiao couldn't help but glance back at the delicate and beautiful profile of the young lady beside him. What a good little eunuch, daring to sneak a look at me. The ninth princess halted, her beautiful eyes carrying a hint of playful reproach. Li Xiao, however, remained unperturbed. Indeed, you are quite lovely. Heh, the ninth princess smiled. Do you need to say that? Everyone in the capital knows of my beauty. Li Xiao chuckled and shook his head. I have long known you are beautiful, but I never expected you to be so formidable. He referred to the powerful aura she had displayed that had subdued the Yang brothers moments earlier. Chapter 139. Reward. Li Xiao truly felt a measure of admiration for the ninth princess's performance tonight. Little eunuch, the ninth princess's cheeks flushed slightly, and her lips involuntarily curled upwards. Why are you praising me today? Li Xiao smiled. It is a heartfelt truth. Before the princess, I dare not lie. The ninth princess was pleased with this response, a smile gracing her face as she crossed her arms. Your performance today was also commendable. It has won my favor, and you shall be rewarded. Speak. What is it that you desire? Li Xiao replied. I do not seek anything. I simply wish that you refrain from calling me a little eunuch in the future. It truly sounds unpleasant. Biffed. At his words, the ninth princess almost instinctively spat. You know it sounds unpleasant? Was it not distasteful when you mocked me at the martial arts arena? As she spoke, her beautiful eyes widened, and she unconsciously puffed out her chest, making her delicate figure even more alluring. Perhaps it was indeed the perfect genes inherited from Yang Guifei, while other 14 or 15-year-old girls were just beginning to develop. The ninth princess had already attained a form reminiscent of a typical 17 or 18-year-old. Last time at the martial arts arena? Li Xiao recalled, unable to help but chuckle bitterly. From the ninth princess's reaction, it was clear that she held a vivid memory of the taunts exchanged that day. In truth, Li Xiao also disliked using words to hurt othus. Thus, he explained, Ninth princess, There is no need to dwell on those words. I was merely acting out of self-preservation at that time, employing such extreme measures. The ninth princess cutely wrinkled her delicate nose. What of it? Your words were indeed the truth, compared to Li Xiu. Her talent was undeniably overwhelming. Upon seeing this, Li Xiu felt a twinge of sympathy and said, I am but a mere martial artist. Aside from martial arts, I am inferior to you in all other aspects. Upon hearing this, the ninth princess's earlier displeasure indeed dissipated, and with a haughty snort, she remarked, At least you possess some self-awareness. Then allow me to choose another reward. How about the Li Hua Jin Jing from last time? Li Hua Jin Jing? Princess Zhou cast him an exasperated glance and retorted, The crafting of such an object requires the expertise of the masters from Longhu Mountain, taking several months, and the raw materials are exceedingly rare. Almost impossible to procure. You truly believe it to be as commonplace as cabbage? Li Xiu, feeling helpless, replied, Then I shall exchange it for. Stop. Princess Zhou interjected, her delicate palm gently pressing against Li Xiu's lips, silencing his words. There is no need for further discussion. Your reward has vanished, as this princess is not in a particularly joyful mood. Assist me in returning to my chamber to rest. Very well. Li Xiu acquiesced. Perhaps due to having consumed some wine, Princess Zhou swayed slightly as she walked, her hand grasping Li Xiu's wrist, occasionally leaning her soft form against him. As Li Xiu walked beside her, he caught the enchanting scent of her purity, causing a stir within him, yet he quickly suppressed any restless thoughts. His situation was already perilous. Provoking the princess could lead to dire consequences. Upon escorting Princess Zhou back to her room and arranging her bedding, the two engaged in light-hearted conversation until she announced her fatigue and impatiently urged him to leave. Just as he stepped outside, he unexpectedly encountered a voluptuous and graceful woman whose countenance bore a hint of concern, none other than Yang Guifei. Chapter 140. The lonely cold sands. Their meeting was evidently unexpected. Li Xiu, illuminated by the moonlight, surveyed the enchanting woman before him. Her figure was curvaceous and alluring, with a bosom that captivated, and her slender waist bore no excess flesh, while her hips resembled a full moon, and her legs stood tall and straight. Her physique was simply exquisite, a true paragon of beauty. Yang Guifei had adorned herself with a youthful visage, delicate powder gracing her porcelain face, her lips a vibrant red and glistening, exuding a subtle fragrance. Yet, following the earlier events in the hall, a trace of worry marred her graceful features, rendering her even more endearing. Your Highness, Li Xiu greeted, bowing respectfully, a smile playing at the corners of his lips. In the absence of others, it was challenging for any man to uphold formality in the presence of a woman with whom he had shared intimate moments. Yang Guifei, upon seeing Li Xiu, instinctively lowered her gaze, standing with a demure posture, her eyes darting away, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush. Utterly charming. I have just escorted the princess back. She is resting now, Li Xiu reported. Only then did Yang Guifei lift her head to glance at him, striving to maintain a serious demeanor, though her perfect bosom betrayed her anxiety with a slight rise and fall. In that case, I shall visit her tomorrow. You did well to protect Linger in the hall earlier and the days to come. I hope you will diligently fulfill your duties and care for her. Clearly, she had returned to the hall and had gathered knowledge of the events that transpired. Of course, Li Xiu nodded. Your Highness should also take care of your health and rest early. Yang Guifei nodded slightly, then suddenly sighed. Would you accompany me for a stroll in the courtyard? Li Xiu was momentarily taken aback, but soon nodded in agreement. The two ambled slowly through the rear garden, where the chill of winter lingered in the air. Retracing his earlier steps, Li Xiu found the company he kept had changed. The Yang family garden was exquisitely designed, yet in the depths of winter, the vegetation lay withered, the trees in the courtyard stark and bare. Mirroring Yang Guifei's current state of mind, amplifying the desolation, I was sent to the palace at the age of 16 to serve the emperor, soon conceiving the dragon heir and giving birth to the ninth princess. Subsequently, I was bestowed the title of Guifei, enjoying a position of great honor, and the Yang family prospered alongside me. They only see my outward glory. Yang Guifei spoke, her red lips pursed, a bittersweet smile gracing her face. Yet, as she spoke, a chilly breeze swept by, awakening her to the reality that she must maintain distance from Li Xiu. Some sentiments, no matter how long concealed, should not be shared with him, Li Xiu. The Empress Dowager has often praised your poetic talent. Would you compose a poem for me? Yang Guifei casually suggested, turning her steps back toward the palace. Li Xiu hesitated, his brow furrowing as he recalled a particular verse. He then recited in a low voice, "The crescent moon hangs in the sparse phoenix trees. As silence falls, the world grows still. At times I see a solitary figure pass, a drifting shadow of a lone wild goose." Upon hearing these lines, Yang Guifei paused, an overwhelming sense of desolation washing over her. She cast her gaze around, the scenery of the garden resonating with the words of the poem, bare branches, the moon in its waning phase, and the stillness of the night evoking a poignant sense of solitude. In just 4 brief lines, Li Xiu had struck a chord deep within Yang Guifei's heart. She lifted her head, her eyes softening with affection as she awaited the continuation of the poem. Startled, yet I turn back, with no one to understand my sorrow. I gather the cold branches, unwilling to rest, in this lonely, desolate sandbank. Chapter 141. Scaling the wall at midnight. As Li Xiu recited the poem, a wave of melancholy surged within him. This verse, originally penned by a renowned poet during his exile, encapsulated themes of solitude, tranquility, and aloofness, mirroring their current surroundings perfectly. Given Li Xiu's unique circumstances, he felt perhaps the most isolated soul in this world. Startled, yet I turned back, with no one to understand my sorrow. He harbored thoughts that could not be shared with anyone. Just as Li Xiu was lost in his contemplations, he glanced sideways to find Yang Guifei's beautiful eyes shimmering with emotion. Her brow etched with an endless mix of yearning and tenderness. A sense of confusion washed over him. He had recited the poem simply because its imagery resonated with the surroundings, without considering the deeper connotations. Yet, upon reflection, he recognized that the poem's essence paralleled Yang Guifei's own profound loneliness within the palace. Having entered the palace at 16, she was surrounded by insincere relationships, and after her initial glory, she was left with nothing but the weight of solitude. I gather the cold branches, unwilling to rest, in this lonely, desolate sandbank. Yang Guifei murmured these lines, her heart swelling with emotion, yearning to confide in the youthful figure before her. Yet, as words lingered on her lips, she could only gently bite her red lip and say, "I am weary. Please escort me back to my chamber." "Certainly," Li Xiu nodded, promptly guiding Yang Guifei to a small courtyard. Upon passing through the moon gate, Yang Guifei halted, saying, "You may return now." Li Xiu nodded, "Very well, Your Highness. Please take care of your health and rest early." With that, he turned to leave. Yang Guifei gazed at the youthful figure retreating, a sense of emptiness creeping into her heart. Alas! A sudden gust of cold wind sent a shiver through her, and she muttered a silent curse, chiding herself for her weakness and for entertaining such unseemly thoughts. Her cheeks flushed, and she hurried back to her chamber, where her maid had already kindled a warm fire, creating a cozy atmosphere. "I wish to rest now," she instructed her maid, who promptly began preparing her for sleep. This had always been her custom. No one could remain in the room while she slept, except for those on her bed. Just as she was about to drift off, an impulse surged within her, compelling her to approach the nearby writing desk, where she meticulously transcribed the poem Li Xiu had composed. Born into the noble Yang family, she possessed literary talent from a young age, and the poem had resonated with her, leaving an indelible impression. Once she finished writing, she studied it closely, her admiration growing. "Why is it so chilly?" Suddenly, she felt a draft behind her and turned sharply, only to find the window ajar. Standing behind her was the tall figure of Li Xiu, returning unexpectedly. Having first attended to Princess Jiu and then spent an extended time with Yang Guifei, Li Xiu was filled with thoughts of her tender gaze, and an impulsive desire drove him to scale the wall back. "Your Highness, what a beautiful piece," he remarked awkwardly upon being caught in the act. However, before he could further explain, the voluptuous beauty in front of him leaped into his arms, her soft curves pressing against his chest. The sensation unmistakably vivid through their thin garments, The enchanting woman nestled against him. The intoxicating scent enveloped him, and she wrapped her arms tightly around his waist, her lips gently grazing his neck. "You little scoundrel, what possessed you to sneak back? I warned you that if you dared to act against me again, I would have your head." Chapter 142. A moment of passion. It was a night when the moon shone bright amidst the sparse stars. With a solitary moon accompanied by a lone star, creating a harmonious and serene atmosphere. The following morning, as the dawn broke, Li Xiu abruptly awoke from his slumber, his head still clouded with drowsiness. Rubbing his eyes, he gradually focused his gaze, only to discover a breathtakingly beautiful woman at his side. The lady's skin was as fair as snow, her features exquisite, and her lustrous black hair cascaded like a waterfall beside the pillow. Clad in a delicate gauze dress, her graceful figure and alluring curves made her appear as though she had stepped out from a painting. For a moment, Li Xiu was utterly captivated, marveling at how such enchanting beauty could exist in the world. It was no wonder she had been honored as a favored consort. Her charm surpassed even that of Xianfeng. It was difficult to fathom that this stunning woman was the emperor's concubine. A title bestowed upon her by the sovereign himself. In many ceremonial occasions, due to the queen's vacancy, Yang Guifei had even taken on the role of the mother of the nation. Yet, in this moment, she seemed to embody the simplicity of an ordinary wife. Yang Yulan herself was perplexed as to how she had come to this state. Perhaps it was Li Xiu's youthful vitality that ignited something long buried within her heart. Thoughts of morality and consequences faded into the background. Whereas she had previously entertained notions of gradually severing ties with Li Xiu, her affections had quietly shifted towards him since the previous night. In the future, within the palace, whenever faced with other matters, Yang Guifei would prioritize Li Xiu's interests above all else. The scene before her inevitably reminded Li Xiu of a certain ancestor with the surname Wei. He was, of course, thinking of the legendary eunuch's progenitor. However, while that predecessor was known for his flirtatious nature and numerous concubines, he had never ventured into the imperial harem. Instead, he maintained a rather amicable relationship with the emperor, which ultimately led to a favorable outcome. As for Li Xiu, he had already grazed the emperor's sensitive spot, yet this was a predicament he could not avoid. He was compelled to tread this dark path. Ultimately, he was still merely a eunuch. Although he wielded a degree of influence within the harem, that power was a mere gift from the royal family. Eunuchs would forever remain figures relegated to the shadows. Li Xiu was acutely aware that should any of his actions come to light, it would spell his doomed, present. Apart from the authority bestowed upon him by the royal family, he had no connections or backing. If his transgressions were exposed, the repercussions would be unbearable. Yet, it seemed that his true talent lay in martial arts. Li Xiu contemplated quietly, seeing only one path ahead. That path was martial arts. He recalled the emperor of the founding dynasty, the ancestor of the 9th princess, who single-handedly broke through to the first rank of martial arts, battling the masters of the 9 provinces, sweeping across the 8 realms, and establishing the Tianqiao, revered as the martial emperor. In this world, the power of martial arts could indeed alter everything, and Li Xiu possessed an extraordinary aptitude for it. Within just a few months, his cultivation had surged beyond reason. Yet, he accepted it with equanimity. It was akin to how, in his past life, some young individuals effortlessly gained admission to prestigious institutions like Qingbei, an achievement that most would strive for their entire lives but never attain. That was talent, something that others might envy, but for him, it felt exhilarating. Chapter 143. Yang Guifei's complete surrender. When Yang Guifei finally awoke, Li Xiu exchanged sweet words with her before departing, citing a fear of exposure as his reason for leaving. Of course, all of this was merely a performance. Genuine feelings were out of the question. This little man is utterly irresistible. Yang Guifei sighed as she lay on the bed, releasing a long breath. She had endured the solitude and emptiness of an unshared chamber for far too long. With Li Xiu's sudden intrusion into her life, memories flooded her mind like poison, every detail vividly etched in her memory, occasionally surfacing. Yet, during that time, Yang Guifei still felt the moral compunction to restrain herself, fearing to tread the same path again. Deep within her, she felt an overwhelming shame at the thought of such an illicit affair. However, fate had conspired. for Li Xiu's words from the previous night had provided a beautiful and romantic excuse for their secret liaison. Startled, yet I turned back, with no one to understand my resentment. I picked the cold branches, unwilling to perch, alone on the desolate sandbank. Yang Guifei softly recited, her gaze dreamy, pulling the blanket closer around her. She had already endured too much loneliness and desolation, with the emperor's 3 palaces and 72 beauties. Why should she not seek her own happiness? In the Yang residence, the atmosphere was one of celebration as the matriarch's birthday approached. With Yang Guifei's rise to prominence, the Yang family had soared like a phoenix, becoming a well-respected clan in the capital. The eldest son, Yang Yun, and the second son, Yang Wu, were both esteemed officials in court, naturally inviting numerous colleagues to the festivities. The third son, Yang Yu, was a wealthy merchant. Well connected with affluent traders, the Yang residence was teeming with guests, a lively and vibrant atmosphere prevailing. Yet, the more exuberant the gathering, the less attention the matriarch received, for although surrounded by her descendants and friends, the true focus of the banquet lay in the exchanges among officials and merchants. Li Xiu remained by the side of the 9th princess, first paying respects to the matriarch before casually finding a corner to sip tea and nibble on snacks. However, due to the presence of the 9th princess, many people eagerly approached them. Even court officials seized the opportunity to gain favor with the beloved little princess. It was evident that her future marriage would significantly influence the political landscape of the Wu dynasty. After 2 days in the Yang residence, Li Xiu came to truly comprehend the weight of the 9th princess. She was no ordinary royal. Her lineage held far more significance than mere blood ties. In the capital, there were 4 prominent families, each with their own interests, and conflicts had escalated to near unresolvable levels. At such a time, any family that could marry the princess would gain the emperor's favor, leading to a shift in power dynamics, rendering one family dominant over the others, with the rest bowing in submission. The 9th princess leaned closer to Li Xiu and said with a smirk, "You, my loyal servant, should understand that there are countless suitors in this capital, lining up from the palace all the way to the outskirts." Li Xiu chuckled, too indifferent to flatter her. "Humph, loyal servant." The 9th princess pouted and playfully kicked Li Xiu's leg beneath the table. "Your Highness, it has been a long time." At that moment, a strikingly handsome young man approached. Chapter 144. Talent? Your Highness, it has been too long. I hope you have been well. The newcomer was indeed handsome, with an elegant demeanor, clad in a long robe adorned with cloud patterns and wielding a jade pendant at his waist, exuding an air of nobility. Accompanying him were 2 others, Yang Xiaoying, the second son of the Yang family, and a graceful young woman, a distant relative of the Yang clan. Jiang Ningyuan, the 9th princess scoffed, "It seems Yang Wu is indeed magnanimous. He can even overlook the grudge of having his son's legs broken and goes to serve the Jiang family like a dog?" The 9th princess's cold laughter was met with silence, as she chose to ignore the refined young man. Jiang Ningyuan was the very culprit responsible for Yang Xiaoxiong's paralysis 3 years prior. The 2 families had become bitter enemies. Yet here he was, boldly present at the Yang family's banquet, a testament to the Yang family's current stance. It was no wonder many guests cast suspicious glances, likely mocking the Yangs for their apparent weakness. Hearing the 9th princess's words, Yang Xiaoying and the young woman beside him wore expressions of discomfort, but they swallowed their humiliation, unwilling to speak further. Jiang Ningyuan, from the Jiang family? Li Xiu immediately recognized the identity of the newcomer upon hearing the 9th princess's revelation. He recalled the 18th prince, Wu Kuan, whose maternal family was the Jiang clan. Now that he stood with the 9th princess, he feared retaliation from the 18th prince once he returned to the palace. Thus, he had no favorable impression of the Jiang family. Jiang Ningyuan noticed that the 9th princess had ignored him and turned his attention to Li Xiu. His eyes narrowing slightly as he remarked, "This eunuch possesses commendable martial prowess. May I inquire your age?" Li Xiu was taken aback, instinctively on guard, yet he remained silent. "Humph!" The 9th princess, reveling in her pride, interjected, "Li Xiu is merely 16 years old, yet he is already at the mid-stage of the 8th rank in refining essence. Were it not for his seclusion within the palace, he would undoubtedly be the foremost martial artist among the younger generation in this capital." Merely at the mid-stage of refining essence? The young woman accompanying Jiang Ningyuan retorted, displeased. Zhang Gongzi is just 18 years old and has already reached the pinnacle of the 7th rank in refining qi. Among the younger generation of all the prominent families, none can rival him. Yang Shaoying added, Zhang Gongzi's martial talent is not something just any commoner can compare to. He cast a glance at Li Xiu, his eyes flashing with a hint of malice. Last night at the dining table, it was Li Xiu who had delivered 2 resounding slaps to his father's face. Although it was under the command of the 9th princess, he naturally lacked the courage to harbor resentment towards her, and could only attribute his grievances to Li Xiu. At the age of 16, being at the mid-level of the 8th rank was commendable. Jiang Ningyuan smiled faintly, presenting an air of indifference. When I was 16, I had barely reached the mid-level of the 7th rank. This Li Xiu, if placed outside the palace, would certainly be considered a formidable martial artist. Upon hearing this, Yang Shaoying furrowed his brow slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Cultivating martial arts was no easy task. Enduring the harshness of winter and summer training was exceedingly arduous. Moreover, it was a rare feat in the entire capital for someone to reach the 8th rank by the age of 16. He had just turned 17 a couple of months ago, and had only recently entered the 8th rank, making his abilities pale in comparison to Li Xiu. Alas, he was but a eunuch. Yang Shaoying immediately retorted coldly, deliberately mocking Li Xiu. Li Xiu remained unperturbed, but the 9th princess's delicate face was marked by displeasure. For a moment, she even contemplated revealing Li Xiu's secret of not being a true eunuch, which would surely leave Yang Shaoying in a difficult position. Of course, it was merely a fleeting thought, for such revelations could jeopardize Li Xiu's safety. The 9th princess's expression turned frosty as she disdainfully remarked, You few are merely short-sighted. How could you have ever encountered a true genius? Do you not know when Li Xiu began his martial arts training? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyuan's expression shifted slightly. He sensed a certain ethereal quality to the aura emanating from the young eunuch before him, suggesting he was not someone who had immersed himself in martial arts for many years. Your Highness, the 9th princess. At that moment, a distant voice, hoarse like a duck's quack, rang out. A middle-aged man clad in blue robes hurried forward, proclaiming from afar, This servant pays his respects to the 9th princess. Following the blue-robed man was a robust eunuch dressed in white. This man was known to Li Xiu. He was Nie Yunting, the leader of the white-robed eunuchs, with whom he had previously crossed paths. Before the words could leave his lips, the blue-robed servant, an elderly eunuch with an embroidered eagle claw on his chest, approached, his imposing stature and corpulence suggesting a formidable presence. He knelt before the 9th princess. Bowing deeply, this servant, Wang Zhengde, the supervisor of the Western Bureau, pays his respects to your highness. The supervisor of the Western Bureau. In essence, Wang Zhengde was the chief of the Western Bureau, loyal only to the imperial family and beholden to the emperor. A sword held over the heads of all officials. Holding a 5th-rank position, his power was such that even the prime minister would have to show deference in his presence. As the blue-robed eunuch knelt, Nie Yunting also hastily followed suit, bowing and stating, This is Nie Yunting, leader of the white-robed eunuchs, paying respects to your highness. Wang Gonggong, it has been a while. Please rise. The 9th princess playfully mimicked Wang Zhengde's tone, clapping her hands to signal him and Nie Yunting to stand. Thank you, your highness. Wang Zhengde stood, though he remained slightly bent over, drawing a small wooden spherical object from his sleeve. A hollow, palm-sized contraption resembling a delicate bamboo cage, equipped with intricate mechanisms. What is this? Upon seeing the small sphere, the 9th princess's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Hee, this is a new invention from my little servants. Just take a look with that. Wang Zhengde tossed the small sphere into the air, producing a melodious sound akin to birds chirping. The sphere danced in midair, tracing an elusive arc before returning to his hand. The onlookers were momentarily taken aback, their faces reflecting astonishment. Li Xiu observed the small sphere. Feeling a sense of surprise, it resembled the various toys based on principles of aerodynamics that he had encountered before his transmigration. This is quite fascinating, the 9th princess exclaimed joyfully, snatching the small sphere and curiously inspecting its intricate mechanisms. I am glad you like it. Wang Zhengde beamed. the layers of fat on his face quivering with delight, before producing a delicate little box and placing it on the table. The contents within are even more remarkable. Your Highness should keep them safe and not show them to others. Very well. You have indeed put in some thought. The 9th princess tossed the bamboo cage ball back into the air, enjoying the refreshing sound as it returned to her palm, thoroughly entertained. Her casual compliment made Wang Zhengda's smile grow even wider, his eyes almost squinting with delight, as if the praise from the 9th princess was worth more than gold. I am Jiang Yuan, son of Jiang Jinwei. The previously haughty Jiang Yuan, now standing before the mighty supervisor of the Western Bureau, displayed a degree of restraint, stepping forward to offer his greetings. Oh? So you are the second son of the general of the state. Already at the peak of the 7th rank, truly commendable, a testament to the Jiang family's lineage. Indeed, a tiger begets no dogs. Wang Zhengda remarked, delivering a perfunctory compliment, though his tone remained somewhat lukewarm. This brother appears somewhat unfamiliar. You must be the one specially promoted by the Empress Dowager. What was your name again? Wang Zhengda turned his gaze towards Li Xiu, revealing an interest in him. I am Li Xiu, Li Xiu. Aware of the significance of the supervisor of the Western Bureau, responded courteously. You presumptuous fool! To his surprise, Wang Zhengda's voice erupted in anger as soon as Li Xiu finished speaking. Asa eunuch. You ought to regard serving the imperial family as your divine duty. You should refer to yourself as this servant. How dare you be so disrespectful? Wang Zhengda glared at Li Xiu, and an overwhelming aura emanated from his imposing figure, akin to a mountain standing tall, causing the surrounding guests to change their expressions, their breaths momentarily stilled. Li Xiu felt the internal energy he had cultivated within him suddenly freeze like flowing water turning to ice, rendering him powerless. It was evident that this supervisor of the Western Bureau was a martial artist of profound inner strength, easily the most formidable presence Li Xiu had encountered thus far. You are the one who is presumptuous. At that moment, the 9th princess furrowed her brows, rebuking him sharply as she kicked Wang Zhengda, whose waist resembled that of a hulking bear, though her strength could not harm the Grand Eunuch. The kick felt like a needle pricking a balloon, causing Wang Zhengda to pause in astonishment and immediately lower his head like a chastised child, confusion and trepidation etched on his face. 9th princess, Li Xiu is under my protection. Who allowed you to bully him? The 9th princess delivered several more kicks, prompting Wang Zhengda to apologize profusely, not daring to retort, this servant has erred. As long as it pleases the 9th princess, it is sufficient. This spectacle drew the attention of the surrounding guests, who exchanged glances. The spoiled and willful young lady was physically reprimanding a Grand Eunuch as if he were a mere child, while he only cowered in submission, a comical sight. Yet, many seasoned officials in the crowd could only feel a pang of discomfort. The Eastern and Western bureaus were two blades hanging over the heads of all officials. But with the establishment of the Western Bureau after the Eastern Bureau, its power had eclipsed the latter, as the Western Bureau held supervisory authority over the Eastern Bureau. Such intelligence agencies inspired fear and servility among officials, and though their ranks appeared modest, their power was boundless. Moreover, it was power that most corroded the human heart. The Eastern Bureau had existed since the previous dynasty, carrying its legacy into the present, with some people within the mainland colluding with certain manipulative officials. However, the Western Bureau could only be described in 4 words: impervious to bribery, and all of this stemmed from the seemingly unassuming Grand Eunuch, who was only concerned with amusing the 9th princess. Humph, I will let you off this time, but remember, Li Xiu is my favorite servant. You cannot command him, understood? The 9th princess, having grown tired from the ruckus, plopped back into her seat. Wang Zhengda quickly moved to pour tea, personally serving it to the 9th princess with utmost care. Supervisor, this Li Xiu is the martial arts prodigy I previously mentioned. Discovered in the Ministry of Internal Affairs Martial Monitoring Pavilion, that moment, Nie Yunting finally spoke, looking at Li Xiu with some surprise. Li Xiu's progress in martial arts truly is astonishing. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ningyuan, Yang Xiaoying, and a somewhat attractive member of the Yang family all altered their expressions slightly, casting curious glances at Li Xiu. Although the 9th princess had just claimed Li Xiu was a genius, her character was typically whimsical, and the crowd did not take her seriously, believing she was merely trying to undermine Jiang Ningyuan. However, now that even Nie Yunting spoke so highly of him, it was likely not a falsehood. Could it be that this young eunuch truly possessed some talent? Oh? Wang Zhengde was taken aback, looking up at Li Xiu with a smile. May I ask how long it took you to reach the 8th rank of refining essence? Chapter 147. Jiang Ningyuan's challenge. Wang Zhengde indeed harbored a modicum of interest in Li Xiu. After all, Li Xiu was a constant companion of the 9th princess, and his abilities and character were subjects of considerable scrutiny, especially given that the 9th princess showed no reservations in her affection for the young eunuch. The more she favored him, the more it indicated her complete lack of defenses against him, an exceedingly perilous situation. Humph! Before Li Xiu could utter a word, the 9th princess let out a delicate huff, her expression brimming with pride as she turned to Jiang Ningyuan. Some individuals truly believe their talents are unparalleled, yet in the presence of genuine prodigies, they are utterly insignificant. Li Xiu, do enlighten them on how long you have been practicing martial arts. Li Xiu maintained an impassive demeanor, though he felt a twinge of embarrassment inside. Proclaiming such matters himself could easily be construed as boasting. Nevertheless, he had no choice but to state the truth. Less than a month. What? At this declaration, Yang Xiaoying instinctively gasped, then paused, only to burst into laughter. Ha ha ha! This esteemed eunuch's bravado is rather excessive. Isn't it? Everyone present here is well versed in martial arts. To claim one has attained the 8th grade refinement stage in under a month is simply preposterous. Hee hee. The young lady from the Yang family beside him also stifled a giggle. Mocking, this eunuch's martial prowess may be mediocre, yet his wit is quite amusing. Although Jiang Ningyuan did not speak, he furrowed his brow. Naturally, he found such claims hard to believe, regardless of who made the assertion. Achieving the 8th grade refinement stage in under a month was nothing short of a fantasy. Under a month? Wang Zhengde raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. Indeed, Li Xiu replied, his expression still calm. For him, it was simply a fact. Whether others chose to believe it was of no consequence to him. Wang Zhengde turned to his adopted son, Nie Yunting. Nie Yunting promptly stated, Father, when I last encountered him at the Ministry of Internal Affairs, he had indeed just consumed the first of the Longhu gold pills, his strength surging dramatically. However, he had yet to practice martial arts. It has been 28 days since then, so it is indeed less than a month. Upon saying this, he cast a deep glance at Li Xiu, his heart disturbed. Others might have their doubts about Li Xiu's words, but he had witnessed it firsthand. In a mere 20 days, transitioning from a novice to the mid-stage of the 8th grade refinement stage was akin to crossing a significant threshold in less than a month. Furthermore, his status had risen from a gray-robed eunuch to a red-robed one, indicating that this individual was not only a martial arts genius, but also quite capable in his endeavors. Thus, it was indeed a remarkable talent. Wang Zhengde, having no reason to doubt Nie Yunting's words, felt a flicker of excitement in his eyes, though he hesitated to speak further. With such a talent, he naturally wished to recruit him to work at the Xichong. But recalling the 9th princess's earlier attitude towards Li Xiu made further discussion seem rather foolish. Li Xiu's martial talent is indeed commendable, Jiang Ningyuan said with a light chuckle, harboring a mix of skepticism and praise in his heart. He then turned to the 9th princess and clasped his hands. Your Highness, last year at the hunting competition, I suffered a regrettable defeat at your hands. I had hoped to have a rematch this year. But alas, I have surpassed 18 years of age and lost my eligibility. Since we have fortuitously encountered each other today, might I inquire if the 9th princess would grant me the honor of alleviating my regret? A few exchanges on the arena would also serve to enliven the banquet for the venerable Lady Yang. The 9th princess's beautiful eyes flickered, and she scoffed disdainfully. What regret? At last year's hunting event, you were dispatched with a single move. You wish to spar with me? First, you must prove your worth. Li Xiu, go and test whether this fellow has made any progress in the past year. Chapter 148. Within 30 moves. Li Xiu's current cultivation was still at the mid-stage of the 8th grade refinement stage. After consuming the exquisite Peiyuan pill gifted by the 9th princess, he was but a step away from breaking through to the late stage. However, the disparities between realms were not easily surmountable, and facing Jiang Ningyuan, who stood at the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage, left him without a shred of confidence. Thus, upon hearing the ninth princess's words, Li Xiu felt no small measure of trepidation. Yet, the ninth princess had spoken, and such a command could not be dismissed. Although this esteemed eunuch possessed extraordinary talent, was the princess not jesting? Jiang Ningyuan furrowed his brow. Perplexed. Even if Li Xiu truly was a martial arts prodigy who had ascended to the 8th grade refinement stage in merely half a month, the hierarchy of martial arts realms was strictly enforced. The young eunuch before him was still at the mid-stage, while he himself had reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. The gap between them was indeed substantial. In his view, the disparity in strength was too great to warrant a contest. Li Xiu, the luncheon is about to commence. I grant you 30 moves to conclude this duel. This should suffice, no? The ninth princess paid no heed to Jiang Ningyuan, instead patting Li Xiu's shoulder. 30 moves? At this proclamation, the surrounding crowd displayed expressions of astonishment. Tio challenged someone of a higher realm and claimed to finish the battle within 30 moves. Such words were sheer madness. Do your utmost. Li Xiu responded with a composed countenance, though inwardly he couldn't help but chuckle ruefully. Just yesterday, he had sparred with the ninth princess, who had recently endured the torment of cold poison and, by fortune, had broken through to the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage. He had defeated her in 31 moves. How audacious! The ninth princess, undeterred by the gazes of onlookers, leaned closer to Li Xiu and whispered, "This fellow is merely my defeated foe. Last year, I bested him in just over 100 moves. You will have no trouble with him." The faint fragrance of the young lady lingered at his nose. Yet Li Xiu's mind remained clear, and he lowered his voice. "Is it possible he conceded out of deference to your royal status?" The ninth princess. The ninth princess felt a twinge of insecurity but offered no reply, merely shaking her fist at Li Xiu. The implication was clear. Should you fail to accomplish this task, there would be consequences. Evidently, the ninth princess harbored great confidence in this young eunuch. Thus, Li Xiu resolved to first overcome this hurdle before facing the princess herself. With the matter settled, Jiang Ningyuan could hardly refuse. However, a hint of malice flickered in his gaze as he regarded Li Xiu. "Very well, then let us proceed to the training grounds," he declared, "no need." The ninth princess interjected. "What significance does the training ground hold? There are many people here. Let us compete right here." She then exchanged a glance with Wang Zhengde beside her. The venerable eunuch immediately announced in a booming voice, "Esteemed guests, the ninth princess wishes to present a special gift to Lady Yang in the spirit of filial piety. She intends to hold a martial arts competition in the courtyard to entertain the venerable lady. So I kindly ask all of you to clear the area for a moment and enjoy the spectacle." At these words, the guests were instantly stirred. With the head of the Shichong speaking on behalf of the ninth princess, regardless of whether they were high-ranking officials or wealthy merchants, they quickly complied, making way for an open space in the courtyard. All present were filled with eager anticipation for this martial arts contest. A martial arts competition? Just the excitement they needed. Isn't that Jiang Ningyuan, the second young master of the Jiang family? The prodigy who has reached the pinnacle of the Qi refinement stage at merely 18 years of age? Then who is his opponent? Who else could it be? In the entire capital, the only one capable of contending with young Master Jiang is undoubtedly the ninth princess. As the crowd observed Jiang Ningyuan take the lead to the arena, discussions erupted around them. However, the identity of his opponent took everyone by surprise.